In the 11th year of the Tianjin era of the Liang dynasty, an air of unrest pervaded the land. In June, Yizhou was engulfed by heavy snowfall, stirring rumors of celestial beings descending upon the world. As the whispers spread, throngs of people flocked to Yizhou, hoping to catch a glimpse of the revered immortal, yet none succeeded in finding any trace. By September, the Wei River suffered a catastrophic flood, the banks breached and leaving countless citizens homeless, their lives intertwined with despair as they scavenged alongside wild dogs for sustenance, the ground littered with corpses. As the year drew to a close, the newly forged sword, new sword wild grass, from Sword Chi Mountain sent ripples through the realm. Numerous sword cultivators rushed to the mountain, all eager to bring this extraordinary sword down to the world below, a rare occurrence indeed. In the 13th year of Tianjin, early winter descended, blanketing Weizhou in snow. The snowfall had commenced since the winter solstice and had continued unabated for an entire month. Now, the dusk had overtaken the day. The waning moon cast a half-haze glow, and the sounds of birds and beasts were absent, leaving the mountains and fields enveloped in a shroud of white. A handful of lanterns emitted dim light, swaying in the icy wind like a lone boat amidst turbulent waves, precariously adrift. Amidst this faint illumination, a group of a dozen or so individuals navigated the mountain path, moving slowly onward. "Miss, if we cross this mountain, we should reach Tianjin County. The individuals sent to escort you should arrive tomorrow at that point. You will be under their protection as you journey to the divine capital, and we can report back," announced an elderly man at the helm, tightening his cotton robe. His previously furrowed brow relaxed somewhat as he spoke. Yet, a hint of unease crept back into his voice as he added, "It has been many years since I ventured out. I hadn't anticipated the chaos of the current times. I am truly ashamed that you nearly faced danger on our watch." Their party had encountered numerous demons along the way, leaving them significantly diminished, nearly decimated. "There's no need for such worries, Song Uncle. Once the people from the divine capital arrive, the journey northward should be manageable," the girl at the center reassured him. Her graceful features framed by a simple, thick robe of light blue, her demeanor exuding an extraordinary poise that belied her young age. In her tranquil, watery eyes, there was no trace of childishness, only a calmness reminiscent of still waters. She was evidently no ordinary girl. Song, the elderly man, regarded her with a gaze full of pride. Before him stood the foremost talent of the current generation of the Xie family. The Xie family's cultivation method was peculiar, for no individual could practice before the age of 16. As for Xie's family in the divine capital, they intended for her to commence her studies upon reaching that age, indicating a clear intention to nurture her potential. The Liang dynasty had existed for over 200 years. While the chaos of the world persisted, it was a significant improvement compared to the previous dynasty, as the northern demonic forces had ceased their incessant incursions, slaughtering entire states at will. Nevertheless, even within its borders, demons remained the common folk, often fell prey to their attacks, a grim reality that remained unavoidable. "Miss, Song Master, there's a mountain shrine ahead. Should we spend the night there?" A voice broke through the cold silence. Through the heavy snowfall, illuminated by the moonlight, the dilapidated shrine stood solitary halfway up the mountain, half buried in snow, its entrance in disrepair and bearing the marks of neglect, suggesting it had been abandoned for quite some time. These shrines were remnants of the previous dynasty, built when the Liang court had offered no funds for their upkeep, leaving them to decay. Withdrawing his gaze, Song turned to the girl, who nodded in agreement. As they entered the region of Weizhou, the relentless snowfall hindered their journey, fatigue settling heavily upon the travelers. Understanding their weariness, Song's voice fell low. "Let's enter." But his words were abruptly cut short. The stillness of the night shattered as an eerie sound pierced the air. A chilling wail echoed from unknown depths. "Ah!" A sudden scream erupted from the rear of the party. As the others instinctively turned to investigate, they witnessed a long, horrific trace of blood snaking away, disappearing into the nearby forest. "Protect the miss!" At the command of a fierce shout, the remaining members of the party swiftly drew their weapons, forming a protective circle around the girl, their eyes darting nervously into the shadows. With a nimble movement, Song shot into the air, his stern voice commanding, "Evil spirits are manifesting." A brilliant green light radiated from his palm, illuminating the night sky. "Blood demon?" A man exclaimed in despair, realization dawning on him. Among the vile creatures troubling the Liang, the blood demon was notoriously strong, known to be one of the most formidable foes. In their weakened state, how could they hope to stand against such a foe? Suspended in midair, Song's brow creased as he assessed the presence of the two blood demons before Hima's sense of resignation settling in. In ordinary circumstances, he might have retreated with his life. However, after the trials endured during their journey, he found himself too battered to fight back. "You all take the miss and escape. I will hold them off," Song urged, soaring towards the two blood demons, his aura surging to its peak, radiating an overpowering presence. Seeing that Song had rushed into battle, the remaining few hoisted the girl and fled up the mountain path. Yet, they had barely taken a few steps when one of the men spoke up. "Song Master will not be able to hold off that blood demon." Being martial men, they were acutely aware of the demon's prowess. The others fell silent, their faces reflecting their grim consensus. The one who had served as the protector of the CF family for many years smiled bitterly. "Miss, we cannot protect you any longer. Please leave now. We will buy you a few moments." His voice was firm yet gentle, leaving no room for argument. The rest nodded solemnly in agreement. Rather than allow Song to confront the blood demon alone, it was better for them to join forces and buy the miss some time, thus preserving a flicker of hope. A flicker of reluctance flashed across the girl's eyes. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth, grasped her lantern, and advanced forward. The girl removed a silver hairpin from her chignon, her palm already glistening with perspiration as she gripped it tightly, her lustrous hair cascading down her back. "Take care, Mississippi." As the girl moved on, the remaining men wasted no time, rallying their voices as they charged toward the approaching blood demon. The frigid wind howled around them, the blood demons in pursuit, while the girl felt a knot of anxiety in her chest. After all, no matter how talented or mature she appeared, she was still just a girl. Her fingers strained to grip the hairpin too tightly, turning pale under the pressure. Snowflakes swirled, landing upon her hair, casting it in a shimmering glow akin to moonlight. She stood like a flower in the storm, refusing to bow down. Should she fall prey to the blood demon, she would fight with every breath until the end. In her heart, she was prepared for the worst. Yet just as she neared the mountain shrine, she caught a glimpse of a faint light through the shattered doors and windows. Someone was inside? Furrowing her brows, she hesitated at the threshold, unwilling to step into the unknown shrine. But in that moment, a gust of demonic wind rushed forth, the air thick with malevolence, bearing down upon her from the distance. Song Uncle and the others had been overpowered. The girl's face drained of color, although she was reluctant to confront the truth. She understood it was her reality. No longer hesitating, she clutched the lantern and stepped into the shrine. She traversed the courtyard and approached the doorway, pausing momentarily in the air before forcefully pushing open the already dilapidated doors of the main hall. As the doors flew open, a plume of dust swirled within the chaotic shrine, and the girl plunged into it, catching a glimpse of a weathered mountain deity statue in the center, its vibrant paint having long faded, beneath which a fire burned. By the fire stood a young man clothed in black, poised with a blade. Chapter 2. The ruined temple in the snowstorm. In the dimly lit hall, the flickering fire struggled to illuminate the entire space. The doors of the hall were thrust open, allowing the biting cold wind to rush in, scattering sparks into the air. The flames elongated the silhouette of a youth clad in black. The black-clad youth turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at the girl who had intruded upon the hall. His eyes momentarily clouded with suspicion, only for it to vanish as quickly as it appeared. This brief motion, however, allowed the girl to catch a clearer glimpse of the youth's features in the firelight. His visage was delicate rather than handsome, yet his eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance, akin to two radiant stars, rendering him unforgettable at first sight. Traveling alone? It seemed unlikely. The black-clad youth raised an eyebrow and mused to himself. "At this hour, to dare to appear here alone, I must admit, I find you rather impressive." The girl, Vizi Chinchao, gazed at the young girl with a hint of remorse and said, "I never anticipated that someone would appear in the mountains at such a late hour." The shrine of the mountain god was nestled in a desolate area, and even during daylight, it seldom saw any passers-by, let alone at night. His presence here had been motivated by the need to confront the lurking mountain creatures. To conceal his aura and be in optimal condition for any potential encounter, Chinchao had dulled his senses, restricting them to the happenings within the grand hall. Otherwise, he would not have uttered those words to the girl earlier. After a moment of silence, the girl quickly expressed her gratitude. With the flickering firelight illuminating the long, dark night, and since sleep eluded them, the two engaged in conversation. Yet, it was evident that the girl was not in high spirits. She bore a certain sadness. Chen Xiao had gleaned the circumstances that led the girl to find herself alone at the shrine of the mountain god. Once dawn breaks, I can escort you down the mountain. What are your plans afterward? Chen Xiao inquired with genuine interest. Xianandu replied calmly, I am heading north to the divine capital, from where my family will send me to Tianqing County. However, given the current situation, it seems that will not happen swiftly. I will write to them to inform them, and in the meantime, I wish to stay with you, as it is the safest option. Her words were straightforward, devoid of any circumlocution. Despite her sorrow, she was acutely aware of the present predicament and needed to make a decision. Clearly, there was no place in Tianqing County safer than being beside this young man. Undoubtedly, you carry considerable trouble with you. Chen Xiao replied directly, acknowledging her candor. Although he was unaware of the girl's identity, the events that had transpired and the information she had revealed indicated that she was indeed a source of complications. Xianandu did not refute this. Instead, she continued, you are a martial artist, as I understand. The path of a martial artist is fraught with challenges, and the resources required to cultivate one's body are substantial. Your meager salary cannot sustain your expenses. Chen Xiao frowned and retorted, how do you know I lack other means? This struck a nerve with him. The world boasted various sects of cultivators, and the path of a martial artist was particularly arduous. The expenditure on body refinement alone constituted a significant amount, prompting most martial artists to seek patronage from the court to acquire the necessary resources for their cultivation. Xianandu shook her head, saying, perhaps these demon orbs could suffice, but how many more demons are left nearby for you to slay? The term hunt had originated from Chen Xiao himself. With the elevation of his cultivation, the resources he required had long surpassed what could be met by merely dispatching a few demons. Moreover, it seemed that there were hardly any demons left around Tianqing County. He had been troubled by this for quite some time. Were it not for the unsuitability of his circumstances, Chen Xiao would never have chosen to become a martial artist. Not only was the pace of cultivation slow, but martial artists also faced an inherent disadvantage once cultivators acquired the ability to ride the winds. At this stage, it was challenging for martial artists to approach those cultivators, regardless of their unparalleled physique. What use was it if they could not reach higher realms where they, too, could ride the winds, thereby leveling the playing field? The path of a martial artist was already arduous. How many could genuinely tread that path to its conclusion? The earlier battle against the blood demon, which appeared effortless, had drained him far more than he would admit. As he snapped back to reality, he hesitated to respond immediately. I can provide you with ample resources, Xianandu stated, casting a glance at Chen Xiao. Her tone somewhat subdued. Upon hearing the term resources, Chen Xiao quickly smiled and replied, as for propriety, I have never been one to concern myself with such matters. I am known for my warm-hearted nature in Tianqing County. Since you are alone, how could I refrain from extending a helping hand? After all, am I not human? Ultimately, while he was aware that this decision might embroil him in trouble, Chen Xiao weighed the pros and cons and was willing to take the risk. After all, in a remote county like Tianqing, amassing substantial resources was no easy feat. Xianandu regarded him once more and said, thank you. Her words were sincere, her expression somewhat subdued yet earnest. Chen Xiao merely glanced at her. Choosing not to elaborate as the night wore on, Chen Xiao became notably more talkative. Despite his attempts to draw her out, Xianandu remained reticent, revealing little about herself. As dawn approached, fatigue weighed on Chen Xiao, and he cast a lingering glance at the young girl before rising to prepare for their descent back to the county. Perhaps the blood demon had driven away other creatures, for their journey down the mountain was devoid of further encounters. Soon, they arrived at Tianqing County. The heavy snowfall had not ceased, and the streets remained blanketed in snow. Few pedestrians were about, but groups of children could not contain their excitement as they frolicked in the alleys, merrily tossing snowballs at one another. They paid no heed to the treacherous weather, nor did they worry about being reprimanded by their stern fathers for returning home soaked. In that moment, even with their little hands numb from the cold and noses running, they were filled with joy. Outside the city, dangers might abound, but within Tianqing County, with Chen Xiao present, there was little to fear. Xianandu, holding an oiled paper umbrella, walked beside Chen Xiao. She glanced at his head, dusted with frost, before shifting her gaze to the lively children, listening to their laughter. Her spirits had noticeably lifted since their earlier conversation. In the past decade, Her life had revolved around studying within the confines of a prestigious family. She had never witnessed such scenes. Even in heavy snow, her elders would only use the weather as a backdrop for examinations, never allowing her the joy of a snowball fight at the edge of the bridge. A vendor hawking roasted sweet potatoes called out rhythmically, his tone elongated and melodic. For many common folk, these everyday scenes were a norm, yet for her, it was an unprecedented experience. She silently observed, entranced. Chun Shao caught sight of her and, passing by the vendor, purchased a sweet potato. Here, have a sweet potato. He handed it to Xianandu, who hesitated for a moment before accepting it. She was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Cradling the warm sweet potato, she carefully peeled away the skin with her delicate fingers, revealing the golden flesh within. A glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes as she took a small bite. The piping hot sweet potato radiated warmth in her mouth, leaving her lips flushed, akin to the finest rouge. Chun Shao strode toward a narrow alley known as Peach Blossom Lane, which housed but 7 or 8 families, the innermost residence being his own. Upon reaching his doorstep, he placed the oiled paper umbrella down and, retrieving his key from his pocket, prepared to unlock the door. Just then, the door across the way swung open, revealing a scruffy middle-aged man who sat down heavily on his threshold. A large bowl in hand, he glanced at Chun Shao and then at the girl in the alley, who was savoring her sweet potato, his eyes widening in surprise. "Chun lad, you've done well for yourself. After just a few days apart, you've returned with such a beautiful wife." The man's voice boomed, and his exclamation drew the attention of nearly all the residents of Peach Blossom Lane, who opened their doors in unison, curious eyes fixating on the scene. Chun Shao paused mid-action, his hand hovering in the air, a wry smile tugging at his lips. As for Xianandu, she held the remaining half of her sweet potato. Her expression unreadable. Chapter 4. Peach Blossom Lane retracting his hand. Chun Shao turned to lean against the door, raising an eyebrow at the man with the bowl who was now shoveling rice into his mouth. "What is this? Jealous, are we? But there's nothing to envy. Look at how handsome I am." The man, having swallowed the last mouthful, slurped down a stray cabbage leaf with a satisfied grunt. "What does being handsome matter when I have my 200+ pounds of wife to provide security?" He carelessly set the bowl down on the threshold, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, and grinned, revealing slightly yellowed teeth. "Listen here, Chun lad, as someone who's been through it all, I advise you. A pretty wife is hard to hold on to. You come from a humble background. You don't have that luck. By the way, which family does that girl belong to? What kind of eyes does she have to fall for a poor boy like you?" His gaze roamed over Xianandu, lingering where it shouldn't, yet he managed to be discreet, glancing just enough to be unnoticeable. Clutching her still warm sweet potato, Xianandu afforded him a curious glance. Devoid of disdain, intrigued by this unkempt man she would never encounter at home. "Get lost?" Chun Shao shot back, raising his middle finger at the man. Ordinarily, he would have engaged in a friendly banter with this old fellow, but today, for reasons unknown, his enthusiasm had waned after just a few exchanges. Though he prided himself on his wit, he could never seem to gain the upper hand in arguments with this middle-aged man, who seemed to possess an uncanny ability to hit the nail on the head each time. Yet, they lived across from one another and often crossed paths, which inevitably led to bickering. "Perhaps I need more practice?" Chun Shao muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth. He then called out towards the man's door, "Auntie, your husband claims he wants to take Widow Li as a concubine. What is your take on that?" The man's expression shifted at Chun Shao's words, his bravado diminishing as he lowered his voice. "You dog, that's just low. Beware of failing to find a wife." Before the words could fully escape, a thunderous voice erupted from within the door. "Zhou Guoqi, you better come in here right now." Xianandu glanced towards the man, catching a glimpse of a robust woman in the courtyard wielding a rolling pin. The moment the voice rang out, laughter erupted in the alley, the atmosphere transforming into one of merriment. Hearing the commotion from inside, the man, still lounging with one leg crossed over the other on the threshold, shot a fierce glare at Chun Shao but nonetheless bellowed nonchalantly, "What's wrong with wanting to marry Widow Li? I fancy Princess Daliang too. What's the difference if I have to live with you?" "My dear." His words were delivered with great bravado, yet the onlookers, familiar with such banter, merely awaited the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, rolling pins soared out from the courtyard, striking the man squarely on the back of his head. He yelped, tumbling off the threshold and landing awkwardly on the ground, cursing, "You fat hag, just wait until I hang you up for a beating." Just as he uttered these words, a stout woman with an ordinary visage but a robust physique appeared at the door. Her expression dark and silent, as she seized the man's collar and dragged him inside, clearly not their first encounter. The alley erupted in laughter once more. "Qin Xiaozi, wait for me." The man, reluctantly entering, snorted and vanished from Chen Xiao's view. Observing this scene, Chen Xiao couldn't help but smile, feeling quite amused. "Everyone disperse, disperse." He waved his hand, indifferent to whether the onlookers truly intended to leave, and promptly turned to enter the modest courtyard. The courtyard was simply adorned. Apart from a stone table, there stood a moss-covered water barrel, its rim dusted with a thin layer of snowflakes, while the ground was blanketed with snow and the cracks between the stone bricks near the eaves. Some withered wild grass lay dormant, appearing ready to thrive vigorously come spring. "Get away!" Chun Xiao called out, hurling a handful of snow with precision at a black feral cat lurking under the eaves. The cat let out a yowl and scrambled up a post to the roof, glancing back at Chen Xiao before disappearing into the snowfall. Behind him, a young girl followed silently, maintaining a steady distance of about 10 feet. After witnessing Chen Xiao's antics, the two finally reached the main hall. The entire courtyard bore the marks of age. The wooden pillars had lost much of their paint, exposing sections that were already worm-eaten. Chen Xiao dragged out an old wooden chair and a long bench from the main hall, scratching his head in preparation to speak, only to watch Xia Nandu stride directly to the chair and take a seat. "How considerate," Chen Xiao muttered, initially intending for her to sit on the bench instead. Now, he found himself perched uncomfortably on the bench, shifting awkwardly. She scrutinized the youth before her, who was entirely different from the decisive and composed figure she had encountered in the dilapidated temple. Here, he resembled a ne'er-do-well, exuding an air of roguishness that puzzled her. Leaning against a weathered pillar, Chen Xiao idly picked at a flaking piece of paint, appearing somewhat bored. As he spoke, his hand continued to rub the hilt of a broken blade, the calluses on his palm revealing a tale of toil. To vanquish that blood demon may sound simple, yet without rigorous training, such an outcome would remain unattainable. Still pondering those matters, Chen Xiao noticed the sorrow reflected in the girl's eyes, an emotion that had yet to dissipate. Xia Nandu replied, "They have been escorting me northward since we departed from Bailu, and Uncle Song has taught me much. Death cannot be undone. Try to think positively. Such occurrences are commonplace in Daliang. Every day, people are devoured by malevolent creatures. Life is somewhat better in Tianqing County, but in the more remote areas of Daliang, even county towns are not guaranteed to be safe." Xia Nandu shook her head, aware of the grim realities. Sitting in the chair, she seemed lost in thought, recognizing that apart from writing home to Bailu for support for the families of those who had perished, there was little else she could do. A long silence enveloped them, neither party speaking. Yet, Chen Xiao remained unfazed. Solitude had long been his companion, and he paid her no mind as he leaned against the peeling pillar. Lost in his own reverie, Xia Nandu peered outside at the heavy snowfall before returning her gaze, speaking earnestly, "You saved my life. Perhaps I can offer you a better future, if you're suggesting I escort you to the capital." "I advise you to abandon that notion," Chen Xiao replied, capturing some snowflakes in his hand and pressing them to his forehead, fatigue evident in his tone. "Some matters, I can deduce to some extent, but discussing them openly seems pointless. Besides, I have no desire to leave this place." Hearing this, Xia Nandu's expression turned grave as she regarded the youth in black, several times on the verge of speaking but ultimately only inquiring. "Where shall I stay?" "There are 2 rooms in total. The one on the east has been unoccupied for a long time, containing an old bed and a worn quilt, though warmth is not guaranteed. If you find it lacking, bring some money, and I shall procure you one, but mind you, it cannot be taken with you later." Chen Xiao rubbed his slightly reddened nose, a glint of mischief in his eyes. A quilt wouldn't cost much, yet to Chen Xiao, every single piece of Tianjin money was incredibly significant, and he was unwilling to part with any. "And how many days do you intend to stay?" "Regardless, it will be 10 Tianjin coins per day, considered your daily expense. You seem rather greedy. With 10 Tianjin coins here, one could feast for several months." Though born into a prominent family, Xia Nandu did not possess the mindset of a woman who would question why one does not eat fine delicacies. Tianjin coins circulated primarily among the affluent and practitioners, while the common folk utilized copper coins inscribed with Daliang Tongbao for daily transactions. 1 Tianjin coin could be exchanged for 100 Daliang Tongbao. In modest households, one should aspire to earn what they can. Chen Xiao grinned broadly, embodying the essence of a commoner. Upon hearing the phrase modest households, Xianandu was reminded of the earlier exchange between Chen Xiao and the man at the door. Should those words reach the ears of the scholars who preached moral principles, they would undoubtedly be furious, labeling him as crude. Yet, having never encountered such dialogue before, she found no offense, though neither did she feel particularly fond of it. I do not mind. As for daily expenses, 1 Tianjin coin. Unbeknownst to her, she and this youth seem to have drawn closer in their rapport. You truly possess a knack for haggling. There's no one who negotiates like you. How about 5 coins at the very least? Or, at worst, 3. Only 1. Xianandu regarded him, offering no further retort. Chen Xiao tousled his unruly hair, asserting, 1 it is. He muttered a few more words but felt no discontent. After all, he had initially aimed high, and failing to achieve that was only to be expected. As dusk approached, Xianandu made her way toward the eastern room while Chen Xiao observed her from under the eaves. Shortly thereafter, she returned, tossing a money pouch from a distance. Go by the quilt. This is the money. Chapter 5. The murder case. While purchasing the quilt, Xianandu remained cautious, unwilling to part from Chen Xiao even for a moment. However, during their outing, they did not encounter the man from across the way, only faintly hearing the woman scolding. Chen Xiao felt rather pleased. He couldn't handle that fellow, but it seemed someone else would. The proprietor of the cotton shop was a lean, middle-aged man, resembling a skinny monkey. The townsfolk referred to him as Master Ho San. As Chen Xiao acquired the quilt, Master Ho San's eyes roamed over Xianandu. And he finally asked in surprise, Boy, have you struck luck in love? The legend is true. Living in Peach Blossom Alley brings fortune. Receiving the quilt with a stoic expression, Chen Xiao replied, If you're looking to move in, I'll sell you my house for 100 Tianjin coins. No tricks. Are you foolish, or am I? Master Ho San raised an eyebrow, appearing even more monkey-like. Chen Xiao, uninterested in further banter, turned to leave with the quilt, only to be called back by Master Ho San, who leaned closer, lowering his voice. I have a piece of news for you. I'll charge you 1 Tianjin coin, and I'm sure you'll want to know. Chen Xiao glanced at him, nodding. All right, next time something happens at your place, I'll definitely leave half an hour later. Hey, why speak such ominous words? Master Ho San shot him a resentful look. You mustn't forget your roots. Wasn't your first meal here at my establishment? Chen Xiao nodded, his expression earnest. How could I forget? I had 1 meal at your place and then worked for you for half a month. There's still some camaraderie there. Isn't there? Master Ho San, undeterred, persisted. He was a well-known miser in the county, rivaling the man across from Chen Xiao in reputation. Their notoriety was nearly equal. If you won't discuss it, IVE decided to come directly to your place for a feast next time. Chen Xiao, weary of the banter, turned to leave once more, clutching the quilt. Lord Ho San's expression was grim as he firmly grasped Chen Xiao's arm. No longer concealing his intentions, in a lowered voice, he conceded, All right, I admit defeat to you, young man. This information comes at no cost, but you must keep your eyes peeled and watch over our neighborhood. I certainly do not wish to wake one day only to find myself swallowed by those wretched monsters. After casting a resentful glance at Chen Xiao, Lord Ho began to recount what he deemed important news. It was about a homicide that occurred yesterday on Changyuan Street, concerning the proprietor of Wang's Rouge shop and his wife, who had perished in their home. Given the small size of Tianjin County, such incidents could not remain hidden for long. However, Chen Xiao had been absent from the city the previous day and had not ventured outside upon his return, hence he was still unaware of the matter. Chen Xiao regarded Lord Ho with an impassive expression, his gaze sharp. For such trivial news, this old fellow dared to demand a piece of Tianjin money? Moreover, incidents of homicide, unless involving monsters, fell under the jurisdiction of the officials. And as the town's protector, Chen Xiao had no authority to meddle in such affairs. Lord Ho chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that a common murder would indeed be worthless. Yet this case seemed peculiar. He had heard that the couple, Chen Zhonggui and his wife, bore no visible wounds and died under mysterious circumstances. Could it be that some monster has returned to our vicinity? Lord Ho looked at Chen Xiao, filled with hope. If there truly is a monster, you must not turn a blind eye. If it were a monster, would there be whole corpses left behind? Surely, something would be missing. But has the government made any statements regarding this? Chen Xiao casually inquired. Since his arrival, he had eradicated the nearby monsters, and for many years, no such creatures had dared to appear in the city. The years of peace had emboldened common folk like Lord Ho to speak of monsters so casually. In the past, who would not turn pale at the mere mention of them? I cannot say for certain. I only know this bit of information. Lord Ho felt somewhat guilty, as this news was hardly worth a single piece of Tianjin money. In light of the Tianjin coin's value, Chen Xiao personally replaced an entire set of bedding. By the time he completed this task, the sky had darkened, and the incessant snowfall outside had grown increasingly frigid. My household is not a wealthy one. We do not have the habit of keeping a stove lit at night. 2 cotton quilts should suffice. If you find it too cold, I can buy you a stove. But it will cost extra. Chen Xiao rambled on, yet when he finally lifted his gaze, he discovered that the girl, resembling a pear blossom, was quietly observing him from the corridor, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. The absence of a stove in his home was indeed true. He himself was a martial artist of considerable stature, his physique particularly resilient, rendering him impervious to the elements. Xian Nandu smiled in gratitude and then asked, I suppose I won't die in your home, will I? Qin Xiao smirked slightly, sensing her genuine fear of death. I cannot guarantee that. Generally, monsters would not dare to seek trouble with me, but if it's a particularly powerful one, rest assured, I will certainly abandon you and flee. That even a coherent response. Xian Nandu, unperturbed, smiled and inquired, what if it's not a monster? There was an underlying implication in her words. Chen Xiao rubbed his temples. Feeling somewhat helpless, if everyone wishes for your demise, no matter how capable I am, I cannot save you. Xian Nandu smiled without replying, recognizing that dealing with intelligent individuals was seldom a daunting task. Sleep peacefully. I have a feeling your luck won't be too poor. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively and turned to sit beneath the eaves, closing his eyes to rest. Under the night sky, the snow continued to fall relentlessly. A figure clad in black hurriedly entered the brightly lit county office. Having come from outside the county office, he clasped his hands in greeting, and a lean middle-aged man in a green official robe seated on the dais adjusted his black cap and gestured for the clerk to present the report in hand. This man was Mi Ku, the county magistrate of Tianjin. A successful scholar from the second year of the Tianjin era, Mi Ku had ranked decently in the imperial examination, yet due to his ordinary background, he had languished in his position for over a decade. Once filled with ambition to accomplish great deeds, he had since adopted a mindset of seeking to avoid mistakes rather than striving for accomplishments. Mika's experience epitomized the mentality of many lower-level officials in the Great Liang dynasty. The greatest challenge faced by local officials, especially in remote areas, was the occasional appearance of monsters. Initially, Miko had conducted his duties with trepidation, fearful of being devoured by monsters at any moment. However, his life had improved considerably since Chen Xiao took over from his predecessor, who had died unexpectedly 3 years prior. With Chen Xiao's presence, no monsters dared to roam Tianjin County, allowing Miku to perform his duties with greater ease. Aware that he had little chance of climbing the ranks further, Miku no longer felt inclined to disturb the lives of ordinary citizens. Under his administration, Tianjin County had become a rare bastion of peace in the Great Liang dynasty, earning him a respectable reputation. Yet, as he examined the conclusions drawn by the coroner regarding the deaths of the Zhang couple, Mika's brow furrowed in concern. Did the Zhang couple truly harbor any enmities with others? Mika turned to the scribe beside him, his expression darkening. The scribe, surnamed Zhang, was not particularly tall but sported a full beard, giving him an appearance that was not typical of a scholar. As the official responsible for documents, records, and seals in the Great Liang dynasty, he was the second most important person in the county after the magistrate. Scribe Zhang smiled wryly and nodded. County magistrate, the Zhang couple has always maintained a good reputation, being quite amiable. The neighbors speak highly of them, and they have not formed any grudges with anyone. Mika nodded in acknowledgement, not refuting the statement, as this conclusion was already anticipated. Magistrate, regarding the coroner's findings, Scribe Zhang glanced at Miku, eager to learn the cause of death for the couple. There are no definitive results. Upon examining the bodies, nothing conclusive was discovered. Miku handed the coroner's written conclusions to Scribe Zhang, muttering to himself, there are no strangulation marks on the neck, and if they died of asphyxiation, it should not appear this way. Could it be that they were haunted? Scribe Zhang examined the paper for a moment, but found no useful clues. They had previously visited the scene. The couple had died in their own bed without any signs of struggle, as if they had passed away peacefully in their sleep. If it were just one individual, one might speculate it was a sudden illness, but the identical circumstances surrounding the couple's demise left one perplexed. Miku, in frustration, tugged at his already sparse hair when suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Before long, another clerk rushed into the hall, panic-stricken. "Sir, someone has died." "Someone has died? I am still alive and well." Miku raised his head, scolding, "Speak sensibly." "I am perfectly fine." "Who has died?" The clerk, panting heavily, realized the magistrate's anger and quickly replied, "Sir, another person has died, and the circumstances are identical to those of the Chen couple." Before Miku could respond, Scribe Zhang interjected, "Is that true?" The clerk nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking for grain, expressing concern. "It's the butcher Zhang from Changyuan Street. We shall have no meat to eat." "Nonsense! What are you rambling about?" Miku immediately reprimanded, but soon realized the situation was serious. He then turned to Scribe Zhang and instructed, "Come with me to investigate." Scribe Zhang nodded, rolling up his sleeves as he retrieved a knife from beneath the table. Just as the four of them were about to leave the hall, Miku suddenly recalled something and directed the nearby clerk, "Go to Taohua Alley and summon Chen, the town protector. Have him head directly to Changyuan Street." As the county magistrate, Miku's capabilities were commendable, and he had keenly sensed that these two murders were no ordinary occurrences. Perhaps a monster was indeed at play. If monsters were involved, it was most appropriate to have Chen Chao intervene. However, what if the town protector was unwilling to come at such a late hour? The clerk hesitated, knowing that while the magistrate held authority over the county, the town protector's rank was equivalent to that of the magistrate, and thus the magistrate had no authority to command him. Furthermore, there was no solid evidence linking the recent murders to monsters, making it reasonable for the town protector to decline the request. "Just go and ask him, stating that we suspect the involvement of monsters." "That fellow will not refuse," Miku assured, not concerned that Chen Chao would decline. For him, the more monsters, the better. Chapter 6. There are monsters. Chen Chao had a dream. A rather serious one. Over the past 2 years, he had frequently dreamt, and the subject of these dreams was always a woman. In his dreams, a woman gazed at him, and although Chen Chao could do many things, he could never look into her eyes. Whenever he attempted to do so, he was met with a blinding light so intense that it would instantly awaken him. However, this time, before he could look into the woman's eyes, he was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks at the door, accompanied by frantic calls. "Chen Town Protector! Chen Town Protector!" Chen Chao opened his eyes just in time to see a wild cat perched on a distant rooftop, its emerald green eyes fixed on him. "Get lost!" Chen Chao unceremoniously grabbed a piece of peeling wood and tossed it at the cat, landing it precisely at its feet. The wild cat turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Chen Chao stretched lazily, glanced at the sky, and mumbled, "Is it only the third watch?" He approached the door and opened the courtyard gate to find a clerk with a lantern, shivering from the cold and covered in snow. Chen Chao glanced at him and asked, "What's the matter? Did Magistrate me summon us for a late-night snack again?" This was Miku's penchant, to gather people for supper in the middle of the night. The clerk was taken aback, never having anticipated that Chen Chao's first words upon opening the door would be this, "Speak. What has transpired?" Chen Chaoyang cast a glance at the snow and wind clinging to the little official's attire. Was it truly necessary to venture out in the middle of the night amidst such heavy snowfall merely to invite him for a late-night meal? It was a mere offhand remark. After all, the little official, regaining his composure, wasted no time and began recounting all that had occurred at the county office, spilling forth details like beans from a sack. Yet, it was evident that he had never received a formal education, as he took an inordinate amount of time to convey even the simplest of matters. Finally, gasping for breath, he concluded, "Butcher Zhang of Changyuan Street has also perished. We shall surely be deprived of pork henceforth." Chen Chaoyang curled his lips in a slight smirk. "And you still concern yourself with such trivialities at this juncture? Fear not. With Zhang the butcher's demise, we shall simply forego the hairy pigs." Chen inquired, "What does the magistrate mean with respect to the current situation?" The county magistrate had instructed Chen, the defender, to hasten to Changyuan Street, suspecting that a malevolent entity was at play. A malevolent entity? At the mention of this, Chen Xiaoyang straightened his posture, his demeanor transforming dramatically from when he had first opened the door. Observing this change, the little official could not help but admire his superior's astute insight. Indeed, it was as he thought. However, Chen did not immediately follow the little official outside, but turned to glance at the courtyard. "What is it, Defender Chen? Do you have further matters to attend to?" The little official was somewhat anxious, for this was a matter of life and death. If the situation remained unclear, by the morrow, the entire Tianqing County would be engulfed in fear. Just as he finished speaking, a door to the side room swung open, and a young lady clad in a blue cotton jacket emerged. Upon seeing the beautiful young woman, the little official momentarily lost his composure, his face flushed, and he instinctively lowered his head in self-reproach. Disrupting Defender Chen's private affairs at such a late hour was truly inappropriate. No wonder Chen had appeared somewhat out of sorts when he first opened the door. Qin Xiaoyang, with a hint of suspicion, glanced at Xia Nandu and asked, "Shall we step out together?" Xia Nandu nodded and picked up the oiled paper umbrella leaning against the door. Chen then nodded in agreement and followed the little official outside, with Xia Nandu trailing closely behind, maintaining a respectful distance. The little official, unable to contain his curiosity, broke the silence after a few steps. "Defender Chen, which young lady is this?" "A newly acquired bride." Qin Xiaoyang fell silent. Pondering, "Defender Chen, you are indeed youthful and accomplished. To attain the rank of defender at such a young age, with a commendable martial prowess, even your chosen bride surpasses the beauty of our superior's wife. Such a comparison is excessive. Can one truly measure our esteemed madam against her? That cannot be said. The madam is quite remarkable. Were I to marry someone like her in this lifetime, it would be worth it even in death. You set your aspirations rather low. Indeed, how could I possibly compare with Defender Chen? Your words are most flattering." Amidst the little official's incessant praise, the trio arrived at a residence on Changyuan Street, which had long been enveloped by a throng of officers, the area illuminated as brightly as day by countless torches. The street bore varying depths of footprints. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoyang, the officers visibly relaxed. In Tianqing County, regardless of other matters, this young man was a stabilizing presence. With him present, everything became more manageable. However, as Xia Nandu entered their line of sight, their attention shifted entirely. Though the oiled paper umbrella obscured much of her beauty, the glimpses of her visage alone were enough to captivate them. The little official cleared his throat. "What are you all staring at? This is Defender Chen's lady. Let none harbor improper thoughts at this proclamation." Xia Nandu furrowed her brow slightly, while Chen's focus remained elsewhere. Nevertheless, the little official's declaration had its effect. Most of the officers redirected their gazes. Although Chen was young, he wielded authority over them, and within the bureaucratic hierarchy of the Daliang dynasty. He stood on equal footing with Magistrate Mi once inside the courtyard. Chen Xiaoyang immediately spotted Magistrate Mi standing under the eaves, his face ashen. Upon seeing Chen, the magistrate's expression transformed instantly, greeting him with a beaming smile. "Brother Chen, we have awaited your arrival." Chen rubbed his hands together and inquired, "What is the situation?" Though he was somewhat aware of the circumstances, the little official and even Lord Ho from earlier had not articulated the details of the murder cases clearly. Magistrate Mi nodded, beginning to recount the particulars of the two homicides. Having been educated and serving as magistrate for several years, his ability shone through as he elucidated the matter succinctly. No signs of struggle. They simply perished. This is rather intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, Chun declared, "Let us examine the bodies." Magistrate Mi nodded, having previously consulted the coroner, who found no leads, and himself uncovered nothing suspicious at the scene, thus leaving him to ponder the possibility of malevolent entities. Upon entering the main hall, Chen Xiaoyang beheld the corpulent and robust corpse of Butcher Zhang, slumped in the central grand chair. On the side table rested an empty wine jar and a bowl still containing half a cup of wine. Butcher Zhang, a widower for many years, typically indulged in a drink after closing his stall. The wine bore no poison, and given his considerable tolerance, it was unlikely that excessive drinking was the cause of death. No other injuries could be found. The lean coroner bowed to Chen, his words succinct and devoid of hesitation. Yet, the seasoned coroner, having served in the county office for over a decade, felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a coroner, failing to ascertain the cause of death multiple times was indeed shameful. Should we summon the witnesses who discovered Butcher Zhang's body for questioning? Magistrate Mi suggested, having previously Chun Chao expressed his thoughts, suggesting that the guards simply need to secure both ends of the long street. If that monster were to escape, it would at least provide a direction to pursue. Lord Mi had toiled for so long. There was no need for him to head towards Changyuan Street tonight. It would suffice for him to rest at the county office while awaiting news. Throughout the conversation, Chun Chao maintained his gaze on Miku. I have already prepared the steps for you. Now it is up to you. Mika pondered for a moment and, with a righteous demeanor, stated, Your words, Town Guard, are misguided, as the local magistrate. How can I rest easy at the county office after such significant events have unfolded in Tianjin County? Indeed, your words command respect, my lord. You are truly a model for us all. The old coroner endeavored to mend his relationship with Miku. Zhang Zhubu chuckled inwardly, thinking that the lord must feel safer following Town Guard. Qin Chao smiled and nodded, adding, I was indeed too naive. Given Lord Mi's character, how could he be one to fear for his life? While speaking, Chun Chao frequently glanced at Miku, his eyes clearly conveying the message. You shall treat me to supper next time. Mika nodded repeatedly, indicating his agreement. As for the guards present, who were bewildered by the exchange, they now looked at Miku with increased admiration. Our county magistrate is truly a commendable official. In light of this, I shall return to make preparations. Chun Chao smiled lightly, glanced at the sky, and thought that he could still catch some sleep during the day. Mika hesitated, wanting to say that he couldn't bear to part with him, but ultimately gritted his teeth and said, Town Guard, please come back early. I fear in your absence. Chun Chao nodded and stepped out of the county office, accompanied by the taciturn Xia Nandu. Observing the silhouette of the young woman, Mika frowned again and murmured, When did this girl arrive? Zhang Zhubu feigned ignorance. The old coroner contemplated whether he should procure some medicine for the lord as head. Otherwise, should he simply dissect it to uncover the issue? Soon, the old coroner shook his head again. While dissection might be simple, the challenge would lie in restoring it afterward. After everything was arranged, Chun Chao departed the county office amidst the reluctant gazes of Miku and the others, stepping back into the snow-laden world, returning to his own courtyard. However, before entering, he encountered the idler Zhou Guqi. The two exchanged knowing glances and sat down on their respective thresholds, engaging in a spirited argument. Yet, once again, Chun Chao found himself at a disadvantage. Cursing under his breath, he turned to open the door, still lamenting his inability to perform at his best today. Once inside the courtyard, he resumed his seat before the severely weathered pillar, leaning his back against it with a look of satisfaction. Do you enjoy quarreling with that fellow so much? The girl scrutinized Chun Chao, their interactions spanning beyond mere days, yet she still found him inscrutable. Her concern did not lie with his penchant for argument, but rather, the stark contrast between his earnest endeavors and his usual demeanor. However, she soon narrowed her eyes, realizing it was a fade. His apparent weakness served only to deliver a fatal blow when it mattered most. Do not regard me so, nor ponder excessively. Our paths shall not intertwine much in the future. Chun Chao appeared rather indifferent. I believe we shall meet again in the capital, Xian Andu said with a smile. Someone like you will not remain in this small place for a lifetime. Chun Chao replied, When that time comes, I hope you will look after me, for we are friends. Xian Andu countered, As friends, why do you still charge me? One must separate feelings from finances. Besides, you are well aware of my circumstances. My monthly salary is meager. And with no nearby monsters to hunt, how can I afford to be extravagant? Chun Chao feigned distress, though the display of anguish was exaggerated compared to his actual predicament. Spare me the details. I shall not increase your payment. Although Xian Nandu could not fully decipher Chun Chao, she understood one truth. This fellow spoke few genuine words. Let us discuss serious matters. Chun Chao shifted the topic, choosing to address the recent homicide, as the town guard. It was his obligation. Xian Nandu looked at him and remarked, Since you already have your own thoughts, why seek my counsel? Then why did you express that sentiment in the county office? Chun Chao sighed, You have articulated my thoughts, and I cannot risk that monster overhearing I in the vast Tianjin County. Where would I seek it out if it fled? Xian Nandu paused, then said, It may not necessarily be a monster. Her tone was measured, yet her assessment had shifted from earlier, though Chun Chao displayed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this conclusion. Xian Nandu continued, There are cultivators from the south, a branch of chi practitioners, who wield unique abilities and could control monsters. If they are harboring such creatures, it would not be unexpected. Should a passing cultivator allow their monsters to wreak havoc, they would not be overly concerned. Chen Qiao's expression darkened. Cultivators in the Liang dynasty had long disregarded imperial authority and law, viewing human life as disposable. If it were indeed a cultivator's monster, it would pose significant trouble. Xianandu inquired. If it is indeed a monster raised by a cultivator, what will you do? This was a direct question, one that had plagued the Liang dynasty for 2 centuries. The answer had been provided through the actions of many officials over the years. Turn a blind eye. Could the Liang dynasty afford the wrath of those mountain-dwelling cultivators? Setting aside the Liang dynasty's authority, in the current situation, if it were truly a monster raised by a cultivator, what could a mere town guard like Chen Qiao accomplish? Chen Qiao did not respond but instead looked at Xianandu and asked, "Will you stay here tonight, or accompany me to Changyuan Street?" "No, I shall remain at home tonight." Xianandu, for the first time, deviated from her usual choice of following Chen Qiao. Chen Qiao replied earnestly, "I must remind you that this is my home, not yours." Xianandu feigned grievance. "Is it necessary to emphasize such a trivial matter?" Chen Qiao nodded, maintaining his seriousness. "I fear that you may develop feelings for me that, of course, I am quite likable. Should you find yourself unable to resist liking me, I would not consider it an issue. However, I worry that should you entertain such thoughts, you might take my act of saving you for granted and forget to compensate me." Xianandu pondered thoughtfully. "If I truly came to like you, would you not gain more?" Indeed, it was difficult to refuse such a proposition, yet Chen Qiao resolutely replied, "I must decline." He casually tore off a piece of paint from the wooden pillar and tossed it aside. Smiling, "While soft living may be enjoyable, it is not to my taste." The snowfall had lightened, yet the chill remained. Zhou Guqi sat on his threshold, clad in a thick cotton robe, rubbing his hands together. His spirits lifted. His good mood did not stem from winning yet another argument with the young man named Chen, for he had grown accustomed to victory. Rather, it was due to the fact that his plump wife had returned to her family today to celebrate her father's 80th birthday. Before leaving, she had scolded him for quite some time, insisting that he accompany her, but Zhou Guqi had steadfastly refused. His circumstances had been poor over the years, and he had faced ridicule from his father-in-law's relatives. Few would wish to endure scorn on such a day. However, he was merely lazy, too lazy to walk from one street to another. Just as Zhou Guqi was enjoying this moment of leisure, he suddenly heard a creaking sound and looked up to see the door open. A figure clad in black emerged. Who else could it be but that young man named Chen? Zhou Guqi narrowed his eyes, feeling invigorated. After all, they were old acquaintances. Chen Qiao recognized immediately what the old man was thinking, and he waved his hand impatiently, indicating that he had urgent matters to attend to and lacked time for quarrels. Zhou Guqi clicked his tongue. "Are you off to Changyuan Street?" "Indeed, there are monsters in the city now. Be cautious while you sleep tonight, Ho. You actually care about me now? Are you worried I might die and leave you without anyone to argue with?" "Not at all. I have been strapped for cash lately." Zhou Guqi's expression soured at this. This young man had a talent for insulting without using foul language. "Do you truly believe that the monster will still be lurking in Changyuan Street?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qiao suddenly halted and turned to regard the unremarkable man. "Could it be, Do you have any thoughts on the matter?" Chen Qiao inquired, a peculiar notion beginning to take shape. Zhou Guqi burst into laughter. "You dimwit! After the monster committed 2 murders on Changyuan Street, do you think it would linger there tonight? It is akin to me hiding my stash of money. Who would store their valuables in one place?" The man wore a knowing expression, clearly pleased with himself. "Is that all?" Chen Qiao's lips twitched, his face filled with regret. "What was I expecting? What? You still do not understand?" The man looked at him disdainfully, as if he were a child incapable of learning or a rotting wood unworthy of carving. Chen Qiao, expressionless, raised his middle finger at the man and, before he could react, turned and walked away. Chapter 8. The fatal blow. As night fell once more, Changyuan Street descended into an eerie silence. Following the occurrence of 2 gruesome murders, the residents of this street became exceedingly cautious. As darkness enveloped the area, they dared not make a sound, securing their doors and windows tightly. Many even placed defensive implements beside their beds, with rolling pins and kitchen knives being the most common choices. The county office maintained a tight lid on information. Those in the know could only ascertain that 2 murders had taken place on Changyuan Street, with the circumstances of the deaths being peculiar. Yet, there was no clear indication that these were the work of supernatural beings, which prevented widespread panic from spreading throughout the county. In the depths of the night, at one end of Chongyuan Street, County Magistrate Mika crouched with a group of bailiffs, all nervously observing the shadowy street. Where is Chen, the town defender? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Mika turned to glance into the distance, but saw no signs of life, his heart racing with anxiety. With the hour approaching midnight, he could not fathom why this individual had not yet appeared. He had staked his life and fortune on the reliability of Chen. If this fellow proved untrustworthy, his own life would be forfeit. Zhang, the clerk, brandished a steel knife, his eyes betraying a sense of excitement rather than fear. He lowered his voice. Chen, the town defender, is a formidable martial artist. He must have arrived already, but perhaps to avoid alarming the enemy, he refrains from meeting with us directly. Though Zhang appeared rugged, his mind was astutely perceptive. Otherwise, he would not have thrived in his position for so many years. Mika nodded, still harboring doubts, and asked, "This creature we face, it should not be too difficult to subdue, correct? Do you have any insight into the realm of the town defender?" Zhang shook his head, replying softly, "He is likely a pure martial artist, but as for his specific realm, I cannot say for certain. In the Daliang dynasty, martial artists and cultivators coexisted. The path of a martial artist was straightforward, while the paths of cultivators were diverse, with myriad sects each possessing their own arcane arts. Those uninitiated in the ways of cultivation could hardly discern the intricacies involved." Zhang, being an outsider, was aware that the cultivation realms could be roughly divided into 6 levels, a classification that applied universally to both cultivators and martial artists. The 6 realms are often likened to layers of heaven. Yet, the current realm of the youthful town defender remained a mystery. However, the prolonged peace of recent years constantly reminded them that this enigmatic young man was undoubtedly formidable. One need not ponder too deeply the possibility that if the Chen dynasty could not handle the creature, they collectively would stand no chance. Zhang wondered if Miku ever considered the day when the Chen dynasty might depart from this place. Every time such thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a profound sense of anguish. Just as Zhang lost himself in sorrow, he suddenly noticed the pained expression on the face of the county magistrate beside him. Startled, he felt a rush of emotion. Could it be that he and the magistrate shared such a deep connection? As tears welled in his eyes, Mika placed a hand on his shoulder, applying gentle pressure that sent an unfamiliar sensation coursing through Zhang. His rugged face flushed a shade of red, and he felt an unexpected shyness. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. "Sir, what troubles you?" Zhang inquired with concern. "My legs have gone numb," Mika replied, furrowing his brow as relief washed over his face. The pain dissipating, he leaned against Zhang to ease the strain on his legs. Zhang felt a sudden sense of loss, as if something intangible had slipped away. The hour of the second watch was fast approaching. Had that Chun fellow arrived or not? Why was there not a single sign of movement? Mika's agitation grew, and he began to lose his composure. When Chan stepped outside, the sky had yet to darken. Xianandu had already brought out the newly purchased stove, sitting on an old chair in the corridor as she ignited the charcoal within. This was her first attempt at such a task. Initially, she fumbled clumsily, but soon grew adept. After successfully lighting the stove, she washed her hands in the snow and returned to her spot, extending her 2 small, pale hands over the fire, from which wisps of steam began to rise. Gazing at the pristine stove, she felt a tinge of disappointment, perhaps due to the absence of sweet potatoes. Compared to the fare she had previously consumed, sweet potatoes seemed hardly worth mentioning, yet the sweetness they offered was an experience she had never known. Her hands quickly dried, but a gust of wind swept through. With a creak, the wooden door to the courtyard slammed against the walls, and the wind and snow rushed into the small yard. Accompanying the tempest was a shadowy figure. He crossed the courtyard and approached the corridor, shaking off the snow from his clothes. Xianandu did not turn, keeping her hands on the stove, silent and unmoving. It was only when the figure drew near, standing several paces behind her, that she withdrew her hands, stood up, and moved to the bench opposite the stove, finally facing him. The newcomer was a young man with a delicate visage, pale skin, and a slender frame, clad in a thick white cotton robe. Truly, he was among the most distinguished of the Bai Lu Xia clan. His composure suggested he had no trouble establishing himself in the capital. The young man smiled and spoke, his voice brimming with admiration. Yet, If you suspected some treachery, why not remain in constant company with the young town defender? Are you concerned about implicating him? He chuckled lightly. The Bai Lu Xie clan ultimately pales in comparison to the true Xie clan of the capital. The calm young woman on the bench replied, "This matter is ours alone. There is no need to involve others. I had expected you might meet your demise in that mountain shrine, but it seems fortune has favored you," he remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The old fellow Song Yin evidently possesses some skill. His initial plan was to summon a bloodthirsty demon to slay the young woman and her companions atop that mountain, yet he had not anticipated that the waning Song Yin could indeed afford her a glimmer of hope. "If you are so fearful of being discovered, wouldn't killing me here leave behind even more clues? Are you not afraid?" Xia Nandu gazed at the young man, her voice steady. "The method of nurturing demonic beasts, even if it can create the illusion of a beast consuming a human, will ultimately reveal numerous flaws once the powerful figures from the capital arrive." The young man nodded, clearly agreeing. "Indeed, I erred in thinking your death must be flawlessly orchestrated. Yet, I later realized that once you are dead, there will be far fewer questions to answer. After all, who would make a fuss over a corpse?" Xia Nandu shook her head. The Bai Lu Xie clan would not allow their most promising descendant to die so obscurely. "You are mistaken. If you were truly a genius, wise beyond your years, you would not meet your end here if you die here. How can you call yourself a genius?" The young man scoffed. "Whether or not you are a genius, who would care if you live or die?" Xia Nandu fell silent. At this juncture, she understood all the underlying motivations. There were those in the capital who wished to see her unharmed, but that individual could never sway the true powers of the Xie clan. Their machinations could not escape the eyes of those in high places. Everything that had transpired had evidently received tacit approval. Even the number of attendants accompanying her upon leaving Bai Lu, as well as their realms of cultivation, had all been sanctioned. Why such approval? A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Xia Nandu's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The young woman, who had endured countless hardships to arrive in Tianqing County, simply stated, "I believe the powerful figures from the capital harbor no ill intentions toward me." The young man nodded. "Yes, they merely wish to observe. Otherwise, why would it be me? Are you not afraid of becoming a scapegoat in the end?" Xia Nandu regarded him, her tone calm. "I have another choice for you to consider." The admiration in the young man's eyes did not fade. Yet he shook his head. What a pity. Seeing his resolute stance, Xia Nandu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The young man glanced at the sky, sighed, "I wish I could converse with you longer, but time is short." He shook his head in regret. A surge of dark demonic energy erupted from the ground in front of him, manifesting into a grotesque creature, pitch black and hideous. A thick miasma of demonic energy enveloped it, evoking a sense of dread at first glance. For a beauty like you to be devoured by such a repulsive beast is indeed a shame. Yet there is little to be done. The young man lamented, then gestured with his hand. A bizarre energy trickled from his fingers, dissipating into the AI or in an instant. The grotesque creature began its charge. In a mere breath, it closed the distance to Xia Nandu, poised to strike down the most favored daughter of the Bai Lu Xie clan. The young man narrowed his eyes, seemingly foreseeing the outcome of this tale. The next moment, a thunderous crash resounded. The creature failed to reach Xia Nandu. A dark figure leaped down from the roof, colliding with the beast. The tremendous force propelled the creature away from the corridor, let out a monstrous shriek before falling silent, replaced by the sound of blunt instruments striking flesh. The cacophony echoed like the rumbling of spring thunder, yet was it not still the cold of winter? The dark figure, enveloping the wretched beast, plummeted into the snow, and in an instant, all sound ceased. As the heavy snow blanketed the sky, it suddenly paused, only to resume its descent moments later. At that instant, a dark figure rose from the snow-laden ground. It was Chen Chao. The youth, clad in garments as black as the storm itself, lifted his head. As the energy within him surged, the snowflakes cascading upon his black attire were instantaneously swept away, rendering him impervious to their touch. The young man, standing resolute amidst the swirling snow, exuded an aura of vitality. He cast his gaze towards the young man standing beneath the corridor, his eyes bright and star-like, devoid of any superfluous emotion. The young man furrowed his brow, about to speak, but before he could utter a word, The black-clad youth in the courtyard tightened his muscles in an instant. His previously slightly hunched posture straightened abruptly, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring. With a powerful leap, he surged towards the young man. Previously, the monstrous creature had maintained a distance of several zhang from Xianandu, and now, Chen Xiao found himself at a similar span from the young man. The creature had been unable to reach Xianandu, falling victim to Chen Xiao's relentless fists. Would he, too, be able to close the distance with this young man? Regardless of how much the practitioners of the world looked down upon martial artists, all understood that once a practitioner was within range of a martial artist, the outcome was rarely favorable. After a brief moment of distraction, the young man regained his composure, pushing off with his toes and retreating from the corridor. Returning to the courtyard, compared to the ferocious Chen Xiao, his movements were distinctly more graceful, embodying the demeanor of those so-called celestial beings. The black-clad youth, who had previously revealed his identity as the defender of Tianqing County, astonished the young man with his unexpectedly elevated realm. Was he a Lingtai or a Xinzong? If he were merely a Lingtai martial artist, the young man might still have a fighting chance. But if he faced a Xinzong martial artist, do you comprehend? As the young man hovered midair, energy swirling about his fingertips, he opened his mouth, only to halt mid-sentence. In an instant, the beast-like black-clad youth vanished. And before the young man could process the bewilderment, Chen Xiao had reappeared before him. A youthful visage, devoid of expression, stared directly at him. Before the young man could react, a not overly large fist struck him squarely. With a sharp crack, his nasal bone shattered, and the searing pain momentarily halted his thoughts. Almost immediately thereafter, he felt agony radiating throughout his entire body. The sound of cracking bones echoed continuously as those fists rained down relentlessly, resembling the sound of raindrops pattering against the tiled roof. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It felt like mere moments, yet simultaneously like an eternity. At last, the cacophony ceased. Xianandu observed the scene unfolding in the courtyard. Momentarily lost in thought in that instant, it was as if she was transported back to that night at the mountain god temple, where the same silent youth was silently engaged in his task. It seemed that only during battle did the black-clad youth reveal his true self. When Xianandu regained her senses, Chen Xiao had already dragged the young man, now gasping for breath, to the corridor. As he exhaled a deep breath, he adjusted his breathing. Xianandu was about to speak when she noticed Chen Xiao squatting before the young man, entirely unconcerned with the blood pouring from the young man's mouth, earnestly rummaging through his belongings. His demeanor suggested a hint of excitement. Watching this unfold, Xianandu found herself lost in thought once more, standing amidst the wind in a state of disarray. Chapter 9. Review. After a lengthy search, Chen Xiao managed to uncover a considerable amount of valuable items from the young man, and with satisfaction, he glanced at the barely breathing figure before him and asked, "Should we leave a survivor?" Only then did the dazed Xianandu snap back to reality, frowning as she replied, "Is there any chance he can be saved?" "Highly unlikely," Chen Xiao chuckled, dismissing the matter as he made his way toward the stove. However, just as he was about to settle into an old chair, Xianandu beat him to it. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow but said nothing, instead plopping down opposite her, drawing close to the warmth of the fire and letting out a contented hum. After a brief moment, Chen Xiao turned to Xianandu and inquired, "Isn't it time for some revelations?" Xianandu contemplated for a moment. The two of them were now undeniably allies, with nothing left to hide. She spoke plainly, "I hail from the Bai Luxia clan." Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. "The Bai Luxia clan, the one closely related to the Shinduxia clan?" Xianandu nodded, her demeanor calm. Chen Xiao, however, was taken aback. Earlier, he had sensed that this young woman was of unusual lineage, yet even upon discovering her surname was Xie, he had not anticipated a connection to the esteemed Xie clan. The weight of that name was indeed substantial. Over 2 centuries ago, amidst a tumultuous era, the founding emperor of the Daliang dynasty resolved to overthrow tyranny, and the Bai Luxia clan lent their full support, providing both resources and sending forth numerous talented descendants to assist. As the Daliang dynasty established its reign, several members of the Xie clan were bestowed titles, becoming crucial ministers of the new regime. With the passage of time, these individuals solidified their foothold in the capital, giving rise to the Shinduxia clan. The Bai Luxia clan served as the ancestral home, while the Shinduxia clan was initially a mere offshoot. However, as generations passed and the Shin Du Xie clan established a stronghold in the court, they eventually became comparable to the Bai Lu Xie clan. Several decades prior, the Shin Du Xie clan had risen to become one of the most prominent families in the dynasty, even rivaling the centuries-old Wei clan of Qinghe, thus surpassing the Bai Lu Xie clan in influence. Although the ancestral home in the south remained the ancestral home, many customs had unwittingly transformed over time. Xianandu was the most outstanding figure of her generation in the Bai Lu Xie clan, and sending her to the capital likely harbored ulterior motives. I have always stated that befriending me should prove a wise choice. Xianandu added a piece of charcoal to the stove, expressing a hint of regret. If only there were some sweet potatoes. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and analyzed. The Shin Du Xie clan wishes for you to ascend to the capital. Yet among them, some do not desire your presence there. It is not so much a matter of desire. Among the highborn, there exists no genuine camaraderie. Everything is contingent upon value. The thoughts of those prominent figures are not difficult to decipher. They merely wish to observe me. Xianandu cast a glance at Chen Xiao, her intent evident. They wish to assess whether you possess the qualities of a so-called genius. This is a test. And only if you succeed will you bear the Xie surname. Chen Xiao scoffed. Such behavior aligns perfectly with the temperament of those so-called elites in the capital. Xianandu regarded Chen Xiao earnestly. Thank you. A girl yet to embark on her training, left to navigate the aftermath of her companion's demise. How could she possibly pass such a test? She could only rely on external forces. Utilizing talent is one of the essential abilities for the descendants of the foremost families in the Daoyang dynasty. Suddenly, Xianandu inquired, you know little of the information, and I have not clarified much for you. How did you know he would appear here? Chen Xiao glanced at the lifeless young man, tilting his head slightly. There are many foolish individuals in this world, yet I am fortunate not to be among them. The monstrous creature had appeared on Changyuan Street twice. Any reasonable person would first choose to stake out that location. However, during a prior conversation with Xianandu, she had mentioned that certain Qi refiners kept monsters, leading Chen Xiao to realize that these two gruesome incidents were far from ordinary. Moreover, Xianandu's choice to remain behind instead of accompanying him to Changyuan Street posed the greatest question. Why would she, who usually felt safest by Chen Xiao's side, choose to stay back at such a moment? Was she attempting to extricate Chen Xiao from this troublesome affair? What fate had she carved out for herself? Clearly, she intended to lure the young man out while gambling that Chen Xiao, being astute, would comprehend the hints she left behind. In essence, tonight held no element of chance. It was a trap laid by the two of them. At this juncture, even Chen Xiao had to admire the depth of this young woman's cunning. With a composed demeanor and profound insight, she approached matters with exceptional methodicalness and meticulous thought, if she were indeed a prodigy in her cultivation. Then upon her arrival in the capital, she would undoubtedly stir up a tempest within the Xie clan. The future remains uncertain, but securing her friendship would undoubtedly be advantageous. Does this imply that I am potentially conversing with the next head of the Xie clan? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, though he did not display excessive excitement, even less so than when he had profited from the young man. The atmosphere had reached a peak. What of your story? Will you not share? Indeed, Xianandu was genuinely intrigued by Chen Xiao's tale. This young defender of Tianqing County, from whence did he come? What was the origin of his martial prowess, and what realm did he truly inhabit? All of this was information Xianandu yearned to uncover. Curiosity may be perilous for a cat, yet it evidently posed no threat to Xianandu. Nothing much to disclose, however. I did assist you once again today. Shouldn't there be a reward? Chen Xiao blinked, retrieving a demon pearl he had just obtained from the creature. This pearl differed from ordinary demon pearls. Its demonic essence was less potent, but possessed the ability to record images. It would undoubtedly pique the interest of the noblewomen in the capital, serving as an impeccable tool for exposing infidelity. Gathering the demon orb, Chen Xiao adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, is this trial concluded here? Or are there further measures to consider? Now that we have boarded this treacherous vessel, what alternatives do we possess besides striving to prevent it from sinking? Xianandu smiled and shook her head, pondering how one could truly fathom the thoughts of significant figures at a glance, perhaps a second glance. Who can articulate the clarity of such perceptions? Suddenly, Chen Xiao remarked, for someone like you, who would dare to marry you in the future without perpetual trepidation? Upon hearing this, Xianandu was not offended. Instead, she asked, why must one necessarily marry? Chen Xiao found himself momentarily speechless by her response, but Xianandu continued with a smile. if a truly remarkable man were to appear. What harm would there be in marrying him? Chapter 10. I only wish to be a warrior after dealing with the corpse of the young man. Chen Xiao exhaled a deep breath of relief. The night felt familiar yet distinct from that of the mountain god temple. On this night, Xian and Du had shared much and asked many questions, yet the youth before her remained exceedingly cautious, leaving many inquiries unanswered. She did not feel anger, merely maintaining her curiosity towards the cloaked young Ma and I. In the early morning, Chen Xiao rose, exited the courtyard, and ventured outside the alley to purchase a roasted sweet potato. Hesitating momentarily while paying, he ultimately said, "I'll take another one." As he turned to return, he unexpectedly encountered Zhou Guqi, who was opening the door early in the morning. They exchanged glances and naturally fell into yet another quarrel. Ultimately, Chen Xiao returned to the stove with a displeased expression, handing the slightly larger sweet potato to Xie and Du while keeping the smaller one in front of him, refraining from eating immediately. As she picked up the sweet potato, Xian and Du posed an almost naive question. "Do you know of the academy in the capital?" Chen Xiao nodded vacantly. In the Daoyang dynasty, there were many cultivators, yet those who served the court primarily fell into two categories: the warriors who devoted countless resources to honing their skills, and the Confucian scholars, one of the three teachings. The external cultivation sects had orderly lineages, with histories spanning centuries, often outlasting entire dynasties. They possessed profound heritage and sought suitable young men and women to bring into their fold, severing worldly ties. The path of martial arts, in essence, offered an alternative for ordinary individuals who could not become cultivators. It required no innate talent, and even the most dim-witted warrior could, through 10 or 8 years of grueling effort, at least enter the ranks. Consequently, cultivators held a contemptuous attitude towards warriors, believing that cultivation aligned with the heavenly way, drawing strength from the world to empower oneself. Thus, suitable cultivators were seen as chosen by the heavens, while those ill-suited for cultivation yet pursuing martial paths were regarded as anomalies. In such a predicament, warriors often found that allegiance to the dynasty was nearly their only option. Currently, the border forces in the northern frontier, resisting the demonic tide, comprised the greatest number of warriors from the entire Daoyang dynasty. As one of the three teachings, Confucian scholars had always been closely tied to the mortal realm. Many years ago, when Confucianism gained prominence, it began to author texts to educate the populace, gradually forming a doctrinal lineage. Due to the unique nature of Confucianism, it was destined to have intricate connections with the secular world. After countless years of development, Confucianism became the most closely linked with the dynasty, resembling a partnership where Confucianism provided the literati necessary for governance, while the dynasty supplied a continuous stream of scholarly talent. Unlike other cultivators, literati at least had the world and its common people in their hearts. The academy in the capital was regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of all scholars. If one did not seek external cultivation, gaining entry into that academy was the best path. Chen Xiao slowly peeled the sweet potato, revealing its steaming golden flesh, and after taking a bite, he found it quite sweet. If all went as expected, Xian and Du would certainly be admitted to that academy. Given her considerable talent, it would only be a matter of time before she gained renown in the capital. However, even if she shone brightly, making strides in the officialdom would not be so easy. The Daoyang dynasty did not prohibit women from serving in government, yet regrettably, there had not been any female officials in the past 200 years. Should Xian and Du aspire to become a female advisor in the Daoyang dynasty, the road ahead would likely be fraught with thorns. If I reach the capital and establish a foothold, I can assist you in securing a spot for the academy's entrance examination, Chen Xiao offered. Xian and Du's expression turned serious, devoid of jest. Earlier, she had mentioned repaying Chen Xiao but had not clarified how. Now, her words were more valuable than any amount of wealth. A spot in the academy represented something significant, which Chen Xiao understood all too well. Each year, the academy's admissions were a grand event for the entire Daoyang. And which family did not wish to send their offspring there? A single spot was worth a fierce competition among the great families, as the academy not only housed a vast array of cultivation scriptures, but also boasted some of the most powerful cultivators in the current Daoyang. The head of the academy was a legendary figure. The so-called 6 realms of heaven likely found their pinnacle in that individual. In the entire Daoyang, few could rival the head of the academy. And even among external cultivation sects, few powerful figures could disregard such a person. If one could become a disciple of such an individual, What challenges would remain in the Daliang? Ascending to prominence would be exceedingly simple. I am but a warrior. Chen Xiao knew that Xian Endu, having dared to speak thus, possessed confidence in her ability to secure a spot, an opportunity coveted by countless individuals in the Daliang. Yet, he firmly declined. Is there truly no possibility of changing your path to cultivation? Your talents should be commendable. The path of a warrior is far too arduous. Xian Endu smiled. Moreover, the resources required are immense, and you would find it hard to bear the burden. Her concern for Chen Xiao was genuine. For warriors in the Daliang, continual advancement necessitated immense resources to purchase various elixirs for refining their bodies. The staggering costs were beyond the means of a single warrior. Thus, most warriors found their only path lay in joining the military, earning merits by slaying enemies at the northern frontiers to acquire the necessary wealth. Though Chen Xiao was a garrison commander, his monthly salary was almost negligible compared to the demands for such resources. Chen Xiao chuckled. So, one sacrifices their life for something so ethereal? If you truly wish to assist me, perhaps you could contribute more funds. Xian Endu glanced at the sweet potato in her hand, swallowing unconsciously, her face displaying a hint of yearning, a sight that anyone would find endearing. What concerns you? Feel free to express. You have saved me more than once, and we ought to be friends now. Xian Endu lifted her gaze to meet Chen Xiao's, the mist in her eyes seemingly dissipating, revealing her most sincere demeanor. In truth, there exists a unique advantage among youth that fosters the establishment of relatively pure friendships. Even though these two were not ordinary youths, there were moments when circumstances could suddenly become uncomplicated. Chen Xiao observed the half-eaten sweet potato in his hand, feeling a pang of discomfort as he thought, my aptitude is not as impressive as you might believe. Must I confess that I can only be a warrior? Becoming a warrior was, after all, a choice born of necessity. Chen Xiao silently sighed. Yet could he voice such sentiments? Would he lose face? He set down the sweet potato and watched as the girl across from him carefully peeled the skin, then cautiously brought it to her lips, taking a gentle bite, her entire face lighting up with satisfaction. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Aren't you aware that eating too much sweet potato can lead to flatulence? Regaining his composure, he straightened his posture and declared calmly, my dream is simply to be a warrior. Hence, I have no interest in other paths. Chen Xiao spoke earnestly, with an air of nonchalance, but who could truly understand the pain he harbored within? Xian Endu looked up, first taken aback by Chen Xiao's seriousness. Seeing no other emotion on his face, she finally smiled, her eyes devoid of disappointment and instead filled with something else. She softly remarked, you are indeed a remarkable person. Chapter 11. The black market. After a somewhat superficial exchange with Xian Endu, midday approached. Considering the time, Chen Xiao grabbed an oiled paper umbrella and led Xian Endu out the door. Xian Endu set aside the remnants of her sweet potato and accepted the umbrella, casually asking, where are we headed? Chen Xiao did not conceal his intentions, replying, to the black market. Upon hearing this, Xian Endu visibly perked up. She had often heard tales of the black market while in Bailu Prefecture, knowing it to be a place for cultivators to trade in the external realm. There were sects dedicated to this business, but within the Daliang dynasty, the local capitals established official trading venues for cultivators to conduct their transactions. However, these government-sanctioned venues often withheld a portion of the transaction's wealth, leading to the emergence of the black market as a platform for cultivators to trade freely. Given the remote nature of Tianqing County, the Daliang dynasty had not set up any trading venues, leaving the black market as the sole avenue for acquiring spiritual herbs and cultivation materials. Due to its remote location, the black market in Tianqing County is only open one day each month, and today happens to be that day. Chen Xiao had been accumulating demon pearls over the past month, intending to exchange them all for heavenly gold today, which he planned to use to purchase the spiritual herbs needed for refining his body next month. However, Chen Xiao was acutely aware that while he had managed to scrape by these past few months, the days ahead would undoubtedly become increasingly grim. Casually glancing at Xian Endu, he pondered how he would survive in the future, depending entirely on whether she would have a change of heart after arriving in the divine capital and send him a substantial sum of money, or perhaps even deliver those spiritual herbs directly into his hands. As he walked down the long street, there were hardly any pedestrians to be seen, which made Chen Xiao feel somewhat at ease. Passing by the county office, he noticed the admiration in the eyes of the constable at the entrance, to which he merely nodded, refraining from further conversation. He had only recently learned that last night, Miku and several constables had stood guard all night on Changyuan Street, which had resulted in Mi Durian catching a cold. He was said to still be bedridden at this hour. Upon realizing this, Chen Xiao silently recalled that he had forgotten to greet Miku earlier, as he had warmed himself by the fire in the corridor all night while Mi had endured the chill of the snowstorm. What a transgression, however. He had heard that after Miku fell ill, the diligent Zhang Zhubu had been bustling about, anxiously seeking out doctors and brewing medicine. Mi Durin truly had a commendable subordinate. After passing the county office, the two turned into the eastern Liuya alley and soon arrived at a relatively spacious street market. This street was lined with numerous stalls, many of which displayed spiritual herbs and magical artifacts radiating various hues of light. However, these were merely small-time operations. The real power players among sellers owned their own shops along this street. This was the black market of Tianqing County. The Daliang dynasty typically turned a blind eye to such unofficial marketplaces, especially given the surprisingly good order in Tianqing County, which allowed the black market to flourish. Over time, this black market had become the largest aside from that of the provincial capital, attracting martial artists from several nearby counties who came to purchase spiritual herbs on this day. However, these transactions were relatively minor and not substantial. Commander Chen, you have arrived. Commander Chen is here. Clear the way, Commander Chen. I have top-quality blood ginseng, excellent value. Commander Chen, my 7-leaf grass is absolutely exquisite. Commander Chen, this is my sister. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao turned with some surprise towards the vendor. The vendor quickly added, this is the spiritual herb my sister harvested. Yet, after saying this, he continued, coincidentally, my sister is not yet married. So if Commander Chen has any thoughts. No need for that. As soon as Chen Xiao appeared, the stall owners became animated. It was no wonder they were so excitable. Over the past 2 years, Chen Xiao had become the largest patron of this black market, and every time he visited, the quantity of demon pearls he sold and the spiritual herbs he purchased were beyond what ordinary martial artists could compare. While others were merely dabbling, Chen Xiao consistently engaged in significant transactions. All eyes were on him, leaving Xie Nandu unnoticed in the corner. Chen Xiao cupped his hands in greeting, refrained from unnecessary chatter, and swiftly led Xie Nandu into a shop named Changming Pavilion that faced the street. The shop had an antique charm, and at that moment, only a gray-haired elder was dozing behind the counter. However, as soon as Chen Xiao entered, the elder opened his eyes, and the murky gaze suddenly regained clarity. Commander Chen, you are indeed punctual, the elder said with a smile, his eyes narrowing with kindness. I in such a small place. This young commander was their most significant customer, and naturally, he should be treated with warmth. And this young lady is? The elder glanced at Xie Nandu, then subtly furrowed his brow, as his years of experience told him that this girl was of extraordinary lineage, not to be underestimated. A friend, Chen Xiao replied, producing a heavy black cloth bag and handing it to the elder. Please calculate the price. The elder nodded, took the bag, and retrieved a disc as large as a grinding stone from beneath the counter. He placed it on the counter and began to empty the demon pearls from the bag. Instantly, the crisp sounds of the pearls hitting the disc filled the air, varying in volume, reminiscent of mountain springs cascading onto stones, a melodious symphony. Large pearls and small pearls fell onto the jade-like surface. While martial artists did not require demon pearls, other cultivators found them useful, hence every time he acquired demon pearls, Chen Xiao would sell them to purchase the spiritual herbs he needed. Most of these herbs were cultivated in the medicinal gardens of sects, with a few sourced from deep mountains and forests, where some cultivators specialized in this trade, known as herbalists. The elder cheerfully counted the demon pearls, categorizing them by quality before saying, the quantity is slightly less than last time. It seems the nearby demons must be dwindling. He appeared to be making casual conversation, yet was subtly reminding Chen Xiao that unless he sought alternate means, the future might prove challenging. Chen Xiao, being astute, candidly responded, I killed a blood demon a few days ago. The blood demon? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Among the shapeless demons in the Daliang dynasty, blood demons were particularly fearsome. For an ordinary cultivator, merely escaping unscathed would be a luxury. May I see the demon pearl? The elder was now visibly excited. A blood demon's pearl was undoubtedly a prized possession. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao produced the blood-red pearl and placed it on the disc, calmly watching the elder. The elder wiped his hands and gingerly picked up the blood pearl, examining it for a moment. muttering, "A top-grade specimen." There was no doubt about the pearl's exceptional quality. The blood energy within was abundant, indicating that the blood demon was likely at least a spirit platform-level creature, merely a step away from entering the divine repository realm. Yet, such a formidable being had been slain by Chen Xiao. The elder gazed at Chen Xiao, pondering the young commander's true cultivation level. The 6th level of cultivation's 2nd stage was the spirit platform, while the divine repository was the 3rd stage. At such a young age. If he were at the divine repository level, it would mean this young man was an undeniable genius. Such a prodigy? Merely a commander in a small county? The elder momentarily lost himself in thought, but soon the sound of someone knocking on the counter brought him back to reality. When he refocused, he saw the black-clad youth withdrawing his hand. "Name your price," Chen Xiao stated, wishing not to waste time. The elder pondered briefly before responding. "For these demon pearls, the total is 2,000 heavenly gold coins, and for this blood demon pearl, I can offer you 5,000. This price was not low, yet Chen Xiao immediately countered, 10,000. The elder's expression soured, a hint of anger flickering across his face, though he quickly masked it, squeezing out the words between clenched teeth. 10,000 is too much, at most, 6,000. The prices for ordinary demon pearls were already well known, and they were merely discussing the blood demon's pearl. 9,000. I believe you can sell it for even more. Chen Xiao smiled and replied, "Next time I have something good, I'll come to you." The elder sighed in resignation. "Commander Chen, this price is truly unfeasible." Chen Xiao maintained his smile. "It is certainly feasible." The elder shook his head, remaining steadfast in his stance. Chen Xiao fell silent, retracting the demon pearls and turning to leave. The elder did not react, merely letting out a disappointed sigh. However, just as Chen Xiao was about to step out of the shop, the elder gritted his teeth, as if making a significant decision, and called out, 7,000. That is the fair price. Chen Xiao turned back, smiling, 8,000. Hearing this, the elder slumped down, deflated, and nodded in resignation. Chen Xiao displayed no emotion, returning to the counter to place the demon pearls down, waiting for the attendant to fetch the payment. He also inquired about the value of the demon pearl from the creature he had slain the previous night. This particular pearl was rare and not particularly beneficial for cultivation, but perhaps the wealthy ladies in the provincial capital would pay a high price for it. 1,000 coins. I will take it. The elder knocked on the counter, squinting. Chen Xiao shook his head. He had no intention of selling it at this moment, as the price in this small locality would hardly compare to a fraction of what it could fetch in the provincial capital. The elder understood Chen Xiao's disposition well and did not press further, merely sharing the usage methods of the item. After receiving the heavenly gold, Chen Xiao rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat satisfied. The blood demon's pearl was bound to fetch a better price elsewhere, but he found such hassle distasteful. As for the items found on the young man last night, he refrained from revealing them to avoid any unnecessary complications. Chen Xiao was not foolish, Xianandu suddenly remarked. The performance is intricate and human hearts are complex. Chen Xiao did not dispute her observation, simply replying, "You surely have not experienced it, but bargaining is nothing extraordinary, as long as they are willing to buy. They will never suffer a loss, while I, regardless of how I sell, will always incur a loss. I merely strive to minimize it. Sometimes, you are truly inscrutable. Just when I think you are worldly wise, you seem to have your own convictions in other aspects." Xianandu mused, still finding Chen Xiao's refusal to allow her to secure an examination quota for academy quite mad. Chen Xiao bore his suffering in silence, unable to confide in anyone. He said little, instead wandering the street, entering and exiting various shops, purchasing numerous spiritual herbs to enhance his physique. With the wealth acquired from selling the blood demon's orb, he bought a month's supply of these herbs. The reason he didn't spend it all at once was that he had an inkling he would not remain in this realm for long. Above the spiritual platform lay the divine concealment. Years of cultivation had brought Chen Xiao to the threshold of that realm, and he anticipated that it would not be long before he broke through, becoming a divine martial artist. This was the most arduous phase for martial artists, with many never managing to transcend it throughout their lives. Reaching that realm would necessitate an even greater supply of spiritual herbs, which in turn implied a substantial amount of heavenly gold. Chen Xiao sighed, aware that this would soon become his most pressing concern. Regaining his composure, he prepared to leave the area. However, after taking a few steps and reaching the street corner, a shadow suddenly darted out from a nearby alley. Chen Xiao slightly shifted his body, evading the hand that reached for him, and then beheld the true identity of the shadow, a thin, dark-haired youth clad in a tattered gray cotton robe. Upon recognizing the boy, a smile brightened Chen Xiao's face. He placed a hand on the youth's shoulder, rendering him immobile. The thin boy, seeing this, looked helpless and said, "Brother Chen, can't you let me go just this once?" Chen Xiao replied with a grin, "Next time, I promise." The boy tugged at the corners of his mouth, soon noticing Xianandu behind Chen Xiao. He quickly withdrew his gaze and inquired, "Brother Chen, who is this sister?" Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, "A friend. Greetings, sister-in-law." The thin boy chuckled, scratching his head in an endearing manner. Chapter 12. Go seek Chen Town Guard. The thin youth before them was named Lin Cheng, and the two shared a good rapport. When Chen Xiao first arrived in Tianjin County, he encountered a misfortune at Lin Cheng's home. His mother had passed away, and he could not afford a coffin. Chen Xiao, feeling sympathetic, offered him some money, thus forging a bond. After burying his mother, Lin Cheng busied himself in Teohuaxiang, assisting Chen Xiao significantly. Subsequently, he ventured alone to the Shiming mine on the outskirts of Tianjin County to make a living. Cultivators required spiritual herbs for alchemy and various materials to forge magical artifacts, prompting numerous mining operations across the Great Liang Dynasty. In the vicinity of Tianjin County, there existed a mine dedicated to extracting Xinming stones. Although the mine was small, it could yield several thousand pounds of Xinming stones annually, which were essential for cultivators crafting artifacts. The government frequently exchanged these stones with outside sects for other necessities, hence requiring a steady influx of miners. Despite his slender frame, Lin Cheng possessed considerable natural strength, comparable to that of a robust adult male, which allowed him to be accepted there. He earned a modest wage of several heavenly gold coins each month, a sum not negligible in Tianjin County. If he refrained from cultivating, he could easily support a family after a few years. However, collapses in the mine were common, and it was a perilous endeavor. "Why have you returned?" Chen Xiao questioned Lin Cheng, puzzled, as miners typically had only one day off a month, and the lad had only returned at the month's beginning. He shouldn't have been back so soon. Several mines collapsed in succession over the past few days, so the overseer halted operations and granted a few days off. "I happen to have something for you, Brother Chen." As he spoke, Lin Cheng cautiously glanced around before pulling Chen Xiao into the alley. He carefully extracted a plant with 7 leaves from his patched cotton robe, its roots wrapped in soil, the leaves vibrant and glistening with visible green sap, indicating its extraordinary nature. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. While he recognized the plant's significance, he could not identify it. It is the 7-star herb. Xianandu whispered. It is documented in the records of lost treasures. It can be used to concoct various elixirs and has calming properties. Judging by its appearance, it is of superior quality, likely equal to or even exceeding the value of your blood demon orb. Over the years, Xianandu, who had not embarked on the cultivation path, had studied many texts on cultivation during her leisure time at the Bailu Ancestral Hall, aided by her remarkable memory and patience, thus acquiring vast knowledge. She recalled an intriguing story related to the 7-star herb. Xianandu smiled. According to the records of lost treasures, decades ago, a top-quality 7-star herb was discovered in Sword Chi Mountain. Coincidentally, a high elder from a major sect outside the realm had failed in his cultivation breakthrough and desperately needed this herb to sustain his life. Hence, the sect dispatched disciples to Sword Chi Mountain, offering a high price for it. However, Sword Chi Mountain, renowned for its long history, was not a formidable sect, and since the herb held no value for them, they were willing to sell. Unfortunately, the outside sect's offer was too low, akin to coercion. In a fit of rage, Sword Chi Mountain sent out over 10 renowned swords as a gesture of goodwill, attracting countless sword cultivators who ultimately eradicated that sect. The poor elder, however, did not receive the life-saving herb and instead lost his head to a sword cultivator. Such a thing happened? Lin Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere herb could lead to the demise of such powerful beings and the annihilation of an entire sect. Sword Chi Mountain. Chen Xiao held no particular opinion about the story itself, but found the mention of Sword Chi Mountain intriguing. Xianandu explained, Sword Chi Mountain is a sect of sword cultivators from outside the realm, albeit lacking in formidable sword practitioners, ranking only as a second-rate sect. They harbor no interest in killing. Their focus is solely on sword forging. Today, half of the world's renowned swords originate from this mountain. Chen Xiao surmised that if Sword Chi Mountain wished to endure, it could not solely rely on sword forging. Without its own strength, and with so many sword cultivators desiring its treasures, certain sword sects would likely covet it. Nodding, Xian Nandu continued, every century, they forge a new sword, known as the Sword of the Century, regarded as the sharpest sword in the world. The wielders of each sword of the century inevitably become the most formidable sword immortals. This lineage ensures Sword Chi Mountain's enduring prosperity. No one would willingly risk provoking a sect of sword cultivators. Qin Shao nodded in agreement. Lin Cheng, having just handed the 7-star herb to him, said, I found this in the mine. I'm not sure of its uses, but I thought you would find it valuable. So I brought it back for you. He extended his hand, but Qin Shao did not immediately take it. Instead, he remarked, do you realize that this 7-star herb could free you from the perilous mines and afford you the means to marry at least 8 wives? Ensuring a life free from worry? Is it truly that valuable? Lin Cheng was taken aback, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. He wasn't foolish. Upon hearing the earlier tale, he had already grasped the herb's worth. But his willingness to part with it spoke volumes. When my mother was alive, she taught me to repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. When no one helped me bury her. It was you, Brother Qin, who extended your hand. I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. Lin Cheng firmly pressed the 7-star herb into Qian Shao's hands, grinning. If you feel guilty, just give me some money. But don't rush to pay me. I'm afraid I might spend it all at once. Better to leave it with you for now. After stating this, Lin Cheng mentioned he needed to tidy up his home, fearing it might not have a place for his mother if she were to return, thus excusing himself from lingering with Qian Shao. Before departing, Lin Cheng turned to Xian Nandu earnestly and said, Sister, my brother Qian is undoubtedly a man worthy of lifelong trust. You should consider it. With that, he dashed away, leaving no opportunity for Qian Shao to respond. Watching the retreating figure of the thin boy, Qian Shao fell silent. His earlier act of kindness had not stemmed from a purely altruistic heart. The world was filled with the downtrodden, and even if he wished to help, how many could he truly assist? Yet, Lin Cheng's demeanor reminded him of a certain boy from many years ago, stirring a flicker of compassion within him. He had not anticipated that the goodwill he had casually extended in the past would evolve into something more profound today. After securing the 7-star herb, Qian Shao had no intention of selling it hastily. He had previously acquired a magical artifact capable of storing such spiritual herbs, alleviating concerns about the loss of their potency. This does not seem to align with your character, Xian Nandu observed, noting Qian Shao's reluctance to part with the 7-star herb. In her perception, while Qian Shao was decisive and resolute, he often resembled a street vendor in certain respects. Qian Shao chuckled softly, though my education may be limited, I recall a saying. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through proper means. Xian Nandu laughed, her expression resembling a blooming pear flower. However, I am not a gentleman. The reason I wish to keep this herb is likely because I believe not everything in the world is a given. Qian Shao took a deep breath and, with a meager amount of money, assisted in the burial of his dearly departed mother. In return, the individual insisted on repaying him with countless treasures, and he was expected to accept this with a clear conscience. Qian Shao feared that no matter how much he pondered, he could not reconcile himself to such reasoning. His decision to accept the offer stemmed from the fact that Lin Cheng was merely an ordinary youth. Should others discover that he bore a precious treasure, the consequences for him would be dire, as the saying goes. A common man bears the burden of a jewel. What kind of person are you? Really? Xian Nandu clenched her delicate, fair hands, devoid of any threat. Qian Shao smiled warmly and replied, though I may not be a gentleman, I am indeed a good person. I made that clear when we first met at the Mountain God Temple. Xian Nandu had no retort, merely huffing in response. Qian Shao had nothing further to say, and the two continued their journey back along the path they had come. As they passed the county office once more, it was already afternoon. Just as they were about to move past the office, a young clerk rushed out, stumbling in the snow due to his haste. However, he quickly regained his footing, disregarding the cold and snow as he hurriedly made his way into the distance. Where could he be off to in such a rush? Qian Shao recognized him as the clerk who had sought him out that very night. They had shared a casual conversation and had casually inquired with a bailiff at the county office. The bailiff had laughed and said, he has gone to find Qin Town Protector. Someone important has arrived. The superior of Qin Town Protector, Li Town Protector of Qingshan County, has specifically requested Qin Town Protector to come to the county office. We don't know what it's about, but the county magistrate has sent him to seek him out, and he seems quite anxious. Chun Chao observed him in silence. The bailiff, initially smiling, gradually lost his mirth. The two exchanged glances, and neither spoke. Xianandu sighed softly. The bailiff paused for a moment, realizing that the residence of Chen Town Protector was located in the distant Peach Blossom Alley. His voice grew quieter. After uttering this, he quickly regained his composure and, before Chun Chao could respond, shouted towards the county office, "My lord, Chun Town Protector has arrived." Chapter 13. Duel of Magic inside the Grand Hall of the county office. A middle-aged man clad in a blue official robe, with a long sword hanging from his waist, sat confidently in the seat that was traditionally reserved for the county magistrate. Meanwhile, Miku, who had caught a cold the previous night, could only muster the strength to occupy the position meant for the secretary, standing alongside Zhang Zhubu, his rugged face betraying his displeasure. Mika cast a glance at the man seated in the prominent position. It was none other than Li Town Protector of Qingshan County. Although Li Town Protector had no authority to transfer him, he was undeniably a genuine 6th-rank official, 2 ranks above Miku, and held the responsibility of overseeing the local town protectors across various counties, ensuring the safety of the territory and its people. His power was not to be underestimated. Should he associate any issue with demonic beings, even the county governor would be left helpless, as the matter would fall solely under his jurisdiction. His sudden arrival at Tianqing County, without prior notice, left Miku utterly unprepared. Although Mika felt somewhat dazed, he reflected on the years of peace in Tianqing County. Despite the recent incident where demonic creatures had harmed individuals, resulting in only 3 fatalities that were swiftly dealt with, it was hard to find grounds for criticism. Moreover, compared to surrounding counties, Tianqing County had enjoyed an unprecedented tranquility. If Li Town Protector sought trouble, there seemed to be no justification for it. Since he was not here to cause trouble, Miku suddenly considered another possibility. During Chun Chao's tenure in Tianqing County, he had slain countless demonic creatures, maintaining local peace, which was unparalleled by others. Was it possible that the man before him had come to commend Chen Chao? Or perhaps, to promote him to the position of Town Protector of Qingshan County, overseeing the entire region? Miku contemplated this silently, realizing that if such were the case, Chun Chao would have to leave Tianqing County, which would indeed be a matter of great sorrow. Previously, Zhang Zhubu had wondered whether their lord had genuinely not considered the implications of Chun Chao's departure. But had he known Miku's thoughts, he would have once again felt a deep connection with his superior. "Me lord, Tianqing County has enjoyed peace for several years. Now that demonic beings have re-emerged, do not let your guard down. Countless eyes are watching over Tianqing County and the whole of Qingshan County." Li Town Protector took a sip of tea, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. Mika feigned a humble attitude. Yet inwardly he had already cursed profusely, thinking, even if Tianqing County suffers more casualties, it remains far more peaceful than other counties. Why don't you spend some time considering how to prevent demonic beings in those places instead of spouting nonsense here? However, when he finally spoke, it transformed into, "What you say is true, my lord. We shall certainly remain vigilant and uphold our duty to protect the land and its people." Li Town Protector seemed satisfied, then surveyed his surroundings, reminiscing about his own Town Protector's office in Qingshan County, which was vastly superior to the decrepit county office he found himself in now. However, the offices of the Town Protectors in the Great Liang Dynasty were only established at the state and county levels, and such county towns had no such offices. Otherwise, he would not be waiting for Chun Chao in the county office, but would have gone directly to the Town Protector's office. In no matter. Me lord's capabilities are well known to me. It's just unfortunate that I cannot influence me lord's career. Otherwise, I would have surely lent a helping hand. As for Lu County Governor, I have some connections with him. I must speak well of me lord in front of him when I return, and when the year-end assessments come, I must ensure me lord receives top marks. Li Town Protector spoke casually, but the credibility of his words was somewhat lacking. Miku, being a seasoned official, had long abandoned any aspirations for advancement. Thus he did not engage further. Just as he was about to speak with a smile, a bailiff outside shouted. Upon hearing clearly, Miku immediately declared, "Chun Town Protector has arrived. I shall take my leave." He gestured, and Zhang Zhubu promptly assisted Miku, and without waiting for Li Town Protector to say anything, the two exited the grand hall. A young man clad in black, with a sword at his waist, entered the hall, bringing with him the chill of wind and snow. Upon seeing Chen Chao, Li Town Protector's expression soured. And he frowned, as a dignified town protector of the Great Liang dynasty. Why are you not wearing official robes? Qin Shao regarded the unfamiliar Li Town Protector with raised brows. This first meeting seemed to come with a show of authority. Unperturbed, Qin Shao clasped his hands in greeting and replied, "According to the laws of the Great Liang, town protectors at the county level are entitled to 2 sets of official attire each year. However, since my appointment, I have yet to receive any official robes." Li Town Protector was taken aback. He had instinctively aimed to intimidate the young man with conventional officialdom tactics, only to find that the latter had countered him with a firm rebuttal. In the town protector system, those closer to the local areas were generally less respected, a fact well known to all. It was common knowledge that many of these old rules had long ceased to exist, and no one typically clung to them. He also understood that he had spoken this way to test the resolve of the subordinate he had never met before. Yet, he had not anticipated that this young man would show no inclination to bow down. Before coming, he had specifically reviewed Chen Xiao's dossier, which contained only sporadic records. This typically indicated that a town protector's position was purchased by the family backing the individual, leading to direct appointments. And such individuals usually achieved little during their tenure. The peace that Tianqing County had enjoyed was likely merely a facade maintained by Qingshan County to conceal incidents involving demonic beings. However, they had recently received credible information suggesting that this facade was indeed true. Now, observing this young man, Li Town Protector began to believe that perhaps it was not so simple. The youth before him exuded vitality, with energy circulating within him, showing no signs of stagnation, and his breathing followed a natural rhythm. He appeared to have touched the threshold of the spirit platform realm, an impressive feat for someone of his age. If he could step into the spirit platform and become a martial artist of that rank, it could very well bolster Li Town Protector's own standing. Nevertheless, he was still too young in the realm of officialdom. Such a temper would encounter numerous obstacles. Yet, Li Town Protector remained uncertain about the identity of the family backing this young man. How many great families with the surname Qin existed in the Great Liang dynasty? Before coming, I had also reviewed your dossier. It is indeed commendable that a county has maintained peace. Simply this aspect makes you superior to the others under my command. Li Town Protector spoke. His expression darkened. This year alone, 2 of his town protectors had died in office. These 2 had been utterly ineffectual and cowardly, mere drifters who still managed to meet their demise. Qin Shao remained silent, contemplating the reason for Li Town Protector's visit. The authority of a town protector overseeing an entire region was not to be taken lightly. In fact, should Qin Shao so wish, he could swiftly eliminate this martial artist who had only just entered the spirit platform realm. Yet, despite the time that had passed, he had never encountered Li Town Protector until today. Could it simply be a matter of testing him? Qin Shao did not perceive this as a fortunate turn of events. At the very least, the situation would not be so straightforward. Hence, he had made no effort to leave a favorable impression on Li Town Protector since his entrance. As the saying goes, honest individuals are easy to bully, while those who are not can be easily bullied when faced with the honest. Since Tianqing County is so stable, and you possess such capabilities, I intend to transfer you elsewhere. The guardian of Qingshan County. Although he lacked the authority to appoint subordinates to this position, he still retained the power to reassign these guardians to other counties. This was a straightforward transfer that required merely a report, without the need for prior consultation with anyone. Chen Zhao furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, he would have readily acquiesced to such matters. With the diminishing presence of malevolent creatures in Tianqing County, he sought to obtain wealth, and other regions still harbored these creatures, presenting a lucrative opportunity. However, given the current situation, Chen Zhao was reluctant to depart so easily. Firstly, because Xia Nandu was still present, and he had made a prior agreement with her, which held significant importance. Secondly, the circumstances in other areas had remained unchanged for quite some time. Why had this notion only now surfaced? The intricacies of the matter were profound, and with his limited information, he was vulnerable to becoming a pawn of the powerful. Having spent considerable time in this locale, he had developed a sense of attachment, and with Tianqing County also facing unrest due to frequent attacks from malevolent beings, he found it difficult to abandon the populace, leaving his heart troubled. Chen Zhao wore an expression of sincerity, genuine emotions etched across his face, prompting anyone who witnessed him to praise him as a commendable official. Li, the guardian, internally scoffed. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the bureaucratic world, how could he not comprehend the thoughts of this youthful man? Chen Zhao attentively observed Li's reactions, and perceiving his demeanor, he realized that resolving today's issue would likely require some monetary persuasion. Just as he was about to speak again, Li, with deliberate slowness, began, "Since you possess such a compassionate heart for the common folk, are you not aware that the citizens of the entire Great Liang dynasty are under our protection? However, this guardian, recognizing your reluctance to leave, is not inclined to impose undue hardship upon you. Given your emotional ties to this place, there is a matter of utmost importance concerning the safety of the local populace that I would entrust to you." Li's expression was one of calm assurance, a smile gracing his lips. "Old fox," Chen Zhao silently cursed, fully aware that no matter his course of action, he could not alter his predicament, for he was bound by the authority of the guardian. Subject to the whims of this cunning elder, Li maintained a solemn demeanor, stating, "Recently, several tunnels in the quarry extracting shimming stones for the court have collapsed, an occurrence that is anything but ordinary. I have received some troubling news." Chapter 14. Identity. The shimming quarry in Tianjin County has witnessed multiple tunnel collapses, resulting in numerous fatalities. Li fixed his gaze upon Chen Zhao, inquiring, "Do you understand the implications of this?" Listening to Li's words, Chen Zhao recalled his recent encounter with Lin Cheng and frowned. The matter was far from the simplicity it had been portrayed to him. The perils involved were not disclosed to him, likely to spare him unnecessary worry. Wasn't there an official from the Ministry of Works dispatched to oversee the quarry? Chen Zhao refrained from answering Li's question, recognizing that since he was already entangled in this situation, acquiring useful information was his priority. Tunnel collapses were not uncommon in the realm of quarrying. Within the borders of the Great Liang dynasty, countless quarries existed, with such incidents occurring almost daily. To mitigate the loss of lives among the laborers, the dynasty had implemented several measures, the most notable being the assignment of a Ministry of Works official to each quarry. These officials, having undergone systematic training, were capable of accurately assessing the depth of each tunnel. Once the maximum safe limit was reached, they would promptly order a cessation of operations. Although collapses would still occur, the presence of these officials had significantly reduced the mortality rate. Thus, even if a misjudgment led to one or two tunnels collapsing at the shimming quarry, the officials should have issued a halt to extraction after similar incidents arose. Li nodded, clearly satisfied with Chen Zhao's current line of questioning. If an investigation into the quarry was to be conducted, a knowledgeable individual was required, not a fool. Following the initial unexplained collapses, the officials had taken measures, yet upon investigation, no issues were discovered. Furthermore, due to the court's ongoing demand for shimming stones, the laborers were once again permitted to extract until just a few days prior, when several quarries collapsed overnight, resulting in many laborers perishing within the tunnels. Only then did the quarry cease operations, yet the cause of the collapses remained to be determined. Li continued to relay the information he had gathered to Chen Zhao. Yet, Chen Zhao felt an underlying unease. "I have a question," he stated, glancing at Li. Without waiting for permission, he pressed on. "The shimming stones extracted from the quarry are undoubtedly rare, and the court annually transports thousands of pounds from this site. Such a vital resource should be under the protection of formidable cultivators. Even disregarding the lives of the laborers, it is imperative that these stones are safely transported to Weizhou Prefecture, or even to the capital. Compared to the guardians of the same county, those responsible for safeguarding a quarry, whether martial artists or cultivators, would certainly be selected with greater rigor. Their numbers and capabilities would likely far surpass those of an ordinary county guardian. If they could not handle the threat posed by malevolent beings, could the local guardian truly manage? If that were the case, why was he being summoned to investigate?" Li, being astute, did not require Chen Zhao to articulate his concerns further. Understanding the series of doubts plaguing him, "You are correct. This is a matter of great significance and should not ordinarily be your concern," he replied with a hint of melancholy. "Such matters typically do not involve guardians like us." Li sighed, his expression weighed down by unspoken burdens. "Please, get to the point," Chen Zhao urged, gritting his teeth, having little patience for those who spoke in half-dash measures. Li regarded him with a smile before slowly continuing. "The shimming quarry has been in operation for many years. After thorough exploration, the officials from the Ministry of Works have determined that it can be mined for at most another year. Therefore, earlier this year, it entered its final phase of extraction. Following the recent collapses, The station guardians have escorted the last batch of shimming stones away, and the officials from the Ministry of Works are preparing to withdraw. Even without such events, once winter passes, this quarry would inevitably become a derelict site. Thus, now is the time the court requires our assistance, or rather, it is your assistance that is needed, Li smiled, adding, once the cause is uncovered. I will advocate for your merits. Chen Zhao furrowed his brow. The entire situation felt shrouded in mystery, and it was evident that Li had withheld some information. Li patted Chen Zhao on the shoulder, saying, do not worry. This matter is not widely known yet. For now, the remaining laborers will be transferred to new quarries. There is no need for you to rush. Others will accompany you, and you will travel together once they arrive. Chen Zhao remained silent. The collapse of the tunnels had claimed numerous laborers' lives, yet the officials, who should have been investigating the cause, were heading to new quarries, leaving the investigation in his hands. Even more perplexing was the notion that he need not hurry. Was this truly the attitude of someone seeking the truth? The depths of this matter seemed profound. Moreover, aside from himself, there were others involved? Do not fret too much. It is merely an investigation. Report your findings. And I doubt there will be any issues, Li said with a smile, his demeanor seemingly reassuring. Any issues? Will you personally meet with me? Chen Zhao replied skeptically. Not even a dog would believe that. After a moment of silence, the emotions on Chen Zhao's face gradually shifted. You previously stated that the citizens of the Great Liang are our responsibility to protect, yet I was only seeking comfort for myself. I feel utterly ashamed. I have come to realize that I must request a transfer to the region most plagued by malevolent beings, so I can fulfill my duty to safeguard the people. Chen Zhao's expression was earnest, the earlier scene replaying itself before their eyes. Li regarded Chen Zhao, momentarily speechless. It was the first time he had encountered someone so brazenly virtuous. All thanks to your cultivation. My lord, Chen Zhao retorted, indifferent to Li's remarks, in a chaotic world. The foremost priority was to safeguard one's own life, followed by avoiding unnecessary troubles. Humph. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. Do you think this is a marketplace where prices can be haggled? Li scoffed. Then, softening slightly, he fixed his gaze on Chen Zhao, imparting a meaningful look. You are a wise man. You know what to do. Don Tiu? Chen Zhao clasped his hands in a gesture of resignation, no longer resisting. His expression appeared somewhat despondent, as if he had accepted his fate. Li was satisfied with this outcome and suddenly added, rest assured, I will not bring you harm. Chen Zhao opened his mouth, at a loss for words towards his superior, whom he had just met. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, then, thank you, my lord. Li cast a glance at Chen Zhao, smiling yet saying nothing. After uttering this phrase, he exited the county hall, disappearing into the swirling snow. Chen Zhao sighed and followed suit, emerging from the hall to find Xia Nandu waiting at the entrance. Their eyes met, and just as they were about to depart, the small official they had seen earlier rushed towards the county hall, panting heavily as he approached the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Zhao, he was overjoyed, exclaiming, Guardian Chen, there is someone, he gasped for breath, struggling to articulate his message. Chen Zhao cast a glance at him and smiled, saying, I understand. This matter is concluded. How could he be unaware? Stepping out of the county office, the Guardian Li arrived at a narrow alley, where a horse-drawn carriage had inexplicably come to a halt, its surface piled high with snow, indicating it had been there for some time. Approaching the carriage, Guardian Li respectfully addressed, My lord, the task you entrusted has been accomplished. Upon uttering these words, he dared not speak further, merely standing beside the carriage, patiently awaiting the next instruction. After a brief interval, a languid voice emanated from within the carriage. Inquiring about the youth, how is he? Is he capable of great things? The voice was indistinguishable in terms of gender. It seemed somewhat composed, suggesting intelligence, yet there lingered an air of timidity, as if reluctant to engage in controversy. Leaving one to ponder whether it might lead to trouble, Guardian Li reminisced about his previous dealings with Chen Zhao, noting the stark difference in the young man's demeanor. After a moment of silence, he tentatively posed a question, might I inquire why such a significant matter requires the involvement of a lowly guardian? No sooner had Guardian Li spoken than he regretted his words. Indeed, a dispassionate voice responded from within the carriage. You need only attend to your duties. Other matters are not for you to question. However, it was not long before the occupants seemed unable to restrain themselves, softly stating, he has his own depth. Otherwise, given his achievements over the years, no matter how much you suppress him, he could easily take your position in a county town spanning several dozen miles. The near absence of any monstrous presence was a sight seldom witnessed in the realm of Delyong. The owner of that voice clearly expressed curiosity. After all, he was merely a youth, yet not just any youth, truly astonishing. By the way, could one really find no trace of wrongdoing in his records? Guardianly managed a wry smile. Indeed, he purchased the position of guardian, yet the family that funded him left no trace. Everything was executed with remarkable cleanliness. This was anticipated. Perhaps even his name was fictitious. Guardianly instinctively nodded, for otherwise, they would have uncovered some clue. For a time, both remained silent, the world around them steeped in tranquility. After a while, another voice emerged from the carriage. Let us hope that youth is not foolish. Chapter 15. Casual conversations upon returning home. Aside from the initial quarrel with the man across the street, these past few days had been relatively peaceful. Chen Xiao busied himself with preparing spiritual herbs, commencing a new round of body refinement. Thus, he spent his time grinding medicinal materials, meticulously adjusting their proportions one by one. The herbs were placed into the mortar, gradually crushed, releasing the unique fragrance of the spiritual herbs that wafted through the entire courtyard, invigorating anyone who inhaled it. While preparing the herbs, Chen Xiao perused a tome, a document dispatched by the Guardian's office, accompanied by another volume detailing various monsters, totaling 2 books. The latter catalogued the common monsters of Delyong, serving as a reference for Guardians in their investigations, while the former elaborated on the stages of martial artists and the required spiritual herbs. For Chen Xiao, who was advancing on the martial path, both volumes were of great significance. Is it truly possible for someone to navigate this path alone? Without a genuine mentor by your side, do you not fear potential pitfalls? Xianandu sometimes thought the youth in black was overly cautious. Yet at other times, found him quite audacious. In the realm of cultivation, self-taught prodigies were rare, particularly among cultivators. Once they embarked on the path, they entered sects where mentors guided them, drawing upon the wisdom of countless predecessors, supplemented by elixirs. Thus, under such comprehensive conditions, cultivators from large sects generally progressed further than those from smaller ones. Could it be that Chen Xiao, being a genius, had already grasped these matters? Your audacity is indeed commendable. Xianandu sat before the hearth, her cheeks flushed, continuing to muse aloud. I wonder what cultivation truly feels like. Chen Xiao carefully stored the powdered herbs into small vials, ensuring their safekeeping before glancing at Xianandu and asking, has no one ever mentioned that you speak too freely? Xianandu furrowed her brow, her face reddening as she seemed to realize her indiscretion. After a moment of silence, she asked, could you tell me about those cultivation realms? I am quite curious. The Xie family of white deer is so stingy that they won't even share this. Chen Xiao kept his head down, meticulously sorting the herbs in his hands. Why should I care? Whether you choose to share or not is your business. Xianandu fixated her gaze on Chen Xiao. There is little to say. Once you arrive in the divine capital, you shall learn all. Chen Xiao did not lift his head, lost in thought about the subsequent herb ratios. 10 pieces of heavenly gold. Xianandu jingled the coins in her pouch, the sound of the clinking gold resonating pleasantly. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. He initially intended to remain silent, but seeing her eagerness to learn, he felt reluctant to refuse. He raised a hand, arching an eyebrow. This gesture was self-evident. Xianandu, expressionless, produced 5 pieces of heavenly gold. Isn't it supposed to be 10? Chen Xiao frowned, staring at the girl before him with a displeased expression. This is a deposit. Xianandu tucked away her pouch, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Chen Xiao snorted softly, opting not to pursue the matter further, clearing his throat. In the world of cultivation, the sects of cultivators are diverse, yet fundamentally, they can be divided into 3 categories: cultivators, martial artists, and finally, demonic cultivators. For the human race, it essentially boiled down to a distinction between cultivators and martial artists. Though different, their realms were categorized similarly, with each possessing 6 levels. The first realm is known as Yufa, often referred to by cultivators as the initial realm, where the cultivation techniques manifest as vital energies within the body, allowing for the circulation of these techniques, akin to blossoming flowers. This signifies the true threshold of cultivation, marking one as a cultivator. The second realm is Lingtai, where one cultivates a spiritual platform within, the size of which determines strength and the ease of one's subsequent path. It is said that a typical cultivator's spiritual platform is no larger than a grinding disc, while those truly gifted possess platforms of greater size. As for the upper limit, I am unaware. And what of your spiritual platform? How large is it? At this point, before Chen Chao could respond, Xia Nandu interrupted. Her curiosity piqued. Chen Chao twitched his lips and shook his head. A secret. This matter was not one he wished to withhold. It was simply unutterable. Would he truly disclose that when he first entered the Lingtai realm, his spiritual platform was smaller than a grinding disc? Regaining his composure, he continued. After Lingtai comes Shunsong, the third realm. Upon reaching this level, one's spirit becomes remarkably resilient, comprehending the intricacies of cultivation. A truly remarkable cultivator. The Ku Hai realm constitutes a crucial juncture in the cultivation journey. Countless talents have perished before this threshold, unable to cross the bitter sea, and thus cannot be deemed true powerhouses. Here, Chen Chao paused briefly, whispering, crossing the bitter sea, flowers bloom on the other shore, marking the fifth realm, the other shore realm. Having traversed the necessary paths and witnessed all the requisite sights, what remains? If one can forget the world's suffering and troubles, they become impervious to defeat, a peerless powerhouse worthy of being inscribed in history. Chen Chao stated earnestly, the final realm is forgetting worries. Cultivators who reach this level become the mightiest beings among mortals, few daring to provoke them, for such cultivators possess the power to influence the tides of the world with their every gesture. Yes, for martial artists. Those who attain this realm would boldly challenge celestial beings if they crossed paths. Yet, given the arduous nature of martial cultivation, reaching this realm is exceedingly difficult. In all of Daliang, those martial artists at this level are likely found only in the northern frontier. In what realm do you currently inhabit? Xia Nandu gazed at Chen Chao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Chao, however, ignored her, extending his palm to request the remaining 5 pieces of heavenly gold. I never mentioned discussing this topic. If you wish to hear it, it requires additional payment, but that won't do. Observing her eagerness to speak, the moment she opened her mouth, she swiftly produced her pouch, seemingly ready to spend lavishly. Chen Chao quickly retracted, unwilling to elaborate further. Xia Nandu retrieved the last 5 pieces of heavenly gold, placing them in Chen Chao's palm, a hint of melancholy in her voice. This is somewhat dull. Chen Chao accepted the coins, returning to his focus on the spiritual herbs. Yet casually remarked, you could also share a story you know. That one about the Sword Chi Mountain was quite good. Chen Chao felt a lack of comprehensive understanding about the world, yet he did not wish to betray his ignorance. Stories are penned by others. Their veracity is often uncertain. Take the previous tale of Sword Chi Mountain, for instance. It harbored numerous doubts. Sword Chi Mountain had always been tranquil, refraining from conflict. How could it annihilate an adversary merely for offering a low price? Yet, the true truth seemed to garner little interest. The demonic clan resided to the north, and as long as they remained there without descending southward, they likely considered it a fortuitous situation. Xia Nandu murmured. To see the sun yet not the old capital. Chen Chao was taken aback but remained silent. You are bound to become a cultivator. With the myriad paths and sects, do you have a specific direction in mind? Chen Chao, almost on a whim, posed this question. Among cultivators, sword cultivators were renowned for their lethality. A single flying sword could claim a head from 1,000 miles away, embodying the true essence of a sword immortal. The Qi practitioners absorbed the celestial energies of heaven and earth for their own use, harmonizing with the celestial principles. Thus their cultivation is remarkably smooth. The talismanic cultivator relies on a single yellow talisman to encapsulate their practice. When one ventures into the depths of cultivation, a terrifying presence may manifest on that very talisman. Beyond this, there exist numerous other paths of cultivation, akin to the demon expellers among the Qi practitioners. Reminiscent of the figure who was brutally slain by Chen Chao. This time, Xia Nandu's entrance into the divine capital, barring any unforeseen circumstances, surely leads her to the academy, thereby aligning herself with Confucianism. However, this merely delineates the path of orthodoxy and does not touch upon her subsequent direction in cultivation. One cannot help but wonder, should I not also pursue the path of a warrior? A hint of eagerness flickers across Xia Nandu's youthful visage. A female warrior, who would come to face her in battle thereafter? The mere thought sends a shiver down Chen Chao's spine. prompting him to hastily shake his head and dismiss the notion. Should such a beautiful maiden truly become a female warrior one day, the mere vision is too daunting to contemplate. Xianandu is acutely aware of her fate. The idea of becoming a warrior is but a whimsical thought. Among the myriad paths of the 3,000 avenues, the path of the warrior is the least likely for her to tread. After earning 10 pieces of heavenly gold, Chen Xiao resolves to cease his consideration of the girl before him and begins his final preparations. Once he has meticulously arranged all the medicinal powders, he rises and departs from the corridor. Xianandu sits before the hearth, lost in her thoughts, and, as if by some enchantment, she cannot help but break into laughter. Yet, such tranquil and beautiful days are fleeting. Who knows how long they may last? Chapter 16. How to choose in the past? Chen Xiao would never have dared to refine his physique in the presence of others within his home. Yet the circumstances have changed. Firstly, time is indeed of the essence. He has reached the pinnacle of the spirit platform realm, merely one step away from ascending to the higher divine storage realm and becoming a divine storage warrior. Secondly, it is also due to the girl before him. After spending several days together, his initial wariness has diminished. They could be considered half-friends. As he pours the medicinal powders into a large cauldron, each in a specific order and with precise timing, the black-clad youth, despite having memorized the contents of the text, does not dare to be negligent in the process of concocting the medicine. For a warrior, refining the physique with spiritual herbs is essential. It is one of the keys to achieving an unparalleled body. Aside from their unique cultivation methods, as the temperature in the large iron cauldron rises, fragrant aromas waft through the air. Chen Xiao retrieves a specially concocted medicinal liquid and adds it to the pot. Stirring continuously, this concoction must simmer for a full 12 hours, an entire day, to extract its maximum efficacy. However, the cultivation sects possess specialized alchemical cauldrons. Even the medicinal cauldrons used by the military of the Great Liang dynasty surpass the boy's simple iron pot by far. Yet, this is all he has at his disposal for the time being. If a warrior can refine their physique using spiritual herbs, thus achieving resilience, why cannot other cultivators learn this as well? Would it not alleviate their fear of engaging in close combat with warriors? Xianandu, a promising disciple nurtured by the Bai Lu Xie clan, contemplates this while observing Chen Xiao's alchemical process. They won't, Chen Xiao replies without lifting his gaze, intently focused on the pot's contents, oblivious to the curiosity etched upon Xianandu's face. Cultivators find their path far easier than that of warriors and would not resort to such methods. He refrains from elaborating. The act of refining the physique with spiritual herbs is inherently a deviation, aimed at warriors with lesser innate talents who are nonetheless determined to cultivate. For cultivators blessed with superior endowments, why would they subject themselves to such a path? Even if they wished to, most would likely find the excruciating pain unbearable. As warriors progress, their cultivation becomes increasingly arduous. Each subsequent refinement of the physique entails immense suffering, akin to skinning and muscle extraction. Although warriors are often looked down upon, likened to weeds in a field, a single spark may incinerate all the crops, yet come a rain, only the resilient weeds will sprout anew. The process of concocting medicine is a tedious and uninteresting affair, stirring continuously for 12 hours. Chen Xiao has performed this task countless times before, thus he harbors no dissatisfaction, merely gazing silently at the iron cauldron, gently stirring the medicinal brew. Xianandu, having observed for nearly half an hour, grows weary of the monotony and decides to step outside, retrieving an old chair to sit by the door and watch the snow. There is no need for such concern. Even if something were to occur, what could you possibly do? Chen Xiao does not glance outside, yet he is aware of the girl's thoughts. Do not be overly sentimental. I fear for your demise. Who would protect me thereafter? Xianandu's cheeks flush, yet the black-clad youth remains oblivious to her turmoil. Which thereafter? Chen Xiao does not inquire, nor does Xianandu feel compelled to elucidate. The girl, in this moment, observes the snowstorm that has fallen quiet in the courtyard, her silence reminiscent of a pear blossom. After a day and a night of simmering, precisely 12 hours have passed. The medicinal brew in the iron cauldron has transformed into a pure, viscous black substance, devoid of its previous fragrance, its appearance rather unappealing. Chen Xiao ladles the medicinal brew from the cauldron into a large wooden barrel, then removes his black garment, revealing a torso marred by scars. remnants of battles with nearby demonic creatures over the years. Although his physique appears somewhat slender at first glance, once he sheds his clothing, the nearly perfect contours of his body are unveiled, the vitality concealed beneath the fabric far surpassing that of ordinary warriors at this realm. He resembles a human-shaped beast, every inch of him brimming with formidable energy. If an expert were present, they would recognize at a glance that this young man's physique has been refined to near perfection within the spirit platform realm, achieved without the aid of any elixirs. And the spiritual herbs he procured are far from the finest quality. To attain such a degree of refinement, the only possibility lies in enduring extreme agony and soaking for as long as possible in the medicinal brew, thereby achieving optimal results despite the herb's inferior quality. As he submerges himself in the barrel, Chun Shao maintains a stoic expression, yet as his body begins to soak in the medicinal concoction, beads of sweat gradually surface on his brow. The process of refining the physique is not one of gradual progression. It begins with excruciating pain. Each subsequent refinement inevitably brings greater suffering. Even someone as resilient as Chen Xiao, after enduring for a quarter of an hour, finds his countenance growing grim. Large droplets of sweat cascade down his forehead, and every feature of his face appears strained, while his submerged body has become completely taut, every muscle coiling in tension. Time drips away moment by moment. Chun Xiao's complexion has turned ashen. After approximately an hour, he teeters on the brink of collapse. Just a moment longer. Chen Xiao grits his teeth, repeatedly encouraging himself to persevere, knowing that to survive in this chaotic world, one must possess immense strength. However, what he perceives as a moment longer stretches into nearly half an hour. Finally, he gasps for air. Yet, instead of rising, he begins to circulate the energy within his body, directing it towards a fixed point. As the energy flows throughout his body, the excruciating pain begins to subside, and his brow relaxes. Chen Xiao exhales a breath of turbid AI. In the realm of cultivation, there exists the concept of energy ebbing and flowing. As one's realm ascends, the speed of energy circulation increases, yet there will still be instances of energy depletion and the absence of new energy. Among cultivators of the same realm, the comparison is fundamentally about whose energy can endure longer and who can regenerate new energy more swiftly as the old dissipates. In essence, the duration of energy between cultivators serves as a critical measure of strength. Of course, aside from this, many other factors influence the outcome of battles. For several hours thereafter, Chun Xiao continues to circulate his energy, quietly counting how many cycles of energy ebb and flow he can endure before utterly exhausting himself. This is a unique time for the youth, the most reassuring time of all. Nothing brings greater solace than the pursuit of strength. As time progresses, the medicinal brew in the barrel gradually transforms from black to clear, indicating that nearly all of its potency has been absorbed by Chen Xiao. In truth, this is an astonishing feat, yet, to Chen Xiao, it feels utterly mundane. Countless past experiences of refining his physique have yielded similar results. In the world, few warriors possess the ability to fully absorb the medicinal properties during each refinement, as the excruciating suffering is too much for most to bear. Yet Chun Xiao manages to nearly perfectly absorb the properties each time. Just how resilient will his physique become? It is self-evident. As the medicinal brew approaches complete clarity, Chun Xiao's pores suddenly expand, and dark liquid surges from his body, staining the clear water in the barrel once more. Frowning, Chun Xiao feels the energy within him surge towards his spirit platform, tumultuous and boundless, akin to a mighty river flowing into an ocean. He is momentarily stunned, a sense of dazed realization washing over him. He is on the cusp of breaking through. From Lingtai to Shensong, he was acutely aware that his breakthrough was imminent, yet he optimistically estimated that it would take at least 3 to 5 more refinements of his physique before it could truly manifest. However, to his astonishment, he found himself standing at the threshold after just this one attempt. With no hesitation, Chun Xiao immediately harnessed the ethereal energy that had spontaneously emerged within him to assault Lingtai. The day to become a Shunsong warrior had arrived. Outside, Xian Nandu, who had been vigilantly guarding the door for Chen Xiao's breakthrough, was dozing off. The stove had long been moved to her side, and she was clad in a thick cotton coat that belonged to Chen Xiao. Suddenly, she jolted awake, her posture straightening. Unbeknownst to her, a middle-aged man with a smiling visage had appeared in the corridor. Donned in a slightly worn white robe, his demeanor tranquil. Yet, the words that followed from him made Xia Nandu furrow her brow immediately. The letter sent to the capital has been received by the family. Long before Xia Nandu arrived in Tianqing County, she had expended several pieces of heavenly gold to dispatch a letter to the Xia family in the capital. In fact, prior arrangements had been made between the Bailu Xia family and the capital Xia family, whereby the former would send Xia Nandu to Tianqing County, and the latter would escort her northward to the capital. However, a series of subsequent events had sufficiently demonstrated two things. One, that the capital Xia family was evaluating whether Xia Nandu possessed the qualifications worthy of their significant investment. And two, that there were those within the capital Xia family who were opposed to Xia Nandu's arrival. In light of the first matter, the second had been tacitly accepted by the prominent figures in the capital Xia family. This was merely one of their methods of assessment, as for when that letter would reach the capital, and whether it would be seen by those influential figures, it was of little consequence. The outcome of their evaluation was what truly mattered. Noticing Xia Nandu's silence, the middle-aged man smiled and introduced himself. My surname is Xia. My given name is Bowen. I am a relative of the same line as the young lady. The actions you undertook previously have pleased the family greatly, and I have been sent to escort you northward. Young lady, we must set forth at once. Xia Nandu frowned slightly and replied, Wait. Xia Bowen chuckled. Are you worried about that young martial artist inside? Fear not. I was actually sent here to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Xia Nandu felt a surge of displeasure, yet she maintained her composure and asked, Why? Xia Bowen dismissed her concern. What is your status, young lady, to have any association with someone like him? Is this a decision from the capital? Xia Nandu regarded the seemingly affable middle-aged man with a cold expression. Xia Bowen smiled. Indeed, however, the capital has offered you a choice. If you choose to spare this young man, you may return to Bailu without proceeding to the capital. The implication was clear. If she wished to go to the capital, she must eliminate Chen Chao. Xia Nandu inquired, What logic is behind this? Chen Chao saved my life. Surely they cannot be unaware of this. Does the capital Xia family not adhere to such principles? Disappointment washed over her. Had so many years passed that the capital Xia family bore no resemblance to the Bailu Xia family? Or had her long-held perceptions of the Bailu Xia family been misguided? Revealing that they shared the same temperament as the capital Xia family, Xia Bowen disregarded her thoughts and simply asked, What is your decision, young lady? Xia Nandu raised an eyebrow, ready to speak, but just then, a voice echoed from the corridor, No need to choose. Standing in the corridor, the young man, now clad in a black robe, calmly regarded the scene before him. Chapter 17. A dilemma uncomplicated after lunch. Zhou Guqi sat idly on his doorstep, observing the snow that might soon cease. This man, typically lazy, was not a local. He had arrived in Tianqing County many years before Chen Chao, having settled here for over a decade. Back then, he came with some money and purchased an empty residence, spending his days lost in thought on the doorstep, his mind a mystery point. One day, his rather hefty wife wandered into the alley and, for reasons unknown, took a liking to him, insisting on marrying him. Initially reluctant, he eventually resigned to her relentless visits and efforts. However, her family vehemently opposed the union, disapproving of their daughter marrying such an unambitious man. Despite their objections, she was resolute in her choice, leading to a strained relationship between her husband and father, with the two not having met in years. Even during her father's recent birthday, Zhou Guqi did not visit. As Zhou Guqi yawned on the doorstep, a figure appeared in the distance. A thin man scanning the surroundings before cheerfully approaching and plopping down beside him with a sigh of relief. Zhou Guqi glanced at him and noticed the 2 jugs of liquor he carried, prompting him to smile in appreciation. After all, he was a good brother. The thin man handed over a jug of inferior wine, which would hardly fetch a few coins, and then remarked, Brother, it seems your wife has gone to the private school to see a man again. Zhou Guqi took a nonchalant sip of his drink. Indifferent to the matters, oh, what if she does? It's no big deal. The thin man hesitated before cautiously adding, I saw her holding a man's hand, and it didn't seem like she wanted to let go. That man must be quite handsome. If he were ordinary, my wife could surely resist. Zhou Guqi continued to drink, rubbing his hands together. The thin man glanced at him and whispered, It's or ain't he this? Zhou Guqi sprang to his feet. Anger flaring, the thin man, seeing this, quickly grabbed Zhou Guqi's collar, concern etched on his face. Although Mr. Tsin was merely a private school teacher, he was well versed in the 6 arts and a genuinely learned man. In a physical altercation, Zhou Guqi would not stand a chance. With a cold snort, Zhou Guqi sat back down, seething. Why must she hold his hand of all people? The thin man chuckled nervously. Brother, please don't be angry. In truth, the thin man was perplexed as to why his older brother, who was usually amiable with everyone, had two notable exceptions. The young town guard living across the street, with whom he always quarreled, and Mr. Tsin, who consistently received Zhou Guqi's disdain. After consuming half a jug of liquor, the thin man grew less cautious with his words, sharing a stream of thoughts. Brother, how is it that we, as robust men, are perpetually dominated by our wives? What are we thinking? What am I thinking? I don't think at all that a few slaps won't kill me. Why bother with such trivialities? A man shouldn't be like this. When I was at home, if your sister-in-law made even the slightest mistake, I would give her a good slap. With your demeanor, have you no shame? Are you not concerned about the family? The thin man's eyes were glazed, his drunkenness evident. What of it? Am I not allowed to be shameless? Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll kick you out. Zhou Guqi delivered a kick to the thin man, who stumbled but managed to keep his footing. Straightening himself, the thin man waved his hand, reminding his brother to take care of his health and promising to visit when his wife was away. Damn it, I almost believed you. Zhou Guqi flung the nearly empty jug of liquor away and, through his hazy vision, glanced across the street. As he rose, he suddenly caught sight of a sturdy woman slowly approaching. With a heavy sigh, he slumped back down, despairing. It's over. During the frigid winter, even as the heavy snow transitioned to light flurries, the biting cold made little difference to the most impoverished citizens. Those who could not withstand this winter would still not survive. In Tianqing County, the long street was now dotted with numerous charcoal vendors. Without proper stalls, they merely spread a tattered cloth on the ground, placing the charcoal atop it, while another cloth served to shield them from the biting winds and snow. The vendors, clad in insufficiently warm clothing, lacked the energy to peddle their wares, their faces filled with hope as they gazed at the sparse passers. A horse-drawn carriage approached, seemingly ordinary, yet drawn by not one but two magnificent steeds. Strong and sleek, their coats gleaming like satin, unmistakably extraordinary. As the carriage slowly made its way down the street, the vendors perked up momentarily, only to be quickly disheartened. They understood that affluent families had already prepared their winter supplies and would not be in the market for their charcoal at this time. However, the carriage soon came to a halt not far from the vendors, and a young man dismounted, promptly announcing his intent to purchase all the charcoal along the street. The vendors, filled with gratitude and excitement, thanked him profusely. What appeared to be a mere quantity of charcoal might very well be their only chance of surviving the winter. After settling the payment, the young man used some tattered cloth to fashion a large bag, filling it with charcoal as he made his way back to the carriage, only to find his hands empty by the time he reached the cart. The young man, having swiftly leaped back to the front of the carriage and seized the reins, turned his gaze towards the cabin and softly inquired, Mr. Lin, it seems that Xia Bowen has likely arrived. Should we hasten our pace? Inside the carriage sat a slender, middle-aged man, dressed in a long blue robe even in the chill of winter. He sat upright and composed, cradling an ancient tome in his hands. As he perused the age-old text, the man referred to as Mr. Lin calmly replied, There is no need for haste. Although Xia Bowen's choice may lack sound reasoning, I am curious to observe how this generation's most distinguished scion of the Bai Lu Xia clan will ultimately decide. Let us consider this our final assessment of him. The young man, furrowing his brow at these words, remarked, Xia Bowen, under the banner of our Xia clan, is ultimately not a favorable situation. If he becomes disillusioned with us, the esteemed Xia clan of Shendu, and decides to return to the Bai Lu ancestral hall, what then shall we do? Mr. Lin smiled and responded, Bo Yao, our Xia clan is neither as splendid nor as dismal as you perceive. In a prominent family, there must be clarity and brightness, yet even the most radiant stars cannot illuminate every corner. Individuals like Xia Bowen are indeed miscreants. However, before we deal with him, it is permissible to utilize him for our own purposes. The youth named Bo Yao nodded thoughtfully, then we shall indeed save that young town guardian. Correct? Mr. Lin affirmed with a tranquil demeanor. Naturally, regardless of his choice, he is blameless and has saved that life. We cannot stand idly by and watch him perish. Understood, sir. Yet, I wonder how he will choose. The young man expressed his curiosity. Mr. Lin shook his head. In truth, that choice is inherently flawed, thus it bears no definitive answer. Regardless of how he decides, the impression he leaves upon the prominent figures of our Xie clan will not be favorable. The young man suggested, perhaps they have already discerned this, which is why they have orchestrated such a move, placing him in a predicament. Thus, even if he were to go to Shindu, the threat he poses would be significantly diminished. Mr. Lin nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the young man with approval, a promising pupil indeed. Chapter 18. The bitter struggle, the tranquility of the corridor did not endure even for a mere moment. The young boy, now clad in black, stepped forward in silence, effortlessly crossing the distance to stand before Xie Bowen. With a clenched fist, a surge of energy erupted as he unleashed a powerful strike towards the ominous middle-aged man. The force of his punch stirred a gust of wind, scattering the snow outside. Sensing the imminent threat, Xie Bowen's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, allowing the gentle breeze from his sleeves to intercept the forceful blow. As a cultivator, such was his poise. Moreover, he held little faith that this young warrior could pose any significant threat to him. Observing the audacity of his opponent, Chun Shao merely glanced at the self-assured middle-aged man. The punch continued its trajectory, and with a forceful stance, the ground beneath him shattered. As the two energies collided, a tempest of power erupted, sending snowflakes swirling through the air. With a decisive strike, Chun Shao approached Xie Bowen, tightening his posture, preparing to collide with the very man who had previously threatened his life. Simultaneously, he bent his knees, readying himself for a second strike should Xie Bowen be sent flying. However, what unfolded next left the young warrior momentarily stunned. Instead of colliding with his opponent, he found Xie Bowen's hand resting upon his shoulder, leveraging the momentum to glide several paces away, arriving precisely before Xian Endu gracefully halting. The energy from his fists brushed past him, while his garments fluttered in the aftermath. Before Xie Bowen could regain his footing, Chun Shao surged forward, leaping once more to deliver another blow. Xie Bowen smiled faintly, sweeping his sleeve to release a torrent of energy that dispelled the young man's force. He then reached out, grasping at Chun Shao's collar, while his other hand radiated a formidable energy aimed at the boy's head. As he executed these maneuvers, Xie Bowen sneered. Though the youth displayed a reckless courage and understood the principle of striking first, the disparity in their realms was an insurmountable chasm. As a spirit platform warrior, even with just a fraction of his strength, how could the boy contend with him? Yet, as he extended his hand, the young man abruptly halted his advance, narrowly evading the grasp. Xie Bowen squinted slightly, intrigued. His attempt to seize Chun Shao's collar had failed, and his palm, aimed at the boy's head, struck the ground instead, creating a deep crater that was nothing short of terrifying. The pit lay directly before Chun Shao. Standing upright, the young warrior hesitated not for an instant before drawing his blade. The dark, broken sword was unsheathed with remarkable speed, the blade cutting through the air with a sound that resonated pleasingly to Chun Shao's ears, though it caused Xie Bowen to frown. A broken sword? Truly a sign of a country bumpkin. Lacking any worthy possessions, in an instant, Xie Bowen vanished, reappearing before Chun Shao. Understanding that one must maintain distance when engaging a warrior, cultivators generally avoided close combat. However, Xie Bowen underestimated the young man, believing that even face-to-face engagement would pose no challenge. Thus, he approached without concern, unleashing a strike imbued with tremendous force upon the boy's chest. "You were fortunate to escape my previous strike, but will you be so lucky this time?" he thought, convinced that the outcome would not be so easily evaded. Yet, as he confidently delivered the blow, Chun Shao did not succumb to the anticipated fate. Instead, he once again narrowly evaded while simultaneously swinging his sword. Moments later, both retreated several steps. Lowering his gaze, Xie Bowen was taken aback to discover that his garment had been sliced open. Now swaying precariously, seeking death, Xie Bowen roared in fury. The disdain cultivators held for warriors was no secret. For Xie Bowen, having his robe torn by a warrior of inferior realm was nothing short of a profound humiliation. In that moment, he not only resolved to eliminate Chun Shao but was unwilling to delay even a second longer. He advanced swiftly, closing the distance between them yet again, sweeping his sleeve towards the young warrior. The technique of shrinking distance was a fundamental skill that cultivators mastered, yet it remained an unattainable dream for warriors. Chun Shao had no time to ponder such matters. As Xia Bowen's sleeve descended towards him, he retaliated with a punch aimed at the man's chest. It was a futile endeavor, as his strike was intercepted halfway, merely causing Xia Bowen to stagger slightly, while Chen Shao was sent reeling backward. Crashing into the courtyard. "Little thief, today shall be your end," Xia Bowen sneered, employing the distance shrinking technique once more to enter the courtyard. "Stop," shouted Xian Endu, who had remained silent until now. Unfortunately, Xia Bowen harbored a deadly intent towards Chun Shao, and no matter who spoke, he would not relent. Yet, when he turned his gaze to the courtyard, he found the boy who had fallen within was nowhere to be seen. A frown creased his brow, and a sudden alertness took hold of him. A surge of blade energy stirred behind him, and a flash of black blade light cut through the air. Chen Shao, having leaped onto the rooftop unbeknownst to anyone, descended swiftly, executing a fierce slash. Xia Bowen spun around, but in the blink of an eye, he could not react. He could only stumble backward in panic as the broken sword swept past him, effortlessly tearing his robe to shreds. The black blade, though of obscure origin, was undeniably sharp, far surpassing that of a typical sword cultivator's flying sword. Gripping the hilt tightly, Chun Shao did not rush to deliver a second strike after the first failed. Instead, he swiftly retreated several paces, beckoning with his finger in a provocative manner. "Come and try," he said, the first words he had uttered since the confrontation began, spoken with an air of nonchalance. The audacity of the young man enraged Xia Bowen. After several close encounters, the boy ought to have been cautious and apprehensive. Xia Bowen, now shedding the torn robe to reveal the clothing beneath, found himself still unscathed and holding the upper hand. Yet, despite his apparent advantage, the repeated failed attempts to achieve his goal left him unable to accept the situation. At this moment, his fury reached unprecedented heights. However, when he looked upon the young man once more, he was met with an expression of utter indifference. Did he truly believe I cannot dismantle you, a mere spirit platform warrior, into 1,000 pieces here? In an instant, the courtyard was charged with energy. Xia Bowen stepped forward, and the moss-covered water vat shattered, its contents mysteriously suspended in midair, flowing as if it were a long river. The intricacies of the samurai's path are manifold, with an array of methods emerging incessantly. This is hardly a novel occurrence. Observing this scene, Chun Shao remained silent and indifferent. In the next moment, a flowing river surged towards him. With a broken blade in hand, Chun Shao unleashed a gleam of light, cleaving through the river as clear water cascaded to the ground, splashing in all directions. After severing the river, Chun Shao charged directly towards Xia Bowen. This young warrior, who had battled against monstrous beings in this very place for years, now displayed an unwavering resolve. Even in the face of Xia Bowen's multitude of tactics, he remained composed, evading each supposed lethal strike while continuously maneuvering around Xia Bowen. This spectacle rendered Xia Bowen's expression exceedingly grim. At this moment, he could think of little else but to swiftly eliminate the youth before him. Regrettably, the black-clad boy proved as elusive as the most cunning eel. Whenever Xia Bowen believed he could surely capture and easily crush him, the boy would evade him yet again. After several such exchanges, Xia Bowen's patience was utterly depleted. Withdrawing momentarily, he cast a complex glance at the black-clad youth not far away. Setting aside the boy's level of cultivation, the sheer calmness he exhibited amidst the fierce battle was enough to create a chasm-like gap between him and his peers. Frowning slightly, Xia Bowen stood in the courtyard, raising his hands as a formidable aura surged forth from his garments, stirring the surrounding environment and sealing off the space. Subsequently, the entire courtyard began to tremble violently. The black-clad youth, who had leaped onto the rooftop, gradually steadied himself, causing the small courtyard to miraculously cease its quaking. The world seemed poised to return to tranquility. Chun Shao did not respond to the question, merely gazing at Xia Bowen standing in the courtyard, calmly stating, "Do you wish to demolish my home?" Before Xia Bowen could reply, the youth continued, "In that case, you must die." Hearing this, Xia Bowen's face darkened, reaching the pinnacle of his displeasure. The youth leaped down once more, and Xia Bowen's aura surged in preparation. Yet, at that moment, a disbelieving thought emerged in his mind. "You are not at the spirit platform level?" Chapter 19. The girl like a pear blossom exhaling a breath of foul air. Chun Shao smiled slightly, admonishing himself not to make excuses. Defeat was simply defeat. Initially almost certain that the youth before him could not merely be at the spirit platform level, Xia Bowen found himself frowning in confusion. After all, how old was this boy? No more than 16 or 17 years of age. Among the prodigies from the capital, how many could truly reach the divine concealment realm? The fact that this youth had held his ground against him for so long at the spirit platform level only deepened Xia Bowen's discomfort. A mere realm apart, yet he was significantly older and still unable to easily suppress the boy. If the sect were to learn of this, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Glaring at the youth atop the roof, Xia Bowen's intent to kill remained steadfast, yet the youth had never shown any concern. Reluctant to waste further words, Xia Bowen gestured with his hands, summoning a fierce wind and snow that howled upwards, coalescing into snowballs in the sky, which then hurtled toward Chen Xiao. Gripping his broken blade tightly, Chen Xiao swung, slicing through the foremost snowball, disregarding the snowflakes that splattered upon him, and leaped down, executing a fierce downward strike. The black blade cleaving through the air with precision. The snowballs that struck the rooftop shattered countless tiles, the sound echoing like a hailstorm. Having been lingering in the corridor, Xia Nandu stepped back a few paces. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Chen Xiao. Earlier, witnessing Chen Xiao being knocked into the courtyard had caused her some concern, but inexplicably, as time passed, her worries began to dissipate. It was strange, yet somehow felt quite natural. The youth now within the courtyard, no longer retreating or enduring, began to take the initiative, closing in on his opponent, his broken blade slicing out repeatedly, one strike after another, the momentum seamless, with scarcely a flaw. Chen Xiao's swordsmanship, devoid of formal technique, stemmed entirely from countless life-and-death encounters with those monstrous beings. Each strike aimed to exploit the opponent's greatest weakness, striving to achieve maximum lethality with minimal effort, a philosophy that aligned harmoniously with the military mindset of the Great Liang dynasty. Thus, it was evident that had Chen Xiao been in the military, he would have avoided much unnecessary trouble. Xia Bowen, a reputable practitioner from a distinguished lineage, had never encountered such a phenomenon. Caught off guard, he found himself retreating repeatedly. The dynamics of their confrontation had seemingly shifted entirely. With his hands moving rapidly before him, Xia Bowen summoned waves of energy, attempting to construct a barrier to shield himself. Fortunately, despite Chen Xiao's ferocious strikes, each executed with near perfection, he was, after all, merely a warrior at the spirit platform level, allowing Xia Bowen to finally erect a barrier. A shield composed of wind and snow now stood between them. And Xia Bowen sighed, exhaling the remnants of his breath, before inhaling anew. At that moment, Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. He had waited long for this opportunity. From the depths of the swirling snow, his aura surged, ascending from the spirit platform to the divine concealment realm. Gripping his broken blade, Chen Xiao cleaved through the snow barrier, leaping forward to stand before Xia Bowen, who had been concealing his strength all along. In the midst of this transition, Xia Bowen's face was painted with disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. That strike left a ghastly wound upon him. Now, even if Xia Bowen wished to forcefully recover his breath, he found no opportunity. After that single blow, Chen Xiao charged forward, crashing into his chest, shattering the energy within as he sought to reconstitute it. Success seemed all but impossible. Spitting out blood, Xia Bowen collapsed into the snow of the courtyard. Staring up at the black-clad youth before him, incredulously repeating a question he had posed earlier, "Are you truly a divine concealment warrior?" Chen Xiao sneered, offering no answer, remaining ever vigilant. From the very moment he discerned that Xia Bowen was a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, Chen Xiao had contemplated how to provoke the man's underestimation of him. Had Xia Bowen known from the outset that Chen Xiao was a divine concealment warrior, their confrontation would have been exceedingly arduous, requiring far more time for Chen Xiao to prevail. In the mountains, when battling monstrous beings, Chen Xiao sought to achieve maximum results with minimal costs. If he were to engage in a futile struggle with the opponent, even if he succeeded in slaying the monsters, those lurking in the shadows would not permit him to leave the mountains unscathed. In other words, even while grievously injured, one must appear largely unharmed. As for Xia Bowen, provoking his disdain was the first step, inciting his rage the second. With these two elements, even in equal standing, it would be Xia Bowen who would meet his demise. at tea this moment. Xia Bowen sat in the courtyard, the vitality of a divine concealment practitioner ebbing away, his death all but assured. Saving his life would not be a simple task, especially with Qian Xiao present, who could possibly come to his aid. Yet even now, he struggled to comprehend one fundamental truth. Why would a mere guardian of a small county town be a divine concealment warrior? Had he known earlier, he would never have been so careless. Nor would he have been arrogant enough to engage in a contest of skill at such close quarters. But now, it was all too late. Xia Bowen closed his eyes in agony. In his final moments, one could only wonder what thoughts traversed his mind, whether he regretted facing this doomed encounter or wished he had acted decisively to eliminate that young warrior sooner. Qian Xiao lingered in the courtyard for some time, waiting until Xia Bowen's vitality had truly extinguished, leaving no room for reprieve, before cautiously stepping into the courtyard, sheathing his broken blade, and beginning to search the corpse for valuables. Though it was not Xia Nandu's first time witnessing such a scene, she could not help but feel somewhat dazed. Within a mere month, Qian Xiao had slain 2 practitioners in their own courtyard. He bore no particular thoughts on the matter, viewing these 2 self-destructive practitioners as no different from the monsters in the mountains. Yet, as Qian Xiao stood up, the courtyard door swung open without a breeze. 2 figures appeared. An elderly man and a youth. The young man, clad in cotton garments, gazed at the scene in astonishment, while the slender middle-aged man before him remained remarkably composed. These 2 were none other than the pair who had previously driven the cart to purchase charcoal on the long street. They had been aware when Xia Bowen arrived at this small courtyard, but had chosen not to reveal themselves immediately. They wished to observe how Xia Nandu would choose. However, upon their arrival, that so-called choice had devolved into a farce. Qian Xiao, with his blade, had helped Xia Nandu escape that predicament. This was, in fact, somewhat unreasonable. But who could have anticipated that a mere guardian from a small county would indeed be a divine concealment warrior? Thus, the so-called schemes, disrupted by a young warrior, though seemingly anticipated, were nevertheless within the realm of reason. Upon seeing yet another pair of uninvited guests, Qian Xiao instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. The most reassuring object in the world was, indeed, this weapon. Mr. Lin steadied his mind and, bowing respectfully towards Xia Nandu, announced, "I am Lin Yuan, a servant of the Xia family, sent to escort the young lady." His voice was gentle, steady, and imbued with the grace of a great scholar. The young man, having regained his composure, returned the bow to his esteemed teacher with a gesture of respect. The sincerity between the 2 was markedly greater than that exhibited by the previous pair. "Miss, there is no need for undue worry. The reasons behind this situation are likely known to you to some extent." The so-called evaluation truly concluded when Xia Bowen met his demise here. If you had not passed this evaluation, Lin Yuan would not be present in this place. Lin Yuan maintained his respectful posture, encapsulating the essence of their conversation as a summation of all prior events. Implicit in his words was the assertion that, even if the final choice remained unspoken by you, Xia Nandu, it would bear no consequence. The prominent figures of the Xia family would not linger on this matter any longer. However, all of this was owed to that young man. Qian Xiao glanced at Xia Nandu, his expression complex, lost in thought. Xia Nandu smiled, his gratitude evident. Qian Xiao averted his gaze and slowly made his way to the corridor. Yet his hand remained on the hilt of his sword. Xia Nandu quietly inquired, "If you find yourself unable to defeat that person, will you still engage?" Qian Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding. "I am unconcerned with how to choose, but if you say that a wrong choice could cost me my life, then I cannot tolerate that." "What can you do if you are unable to win?" Xia Nandu remarked, "You seem to refrain from undertaking endeavors you are not confident in." Qian Xiao fell silent, seemingly unwilling to answer that question, instead stating, "If that person intends to strike, I may not be able to save you." At that moment, Lin Yuan, having arrived in the courtyard, found himself unable to discern Qian Xiao's current state of concealed martial prowess. In other words, Qian Xiao's realm surpassed his by at least 1 level. That of the bitter sea. However, Qian Xiao felt that escaping with his own life was not an insurmountable task. Xia Nandu shook his head, indicating he would not intervene. Qian Xiao nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Yet his hand remained firmly on the sword hilt as he queried, "Then shall we increase the payment this time?" Xia Nandu nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well." She then took a few steps forward and addressed the 2 gentlemen who were still bowing. "Does Mr. Lin wish to know how I would choose?" Lin Yuan was taken aback, furrowing his brow. He instinctively recognized that the young lady was not speaking of him. He contemplated briefly, then suddenly raised his head and advised, "Miss, think carefully. Some things, if left unsaid, matter little. But once spoken, the consequences may indeed be significant." Xianandu paid no heed to his warning, calmly articulating, "If I must choose, then I shall choose him." Her voice was soft, yet clearly audible to all present in the corridor. Lin Yuan's countenance shifted subtly. In that moment, he was at a loss to comprehend why the young lady would utter such words amidst an already determined situation. Did she not realize that her statement was not directed at him, but rather for the ears of the divine city? Unfazed by this, Xianandu reiterated her thoughts with serene conviction, even if it were repeated 10,000 times. My choice would remain unchanged. Chapter 20. Farewell. Upon hearing the young lady solemnly declare her choice, and even repeat it, Lin Yuan's expression soured, tinged with disappointment. Why would she choose to place herself back in a predicament that had already been resolved by that young man in black? Such impatience seemed unfit for one poised to become the head of the Xie family. Was it that she had never entertained the notion of assuming such a role in that instant? Lin Yuan was beset by confusion. What were the true intentions of this young lady, held in high regard by both the Bai Lu and Xin Du branches of the Xie family? Did so many people on both sides truly misjudge her? Nevertheless, despite his myriad doubts, Lin Yuan did not overly express them, merely stating, "Since the young lady has spoken, it stands to reason that you are prepared to bear any consequences." His words underscored the certainty that what transpired today would inevitably reach Xin Du. He would not be held accountable. Xianandu nodded nonchalantly, her confidence unshaken. She had no concerns regarding the repercussions of her audacious statement. Lin Yuan straightened his posture and inquired, "Miss, having lingered here for some time, shall we depart for Xindu?" Xianandu frowned, hesitating to respond, instead glancing at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao had now taken a seat before the hearth. Harboring no particular fondness or aversion towards their uninvited guests, he was not foolish. He recognized that the elder and younger individuals before him were not cut from the same cloth as the Xie Bowen he had dispatched. Xianandu asked, "Once I leave, will Xindu refrain from taking action against him?" Although the evaluations had been directed towards her, the one who had dismantled the entanglements was Chen Xiao. Xianandu harbored concerns that after her departure, Xindu might still employ underhanded tactics. Faced with the colossal entity that was the Xie family of Xindu, even Chen Xiao, no matter how talented, would ultimately find himself at a disadvantage. Rest assured, since the young lady has successfully passed the evaluation, the methods employed by Xindu will cease, and this young master will naturally no longer be implicated. Lin Yuan contemplated, yet refrained from fully articulating the remainder of his thought. Partly because he deemed it unnecessary, and partly because he felt that someone as astute as Xianandu would undoubtedly grasp the unspoken implications. Xianandu nodded, then declared, "You all may wait for me outside." Lin Yuan acknowledged her command without further ado, turning to lead the silent young man out. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a rugged man carrying a large bowl of rice, seated on the threshold. Lin Yuan regarded the man with curiosity, only to be met with a brusque retort, "What are you staring at?" The young man frowned, a cold smirk forming as he thought, indeed, that poverty breeds rudeness. He was about to respond when Lin Yuan halted him with a gesture. The well-regarded cultivator merely smiled at the man, inquiring, "Is that bowl of rice tasty?" Though it appeared to be a simple inquiry regarding the man's meal. The young man sensed an underlying significance. However, the man seemed to harbor an innate dislike for Chen Xiao, extending his disdain to anyone emerging from that abode, retorting, "If you want to eat, go home and have your wife make some." The ungracious response ignited a flame of anger within the young man, barely contained. Yet Lin Yuan remained unfazed, simply smiling as he offered, "How about a single piece of heavenly gold in exchange for a meal?" The man scoffed, "Who wants your filthy money?" With a sigh, Lin Yuan shook his head in disappointment, choosing not to engage further with the man. He then made his way to the carriage at the alley's entrance. As the two exited the courtyard, Xianandu turned to Chen Xiao, a moment of silence enveloping them as she struggled to find the right words, seemingly uncertain of how to begin. After a brief pause, she produced a purse from within her garments, extending it towards Chen Xiao, softly stating, "This purse is no ordinary item. It contains 10,000 pieces of heavenly gold, all for you. Once I arrive in Xindu, I will procure more funds for you, or you may write to inform me of any rare spiritual herbs you require. Chun Shao accepted the purse, adorned with golden thread and inscribed with the characters for Nandu. Without hesitation, he understood that for Xian Nandu, the 10,000 pieces of heavenly gold held little significance, yet for him, it represented a substantial boon. Take care, he smiled, unable to articulate more. Xian Nandu pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you not have anything else to say to me?" Her expression was one of hopeful anticipation, unmasked. Although their acquaintance had spanned little more than a month, Chun Shao had been present through 3 trials. The first was at the mountain shrine, where her life had been in jeopardy without his intervention. The second involved a practitioner skilled in taming beasts, from whom she would have perished without his aid. Yet this final choice, albeit influenced by Chun Shao, ultimately lay in her hands. Who were the figures in Shandu unwilling to allow her safe passage there? Chun Shao placed his hands upon the hearth, casually taking a sweet potato and placing it beside the flames. Since they were parting ways, exchanging a few words was hardly an issue. Those who indulge excessively and lack courage are not my concern. The true adversaries capable of challenging me have yet to reveal themselves. Xian Nandu's countenance hardened slightly, her voice steady as she declared, "However, I am confident that I will not be defeated by them." Before Chun Shao could respond, she added softly, "Yet I have never aspired to become the head of the Xie family." Chun Shao raised his gaze to the young lady before him, aware that she harbored greater ambitions. She was journeying towards the north, but not to Shendu. Her destination lay further north, beyond the northern frontier, beyond the northern reaches of the desert. "You should not remain here indefinitely." Xian Nandu's eyes sparkled with determination as she asserted. "Chun Shao, you should ensure that your name resonates throughout the world." Chun Shao rubbed his hands together, shaking his head. Such aspirations hold little meaning. What matters most is the act of living. A fleeting glimmer of emotion crossed Xian Nandu's eyes. Whether disappointment or something else was indiscernible, but her bright gaze dimmed noticeably. Chun Shao noticed yet refrained from commenting. Soon, she composed herself, displaying a radiant smile as she removed a silver hairpin that had accompanied her for many years, turning to face Chun Shao. Chun Shao hesitated momentarily but ultimately extended his hand. The young maiden gently placed the silver hairpin into his palm, her delicate face tinged with a subtle blush as she softly murmured, "Carry this with you. If ever you encounter an insurmountable obstacle, seek someone to return it to me, Xian Nandu. I shall not hesitate, even if it costs me my life." Chun Shao raised an eyebrow and inquired, "This silver hairpin must have a significant origin, does it not?" Xian Nandu shook her head, whispering, "It is merely an ordinary hairpin. Take good care of it." Chun Shao furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before deciding to tuck it away close to his heart. Observing Chun Shao's demeanor, the maiden appeared quite satisfied, and she resumed her place before the hearth, settling once more onto the worn-out chair. In recent days, Chun Shao had grown accustomed to relinquishing the sole chair in the house to the girl before him. "How many monsters have you slain over the years?" she asked. Though the hour was growing late, she wished to linger here a while longer, for she knew this place offered far more comfort than the Bailu ancestral hall. And certainly more than the capital city. Chun Shao turned the sweet potato on the fire before responding, "I cannot recall." Xian Nandu smiled and replied, "No matter. I too have lost count of the books I have read." Suddenly, she posed a question, "Do you find studying to be more arduous than cultivating martial skills?" As for the hardships of cultivation, I cannot say, but being a martial artist is undeniably tough. I believe that no matter how difficult studying may be, it pales in comparison to the life of a martial man. Through his years of training, he had come to feel that nothing in this world was as burdensome as being a martial artist. Xian Nandu chuckled lightly, saying nothing further. She was inexplicably reminded of the time spent at the Bailu ancestral hall, feeling somewhat dazed, as if leaving this small courtyard was akin to truly departing from home. As dusk approached, Xian Nandu rose to her feet, but before she could turn away, the young man seated there had already offered her the roasted sweet potato from the hearth. Upon seeing the sweet potato, her eyes squinted with delight, resembling crescent moons. When he accompanied her to the door, standing at the threshold, Chun Shao fell silent for a moment before suddenly declaring, "Miss Xie, from the very first encounter, I thought you resembled a flower, a pear blossom." Xian Nandu smiled, peeling the sweet potato in earnest and taking a bite, only to lament, "I shall no longer taste such delicious sweet potatoes." With that, she waved her hand, forgoing an umbrella, and stepped across the threshold, swiftly becoming enveloped in the swirling snow. Chun Chao stood rooted in place, silently bidding her farewell. Chapter 21. After the young maiden's figure faded from view. Obscured by the snow, Chun Chao raised an eyebrow, lowering his gaze to inspect his boots, rubbing them against the ground at the door. He glanced back at the alley entrance before turning to return to his courtyard. However, just as he did, the man who had been sitting on the threshold suddenly chuckled. "Chin lad, so you couldn't keep such a beautiful bride after all? I told you, with your humble background, you'd never be able to manage. As the old saying goes, there are 3 treasures in the world: an ugly wife, a meager field, and a tattered cotton coat. That girl is too exquisite. Bringing her home will only bring trouble." Chun Chao frowned and retorted, "Is that why you married your aunt?" Although he had never regarded this man as an elder, he held a deep respect for the woman who had always looked after him. The man tilted his head, ensuring his wife was not eavesdropping, and then squinted with a grin. "What do you know, you half-grown lad? When marrying, what one seeks is stability. Beauty is secondary, as long as she possesses sufficient steadiness. That's all that matters." Chun Chao silently contemplated the robust figure of the woman, indeed thinking she was quite stable. The man, noticing the youth's lethargy, curiously asked, "It hasn't been long since you last saw her. You haven't lost your innocence, have you?" Chun Chao was taken aback, then muttered a curse under his breath. Hearing the curse, the man chuckled instead of getting angry, rubbing his hands together, eager to engage in a playful argument with the young lad. Having anticipated the man's intentions, Chun Chao plopped down on the threshold and waved his hand dismissively, uninterested. Unlike his usual energetic self, akin to a lively little tiger, he now felt an unusual weariness. The man rummaged through his teeth for remnants of food, then wiped his hands haphazardly on his sleeve before exclaiming, "Lad, spring hasn't even arrived, and you're already done for? Have I eaten too much?" The youth retorted, his words lacking conviction. The man glanced into the distance and muttered, "Shouldn't you go take a look? I wager she has wandered quite far." Chun Chao remained silent, merely rubbing his forehead, feeling slightly fatigued. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to the man. Words lodged in his throat, unable to be voiced. The man, surprisingly refraining from mocking the youth with whom he had always been at odds, instead spoke meaningfully, "Do you feel a void in your heart? Something different from before?" Chun Chao furrowed his brow and countered, "Not at all." The man scoffed, not exposing the youth's fragile bravado, but instead adjusted the couplet that had been affixed just last year, muttering his irritation at how carelessly he had applied the paste, rendering it impossible to stick properly. With the new year approaching in a couple of 100 days, he yanked it down in frustration, crumpling it into a ball and tossing it into the yard. Soon, the sound of the woman's scolding echoed from the courtyard, harsh and unrelenting. The man, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shouted back, "You fat hag, shut your mouth, or I'll hang you up and give you a beating." The courtyard fell momentarily silent. When the man looked back at the boy on the threshold, he found the lad wearing a face of gleeful schadenfreude. The man huffed, "You see that? Now that is what you call masculinity." Chun Chao nodded earnestly, replying, "Your tongue is indeed quite tough." Hearing this, the man solemnly declared, "My toughest asset is not my tongue." "Then what is it?" Chun Chao asked, puzzled. The man smirked, about to respond, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the woman emerging from the courtyard wielding a rolling pin. With that, he left behind a significant smile, preparing to close the door. Picking up the now empty large bowl from the threshold, he turned and mused, when parting, if one does not bid a proper farewell, one cannot imagine how many sleepless nights will be spent in restlessness. Just before the woman could reach him, the man finally shut the door with a sigh of relief. It was no trivial matter to get beaten, but letting that lad witness it would be a great embarrassment. By the carriage, the 2 snow-laden figures gazed towards the alley. The young man, unable to contain himself any longer, vented his frustration, "Sir, why do we not teach that rustic fellow a lesson for his lack of decorum?" Lin Yuan glanced at his hot-tempered disciple and chuckled. "Having read so many texts, you should aspire to embody the demeanor of the sages, should you not? If you were to resort to violence over mere words, would that not render your studies pointless?" The young man furrowed his brow at this, asking, "Does that imply that if someone is weak, they can brazenly provoke the strong without fear of consequence?" His inquiry pertained not only to the previous encounter but extended beyond. Lin Yuan smiled knowingly, responding with depth. The principles I have studied and the truths I have observed may not hold the same validity in your eyes, nor do they necessarily bear reason. Thus, your personal boundaries dictate what actions are permissible. The truths in books differ from person to person. We are not saints and are bound to err. The young man pondered this and queried, "So, are you suggesting that if I were to confront him again, it would indeed be justified?" Lin Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Though your rationale may convince you, it does not necessarily persuade me." Understanding this, the young man wore a crestfallen expression. Lin Yuan placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, gently remarking, "By you, if you could best me in a fight, what importance would it hold whether your reasoning could sway me?" The young man was taken aback, then slumped in defeat. "Sir, that reasoning makes no sense." Lin Yuan laughed heartily, clearly amused by the young scholar from the renowned Xie family in the capital. Suddenly, the young man inquired, "Sir, what is your opinion of that girl? Have you seen her? Is she as remarkable as the rumors suggest?" Ever since it was said that the current head of the Bai Lu Xie family was a girl of exceptional temperament and talent, numerous tales had circulated in the capital. Some claimed that when she was born, a celestial phenomenon occurred, with a white deer dashing through the Xie ancestral hall, while others spoke of a wandering cultivator wishing to take her away. The rumors were abundant, and it was difficult to discern their authenticity. Lin Yuan recalled the strong-willed girl and reflected, her temperament is remarkably steady, with few peers among her contemporaries, as for her innate talent. Such things cannot be discerned with a mere glance. However, she is unlikely to be an ordinary individual. Otherwise, why would there be such significant efforts from both the Bai Lu and the capital? He believed there would be no issues on the academy's end. The young man remarked, "The Wei family has recently produced an extraordinary figure who was taken away by a wandering cultivator long ago. One wonders if, after all these years, they still remember their surname." This remark carried a hint of derision. The political landscape was becoming increasingly clear, with the Xie and Wei families dividing power. However, in comparison to the Xie family, the Wei family maintained closer ties with wandering cultivators, and many of their younger members were training in sects beyond the mortal realm. Consequently, the Wei family faced considerable criticism. The capital, too, was far from peaceful. The contention between the Xie and Wei families is unlikely to reach a resolution in the near future. As a devotee of the Xie clan, Lin Yuan naturally harbors no affection for the Wei family. However, he remains unconvinced that this protracted rivalry between the two prominent families will culminate in a swift conclusion. The young man nodded in agreement. The two families have been embroiled in conflict for nearly a century, and absent the intervention of a third party, it seems improbable that a decisive victory could be easily attained. Given the current stalemate, swift action is imperative. Lin Yuan spoke to himself, uttering a cryptic remark that left the young man perplexed. Although he contemplated inquiring further, he quickly dismissed the thought. Whether this individual would be the one to break the deadlock remains uncertain, yet it is clear that he is held in high regard. However, the rest of Lin Yuan's thoughts seemed insignificant to articulate, so he opted for silence. He disregarded the eager expression on his disciple's face, waving his hand to signal that their discourse had concluded. Then, Lin Yuan recalled the irascible figure from earlier, frowning as he muttered, "I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before, but for the life of me, I can't recall where." The young man, unable to contain his curiosity, was about to ask again when he spotted a snow-kissed maiden emerging from the alley, clutching a sweet potato. As she walked, she took a bite out of the tuber, and the young man found himself momentarily entranced by the sight. Xie Nandu quickened her pace, arriving at the carriage, cradling the remaining half of the sweet potato in her hands. Lin Yuan bowed politely and said, "Miss, please board the carriage." Xie Nandu nodded, preparing to enter the vehicle when the young man suddenly interjected with a smile. "I am Xie Buyue, also a scion of the Xie family. We are of the same generation." He left a sentence unspoken. Xie Nandu glanced at him and replied softly, "I see. As she stepped into the carriage, she turned to cast a lingering gaze back toward the empty alley, her brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 22. Preparing for unforeseen circumstances, Chun Shao wearily rose to his feet, entered the courtyard, closed the door, and slowly made his way toward the stove. Instinctively, he took a seat on the long bench, but upon sitting, he abruptly lifted his head to see the old, vacant chair opposite him. Pressing his hands against his face, He swayed momentarily before regaining some vigor. He then stood, threw a few punches in the corridor, and was reminded of the disrepair of his small courtyard. The previous altercation had left the place nearly half demolished. Placing his hand on his forehead, Chen Qiao muttered, "I should have dealt you a few more cuts, you scoundrel." After venting his frustration, Chen Qiao resolved to venture out to the shop to purchase some blue tiles to repair the roof. He also intended to mend the various holes in the courtyard and corridor, and not to forget the water tank in the yard, which needed replacing. Just as he was about to step outside, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard gate. Upon opening the door, he found it was indeed the lean, dark-haired youth, Lin Cheng. As soon as the door swung open, Lin Cheng peered into the courtyard. But upon failing to spot the petite, graceful figure he sought, he scratched his head and asked, "Where's sister-in-law?" Without waiting for Chen Qiao's reply, he continued, "On my way here, I encountered a carriage drawn by 2 horses. Could it be that sister-in-law's family has come? Brother Chen, have you been bullying sister-in-law, causing her to call for her family to take her away?" Chen Qiao forced a smile, about to respond when Lin Cheng nodded vigorously. "Or perhaps sister-in-law simply finds you and your humble abode lacking. I mean, you are the town's defender, a figure of equal rank to the county magistrate. Surely, you could afford a larger residence. Yet here you are, stuck in this dilapidated courtyard. Just look at sister-in-law now." Lin Cheng's words trailed off abruptly, not because he had run out of things to say, but because Chen Qiao's hand had come down firmly on his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain and fall silent. "Stop your nonsensical rambling." Chen Qiao shot a glare at the wiry young man before releasing his grip. Lin Cheng let out a soft humph, rubbing his other shoulder. Just as he was about to change the subject, Chen Qiao cast him a sidelong glance, prompting him to obediently recount the happenings at the Xinming stone mine. In truth, for an ordinary laborer like Lin Cheng, the matters he encountered were hardly shrouded in secrecy. However, since the local governor had instructed him to wait, Chen Qiao felt it prudent to prepare in advance. And the only one privy to some information was this young man who worked at the mine. "It's nothing particularly special," Lin Cheng began. "We dig every day. After breakfast, we head to the mine, fill a cart, and let the overseers take it away. When we leave the mine at night, the overseers search us to see if we've hidden any stones. In reality, most are quite large, so we can't conceal them, and the smaller ones are also difficult to hide. Some think to stuff them in there. There's no need for such detail." Chen Qiao frowned, concerned that if he did not intervene, this young man would reveal even more. "Think carefully. Has anything unusual happened? Why would several mines collapse simultaneously?" Lin Cheng hesitated, then lowered his voice. "The mine forbids talk of such matters, Brother Chun. Please don't let this slip." Chen Qiao nodded and asked, "Is it that over-extraction has caused the collapse of multiple mines?" Lin Cheng was taken aback, incredulous. "Brother, how did you know?" Previously, their quarry had been methodically mined without incident until recently when the officials in charge urged them to expedite their work. Even those mines that had reached their extraction limits were compelled to continue, as it was rumored that once they completed the current batch, they would proceed to a new mining site. Lin Cheng's return was merely a brief respite before he would have to return, uncertain of when that would be. Chen Qiao did not respond to his question, instead remaining silent, pondering that if matters were truly so simple, the governor's personal visit seemed unwarranted. He could easily have sent a letter. Even if there were things he could not disclose in writing, why not clarify them face-to-face rather than speak in veiled terms? Chen Qiao gently tapped the stove, his expression grave. Such a trivial matter, yet it necessitated waiting for others. He felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Who were they waiting for? Officials from the Daliang court? Or someone else entirely? When would those officials depart? Were the workers truly gone? Retrieving his hand, Chen Qiao absent-mindedly scraped a piece of paint off a wooden pillar and tossed it into the stove, which soon belched forth dark smoke, filling the air with a foul odor. Lin Cheng pinched his nose and grumbled, "We're leaving tomorrow. I was planning to come find you right after, but those officials have already departed. The stones have long been carted away. Now only a few minor overseers remain. Once we leave, there should be no one left there." He waved his hand in frustration, but upon realizing it was futile, he shot a resentful glance at Chen Qiao. Chen Qiao paid little heed to Lin Cheng's complaints, merely nodding and muttering, "What's the point of investigating a derelict mine?" Lin Cheng did not catch Chen Qiao's words clearly, but when he noticed the smoke had ceased, He extended his hand to warm himself, lamenting, "If it weren't for sister-in-law, I wouldn't have any fire to warm myself here." This was not his first visit to Chen Chao's home. He vividly recalled arriving in the dead of winter, when the courtyard was desolate and devoid of warmth. However, Chen Chao could hardly be blamed. After beginning his cultivation, even novice practitioners could withstand the elements, let alone Chen Chao, a martial artist of the divine abode realm. "All right, you should head back." Chen Chao waved his hand, signaling it was time for Lin Cheng to leave. "Are you really not going to offer me even a bite to eat?" Lin Cheng protested, looking aggrieved. Chen Chao, uninterested in his complaints, escorted him to the door. Lin Cheng, reluctant to leave, gazed back at Chen Chao. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Chao said plainly, "I still have that 7-star grass you asked for. I'll keep it for you. Whenever you need it, come find me. I have no use for it at the moment. And remember, once you reach the new mining site, avoid provoking trouble. However, if someone bullies you, don't rush to retaliate. Make sure to write to me." Lin Cheng acknowledged with an absent-minded "oh." Chen Chao patted his shoulder, imparting, "In this chaotic world, the most important thing is to stay alive." Lin Cheng, seeing the seriousness in Chen Chao's eyes, nodded earnestly. After bidding farewell to Lin Cheng, Chen Chao returned to the courtyard, glancing up at the dilapidated roof. Snow had begun to accumulate in the corridor, falling through the holes above. Yet at that moment, he had no inclination to venture out for blue tiles. Instead, he sat back down beside a wooden pillar, leaning against it, and began to circulate his energy. Having only recently entered the divine abode realm, his foundation was still unsteady. Faced with the unknown, he instinctively sought to strengthen himself further. In these turbulent times, nothing else mattered. The only things of significance were the blade at his waist and his martial prowess. After a short incense stick's worth of time, Chen Chao opened his eyes, glanced at the old wooden chair, and then closed them again, continuing to circulate his energy through his meridians. Each cycle of energy flow greatly benefited a martial artist, expanding the meridians and facilitating smoother energy circulation. Though these were merely minor accomplishments, with relentless persistence, he hoped to achieve significant progress. In the following days, Chen Chao remained at home, engrossed in his cultivation and had not ventured outside, thus neglecting the repair of the hole in his roof. During this time, there were visitors from the county office at midnight, inviting him to a late-night meal, which he firmly declined. One night, when Chen Chao opened his eyes, the snow outside had ceased. Though the chill lingered, he sat beside a pillar, perusing an ancient tome on Taoist principles. Though it bore little relevance to him as a martial man, he found value in broadening his knowledge. After some time, he set the old book aside, recalling the words of the Li Guardian regarding the peculiarities surrounding the Shinying stone mine. Everything seemed far from ordinary. As dawn broke, Chen Chao stood up and made his way toward the county office. Realizing it was time to prepare for certain matters. Chapter 23. Documents. After the heavy snow subsided, the weather gradually warmed, and before long, the accumulated snow in Tianjin County melted away. Many citizens began clearing the remnants of snow from in front of their homes. However, for the ordinary folk, caution was still necessary. Having survived the harsh winter, they now faced the critical period of the late spring chill, which often proved fatal for the elderly. Such occurrences were all too common in the Great Liang dynasty. At this moment, in the county office, the magistrate, Mi Ku, was engaged in a game of chess with Clerk Zhang. Holding a black piece, Mika pondered for a long time without making a move. And a quarter of an hour passed. Unable to restrain himself, Clerk Zhang commented, "Sir, if you do not make your move, it will soon be time for lunch." Miku acknowledged this with a grunt, returning the piece to the board and nodding, "Indeed, it is time for lunch." Observing Mika's shamelessness, Zhang furrowed his brow in annoyance. "Sir, you cannot be this shameless every time." Glancing at the chessboard, Mika realized he was nearly devoid of options for recovery, estimating that just 2 or 3 more moves would lead to an inevitable defeat. Nevertheless, he boasted, "This official is merely too modest. Otherwise, I would not have remained a magistrate for so long." Startled, Clerk Zhang expressed concern. "Has news arrived that you are to be dismissed?" At these words, Mika rolled his eyes, displeased. "I have governed this Tianjin County with integrity for years. What grounds are there for my dismissal? If I were to be dismissed, it would imply that all magistrates in the Great Liang dynasty are equally culpable." This statement held some truth. Miko had indeed conducted himself without corruption over the years and was quite adept at handling administrative matters. While one could not claim he was wholly selfless in his service to the people, he was undoubtedly a competent official. However, it seemed that he might not be in his position for much longer. Is the sir afflicted with a grave illness? I know a renowned physician. I shall fetch them for you. Not quite so. Perhaps the sir is weary of the political strife and wishes to retire? That is not the case either. Sir, could it be that you find the salary insufficient to support your family? Mika cast a glance at Clerk Zhang, sighing, Old Zhang, after many years of working together. You truly remain as dense as ever. Forgive my ignorance. Please enlighten me. Clerk Zhang lowered his head. This official is to be promoted. Upon hearing this, Zhang's dark face lit with emotion as he involuntarily grasped Mika's hand. Choking back tears, has your diligence finally been rewarded, sir? Mika felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead and subtly withdrew his hand. He had sensed something amiss with the old fellow earlier when he had caught a slight cold. And now it seemed his instincts were correct. Recently, he had received a letter from the governor, stating that the court had decided to transfer him to Wanshan County as the governor, and the appointment documents would soon be dispatched. Speaking of this, Mika's spirits soared. After years of navigating the bureaucratic labyrinth, he had long felt disheartened, believing he would remain a magistrate for life. To his surprise, it seemed he had finally gained recognition from above and was on the cusp of promotion. Upon receiving the letter, he had immediately planned to bring his family to Wanshan County, yet the process for officials to assume their positions was cumbersome, and despite his eagerness, he had to wait for all the formalities to conclude. Then I extend my congratulations to the county magistrate. Clerk Zhang, somewhat dispirited, spoke weakly. Sir, I mean, might there be a possibility? Zhang suddenly seemed to recall something and perked up. Not a chance. Mika waved his hand decisively. Zhang looked perplexed. Sir, I haven't even stated my thoughts, and you already know. Mika's expression stiffened, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Having worked alongside you for so long, how could I not know what you were thinking? However, if I depart and you, as the clerk, were to leave with me, who would manage the county affairs in my absence? For the sake of the common folk, I fear, old Zhang, you must remain. Zhang opened his mouth, dejectedly stating, Sir misunderstands. I was merely referring to the several tales of silver you owe me, of course. Mika's demeanor became somewhat awkward, and the atmosphere turned momentarily tense. Sir, Qian Zantushi has arrived. A voice called from outside, breaking the impasse for Miku. Quickly, please. Mika took a deep breath, gathering his strength to rise. Dressed in a black robe, Chun Chao strode in with purpose, still bearing the sword at his waist. Appearing to have grown taller, upon seeing Chun Chao, Miku approached him with a beaming smile. What brings you here, Qian Zantushi? Have you heard about my promotion to governor? What governor? How would I know? Chen Chao looked at Miku, somewhat bewildered. Congratulations, Mi Darun. Your diligent governance for the people warrants not just the title of governor but even the stewardship of an entire province. Although he had yet to grasp the current situation fully, he believed in the adage that flattery would never go amiss. Indeed, Miku appeared quite pleased, nodding vigorously. After years of hard work, he was finally reaping the rewards. Once the pleasantries were exchanged, Chun Chao took the initiative to state his purpose. Mi Darun, I have come to inquire about the documents regarding the Shinying Stone Mine. Though the Shinying Stone Mine was not under the administration of Tianqing County, it had traditionally summoned laborers from the county. Thus there were records pertaining to the mine kept within it. Mika gazed at Chen Chao with surprise. What has piqued your interest in this matter, Chun Lao Di? Unbeknownst to Miku, the recent happenings surrounding the mine were still a closely guarded secret. There have been sightings of monsters in that area, and Guardian Li previously approached me for assistance in investigating and resolving the situation swiftly. Chun Chao fabricated a tale, betting that Miku was unaware of the recent developments. Mika responded with an "Oh," realizing that Guardian Li had sought Chin's help for this reason, and no need to rush. Do you play chess, Chun Lao Di? Let us enjoy a match today. Miku pulled Chen Chao toward the chessboard. Boasting, not to brag, but even my mentor once praised my chess skills. Clerk Zhang had already risen to vacate his seat for them. Chen Chao, reluctant to waste time, furrowed his brow and asked, Mi Duran, at which tavern will you host a banquet for your promotion? What did you come here for earlier? Hearing Chun Chao's question, Miku instinctively released his grip on Qian and frowned, realizing he had fallen back into old habits. Chen Chao had no choice but to reiterate his purpose. I nearly delayed your important matter. Mika slapped his thigh in embarrassment. Chun Chao remained silent, wishing to give the magistrate a thumbs up in praise. Someone, please escort Qin Zanhushi to the document repository. Do not delay his important matters. Mika bellowed, and when he turned, he found Chun Chao already at the door. Standing there, Qin waved his hand, laughing heartily. Congratulations, Mi Durun, on your promotion to governor. When will you host a banquet to celebrate? I will definitely attend. As soon as these words left his lips, numerous eyes in the county office turned toward Miku. Filled with anticipation, Miku stood rooted, mentally cursing Chun Chao's lineage in a fleeting moment of irritation. The document repository in Tianqing County was modest, lined with shelves filled with records of cases handled over the years. Aside from the copy retained for local reference, another was sent to Qingshan County. After the clerk opened the door for Chen Chao, he left without concern, as there were no sensitive documents within. And given that the young man was the guardian of Tianqing County, none would dare to act out of line. Chun Chao closed the door and effortlessly navigated through the shelves to locate the records regarding the Xinying stone mine. The topmost volume was thick with dust, indicating it had not been opened in quite some time. Lifting his robe, Chun Chao sat down slowly and began to peruse the documents. The Xinying stone mine was established a decade prior, with officials from the Ministry of Works personally surveying the site and subsequently establishing the mine, overseen by officials responsible for recruiting laborers, while the guards stationed at the mine were from the Tianyu Academy. This was an institution established by the Great Liang Dynasty to recruit cultivators, with branches across the nation, primarily tasked with guarding significant locations related to cultivation established by the dynasty. Compared to the guardians, the composition of the cultivators from the Tianyu Academy was more complex, encompassing various types of practitioners beyond mere martial artists. Setting aside the book in his hand, Chun Chao picked up the scroll below. A decade had passed, and a stone mine had been depleted, conveniently aligning with the time frame. There appeared to be no issues here. What Chun Chao sought was the information that Li Zhenshu had not disclosed to him. The truth behind this matter. He continued to scrutinize the scroll, examining it meticulously, and eventually uncovered some discrepancies among the subtle clues. This was it. Chun Chao squinted at a particular entry before him. In the 11th year of the Tianjin era, early spring, a cave in the Xinying stone mine collapsed. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the laborers, and the mine had been in operation for 2 months without any anomalies. While this entry seemed innocuous at first glance, the crux of the issue lay in the time frame. 2 months. A mine that had only been excavated for 2 months implied that the extraction had only just commenced, with a depth unlikely to exceed several dozen zhong, which made a collapse at such a shallow depth utterly implausible, even if the officials of the Ministry of Works had been negligent. Leading to the cave-in, the most significant problem did not reside there. Rather, it was the assertion of no casualties among the laborers. It is well known that once a mine begins operations, laborers are on duty day and night, ensuring that the mine is always occupied. If there are individuals within, a collapse would leave no chance for survival. Yet here, it was recorded that there were no casualties among the laborers. What could this possibly signify? Was the report from the mine deliberately falsified? Chun Chao squinted, his brow slightly furrowed. The laborers are accounted for, each registered, and even if they wished to fabricate a tale, it would be difficult to conceal. Chun Chao believed they would not engage in such deception here. If there was no false reporting, then the recorded information must be true. Thus, the question arose, why was there no loss of life during the cave-in? Because there were no laborers mining Xinying stone in the first place. If the mine had not been extracting Xinying stone, what caused the collapse? Chun Chao closed the scroll, deep in thought. Chapter 24. The Qi refiners. Since Li Zhenshu had approached him, Chun Chao had never regarded this matter as trivial. Whether it was seeking out Lin Cheng or now perusing the scrolls at the county office, it was all in pursuit of uncovering the truth behind this incident. That old rascal would certainly not divulge the truth to him, so all he could rely on was himself. Sitting on the floor, he finished reading the remaining scrolls, noting several puzzling details. Chun Chao repeatedly examined those discrepancies several times before slowly rising to place the scrolls back on the shelf. Returning to the main hall of the county office, he found no sign of Miku, only Zhang Zhubu, who appeared to be lost in sorrow. It seemed that the news of Miji County's promotion was difficult for him to accept. Chun Chao swiftly exited the county office and spotted the familiar county clerk. He nodded and inquired, when will the new county magistrate assume office following Lord Mi's promotion to the governor? Over the past few years, he had cultivated a good rapport with Miku, and the prospect of dealing with a new person felt somewhat unsettling. The clerk scratched his head, tentatively responding, "It should be sometime after spring. The Lord's appointment letter hasn't even arrived yet. Moreover, according to the laws of Daliang, the new magistrate must be in place before the Lord can leave." With a sigh, the clerk lamented, "A good official like our Lord is a rare find. I wonder if the new magistrate will measure up." As clerks like them were locals, they had little chance for promotion throughout their lives. Thus, regardless of who took up the magistrate's position, they were always in a precarious situation. If they encountered a benevolent magistrate like Miku, their lives would be somewhat easier. However, if the new magistrate proved troublesome, their days would surely darken. Chun Chao remained silent. He held no grievances against Miku, but it did seem that after so many years in the county office, the prevailing atmosphere had become somewhat unwholesome. "Please inform me when the new magistrate arrives. I would like to pay my respects," Chun Chao said politely before leaving the county office and heading straight out of the city. Upon reflection, it had been over a month since he last ventured out after bringing Xianandu back to Tianqing County, and he wondered if those monsters missed him. Chun Chao raised an eyebrow. This time, his departure was marked by a sense of caution, feeling much like his first venture outside the county to hunt. He was exceedingly wary, recalling that initial outing fraught with peril, where he had encountered two monsters in the mountains, managing to slay them with great difficulty, only to sustain considerable injuries. To make matters worse, he had immediately faced a third monster right after it that time. Chun Chao felt he might perish in the mountains. Fortunately, he had managed to kill the monster with sheer willpower, returning to the county with 3 monster pearls and a body covered in wounds. Spending over half a month bedridden, it was only after that experience that he truly took his first steps, gradually becoming a presence that the monsters within dozens of miles regarded with trepidation. After exiting the city, he headed toward the mountain temple where he had previously encountered Xianandu. The mine required him to traverse 2 mountain peaks, heading northeast. In truth, this route was one that ordinary citizens seldom traversed with ease before Chun Chao's time. The tranquility of Tianqing County did not reflect the overall state of the Daliang dynasty. As dusk approached, Chun Chao arrived at the dilapidated mountain temple. The snow in the mountains had melted significantly, revealing the true form of the temple. With a gentle leap, Chun Chao landed atop the incense burner in the courtyard, surveying his surroundings. Aside from the wild grass sprouting in the courtyard, the mountain temple had not changed much since a month prior. There was no sign of demonic energy, suggesting that no monsters were lurking about. Glancing at the sky, Chun Chao hesitated, contemplating whether to spend the night in the mountain temple, when suddenly, he heard footsteps and voices approaching from a distance. Frowning slightly, he sprang from the incense burner to the beams of the main hall. Although this mountain temple was built in a previous dynasty, it remained structurally sound, posing no risk of collapse. Finding a spot on the beam where he was concealed from view yet could observe the ground, Chun Chao held his breath, suppressing his presence, even his heartbeat reduced to an almost imperceptible whisper. Before long, 4 individuals entered the hall, 2 men and 2 women, each possessing striking features and dressed in simple yet elegant attire, exuding an otherworldly aura. The tallest among them surveyed the surroundings and, seeing nothing amiss, smiled and said, "Fellow cultivators, the day is drawing to a close. Shall we rest here for the night? This place is quite suitable. Though this mountain temple was constructed in a bygone era and has stood for centuries, its incense may have waned, yet some remains are still available for our cultivation." Another younger man, unable to contain his impatience, sat down hastily. Soon, Chun Chao observed a stream of earthy yellow energy slowly emanating from the once mud clay statue of the mountain deity, forming a thin line that connected with the young man. Witnessing this, the other 3 displayed expressions of displeasure, and the first speaker remarked, "This mountain deity has surely consumed countless offerings in the past. What a pity we could not encounter it sooner. After hundreds of years, it has dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. Nonetheless, it is better than nothing. Fellow Taoist, junior sister, it is an excellent opportunity for cultivation." Listening to the young man's words, the fellow Taoist replied softly, "You should join us as well." The 4 quickly settled into meditative postures, invoking their respective sects' techniques. Soon, 3 additional earthy yellow threads emerged from the clay statue, connecting all 4 present. Chun Chao, hidden on the beam, had already surmised they were likely cultivators from the outside world when he heard them address one another as fellow Taoists. Observing their cultivation practice only confirmed his suspicion that these 4 were indeed part of the reputed Qi refiner's lineage. This brought to mind the young Qi refiner he had slain previously. While these individuals were not directly from the same lineage, they undoubtedly shared a common ancestry. However, the pressing question remained. What were these relatively rare Qi refiners doing here? Chun Chao could not glean much from their conversation thus far, but he sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Chapter 25. The dispute Qi refiners themselves are a rare breed among cultivators. Known for their practices that draw close to the Tao, adept in observing fortune and fate, shrouded in mystery. Within the Daliang dynasty's Qintian Supervisory Office, there exists a group of Qi refiners tasked with forecasting the nation's destiny and mitigating risks. However, the Qi refiners of Daliang pale in comparison to their counterparts from the outside world. They are but small fish in a vast sea. At this moment, whether the four in the hall hailed from the Qintian Supervisory Office or were external cultivators remained unclear. Chen Chao did not rush. Lying on the beam, he awaited the progress of their cultivation, confident that he would uncover some valuable information. Indeed, after more than an hour, the threads connecting the four began to weaken, and the statue of the mountain deity began to sway slightly. If not for careful observation, one might not even notice. Glancing outside, Chun Chao noted that darkness had enveloped the surroundings. When he turned back, the four had already risen. Then, he saw them each retrieve 3 slender incense sticks from their belongings, golden in hue, possibly dusted with gold powder. The incense held by the first young man who had spoken and the woman appeared identical, indicating they likely hailed from the same sect, while the incense held by the other two showed slight differences, leaving Chun Chao to wonder if they were also from the same school. The 4 individuals each lit their incense sticks and bowed deeply before the statue of the mountain deity, as if expressing gratitude to one another for this peculiar custom among the Qi refiners. It seems only those initiated into their ranks could truly comprehend it. For others, no matter how many texts on Qi refining they perused, full understanding eluded them. After placing their incense sticks before the statue, the 4 finally nodded in agreement. The first young man to sit down for meditation expressed his regret, saying, "The incense is dissipating far too quickly. Otherwise, we could cultivate through the entire night." While he spoke of the incense, his words carried a veiled reproach towards the 3 others, questioning their audacity to vie with him over a mere deity of a bygone era. The implication in his words was not lost on the other 3. The woman among them furrowed her brow slightly but remained silent, while the other woman showed visible displeasure, seemingly about to speak, but was restrained by her senior brother's tug on her sleeve. And thus relented. It was then that the first young man spoke again. "Guo, do not take offense." His voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. However, the youth surnamed Guo merely responded with a hollow smile. Unperturbed, the young man quickly gathered some dry wood and kindled a fire. The 4 of them sat around the flames, each lost in their own thoughts. The woman named Yin suddenly remarked, as we journeyed here, "There was a strange occurrence. I wonder if you, my fellow Taoists, have noticed?" The young man surnamed Guo frowned and retorted, "Yin Xinzi, this is not the time for theatrics, as we are not at the Luo Tian conference." Yan's expression shifted slightly, but she refrained from escalating the tension with the young man before her, instead turning to the pair of fellow disciples from her sect. The woman instinctively looked up at her senior brother. "Yin Daoyu seemed to imply that there had been no encounter with any monsters along the way, correct?" The young man glanced across at the others and softly replied, "I have been pondering this matter as well. Under the rule of the Great Liang dynasty, apart from the vicinity of the divine capital, which place can boldly claim to be free of monstrous creatures? Moreover, this remote location should be rife with them." Yin nodded in agreement, stating, "Unusual occurrences must be taken seriously. We should remain vigilant." This time, before the young man could speak, Guo interjected with a cold smirk, "Yin Xinzi, you may be overthinking things. There aren't that many troublesome matters at hand." Repeatedly provoked, Yin finally could not contain herself any longer and declared, "Guo Shi, we are not here as individuals. This is a significant matter, and shouldn't we exercise caution?" Guo's expression darkened as he retorted, "Yin Ruoshui, do you truly dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Yin Ruoshui scoffed, representing the Nantian sect, which was not considered top-tier among Qi refiners, especially in comparison to Guoshi Sanchi Prefecture. Therefore, prior to their departure, her sect had advised her to avoid conflict with Guo. Yet, faced with Guo's incessant provocations, Yin Ruoshui felt her patience wearing thin. "Guo Daoyu, I hope you understand that we are here representing our respective sects. and this matter is of great importance. We should act with caution. Yin Ruoshui forced herself to suppress her anger and spoke through gritted teeth. Guoshi dismissed her words, saying, "Is this your reasoning for your theatrics?" Yin Ruoshui glared at Guoshi, her voice icy. "Guoshi, do not push your luck. What if I do? How will you respond?" Guoshi replied nonchalantly, fully aware that his sect's power surpassed that of the woman before him. As the argument escalated, the young man intervened. "Both Taoists, let us temper our words. This journey is not for ourselves, but for our sects, and we must not let discord arise. Qi Gongquan, when did it become your place to speak?" Guoshi scoffed, showing no courtesy. "To be frank, the one I despise the most is you. What a facade of goodwill you put on. Everyone can see your feelings for Yin Ruoshui." Yin Ruoshui's expression shifted, but she remained silent as she heard her senior brother being humiliated. She opened her mouth to speak, only to be restrained once more by Qi Gongquan's pull on her sleeve. Qi Gongquan smiled bitterly and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, choosing to remain silent. Their sect was far inferior to the two before them, leaving them with no choice but to endure. Guoshi's words had successfully cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere, and Yin Ruoshui lost her interest in speaking further. The deliberate disruption caused by Guoshi left Chen Chao, who had been observing from the beams above, feeling disappointed. He had hoped to glean more information from them. All he had gathered was that these individuals were not Qi refiners from the Qintian Bureau, but rather from outside. Guoshi's sect held a higher status, followed by Yin Ruoshui, while the pair of disciples were the least significant. It became clear that they had all come here under the orders of their respective sections. Chen Chao mentally ranked the four. The unnamed junior sister held the lowest realm, followed by Qi Gongquan, then Guoshi and Yin Ruoshui. This was not because he believed Guoshi could defeat Yin Ruoshui, but rather that he perceived Guo as lacking in intellect, presenting a significant problem. A person with a troubled mind, no matter how powerful, could hardly be deemed formidable. However, Chen Chao soon altered this order, placing Guoshi at the forefront, as he sensed that this individual was quite dangerous. Chapter 26. The young boy and girl. After Guoshi had thoroughly soured relations, the four remained silent throughout the night. At dawn, they exited the dilapidated mountain shrine. Chen Chao, concealed in the beams above, silently observed their departing figures but did not immediately descend. Instead, he held his breath and focused intently on the scene below. Sure enough, mere moments later, the Qi refiner Guoshi, who had not hesitated to sever ties with the others the previous night, swiftly re-entered the hall, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. The young man clad in white murmured to himself, "Is there truly no one here?" After uttering this, he cursed under his breath. "Perhaps I was overthinking it." He exited the hall once more. Chen Chao narrowed his eyes, gripping the hilt of his blade, yet remaining stilled as expected. In the blink of an eye, Guoshi returned, though this time he merely cast a glance at the entrance before gracefully departing. After another quarter of an hour, Chen Chao finally descended from the beams, approached the hall's entrance, and gazed contemplatively in the direction the others had taken. They were heading towards the county seat of Tianqing. Retracting his gaze, Chen Chao stepped out of the mountain shrine and continued his ascent up the mountain. He was indeed correct. The seemingly dim-witted Guoshi was anything but. Not only was he shrewd, but he also possessed a profound cunning. During the earlier quarrel with the other three, Chen Chao had initially perceived him as a rabid dog. Had it not been for his sudden awakening, he likely would have fallen victim to Guo's schemes. With the situation still unclear, Chen Chao was reluctant to reveal himself, at least not within the confines of the mountain shrine. The lines between friend and foe were blurred. Shaking his head, he momentarily set aside his thoughts, reaching the mountain peak and scanning the surroundings. Finding nothing amiss, he descended swiftly via an alternate path. In just half a day's time, he reached the foot of the mountain and set his sights on ascending another peak. This was without utilizing any of his qi. Had he been determined to travel, he could have reached the base in less than a quarter of an hour. However, after years of hunting demons in the mountains, Chen Chao had learned one crucial lesson. It was a waste to expend any qi unnecessarily. Using it merely for travel was far too extravagant. As he began his ascent of the second mountain, Chen Chao quickened his pace, and after a brief period, he reached the summit before lunch. After catching his breath, he resumed his journey, this time descending to explore sites he had not previously witnessed. When the mining operation was still active, the area from the summit of this mountain had been akin to a forbidden zone. Apart from the laborers extracting minerals, no one else could venture here. Even the magistrate of Tianjin County, Miku, would need to apply in advance for permission to visit, and Chen Chao, despite being a local garrison commander, was equally prohibited from entering. Trespass without authorization could result in immediate execution, according to the laws of the Great Liang. Known for his caution, Chen Chao had refrained from violating these rules, even when demons fled into this area during his hunts. Now, with the mining site abandoned and the station cultivators having long since departed, Chen Chao remained vigilant as he descended, taking his time. Thus, the descent took longer than anticipated. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he beheld a broad official road, wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, leading into a valley. The well-trodden path bore wheel imprints of varying depths, stretching endlessly into the distance. This must be the route for transporting Xinming stone out of the mountains. Chen Chao followed the official road. Pressing onward, and after traversing the valley, he caught sight of the mine ahead. It was an expansive circular pit, several dozen zhang deep, with a circumference likely exceeding 100 zhang, exuding an aura of profound dread. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, Chen Chao looked down to see dozens of mining tunnels scattered around the perimeter. Along one side of the pit, these tunnels led deeper into the mountain, marking the entrance to the Xinming stone mine. With a swift push from his toes, he descended rapidly into the depths of the pit, landing firmly before surveying the numerous tunnels surrounding him. His expression serious. Earlier, he had explicitly inquired about the mining process from Xianandu, and one particular issue had troubled him greatly. Mine collapses often occurred deep within the mountains, while the surface showed no signs of disturbance. Now, with dozens of tunnels appearing nearly identical on the outside, how could he possibly identify the collapsed ones? At this moment, Chen Chao stood before the mine shafts, resembling a headless fly, somewhat ill at ease. What troubled him further was his hesitance to enter any of the mines. It was not the darkness that frightened him. Rather, it was the fear of a collapse occurring once he ventured inside, leaving him trapped within. Were he another kind of cultivator, he might possess alternative means, but regrettably, he was merely a martial artist, skilled solely in combat. After carefully circling the vicinity of these mines, Chen Chao crouched before one, brushing his hand across the surface, beginning to assess the mining period by the dryness of the soil. According to the records from the county office, this particular mine had collapsed in the 11th year of Tianjin, and it was this mine that Chen Chao aimed to investigate, alongside several others that had recently collapsed. However, after his rounds, he could only eliminate some mines that evidently did not meet his criteria, leaving a vast number still in contention. Ultimately, he selected the one that seemed most appealing to him and stepped inside. After a brief half-hour, he emerged from the mine, his expression somewhat unnatural. The mine was rather ordinary, not the one he sought. Having marked it discreetly, he proceeded to enter another mine for further exploration. After departing from Tianjin County, the horse-drawn carriage journeyed northward without wasting a moment, swiftly exiting the confines of Qingshan County and nearing Weizhou's provincial capital. However, they had no intention of lingering there, pausing only briefly before continuing northward. The carriage glided along the official road, devoid of any jarring bumps. As for the monsters, they had encountered more than one. Yet none had approached the carriage closely enough before Lin Yuan had dispatched them. As a bona fide cultivator of the bitter sea, Lin Yuan rarely faced any formidable challenges within the territory of the Great Liang dynasty. These monsters were no match for him. Nevertheless, exceptions exist in all matters. When the carriage traversed beyond Weizhou into Xinliazu, it was suddenly besieged by a creature. That night, while the carriage rested outdoors under a bright moon, a rare sight before the onset of early spring, Lin Yuan, feeling inspired, began to lecture beside a large rock, illuminated by the moonlight. However, this was not the private academy of the Xie family, and there were no numerous Xie disciples present to listen respectfully. Only Xie Buiyue, struggling to keep his eyes open, propped his head up with his hands, nodding off repeatedly. Lin Yuan, in good spirits, paid little mind to whether his disciple was truly attentive, casually discussing various principles from the texts of the sages. Yet, midway through, he suddenly recalled an audacious individual from his past, who on the very first day at the academy had boldly questioned the esteemed headmaster, asking whether completing the sages' texts would truly enable one to effect change for the common people. At the time, all the students thought him mad, fearing he would be expelled for such a reckless act. However, The headmaster merely glanced at him, saying nothing, and did not answer the question. Just as Lin Yuan was about to reflect on this memory, a sudden gust of demonic wind swept through the heavens and earth. Lin Yuan sprang to his feet, his azure robe flapping dramatically, witnessing this scene. The drowsy Xie Buiyue glanced nervously at Lin Yuan and then anxiously at the carriage, where Xie Nandu remained. "Get over there. Do not let anything happen to the young lady." Lin Yuan's expression turned grave, yet he soon smiled. "I in the territory of the great Liang dynasty. For monsters to brazenly appear in such a manner was a clear sign of recklessness." From the shadows, a hoarse voice emerged. "Leave the carriage behind, and I shall let you go." Hearing this, Xie Buiyue, who had just reached the carriage, frowned in utter disdain for the unseen creature, yet quickly suppressed his voice, striving to remain calm. "Sister Nandu, do not be afraid." A simple murmur was heard from within the carriage, devoid of any panic. Xie Buiyue felt inexplicably disheartened. However, he soon set those feelings aside, for moments later, he witnessed his usually mild-tempered teacher leap into the air, declaring with formidable authority, "You insignificant creature, since you have come, leave your head behind." Certainly, what was even more imposing was witnessing his teacher exhibit his prowess in a truly spectacular battle. When the dust settled, although they had not slain the monster, they had successfully driven it away. At that moment, Xie Buiyue felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for his teacher. He hurried to express his feelings to Lin Yuan, only to be met with a candid remark, "Are you pleased because I protected the young lady?" Xie Buiyue, previously composed, felt his cheeks flush at being so easily read, and he merely smiled. Lin Yuan sighed. Some truths need not be spoken aloud, yet it was understood that Xie Buiyue was a mere branch family disciple, a secondary child with middling talent, destined to remain an ordinary cultivator unless extraordinary circumstances arose. While the young lady in the carriage had already proven her bright future, what chance was there between them? None. When there is no possibility, it is better to sever such feelings early. Yet, after much contemplation, Lin Yuan could only sigh, placing a hand on his disciple's shoulder without elaborating. Approaching the carriage, before Lin Yuan could speak, Xie Nandu had already lifted the curtain and stepped out. "Mr. Lin, it is a pity I could not witness your grandeur." Lin Yuan paused momentarily, then smiled and shook his head. "I cannot claim grandeur. I believe, in a few years, your own brilliance will far surpass mine." Xie Nandu smiled slightly, not dwelling on this, and together with Lin Yuan, approached the large rock where Xie Buiyue had already started a fire. After sitting down, Xie Nandu inquired, "I have heard that you were once a student at the academy. Could you tell me about it?" Lin Yuan glanced at Xie Buiyue, sighing softly. Having such a disciple who often promoted his teacher was not necessarily a blessing. He nodded. It was evident that after arriving in the capital, Xie Nandu would not remain in the Xie family's cultivation but was likely to seek education at the academy. It was only natural for this young lady, hailing from the Bai Lu Xie family, to prepare ahead of time. Yet, when the moment came to speak, Lin Yuan found himself unsure of where to begin regarding the academy. The sacred place in the hearts of scholars? After much pondering, he finally began. In 100 years of dynasty, 1,000 years of aristocracy, and the enduring presence of sects and cultivators, the great Liang dynasty has only existed for a little over 200 years. Yet the practitioners of the three teachings have flourished for generations, year after year. Confucianism, as one of the three teachings, is the only lineage that has truly separated itself from the other two, establishing a tangible presence in the mortal realm, and the academy was founded during that time by the sages. Chapter 27. Provocation. The realms of cultivation are divided into 6 stages. Those standing at the pinnacle can rightfully be called remarkable figures of their time. Yet to earn the title of sage is not merely a matter of strength in cultivation. Throughout countless years of history within the Confucian lineage, only 3 scholars have ever qualified to be called sages. The exact sage who founded the academy remains unknown, lost to the annals of time. After countless eons, the academy naturally became the sacred ground of our Confucian lineage, and throughout history, the relationship between dynasties and external cultivators has consistently been unequal. With the establishment of our great Liang dynasty, the relationship has evolved over 200 years but remains disadvantaged. Nonetheless, even in such a state, the great Liang dynasty can still be regarded as a period of unprecedented prosperity in a millennium. Lin Yuan glanced at Xie Nandu and softly remarked, "Unlike other external cultivators, Our Confucian scholars have always been intertwined with the mortal realm, inseparable. The Academy stands as irrefutable proof. For countless years, many great cultivators and scholars have emerged from our Academy, accomplishing numerous tangible deeds in the world. Currently, among the civil officials of the Great Liang dynasty, about 10% hail from the Academy. Observing that he had spoken extensively, Lin Yuan noticed that the young lady before him seemed uninterested. Causing him to furrow his brow, it was not dissatisfaction with her demeanor, but rather he pondered what the young lady from the Bai Lu Xie family truly wished to hear from him. Moments later, Xianandu took the initiative to ask, I have heard that throughout countless years, the Academy has only relocated once. The site of the Academy has never changed, for wherever it is located, that place must inevitably be the capital of a dynasty, without exception. Over the years, the Academy has only moved once, and that relocation was a significant humiliation for scholars of the Confucian lineage. Lin Yuan looked at the young lady before him, offering a bitter smile, realizing that she must have had such thoughts in mind. Did she merely wish to inquire, or did she harbor other intentions? After a brief silence, Lin Yuan could not help but ask. However, Xianandu merely smiled and did not respond, her gaze fixed on the flickering flames, beginning to think of a boy she had not seen in some time. Since learning of his impending promotion to county governor, Miku's spirits had been soaring. Although he understood that he would need to wait until the new officials arrived in spring to hand over the seal before departing, he had already instructed his servants to begin packing. He was ready to leave the moment the time came. It is not that he harbors no affection for this county town. Rather, it is due to the fact that Miku has been ensnared in the position of magistrate for far too long. However, as is often the case, some rejoice while others lament. Recently, it has been palpably evident within the county office that the esteemed Zhang Zhubu is enveloped in a melancholic gloom. The clerks, bewildered by his demeanor, assume he is simply reluctant to part with Miku, a magistrate he has known for many years. Consequently, tales of Zhang Zhubu's loyalty and sentimentality have begun to circulate throughout the county office. Yet, the more they speculate, the more Miku feels compelled to depart sooner rather than later, deeming it the wisest course of action. Today, on this rare day of leisure, Miku, with a mind free of obligations, ventured out of the county office early. Disrobing his official attire, he yearned to explore the expanse of Tianqing County. However, before embarking on his journey, he resolved to visit Taohua Alley to meet Chen Chao. Yet, upon traversing the narrow alley and arriving at the residence at its deepest point, disappointment washed over him. The grand gate of the residence stood resolutely locked. Miku was aware that this young sentinel often roamed the nearby mountains and forests, his absences varying in duration. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment, for were it not for this young man's relentless efforts to vanquish malevolent creatures, Tianqing County would scarcely enjoy such tranquility. With a heavy heart, Miku turned to leave, only to catch sight of the gate across the way swinging open. A man sauntered out, casually perching himself on the threshold. None other than Zhou Guoqi. Zhou Guoqi regarded the local magistrate with a sidelong glance. Not rushing to speak, he recognized Miku, yet today, without his official garb, Miku did not presume to maintain the airs of a magistrate. Instead, he inquired, Do you know when Qian Zhangzhang shall return? At that moment, the man was preoccupied with dislodging remnants of food from between his teeth. Irritated by the inquiry from the magistrate, he waved dismissively and replied, How should I know? That lad is often away. Who knows where he has gone? Miku could only smile wryly, unfazed by the man's brusque manner. After exiting Taohua Alley, he meandered along the long street, contemplating the county town he had not attentively observed in years. In truth, having resided in this county for several years, Miku had initially harbored high hopes. In the first 2 years, he believed that diligent service would surely lead to a transfer, if not to a position of significant authority, then at least a modest advancement. Yet, as is often the case, the reality proved contrary. He soon discovered that he was devoid of allies within the court, and despite his steadfast diligence, opportunities for promotion remained elusive. Once he grasped this harsh truth, his dedication waned year after year. He recalled how, in the early days, he would traverse the town monthly, keen to listen to the grievances of its inhabitants. Yet, as time passed, those visits dwindled to every 3 months, then every 6, and eventually ceased altogether. Wandering aimlessly, he eventually found himself before an antique shop, Gibazai, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. he had no intention of entering. Instead, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on past tales and the inherent struggle of remaining true to oneself throughout life. Suddenly, he felt a jolt as someone bumped into him, pulling him from his reverie. An irritable voice exclaimed, "Get lost, you inconsiderate fool!" Miku instinctively furrowed his brow. In all his years in Tianqing County, had anyone ever dared to speak to him in such a manner? Was it the absence of his official attire that emboldened this rudeness? Upon turning, he noticed that 4 young men and women, dressed elegantly and exuding an ethereal grace, had appeared seemingly out of nowhere in front of Giba's eye. Among them, a pair of youths glanced at Miku with indifference, while another young woman, equally regal in demeanor, ignored him altogether. Only the young man at the forefront, standing at the entrance of the shop, regarded Miku with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Having navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom for many years, Miku had developed a keen perception. He could ascertain from their attire that these individuals were not of ordinary stock. Furthermore, their demeanor radiated an air of superiority that was unmistakable. He quickly deduced that they were not locals. After a brief contemplation, he extended an apology. "I am Miku, the local magistrate. I inadvertently collided with you all, and I sincerely hope you can forgive my clumsiness." In this county, it was likely unprecedented for a magistrate to so readily lower himself in apology. Nevertheless, Miku's words were delivered with a certain finesse, revealing his identity to gauge the status of his interlocutors. The young man who had spoken earlier merely scoffed. Does a lord of a county believe he can intimidate with his authority? Merely from the arrogance and self-importance imbued in the young man's words, Miku discerned that he was not an ordinary individual. Weighing the situation carefully, Miku offered another apology, this time with a more earnest demeanor. Yet, even then, the young man persisted. "Is an apology all that is required?" Hearing this, the other 3 exchanged puzzled glances. They were not concerned for the fate of this mere magistrate. Rather, they were perplexed as to why he insisted on complicating matters. However, recalling the earlier events at the mountain god temple, they opted for silence, maintaining a tacit understanding. Miku felt a flicker of annoyance, but refrained from expressing it, knowing full well he had not initiated the collision. These individuals had approached him. Having already lowered his stance, he believed they could not persist in their obstinacy. Suppressing his rising ire, Miku turned to the young man and inquired, "What would satisfy you, sir?" The young man narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of malice flickering within that moment. The 4 individuals before Miku were indeed the very ones Chen Xiao had encountered at the mountain god temple. All 4 were cultivators. The one who had spoken out against Miku was none other than Guo, a young practitioner hailing from Sanchi Prefecture, whose temperament was decidedly inscrutable. Qi Gongquan exchanged a glance with Yin Ruoshui, and after a moment of silence, he cautiously inquired through thought, "Qi, what is the reason for Guoxi's behavior?" Although they had come here on important business, with their sect placing great emphasis on the matter, Guoxi seemed utterly indifferent, having already torn their facade apart earlier, and now he was only exacerbating the situation. Yin Ruoshui regarded Guoxi for a moment before also responding in thought. "Guoxi cannot be judged by ordinary measures. We should merely observe with caution." Qi Gongquan sighed silently, feeling a pang of dismay, not for any other reason than the insignificance of his own sect and the limitations of his own cultivation, which made him feel subjugated. If only either of those aspects were improved upon, he would not find himself constantly yielding to others. Meanwhile, Guoxi continued to scrutinize the local magistrate, his eyes glimmering with unrelenting menace. As if he might erupt into violence at any moment, Miku, an ordinary scholar who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, remained blissfully unaware of the perilous situation he found himself in. He assumed that, regardless of their stature, they would not dare to act excessively. It seemed to him that they merely sought to maintain their pride in this moment. Miku was prepared to extend the courtesy they might desire. However, Guoxi merely descended the steps, approaching Miku with a disarming smile and inquired, "A scholar, you say? Have you ever attended an academy?" Shaking his head, Miku replied calmly, "I am but a dullard." Having never sought education at an academy, Guoxi responded with a feigned disappointment. "I had hoped to encounter a learned man here. In the realm of cultivators, there exists a pervasive disdain for martial practitioners, whom they deem brutish and uncouth. Among the unworldly practitioners, this disdain extends further to scholars, who are perceived as having forsaken their potential by serving a dynasty. After uttering these words, Guaxi placed a hand lightly on Mika's shoulder and smiled. Let us overlook this trivial matter. However, I have a small request of you, magistrate. As Guaxi's hand made contact with Mika's shoulder, a sudden tremor coursed through Mika's body, only to be swiftly quelled. He remained unaware that, as Guaxi patted him, a barely perceptible azure light had surged forth from the crown of his head, only to be captured within Guaxi's grasp. Pray, speak your mind, Mika said, experiencing a sudden wave of inexplicable fatigue. His senses dulled. Yin Ruoxue and Qi Gongquan exchanged glances once more, both filled with incredulity. As fellow cultivators, they understood all too well that Guaxi's seemingly casual pat on the local magistrate's shoulder concealed a ruthless maneuver. Over the course of the ensuing 6 months, Mika's vitality would inevitably wane, and he would endure immense suffering, appearing to the untrained eye as a victim of sudden illness, ultimately succumbing to his affliction. Moreover, Guaxi had shattered one of his souls, irrevocably severing Mika's chance for reincarnation. Such a brutal act, even among cultivators, would be deemed exceedingly rare, for it was a transgression against the natural order. With a smile, Guaxi inquired, might you inform us where the local sentinel can be found? We have matters to discuss with him. After retracting his hand, Guaxi kept his fist tightly clenched, never once allowing it to unfold. Miku had just emerged from the Peach Blossom Alley and naturally knew that Chen Chao had not yet returned home. However, he was not prepared to inform the others of this. Instead, patiently inquiring, may I ask what brings you all to seek Chen Zhenxiu? Guaxi did not directly clarify, merely stating, he is aware. Surely someone has already briefed him. Mika nodded, and in almost an instant, he recalled the earlier visit of Li Zhenxiu to the county office. After a moment's contemplation, the county magistrate spoke softly. To speak candidly, I have just visited Chen Zhenxiu's residence. He must currently be out inspecting the surrounding area, and it is uncertain when he will return. Mika paused and earnestly remarked, Chen Zhenxiu is indeed a commendable official. Since his arrival in Tianqing County, our safety has relied solely on him. One could say that. Although unaware of the identities of these individuals, Miku instinctively began to extol Chen Chao. Guaxi smiled without speaking, turning to inquire of Yin Ruoxue, what is your perspective? Yin Xinzi? Yin Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the usually arrogant Guaxi would seek her opinion at this moment. After a brief silence, she responded, in that case, let us linger at the county office for a while. Awaiting the arrival of that Zhenxiu, Guaxi nodded and quickly suggested, then you three should rest at the county office while I accompany this county magistrate to Chen Zhenxiu's residence. He may have returned by now. And then we can set off. Yin Ruoxue subtly furrowed her brow, but chose not to voice her thoughts, simply nodding in agreement. As for Qi Gongquan and the other young woman, they had no objections. Guaxi glanced at Miku and said, lead me to see. Originally intending to take a good look at Tianqing County today, Miku had just emerged from Peach Blossom Alley, yet he now found himself compelled to return. Along the way, he pondered the true identity of the young man behind him, whether he was a scion of a prominent family from the provincial capital, or perhaps related to a certain high official. Despite his musings, he could not ascertain the truth, but Miku was acutely aware that, regardless of which category the young man belonged to, it would be wise not to provoke him. It was preferable if these individuals were merely momentarily inclined to explore this remote locale before departing promptly. As they neared Peach Blossom Alley, the ethereal young man suddenly halted, surveying the alley before him with keen interest. What appeared ordinary to others seemed to possess a different realm in his eyes. He muttered incantations, an invisible white light emanated from his mouth, enveloping the alley. Mere moments later, the light returned to him, flowing into Guaxi's body. Guaxi frowned, somewhat surprised. He had thought that the alley's terrain was promising and anticipated some revelations, only to realize he had misjudged. There was nothing particularly special about the alley before him. Shaking his head, Guaxi chuckled self-deprecatingly, contemplating that this place, being a backwater, would be fortunate to have any notable features at all, let alone be filled with treasures. Entering the alley, Mika guided Guaxi to the innermost house, which remained tightly shut. As Mika turned to speak, Guaxi bypassed him, stepping directly to the door and deftly unfastening the lock with a flick of his hand. Mika's eyes widened. It dawned on him at that moment what it meant for these 4 individuals to appear in Tianqing County without attendance. Just as Guaxi was about to step into the courtyard, A voice suddenly rang out from the opposite side. "TSK, TSK, in broad daylight, are you attempting to break into someone's private residence?" A man emerged from his home, holding a large bowl of rice, simultaneously shoveling mouthfuls of food into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Isn't this me, Darren? What brings you here? Now that you're a County magistrate, you too wish to engage in such activities?" In between bites, the man looked at Miku and earnestly stated, "Me, Darren, I'm not saying you should refrain from such actions, but it could lead to dire consequences." Mika felt a pang of guilt and, despite understanding the man's words, merely frowned without retorting. It was not that he had refrained from speaking. He simply hadn't anticipated that the young man would so nonchalantly attempt to push through the door. However, once he learned of the man's identity as a cultivator, he felt even less inclined to object. Guashi, initially intending to enter, hesitated upon hearing the man's voice and instead turned to regard the crude fellow with the bowl. His gaze was filled with amusement, as if he found the situation rather entertaining. Unaware of the underlying tension, the man continued to eat voraciously, eventually sitting down on the threshold, grumbling, "Is there no law left?" Guashi looked at him and casually asked, "If I insist on entering, what will you do?" The man spat, cursing, "Have you no upbringing?" Hearing this, Mika felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that the man had already invited disaster upon himself. The man, however, remained unfazed, continuing to devour his meal. Guashi frowned, suppressing his irritation, and inquired, "Is the local culture consistently so unrefined?" The man scoffed, slamming his bowl down on the threshold, "I am not from around here." The implication was clear. The customs of this place held no relevance for him. Guashi raised an approving thumb at the man, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive." The man spat out a mouthful of food, his expression one of disdain. All of this left Mika feeling anxious and apprehensive. Guashi was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile, jogging over to pat the man's shoulder, saying, "I knew it. You don't seem like someone who would meet an early demise." Consistent with his previous methods, this time, however, no azure light emanated from the man. Everything appeared normal. The man remained motionless, allowing the young man to pat his shoulder, but he soon rolled his eyes, gazing at Guashi with a look that suggested, "I see you as the one likely to meet an early demise." Chapter 29. Reunion. As Guashi and Miku made their way to Peach Blossom Alley, Qigong Quan and Yin Ruoshui proceeded slowly towards the county office. Qigong Quan walked alongside Yin Ruoshui, while the third woman trailed behind them. As they strolled down the main street, Qigong Quan suddenly posed a question. "Yin Shinzi, given that Guashi hails from the esteemed Sanchi Prefecture and carries such responsibilities, he ought not to behave so frivolously. What could be the reason for his demeanor?" This question had been on his mind since their visit to the mountain god temple, and he could no longer contain it. With Guashi absent, Yin Ruoshui felt a sense of relief and responded candidly, "If you can see through it, surely he must be aware as well." Qigong Quan, initially merely puzzled, grew even more so upon hearing her response. If Guashi was deliberately putting on such an act, hiding it from them was futile. What then was his purpose? What significance did it hold? Yin Ruoshui was known as Yin Shinzi among the qi refiners in the southern region, not only for her beauty but also for her usual composure and tranquility, resembling a celestial being. Otherwise, her sect, Nantian sect, would not have entrusted her with such a grave responsibility. Casting a glance at Qigong Quan, she decided to reveal some insight, saying softly, "When we set out, the three sects had their agreements, but once here, how many of those agreements will be upheld? It is hard to say. Guashi is a man of deep cunning. He has his own motives for every action, and I cannot fathom his true intentions." Qigong Quan furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. Is it possible that the Sanchi Prefecture is after more than mere reconnaissance? It was difficult to say. The Sanchi Prefecture, as a leading force among the southern qi refiners, could not possibly have sent Guashi out without additional instructions. Yet, the notion that they harbored ulterior motives seemed far-fetched. Regardless, one thing was certain. Guashi must be treated with caution. Yin Ruoshui suddenly halted on the side of the street, looking at Qigong Quan, calmly stating, "If Guashi makes any moves, we can join forces." Qigong Quan was taken aback, then smiled wryly, replying, "Yin Shinzi, Guashi is a cultivator from the Sanchi Prefecture." The implication was evident. Dealing with Guashi was one matter, but how to contend with the formidable Sanchi Prefecture behind him was another. It was crucial to understand that neither his sect nor Yin Ruoshui's sect had any means to confront such a colossal entity as the Sanchi Prefecture. Yin Ruoshui regarded Qigong Quan with a placid expression. There were certain things that even in Guoxi's absence she could not articulate. However, her silence did not prevent Qigong Quan from contemplating the implications. Qigong Quan sighed, feeling a mixture of admiration and concern for Yin Ruoshui. Although he harbored feelings for her, the gravity of the situation precluded any personal inclinations from influencing his judgment, compelling him to remain silent. Yin Ruoshui, receiving no response from Qigong Quan, continued to remind him, "Qi Daoyu, if it comes to that, do you think this only concerns the Nantian sect?" Qigong Quan steeled himself, asking, "Yin Xinzi, if it truly comes to that, how do you plan to resolve it?" A shadow flickered in Yin Ruoshui's eyes as she shook her head, remaining silent. Before them stood the county office. Just as Yin Ruoshui was about to enter, she spotted a youth in black clothing with a short knife at his waist emerging from the county office. As Yin Ruoshui cast her gaze upon the youth clad in black, he too glanced her way. Their eyes met momentarily before they swiftly averted their gazes. The black-clad youth, without pausing, brushed past her. Despite being cursed with a short life by such a man, Guoxi displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he inquired with a certain leisurely curiosity about Chen Chao's background, not shying away from the implications of the man's words. After all, in his eyes, the man had already become a veritable ghost at that moment. Miku, not daring to be negligent, began recounting Chen Chao's origins. However, he chose to obscure certain details, mindful of the intricacies of their bureaucratic world. Where he had navigated for many years, the man raised an eyebrow. Once Miku concluded, Guoxi merely cast a glance at the residents across the street, abandoning any thought of entering. He turned to leave the peach blossom alley. Yet, the man called out to stop Miku. Guoxi did not look back and continued his way out of the alley. Miku, eager to follow, found himself grasped by the man's sleeve. Forcibly pulled to sit on the threshold, Miku, being an ordinary scholar, was powerless to resist. Once seated, he was filled with anxiety, attempting to rise multiple times, only to be pressed down by the man. In frustration, he exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" It was not that he was unwilling to linger, but the unpredictable nature of the young man's identity filled him with dread. A single misstep could spell calamity for both him and the man before him. The man, however, was unfazed, simply urging Miku to partake in some food. Miku looked at him, utterly perplexed. The man sighed, "Me Darren, I wish you a long and prosperous life." After uttering these words, he released his hold on Miku, allowing the county magistrate to rise. Though as Miku stood, the man brushed his hand along Miku's hem before waving him off. Subsequently, the man too stood, dusting off his shoulders as if shaking off invisible dust. Watching Miku's retreating figure, he muttered, truly infuriating. As Miku exited Peach Blossom Alley, Guoxi awaited him at the entrance. Upon seeing Miku approach, the young Qi cultivator merely smiled, offering no further gestures of reproach. Just as Miku was about to speak, he noticed the black-clad youth arriving at the alley's mouth. "Chen, the garrison commander," Miku called out, halting Chen Chao, who was about to return home. Chen Chao stopped, glanced this way, and immediately recognized the young Qi cultivator who had frequented the mountain god temple, yet pretended not to have seen him, smiling as he turned to Miku and inquired, "Me Darren, why are you here today instead of the county office? Are you perhaps inviting me for a late-night snack? But it is still quite early, by the way. This young gentleman seems somewhat unfamiliar." Before Chen Chao could continue, Miku interrupted, "This gentleman has come to see you, along with 3 others who should currently be at the county office. They said once you meet them, you will understand the reason." Chen Chao feigned ignorance. What reason? Having remained silent until now, Guoxi scrutinized the young garrison commander, finally speaking plainly, with no circumlocution, "We intend to visit the mine. I believe your superiors have already informed you." Upon hearing this, Chen Chao's eyes widened in realization. "I see." After saying this, he took a few steps forward, arriving beside Guoxi, and quietly asked, "What business do you have at the mine?" Guoxi smiled. "Did your superiors not inform you?" Chen Chao shook his head earnestly, explaining that the garrison commander Li had only instructed him to investigate, and that there was no urgency, with a few individuals accompanying him. But no further details were provided. Guoxi candidly replied, to select a couple of uncommon stones. This matter was settled beforehand. Chen Chao nodded thoughtfully, casting an unintentional glance at Guoxi. This fellow did not resemble the one he met at the mountain god temple. Soon, Chen Xiao asked, "When do we depart?" Guoxi responded, "Immediately." Chen Xiao frowned slightly and, lowering his voice, hesitantly inquired, "Are you a disciple from an external cultivation sect?" Guoxi raised an eyebrow but did not refute. Chen Xiao, struck with sudden clarity, exclaimed, "No wonder I sensed an extraordinary aura about you. You must be an external immortal." Guoxi chuckled, patting Chen Xiao on the shoulder. "Your perception is commendable. I too feel a sense of familiarity, as if we have met before." Chen Xiao's heart sank as he recalled the events at the mountain god temple, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, replying with a smile, "Perhaps the immortal has mistaken me. However, should I have met an immortal, it would indeed be a great fortune." Chapter 30. I have a story. Upon arriving at the county office, Yin Ruoshui and her companions had received word and were waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Chen Xiao arriving with Guoxi, Yin Ruoshui frowned, appearing somewhat taken aback. Though they had crossed paths at the county office before, she had not anticipated that the youth in black was the local garrison commander. This garrison commander seemed rather excessively youthful. Chen Xiao, observing Yin Ruoshui and her companions, took the initiative to smile and say, "Indeed, you are external cultivators. You all possess an extraordinary demeanor." Yin Ruoshui maintained a stoic expression. Yet Qi Gongquan regarded Chen Xiao with undisguised disdain. It was no secret that cultivators often looked down upon martial artists. His indifference towards Miku and others stemmed from the fact that individuals like Miku could be easily dismissed. Hardly worthy of notice, while Chen Xiao was different. He was a martial artist, the very type that cultivators inherently despised. Chen Xiao perceived the disdain in Qi Gongquan's eyes but remained unfazed, merely glancing at Guoxi, who stood with his hands behind his head, a broad smile on his face. When Chen Xiao looked his way, the young man, who had already claimed 2 lives in this county, cheerfully remarked, "No need for further words. Let us head to the mine promptly. Once we select the stones, we can return home early." Seeing Guoxi speak up, Yin Ruoshui and Qi Gongquan naturally offered no objections. Guoxi turned to Chen Xiao and asked, "Commander Chen, is that acceptable?" Chen Xiao shook his head, glancing at Miku, and replied with a smile, "Such matters ought to be recorded in the county office. Please wait a moment, esteemed cultivators." Guoxi nodded in agreement. While the others remained silent, Miku, experienced in the ways of the world, exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Xiao, quickly entering the county office. Once they could no longer see Guoxi and his companions, Mika lowered his voice, cautioning, "Chen, these individuals are not to be trifled with. The leader, in particular, is unpredictable. Exercise caution." He then recounted the earlier events, including Guoxi's intention to visit Chen Xiao's residence. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, quietly stating, "I do not yet understand their true intentions, but I ask you, Mi Laoj, to write to Garrison Commander Li immediately, informing him of the situation here." Mika nodded without hesitation. Afterward, Chen Xiao provided further instructions, and when he exited the county office, Guoxi remained nonchalant, while Qi Gongquan and Yin Ruoshui exhibited visible impatience, their gazes towards Chen Xiao laden with undisguised disdain. Chen Xiao clasped his hands in apology towards Guoxi, expressing regret for making the esteemed cultivators wait. Guoxi waved his hand, merely urging Chen Xiao to proceed. Thus, after leaving the county office, the 4 soon exited the city, heading towards the mine Chen Xiao had previously visited. As they approached the foot of the mountain where the mountain god temple was located, Guoxi cheerfully inquired, "Garrison Commander Chen, what can you tell us about the Shimming Mine?" Chen Xiao looked bewildered. "I have never been there. Did the immortal not know beforehand?" Sensing Guoxi's potential ignorance of the situation, Chen Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety, explaining, "That place is a crucial location for the court. Even I would not dare intrude without prior notification." Guoxi smiled, reassuring him, "There is no need for concern. We received word before our arrival that mining operations have concluded, and the area is now deserted. We merely intend to explore the mine for rare stones and hope for a stroke of luck." Chen Xiao exhaled in relief and softly remarked, "I understand now." Regardless of whether anyone is present, would the esteemed cultivators not be permitted to descend into the mine for a look? Observing Chen Xiao's obsequiousness towards Guoxi, who had previously clashed with her senior, Yin Ruoshui could not help but sneer internally, her disdain for the young garrison commander intensifying even more than when she initially learned of his martial artist status. Just before they neared the mountain god temple, Guoxi casually remarked, When we visited previously, we found no trace of any demons. It must be due to Garrison Commander Chin's efforts. Chen Xiao smiled, feeling a sense of pride, but soon adopted a wry grin, admitting, I cannot deceive the esteemed cultivators. There were indeed numerous demons here. However, a more powerful demon arrived a few years ago, driving off the surrounding ones and claiming dominion over the area. To my surprise, a sword cultivator later passed through and vanquished that demon with a single strike, which has led to the peace we have enjoyed for many years. Chen Xiao remained unperturbed, casually spinning a tail. Guoshi furrowed his brow. A sword cultivator? Have you ever seen one? Chen Xiao nodded. Having caught a distant glimpse of a young sword cultivator clad in blue, gliding effortlessly on his sword, the blade beneath him remarkable, appearing green like springtime weeds? Springtime weeds? Guoshi frowned, incredulous. Could it be that individual? Not only him, but even Qi Gongquan and Yin Ruoshui displayed traces of astonishment in their eyes. In truth, when Chen Xiao uttered the word springtime weeds, they had nearly pinpointed the identity of that sword cultivator. 2 years prior, a new sword forged at Sword Qi Mountain bore the name Wildgrass. Countless sword cultivators had ascended the mountain, eager to claim it, yet it was ultimately taken by a young sword cultivator. His whereabouts were unpredictable, but having garnered the recognition of Sword Qi Mountain, foretold a grand destiny ahead. In fact, mere months after he claimed the wild grass, news spread of him slaying a demon cultivator of the Bitter Sea realm. A young sword cultivator? It was likely a 5th realm sword cultivator at that. Are there any other distinguishing features? A flicker of intrigue crossed Guoshi's eyes. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been fabricating a story, unaware of the individual's identity. He shook his head, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. I only caught a distant glimpse, unable to approach, let alone discern the cultivator's appearance. But I did notice he lingered among these mountains for quite some time, seemingly observing something. You mean that sword cultivator hovered among these mountains for a considerable duration? This time it was Yin Ruoshui who could not contain her curiosity. Did you see clearly? Was it indeed among these mountains? Chen Xiao tugged at the corners of his mouth and nodded. It was the mountain behind the mountain god temple, near the quarry, with the tail already spun. Chen Xiao added embellishments, recalling that the sword cultivator had uttered something about the beautiful mountains. Though the story was fabricated, observing the expressions of the others, he could surmise that their supposed search for rare ores was merely a pretext. The true reason was likely far more complex. At this moment, the 4 young Qi refiners furrowed their brows, harboring no doubts about what Chen Xiao had relayed. For the instant he mentioned the sword cultivator, they had tacitly accepted everything. Finally arriving before the mountain god temple, Chen Xiao inquired, esteemed cultivators, would you care to rest inside for a while? No, let us head directly to the quarry. The story Chen Xiao had concocted had left his mind in a whirl, and he was now eager to reach the quarry and ascertain whether the efforts of his sect had come to naught. Chen Xiao nodded, barely able to suppress a chuckle. The group swiftly traversed past the mountain god temple, scaling one mountain after another, with the Qi refiners pressing on with fervor, disregarding the exertion. Chen Xiao trailed behind, deliberately feigning fatigue, lagging several dozen zhang behind and gasping for breath. At last, upon reaching the official road, the group paused to wait for him. Once Chen Xiao caught up, they continued forward. Upon arriving at the quarry, standing above the enormous pit, Chen Xiao slightly parted his lips, striving to adopt an expression of shock. Guoshi and the others, however, were entirely absorbed in their own pursuits, each producing their respective magical artifacts. Guoshi unveiled a small wooden compass, no larger than a palm, with a crystalline orb embedded in its center, radiating an extraordinary aura. Yin Ruoshui extracted several small flags, methodically inserting them into the ground, while Qi Gongquan presented a simple copper mirror. This was the first time Chen Xiao had seen such an array of magical artifacts, and he found himself momentarily dazed. Prior to this day, although he had slain 2 cultivators, one way or another, they had either been quickly dispatched or had been too arrogant to employ their artifacts. Qi refiners, being a unique subset of cultivators, naturally wielded distinct artifacts. After Guoshi produced the compass, he finally relaxed his previously clenched fist and placed his hand upon it. The azure light he had seized from Miku now flowed into the orb at the center of the compass. In an instant, the once luminous orb erupted with brilliance. Qi Gongquan cast a glance, unable to conceal his envy. while Yin Ruoshui, the transcendent of the Southern Heaven sect, regarded the scene with a complex expression. Guoshi paid no heed to them, closing his eyes and murmuring incantations. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, not gazing into the pit but rather towards the opposite side. Yin Ruoshui glanced at the small flags, which were now only slightly trembling, her eyes flashing with irritation. Meanwhile, Qi Gongquan had already stowed away his copper mirror. Compared to the artifacts of the Sanchi Prefecture and the Southern Heaven sect, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Guoshi, expressionless, strode towards the northern side of the pit, with the others promptly following suit. Chun Shao lagged behind, silently gripping the hilt of his knife. In an instant, he withdrew his hand with lightning speed, for Guoshi, walking ahead, turned to glance at him. Chun Shao met his gaze with a smile. Chapter 31. Varied intentions. The group soon arrived at a warehouse situated in the northeastern section of the quarry. This place had previously served as a storage site for Xianming, or built against a sheer cliff and constructed from massive stones, demonstrating remarkable fortitude. Previously, there would have been numerous guards stationed here. Yet now, not a soul was in sight. Guoshi halted before the warehouse, surveying the surroundings. Yin Ruoshui subtly cast a glance at Qin Chao, who was curiously surveying the area. He had traversed the entrance of the mine multiple times without detecting anything amiss, eventually departing in dissatisfaction, yet he was well aware that the quarry held secrets yet to be uncovered. Observing Guoshi and the others performing their esoteric arts, he was nearly convinced of this fact. However, while these young Qi refiners could uncover such mysteries, Chun Chao lacked that ability. Each time he pondered this, a sigh escaped him. The path of the martial artist was indeed arduous. Guoshi stood before the warehouse, not rushing to take action, but instead turning to Yin Ruoshui with a smile. "I must trouble you, esteemed Yin." Yin Ruoshui glanced at the warehouse, hesitated not a moment, and formed a complex hand seal before her. Gradually, azure light coalesced behind her, and a formidable figure clad in armor emerged, towering several zhong, exuding an aura reminiscent of ancient times, steeped in the essence of age and history. This was one of the Qi refiner's secret arts, known as spirit summoning technique, akin to another lineage of Qi refiners who nurture beasts to fight on their behalf. However, this spirit summoning technique involved forming contracts with wandering souls that lingered in the world, using the unique methods of Qi refiners to restore their 3 souls and 7 spirits, granting them a chance for rebirth. During this period, these wandering souls would serve their summoner faithfully. Souls of cultivators who had failed to reincarnate but had not been utterly extinguished naturally became wandering spirits. The figure summoned by Yin Ruoshui had once been a valiant general of a bygone era, possessing formidable strength. Now summoned, he received the host's command and delivered a powerful blow to the warehouse. With a thunderous crash, the stone-constructed warehouse collapsed, dust and debris swirling into the air. Chun Shao observed this scene, glancing at Yin Ruoshui with newfound wariness. Guoshi approached Chun Shao, smiling. "This esteemed Yin hails from the Southern Heaven sect, a lineage of Qi refiners most adept in the spirit summoning technique. Nearly every member possesses one, making them quite formidable. This entity was the valiant general of a previous dynasty, a martial artist of the 5th realm in his prime." Chun Shao was taken aback, belatedly realizing the abilities of cultivators truly astound. He cast a glance at Guoshi, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Guoshi inquired, "Were you curious about my background?" Chun Shao chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely curious. Seeing the prowess of esteemed cultivators like yourself, I can only assume you are no less impressive than this esteemed lady." Guoshi smiled gently. "My sect is also a lineage of Qi refiners, and we can hold our own against the Southern Heaven sect. However, my sect specializes in the study of luck. In a direct confrontation, we would indeed fall short of the Southern Heaven sect." Chun Shao shook his head. "You are too modest, esteemed sir." Guoshi then pointed to the pair of disciples nearby. "These two are rather unremarkable, hailing from a small sect, not worth much attention." Chun Shao glanced at the warehouse, where dust still lingered. Lowering his voice, he remarked, "Esteemed sir, your purpose in coming here surely extends beyond merely searching for a few rare stones, does it not? If you seek unmined Xianming stones, the already excavated mines would suffice. Why resort to demolishing this warehouse?" Guoshi shook his head. "Speaking plainly, this quarry indeed contains the stones we seek, but they will not be found within the mine tunnels. The shimming stones outside are not worth much in terms of heavenly currency. What we are after is something far more significant. After speaking, Guoxi cast a glance at Chinchao. Are you worried that what we are about to do has not been disclosed to your superiors? Fearing that calamity might befall you afterward? Chinchao hastily shook his head, murmuring, whatever esteemed cultivators choose to do, please proceed. I shall act as if I have seen nothing. This place is already a desolate mine. What could possibly be of great consequence? Guoxi gently patted Chinchao on the shoulder and remarked in astonishment, your physique seems rather impressive. It must have taken considerable effort to hone it. Hasn't it? Chinchao responded with a bitter smile. The path of a martial artist is inherently a slow grind. My aptitude is lacking, and with my meager salary, I cannot afford any fine medicinal herbs. I fear I may never reach the second realm of martial arts in my lifetime. Guoxi waved his hand with a smile, cheerfully saying, you shouldn't belittle yourself like this. There are many generals in the Northern Army who possess extraordinary prowess. A martial artist of that caliber would hardly fear even the most adept chi cultivators or sword practitioners. Chinchao replied, how could I dare to compare myself to those great generals? My only hope in this life is to one day occupy the position of Li Zhenxiu. His eyes glimmered with yearning and admiration. Guoxi fell silent, turning his gaze toward the warehouse. At that moment, the dust settled, revealing the warehouse reduced to ruins, yet behind it lay a mine entrance large enough for a person to enter. Chinchao recognized it immediately as the mine he had seen in the county records, which he had previously failed to locate. The mere fact that the mine existed, concealed behind the warehouse, suggested many underlying issues. At that moment, the mystical figures behind Yin Ruoshui gradually dissipated into nothingness. Guoxi looked at Yin Ruoshui and praised, indeed, Fairy Yin possesses remarkable skills. Yin Ruoshui smiled faintly but remained silent. Suddenly, Chinchao interjected, since the immortal masters are going down, I shall wait here for you. Guoxi turned to him with a smile, saying, no need for that. Let us all descend together. It would be easy for you to lead us here, and if we happen upon something valuable, we shall share it with you. Upon hearing Guoxi's invitation, Qi Gongquan frowned and opened his mouth to speak. However, Yin Ruoshui interjected, what Taoist Guo says is correct. Chun Jinsho should join us. Along the way, he is bound to discover some treasures. Seeing Yin Ruoshui speak up, Qi Gongquan, who had hesitated before, decided to remain silent. After a moment's hesitation, Chinchao nodded, saying, if the immortal masters are so generous, then I thank you for your kindness. Guoxi nodded in satisfaction. He then produced a snow-white pearl and, employing some secret technique, caused it to float effortlessly before him, emitting a dazzling white light sufficient to illuminate the mine. Fairy Yin, please proceed. Followed by Taoist Qi, Guoxi casually declared, determining the order of descent. Without hesitation, Yin Ruoshui stepped into the mine, followed closely by Guoxi. Finally, it was Qi Gongquan and Chinchao who entered last. As soon as they entered the mine, Chinchao could not help but marvel. This mine was unlike any he had previously encountered, much more spacious, allowing for comfortable movement, while the others had barely accommodated him in a crouched position. After walking a short distance, they came across several branching paths leading to different areas. Each time they reached a fork, Yin Ruoshui would retrieve a small flag from her pocket, placing one at each entrance. Only when one of the flags fluttered without wind would she proceed into that passageway, continuing onward. Each wait lasted at least a quarter of an hour. Behind her, Guoxi exhibited no signs of impatience, demonstrating remarkable composure. Chinchao observed his surroundings discreetly, already aware that this mine was not merely a site for extracting shimming stones. They traversed for an indeterminate time, encountering countless forks, until they reached another one. Yin Ruoshui took out a small flag, waited a quarter of an hour, and still observed no movement in the flag before softly addressing Guoxi. Guoxi casually pointed to a passage on the left and chuckled. It seems the secret techniques of the South Heaven sect are not as effective as one might think. Yin Ruoshui smiled slightly and stepped into the indicated tunnel. The group continued their journey through the mine. Chinchao silently calculated the distance, realizing they had already traversed a length far exceeding that of the previous mines he had entered, at least 3 times longer. After an unknown duration, Yin Ruoshui halted. The scene before them had transformed entirely. It had become extraordinarily spacious, resembling a grand hall, with a pool of azure water at its center. In the distance, countless passages branched out in all directions. Guashi stepped past Chen Xiao, crouched before the water, dipped his fingers in, and then looked up to ask, "What is your opinion, Fairy Yin?" Yin Ruoshui hesitated, her expression contemplative. Guashi continued, "This is undoubtedly the right place. We merely need to find the correct path to reach our destination." Qi Ganquan's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. What capability could Fairy Yin possess that she would not employ at this moment? With a smile, Guashi inquired, "Did the South Heaven sect provide only these few trifling flags?" Yin Ruoshui maintained a blank expression, stating that the South Heaven sect was, of course, inferior to the Sanchi prefecture, and that they would have to rely on Guashi's prowess. Guashi, still smiling, pressed, "Fairy Yin, do you truly have no means at your disposal?" Yin Ruoshui remained silent. At that moment, Chen Xiao felt a sudden stirring in his heart, a voice resonating within him. "Chen Jinshou, do you realize your life hangs by a thread?" It was a woman's voice. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, providing no response. "What do you think of Guashi standing before you? Do you believe him to be a good person? Do you trust that when we reach our destination, you will not meet your end there?" Chen Xiao remained silent. Yin Ruoshui continued, her voice echoing in his mind. "I alone cannot contend with him. But if we join forces, we should have a fighting chance. Once he is gone, all his magical artifacts and heavenly gold shall belong to you, and I shall not disclose this to anyone." Chen Xiao still offered no reply. "Moreover, I can provide you with a fine magical artifact and a substantial sum of heavenly gold." At these words, Chen Xiao found himself in a state of turmoil. Yin Ruoshui subtly frowned, sensing Guashi's gaze upon her, and thus stifled her thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao felt a ripple in his heart as Guashi's voice echoed, "At this moment, I truly wish to eliminate this woman before me." Chapter 32. A rift emerges as both spoke to Chen Xiao through their minds in succession. He felt a sense of helplessness. He chuckled bitterly, responding mentally, "Taoist Gua, I cannot be of much assistance in such matters." Guashi desired to kill Yin Ruoshui, while Yin Ruoshui sought to eliminate Guashi. Though Chen Xiao had sensed their discord since the mountain god temple, he had not anticipated they would be prepared to assassinate each other so soon. With his own cultivation merely at the initial stage, what could he possibly do? Chen Xiao pondered silently, his thoughts drifting back to the events at the mountain god temple. Guashi smiled and inquired, "What has that woman said?" He looked at Chen Xiao, still smiling, but it was evident that if Chen Xiao did not speak the truth, he would be the first to perish. Feeling quite helpless, Chen Xiao ultimately chose to relay the words Yin Ruoshui had communicated to him. Guashi smiled slightly and asked, "Do you think her words will come to fruition?" Chen Xiao forced a smile, remaining silent and appearing somewhat lost. Guashi cast a glance at him, refraining from further mental communication, and instead turned to Yin Ruoshui, stating with a smile, "Fairy Yin, will you truly not reveal your most formidable techniques?" After a moment of silence, Yin Ruoshui slowly replied, "Since you are unwilling to act, I shall reluctantly display my abilities." Guashi nodded, stepping back a few paces from the edge of the pool. Yin Ruoshui produced an ancient small jade cauldron from her robes and placed it before the water. Then, with her hands forming intricate seals, wisps of white smoke began to emanate slowly from the cauldron. She scooped a handful of water from the azure pool, pouring it over the jade cauldron, which released even more smoke that wafted outward. Observing this scene, Chen Xiao mustered his courage and asked, "May I inquire, Fairy, what lies beyond these mines?" Guashi shook his head, responding, "Chen Jinshou, knowing such matters would not benefit you." As he said this, Chen Xiao ceased his inquiries, falling into silence. Shortly thereafter, Yin Ruoshui, appearing somewhat pale, retracted the ancient jade cauldron. At this moment, a mine entrance was enveloped in white mist. Guashi praised, "Fairy Yin, you are indeed remarkable. The secret techniques of the South Heaven sect are impressive." Yin Ruoshui, disinclined to elaborate further, calmly replied, "Please, Taoist Gua." Guashi nodded in satisfaction, leading the way into the mine, the snow-white pearl still trailing behind him. Yin Ruoshui followed closely, just as Chen Xiao intended to join them. Qi Ganquan suddenly interjected, "You will take the rear." Chen Xiao nodded, more than willing to remain at the back, for this meant he could be the first to escape should trouble arise. However, the unnamed woman cast a cold glance at him. Chen Xiao frowned slightly but paid her no mind. The five of them set off once more. The mines here were considerably more spacious than before, and the deeper they ventured, the wider it became. Chen Xiao understood that although it seemed they were not descending, they had continuously been moving downward since entering, indicating they had likely already penetrated deep underground. It was known that ordinary mines struggled to maintain stability at such depths unless formations had been set up to ensure stability. This was no ordinary mine, for there were no signs of Xinming stone extraction along the way. At this moment, he recalled the records from the county office, which documented that the mining cave had collapsed shortly after its excavation. However, upon reflection, he deemed the notion of a collapse to be utterly preposterous. The more plausible truth was that this cave was never intended for the extraction of ore. Rather, it served a different purpose altogether. The claim of a collapse was merely a ruse to mislead. Whatever lay within this cave might very well be the most significant secret of the mine. The young Qi refiners were undoubtedly privy to the truth. Yet Chen Xiao could only speculate. At the rear of the group, he pondered a matter of great importance. The fact that these young Qi refiners had entered the mine with the tacit approval of the court raised a pressing question. Did the court itself know the truth? If they did, what could be their intention in allowing him to accompany them? Contemplating this, Chen Xiao couldn't help but curse under his breath. If the court had known about this situation all along, why had they not disclosed it to him? At the very least, it would have spared him from wild conjectures. Gritting his teeth, he continued onward. Time passed, and soon they encountered a precipice, in the depths of the earth. The passage led to this sudden cliff. The chasm was substantial enough to accommodate several individuals standing side by side. Guaxi's snow-white orb floated above the edge, radiantly bright, yet it failed to illuminate the depths of the abyss, leaving its contents shrouded in obscurity. Chen Xiao noticed that the expressions of the others had grown serious. Yin Ruoshui's features bore a hint of excitement, while Guaxi remained composed. The next move depended on Guai's actions. Yin Ruoshui smiled, akin to a blossoming flower. Guaxi nodded, then extended his hand, releasing a cascade of golden light from his body, which drifted into the abyss. This light was identical to that which adorned the statue of the mountain deity in the temple they had previously visited. Before long, a melodious dragon's roar resonated from the depths below. Chen Xiao looked up in surprise as beams of yellow light began to emanate from the chasm. This time, it was visible to the naked eye. Guaxi maintained his calm demeanor, while Yin Ruoshui's smile widened again. Guaxi turned to Chen Xiao and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Chen Xiao hesitated, feeling perplexed. Although he was also a cultivator, he was a martial artist, skilled primarily in slaying demons, with limited knowledge of other techniques. His understanding of the world was undeniably constrained. He had had many discussions with Xianandu, who had enlightened him on various matters. Yet countless mysteries still awaited his comprehension. Guaxi continued, "This is a dragon vein, also referred to as the lifeblood of a nation. However, this particular one is not the main vein. Each dynasty, upon its establishment, gives rise to a dragon vein that carries the fortune of the realm. For Qi refiners, cultivating alongside the fortune of heaven and earth is essential, and naturally, they covet the fortunes of a dynasty. Historically, Qi refiners have played a crucial role during dynastic transitions." Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and inquired, "If this is indeed a dragon vein, why does our court not guard it closely, allowing you to enter instead?" Guaxi shook his head. "Do you believe the Qi refiners in your imperial observatory are remarkable figures? In the grand scheme of things, they are hardly noteworthy. The intricacies of this matter elude their understanding. They are but a group of mediocrities, mistaking the existence of a mystical vein for something significant, unaware that beneath it lies a dragon vein. They constructed the mine to mislead, thinking themselves clever. Yet it is utterly laughable. Now that the mystical vein is exhausted, they presume the mine holds no value. Upon hearing of our arrival, they paid little heed, but who knows that what we seek is not what they imagine." Guaxi gradually revealed the true purpose of their expedition, his eyes brimming with mirth. "This dragon vein is our objective." Chen Xiao's complexion darkened. He could never have anticipated such layers to the situation. But did the commanderly know of this matter? "Chen Zhen, do you think you can survive after uncovering this secret?" Guaxi fixed his gaze on Chen Xiao, smiling slyly as he said, "I hail from the Sanchi prefecture, a prominent sect among the southern Qi refiners. I harbor no ill will toward you. As for the consequences that may follow, I can bear them. Let's make a deal. I know your cultivation level exceeds the initial stage. Lend me your assistance. These fellows have long sought to kill me, and I too wish to eliminate this woman. If we join forces to dispatch them, I shall ensure your safe departure." You need not do much. Merely hold off that pair of siblings while I take care of this woman. Then we can deal with them afterward. The atmosphere grew tense. Yin Ruoshui attempted to speak, but Guaxi interrupted with laughter. Since this woman wishes to kill me, how can I explain this to Sanchi Prefecture? A martial artist like you will not be spared, for this matter must not be known to outsiders. Yin Ruoshui's smile froze on her face, and Qi Gongquan looked on in astonishment. In the next moment, Yin Ruoshui shouted, "Attack!" With her command, the bronze mirror in Qi Gongquan's embrace suddenly floated out, hovering before him as beams of light surged forth towards Guaxi. Yin Ruoshui summoned the armored deity once more. The previously silent woman sneered coldly and, after her fellow disciples and Yin Ruoshui launched their attacks, she waved her sleeves, unleashing a barrage of white light from her garments. Guaxi floated above the abyss, waving his sleeves to deflect the light from the bronze mirror, sneering, "You want to kill me? You might just be courting disaster." Meanwhile, Chun Chao sensed something amiss the moment Guaxi spoke, as the woman launched her assault. He wasted no time and fled toward the exit, but after just a few paces, he collided with an invisible barrier, halting him in his tracks. When he reached out, he realized he was trapped. Unable to escape as the woman approached, Chun Chao dodged her strike, feigning panic. The armored deity behind Yin Ruoshui gradually materialized, and as she summoned it, her expression grew grave. Earlier, while conversing with Chun Chao telepathically, she had also been in dialogue with Qi Gongquan. It was during that exchange that she successfully persuaded the two to join forces against the young Qi refiner from Sanchi Prefecture. As for Guaxi, how could he have known? Yin Ruoshui had no time to ponder this question now. After summoning the deity, she commanded, "Kill him." The once great general of the previous dynasty nodded blankly. Suddenly swinging his fist toward the front, a single punch unleashed a torrent of fierce winds, making it difficult to discern their origin. Guaxi chuckled coldly as the compass he had previously grasped floated out, forming an impenetrable barrier. Beams of white light danced above the abyss before converging. The deity's punch struck the formidable barrier, causing only a slight tremor, failing to breach it. Qi Gongquan seized the bronze mirror, leaping into the air, whereupon the mirror erupted in dazzling white light, resembling a massive white python charging at Guaxi. Yet it too was halted by the barrier constructed by the compass. The three Qi refiners engaged in a fierce battle, their powers clashing spectacularly. Chun Chao continuously evaded the woman's attacks within the passage. On several occasions, he intentionally allowed her white light to strike the invisible barrier. But ultimately, it could not penetrate. Chun Chao's heart sank. Among the four of them, whether it was Yin Ruoshui, who had spoken earlier, or the seemingly amicable Guaxi, he doubted they would spare him, since they had come to seize a dragon vein from the Daliang dynasty. How could they allow any information to leak? This meant that, regardless of the circumstances, he would undoubtedly be seen as a target for elimination. Chun Chao's heart grew heavy, realizing this was indeed a perilous trap. Despite having formulated some plans, he could never have anticipated such an outcome. Dodging another beam of white light from the woman's sleeve, Chun Chao grasped the hilt of his sword but quickly relinquished it. The current situation was not entirely devoid of hope. "Master Yin, I've come to a realization. I am willing to join forces with you to eliminate this Guaxian master." Chun Chao feigned panic while swiftly expressing his intentions. Before Yin Ruoshui could respond, the woman interjected with a cold laugh, "Yin Xianzi, this man is clearly fickle and untrustworthy. A mere crude martial artist, he would be of no assistance." Yin Ruoshui nodded in agreement, her silence confirming her thoughts. She had pieced together why Guaxi was aware of her intentions. It was undoubtedly this man who had betrayed her. "Yin Xianzi, I genuinely wish to assist you." Hearing this, Chun Chao inwardly cursed the madwoman, yet he spoke with feigned sincerity. How could they be so foolish? From the beginning until now, both Yin Ruoshui and this woman had demonstrated only sheer stupidity. If it were Chun Chao, he would have ensured Guaxi's elimination first before addressing anything else. Yet these two madwomen were clearly outmatched in cunning by Guaxi. Guaxi, now the target of their combined efforts, laughed heartily. "I told you, these individuals will only betray you. It would be better to join forces with me to eliminate these women." Chun Chao, exasperated, lamented, "Ladies, all I seek is to preserve my life. Why not grant me a sliver of opportunity?" The previously taciturn Qi Gongquan sneered, A crude martial artist like you should not be allowed to live. Chen Chao frowned, silently cursing Qi Gongquan's ancestors. Guoxiansure, I have made up my mind. You are indeed a good person. Previously, I was ensnared by that woman's illusion and failed to think clearly. Now, however, I have come to my senses and I shall aid you. Chen Chao gazed at Guo Shi and spoke loudly. His sincerity unmistakable. Chapter 33. Murder. At this moment, Guo Shi found himself in a precarious situation. Although his cultivation level was not insignificant, facing the combined might of Qi Gongquan and Yin Ruoshui proved to be a formidable challenge. Even for him, he manipulated the compass to thwart the relentless assaults of the armored deity. Guo Shi craned his neck to observe Qi Gongquan, coldly declaring, Qi Gongquan, do you truly believe that killing me will conceal this matter? Let me inform you, if I were to perish here, the sect behind you shall undoubtedly pay the price. His voice was frigid, and Qi Gongquan, clutching the bronze mirror, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. His initial concern was indeed justified. While eliminating Guo Shi might be feasible, the aftermath of such an act posed a significant dilemma. After all, Guo Shi was a pivotal disciple of the Sanxi prefecture, and he likely possessed undisclosed treasures that could relay the events of today back to Sanxi prefecture. Even if they succeeded in killing Guo Shi, evading retribution from Sanxi prefecture would be a daunting task. Just as Qi Gongquan began to feel anxious, Yin Ruoshui let out a cold laugh, proclaiming, I have already set up a celestial net here. No information can escape. Upon hearing the term celestial net, Qi Gongquan instantly felt reassured. This was a secret treasure of the Nandian sect. With it in place, it was impossible for any news to permeate its confines. Many within the southern lineage of Qi refiners were aware of this treasure's existence. The mere fact that Yin Ruoshui could produce it indicated that the Nandian sect had anticipated the likelihood of today's events long before setting out. Guo Shi cast a glance toward the fray, where Chen Chao was engaged in combat with the woman, the situation appearing exceedingly perilous. Yet, Guo Shi understood that the young town guardian was clearly concealing his true strength and had not exerted himself to the fullest. The reason for this was simple to deduce. Guo Shi shook his head, pushing the compass forward and, taking advantage of the armored deity's momentum as it swung a fist toward the compass. He deftly leaped over the deity, confronting Yin Ruoshui directly. Yin Ruoshui lifted her gaze, regarding Guo Shi, who appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, her expression devoid of panic. In an instant, a multicolored ribbon erupted from her sleeve, writhing like a spirit serpent as it lunged toward Guo Shi. Guo Shi frowned slightly, flicking his fingers to unleash a beam of white light that pierced through the ribbon. However, the ribbon's momentum remained unabated as it continued to advance toward him. In a sudden burst, Guo Shi soared upward, stepping onto the ribbon, only to find it ensnaring his ankle. Glancing down, he furrowed his brow as the ribbon abruptly tightened. The armored deity had already turned to face him. Having established a connection with Yin Ruoshui, it wasted no time in delivering a powerful punch that struck Guo Shi squarely in the back. At that moment, Qi Gongquan adjusted the bronze mirror to envelop Guo Shi's form. Though the mirror appeared unremarkable, it was, in fact, extraordinary. However, due to his low cultivation level, Qi Gongquan could not fully harness its power. At that moment, its light merely aimed to momentarily restrain Guo Xi's anticipated. When the dazzling white light illuminated Guo Shi, the Qi refiner from Sanxi prefecture found his form momentarily immobilized. In that fleeting instant, the armored deity's fist had already penetrated Guo Shi's body. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Yin Ruoshui's expression darkened. Guo Shi's form transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, and a blue talisman slowly descended. A puppet talisman? Yin Ruoshui's mind raced, directing the armored deity to protect her. However, as the armored deity reappeared in front of her, Yin Ruoshui's gaze darted toward Qi Gongquan, her lips moving to utter a warning. Unfortunately, it was too late. Guo Shi had materialized behind Qi Gongquan, and without hesitation, the young disciple of Sanxi prefecture struck a palm against Qi Gongquan's back. Senior brother? The woman engaged with Chen Chao exclaimed in shock. Her focus shattered. A torrent of energy surged forth like a flood. Guo Shi, already formidable, was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, Yin Ruoshui would not have allied with Qi Gongquan to confront him at that moment. Qi Gongquan's full attention was still on the puppet talisman, leaving him utterly unprepared for Guo Shi's sudden appearance behind him. In the haze of confusion, he suffered a devastating blow. The Qi refiner's body was not particularly resilient, and Guo Shi's meticulously planned strike was more than Qi Gongquan could endure, severing the flow of energy within him and extinguishing the radiant light of the bronze mirror. Had he not clung desperately to it, the mirror would have surely fallen. With a successful strike, Guo Shi's form dissipated, and as he departed, the armored deity's fist crashed down upon the spot where he had just stood, shaking the very earth. Even Qi Gongquan was caught in the aftermath. Guo Shi remarked, "You truly are a ruthless woman. Do you care so little for your own ally now?" Yin Ruoshui remained silent. Guo Shi turned to Chen Chao. Smiling, "Chen Town Guardian, if you do not act now, I assure you, I shall not be so accommodating later." Chen Chao furrowed his brow. The woman's concern for her senior brother had clearly diverted her attention from him. Upon hearing Guo Shi's words, she instinctively turned to gauge the reaction of this coarse warrior, only to find the figure in black suddenly before her, his shoulders sinking as he unleashed a punch. With a resounding crash, the woman was sent hurtling against the stone wall. The force of the impact left her, once so confident, in disbelief. Why could the boy she had been dominating with ease now strike her down with a single blow? "You brutish warrior." The woman's eyes brimmed with venom, disdain etched in her gaze, yet beneath that, a flicker of fear began to emerge. Before she could rise, Chen Chao was upon her once more, delivering another punishing blow. Within that seemingly frail form lay an unfathomable strength. In an instant, his fist struck her at the heart. The impact caused her chest to cave in, her eyes instantly filled with blood vessels. After 2 strikes, the woman's vitality was irrevocably extinguished. Qi Gongquan watched in disbelief, his eyes widening as he murmured, "Junior sister." At that moment, he possessed no strength left to continue the fight. Guo Shi, on the other hand, burst into raucous laughter. "Excellent. What a splendid kill. Truly not an ordinary fool. This is how it should be." Chen Chao disregarded Guo Shi's words, instead turning his attention back to Qi Gongquan, slowly grasping the hilt of his blade. With Qi Gongquan no longer at his side, Guo Shi felt an absence of pressure even when facing the armored deity. In truth, even if they joined forces, for Guo Shi, victory was merely a matter of time, albeit with a bit more hassle. Meanwhile, Chen Chao had approached Qi Gongquan, who was now gravely injured and struggling to defend himself against the boy whose cultivation level remained uncertain. As Chen Chao advanced, Qi Gongquan's expression darkened, his eyes now reflecting a myriad of emotions, no longer the indifference he once exhibited. Chen Chao scrutinized him, an intricate array of feelings swirling within his gaze. The next moment, he unsheathed the broken blade at his waist. Qi Gongquan attempted to summon the last remnants of his energy, but he froze in disbelief. The figure in black did not pause before him for even a moment, instead taking a bold step forward, hurtling toward Guo Shi above the abyss. The blackened blade sliced through the air, a streak of darkness. The black-clad youth followed closely, colliding with the young Qi refiner who resembled an ethereal being. Yin Ruoshui was initially startled but quickly regained her composure, commanding the armored deity to assault Guo Shi. Simultaneously, she summoned the ribbon to obstruct Guo Shi's retreat. At that moment, Chen Chao's blade had reached Guo Shi. Guo Shi frowned, unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. He had assumed that Chen Chao would wait until he and Yin Ruoshui had settled their contest before intervening. To his astonishment, Chen Chao acted with such impatience. Not waiting for Guo Shi to resolve his confrontation with Yin Ruoshui before launching his attack. In hindsight, he had underestimated him. Guo Shi let out a cold laugh, one hand sweeping in a motion to block, while the other prepared to unleash his technique, intending to vanquish the youth before him. However, as he gathered his energy, he suddenly felt a stagnation in the flow of qi. It was as if the old energy had been expended, and new energy had yet to arise. Frowning slightly, he pondered whether the young man had been waiting for this opportunity, or if it was merely a stroke of luck. Quickly dismissing these thoughts, Guo Shi accelerated the circulation of energy within him, placing one hand over his chest. He merely needed to weather the impending strike from the black-clad youth, and the situation would swiftly return to his control. Yet would events truly unfold as he anticipated? Here it comes. In a fleeting moment, Chen Chao approached with a fierce, resolute demeanor. He descended like a comet, and Guo Shi's expression turned grave. But upon their collision, Guo Shi realized that he had miscalculated. The figure in black bore a blade, a broken blade, its razor-sharp edge arriving first. With a slicing sound, Guoxi's sleeve tore apart. The hands he had raised to defend himself were cleaved open by the blade, blood streaming forth. The resilience of a chi refinement practitioner pales in comparison to that of a martial artist, yet it is by no means easily severed. That seemingly ordinary blade is likely anything but mundane. At this moment, Guoxi had no time to ponder such matters. A wave of fear washed over him as he realized that the youth before him possessed an extraordinary level of prowess. Far beyond the second realm, a martial artist of such tender years? Guoxi's complexion shifted. Even if Chen Chao were not a martial artist but rather a cultivator, achieving the realm of divine concealment at such an age signified that this young man was an undeniable prodigy. In that fleeting moment, Guoxi's mind raced with various thoughts, yet the absurd notions quickly dissipated. He regained his focus just as the youth extended his second strike. The grip on his blade was steady, and his expression was grave. Eyeing Guoxi's gaze, he discerned an array of peculiar emotions. The boy resembled a butcher, as if in his eyes, Guoxi was not a human being, but rather a prey awaiting slaughter. Little did Guoxi know that this very youth had long survived by hunting down monsters. Yet he was acutely aware that once ensnared in this boy's grasp, his chances of survival had dwindled to naught. Just as Chen Chao's second strike was about to descend, Guoxi sensed a new surge of energy circulating within him. He had endured the most arduous moment and glimpsed a flicker of hope. However, as he sought to channel this newfound vitality, the broken blade had already pierced his heart. The sound of a sharp weapon penetrating flesh echoed painfully. The excruciating agony shattered Guoxi's thoughts. Halting the flow of his energy, gritting his teeth, Guoxi struck Chen Chao's chest with his palm. Though lacking significant strength, he plummeted into the abyss. Chen Chao, leveraging the momentum, descended upon the precipice. Before he could steady himself, he swung his blade towards Qi Gongquan. A bloodied head tumbled into the depths, followed by a headless corpse collapsing. "Have you lost your mind?" Yin Ruoshui, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, cried out in disbelief. "Do you know who we are? You insolent wretch, born of the Southern Sky sect, raised as a precious gem in the palms of countless admirers. How could she have imagined that one day she would be slain by a martial artist whom she deemed beneath her?" Standing at the edge of the precipice, Chen Chao regarded the woman, his broken blade still dripping with blood. He had no intention of conversing, only of continuing his deadly pursuit. Chapter 34. None compare to the blade. Yin Ruoshui gazed at the black-clad youth advancing towards her, her anger unabated. Even now, she could not comprehend why this boy dared to assault them. The Qi refinement practitioners. Had the Daliang dynasty ever treated external cultivators with such audacity? Moreover, this was merely an ordinary place governed by a mere captain. "Do you not know our identities?" Yin Ruoshui glared at Chen Chao. Her voice icy. "We are Qi refinement practitioners, the pinnacle of cultivators you ought to revere. How dare you treat us this way?" As she spoke, the armored figure behind her remained motionless. Chen Chao frowned. He too found it perplexing that the woman before him was so foolish. The situation had escalated to this point, yet she continued to utter such words. What difference did it make to him that they were Qi refinement practitioners? If they wished for his demise, why should he refrain from striking back? Merely because of her status as a Qi refinement practitioner, should he await his own execution? Chen Chao shook his head, pondering the absurdity of such reasoning. As for how the Daliang dynasty treated external cultivators, it was true that they offered superficial respect, yet in the shadows, did not countless external cultivators perish within the boundaries of the Daliang dynasty? You are truly foolish. Had Yin Ruoshui possessed even a modicum of intelligence, today's predicament would not have unfolded as it has. Regrettably, this woman, known as the Fairy of Yin, is far too naive. She lacks the cunning of Guoxi and harbors an inescapable disdain for Chen Chao. This is not entirely her fault. It is simply the inevitable result of their disparities. Unfortunately, she never succeeded in concealing her contempt. She is not genuinely wise, yet she relishes the guise of cleverness, which ultimately spells her doom. Chen Chao began to gather his strength. Although Yin Ruoshui was considerably drained, she remained a peak Qi refinement practitioner of the second realm. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. He must strike with all his might from the outset, aiming to deliver a decisive blow. He tightened his grip on the blade, as the last drop of blood slid from the blade. Chen Chao moved. He stepped forward, adopting a resolute stance as he charged towards the seemingly dazed Yin Ruoshui. The martial artist's greatest asset is his physical resilience, and Chen Chao's tenacity was exceptional. Making close combat his most favorable option, in her stupor, as she beheld the youth drawing near. Yin Ruoshui's anger transformed into sheer terror. She summoned a ribbon, attempting to obstruct his advance. The ribbon unfurled, blocking Chen Chao's path and rendering Yin Ruoshui unable to see the black-clad youth any longer. In an instant, a flash of the blade sliced through the air, the razor-sharp edge cleaving through the ribbon. The black-clad youth's form re-emerged before Yin Ruoshui. Stunned, she realized that the ribbon, woven from the silk of ice silkworms and exceptionally durable, had been effortlessly severed by that seemingly ordinary broken blade. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the armored figure behind her. Kill him! Tear him to shreds! She screamed in a near-manic frenzy. The armored figure, a colossus, raised its arm and hurled a punch. Chen Chao squinted, whispering two words to himself, too late. Engaging the armored figure was the most unfavorable scenario, which was why he had previously provoked the woman, hoping she would make a hasty mistake. Now, Yin Ruoshui had not disappointed him. He was now close to Yin Ruoshui, swinging his blade towards the southern sky sect's fairy of Yin, disregarding the armored figure entirely. Yin Ruoshui's complexion turned ashen. Although she possessed various techniques, her practical combat experience paled in comparison to the youth before her. Coupled with the vast disparity in their realms, she found herself utterly devoid of any countermeasures. Chen Chao's broken blade approached her chest, and her gaze transformed into one of sheer horror, even tinged with a hint of pleading. She resembled a panicked bird, yet evoked no sympathy. The expressionless youth displayed no reaction. He merely raised his arm and brought the blade crashing down from above. The blade initially grazed Yin Ruoshui's garments, sending sparks flying, but as its speed intensified, the fabric tore apart, exposing the pristine skin beneath. Blood erupted forth, a crimson spray. Yin Ruoshui stared at her chest, where the broken blade now rested against her heart. Her organs had been instantaneously shattered by the black-clad youth before her. Life slipped away. Unless she could procure the legendary spiritual herbs spoken of in tales, her chances of survival were utterly extinguished. Yin Ruoshui's watery eyes gazed at Chen Chao in bewilderment. She opened her mouth, blood seeping from her lips. Why? Chen Chao discerned the confusion in her expression, realizing her inquiry was not about why she was dying here, but rather why he dared to kill her so foolish. This fairy of Yin from the southern sky sect, even until her last breath, could not bring herself to believe that a coarse martial artist she looked down upon would truly dare to take her life. She crumpled to the ground, her warmth fading. Simultaneously, the punch thrown by the armored figure behind her began to dissolve into particles of light, gradually vanishing. This spirit-summoning technique would collapse if the host perished. Just as Yin Ruoshui's life force extinguished, a particle of light abruptly pierced her brow, racing towards the cavern at an incredible speed. Chen Chao swung his blade in response, but failed to strike that particle of light. It flickered and vanished, retreating into the distance. Chen Chao furrowed his brow, his expression grim. He had long understood that cultivators wielded intricate abilities, yet even with prior preparation, he could not intercept it. This was an inevitable outcome. Chen Chao approached the precipice, exhaling a breath of stagnant air as new energy began to manifest within him. He glanced down into the abyss. They were all dead. Now, it was your turn. Chen Chao stared into the depths. Speaking calmly, "How do you know I am still here?" A voice suddenly echoed, and a figure slowly emerged from the abyss. It was Guoshi, the one Chen Chao had struck down with a blade, who had subsequently fallen into the chasm. He was not dead, though his hands remained bloodied. Now standing at the edge of the abyss, he regarded the young martial artist with curiosity, a hint of intrigue evident in his demeanor. Chen Chao gripped his blade, responding calmly, "Your cunning far surpasses that of the woman. You will not perish so easily." Indeed, although Chen Chao had aimed to slay Guoshi with that strike, everything had unfolded far too smoothly. Having dealt with numerous cunning monsters, Chen Chao understood a fundamental truth. The smoother the proceedings, the more complex the situation. Guoshi clapped his hands in appreciation, declaring, "You are far more astute than these fools." That woman was merely a caged bird nurtured within the sect, deluding herself into believing her schemes were unknown to anyone. How laughable! Every event along the journey had been orchestrated under Guoxi's control, including Yin Ruoshui's alliance with Qi Gongquan, and even Chen Xiao was ensnared within his machinations. In his calculations, he intended to severely injure Qi Gongquan first, thereby provoking Chen Xiao into action. He would then feign his own death at the hands of Chen Xiao, allowing both Chen Xiao and Yin Ruoshui to suffer mutual destruction, ultimately enabling him to reap the rewards as a bystander. However, he had not anticipated that Chen Xiao would indeed kill that woman from the Nantian sect and discern the ruse of his feigned demise. Guoxi fixed his gaze on Chen Xiao, squinting with a smile. I simply did not expect that a mere garrison commander, so young, would be a master of the divine concealment realm. It was not that he doubted the existence of prodigies in the great Liang dynasty, but rather he was puzzled. If Chen Xiao was indeed a genius, how could he only hold the position of a lowly garrison commander? Individuals of Chen Xiao's age who possessed the divine concealment realm were exceedingly rare, even in the outer circles. Only those young prodigies nurtured by the grand sects could attain such a level. Chen Xiao remained silent, merely observing Guoxi while gradually adjusting the flow of energy within his body. Regardless of the situation, that woman had now become a casualty of your actions. Once I eliminate you, I need not expend any effort to concoct a cover story for the Nantian sect. In that sense, I owe you my gratitude. Guoxi's smile was radiant, appearing harmless, yet this demeanor filled Chen Xiao with revulsion, even more than the most repugnant of. But does the court know about this matter? What role does that Li town guard play in all of this? Everything remains unspoken, even if they intend to usurp the dragon vein. The dragon vein remains unharmed, yet they perish by their own hand. What then is the outcome? What will the court think? When the external sects demand justice, who will protect themselves? Is it worth the court's effort to confront the external cultivators for the sake of a mere town guard? A trivial martial artist? In the end, will the court be the one to enact their own demise, or will it be the external cultivators? Chen Xiao sighed, his brow furrowed with clouds of gloom. He felt no regret for slaying those qi refining practitioners, for they were destined to not spare him. Since they would not let him be, he would kill them again and again if necessary. What lies ahead is a question for another day. For now, survival is paramount. Gripping the hilt of his blade at his waist, Chen Xiao fell into contemplation. He inexplicably recalled the events of these past years. Hunting down monsters. Monsters tend to be solitary, though there are exceptions. Some gather in groups. When the lesser ones are slain, the elders inevitably seek vengeance. In such circumstances, aside from fleeing, there exists another method. Eliminate the elders as well. The current situation is somewhat akin to this, yet the sects backing these individuals loom like behemoths to Chen Xiao. Even the great figures of the divine capital would not wish to provoke them lightly. To wipe out the sects behind them for good. Such thoughts are merely fanciful. Yet, even within this deadlock, there must be a glimmer of hope. Where that hope lies depends solely on whether one can seize it. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. Rising from the precipice, he slowly retraced his steps. The lineage of qi refiners in the south, particularly the Sanxi prefecture, boasts profound depth, holding a commanding position. The entirety of Sanxi prefecture is perpetually cloaked in clouds, with numerous formations established within the mountains. Ordinary folk who accidentally wander into these mountains, even just to the foot, would be instantaneously annihilated. Furthermore, common disciples, unless granted permission by their sect, are forbidden from descending the mountain. The mountain gate of Sanxi prefecture is immensely grand, standing before the mountains, seemingly even taller than the gates of the divine capital. The characters Sanxi prefecture inscribed above, imbued with an ethereal aura, were penned by the founding patriarch and have endured for over a millennium. Today's Sanxi prefecture remains as tranquil as ever. At a wooden table beneath the mountain gate, two disciples of Sanxi prefecture engage in idle chatter. Their conversation revolves around which sister on a certain peak is more beautiful. Chen Shiji is not only good-looking but also possesses a pleasant temperament. Whoever becomes Chen Shiji's companion in the future would be most fortunate. Not necessarily. I prefer Imo Shiji. Her legs are quite long. Chen Shiji is better than Imo Shiji. The two held their respective opinions, and a light debate ensued. Though their voices remained low, even in their bickering, it was unlikely to disturb the tranquility of Sanxi prefecture. It was only when they both noticed a flash of azure light descending from the sky that they momentarily fell silent. A moment later, the sound of a bell echoed through the mountains. Both disciples lowered their heads. They recognized that azure light. It was the communication method of Sanchi Prefecture. Each disciple, upon ascending the mountain, would have a returning light embedded in their forehead by their seniors. Should they encounter misfortune outside, this returning light would break free from their forehead and return to the sect. The external sects utilize similar methods. However, if the killer possesses sufficient cultivation or certain artifacts, they could intercept this returning light, though often their sects would also have a longevity lamp. When a person dies, the lamp extinguishes, thus revealing the news of their demise. I wonder which senior brother or sister has perished. Recently, there haven't been many disciples descending the mountain, have there? Quite a few, there should be over 10, mostly solitary. I wonder which sect dares to provoke us at Sanchi Prefecture. They must truly be tired of living. Perhaps it was some monster. That would indeed be unfortunate for them. When the azure light ascended the mountain, many disciples of Sanchi Prefecture noticed it, prompting them to halt and speculate on the identity of the returning light's owner and the cause of their death. The azure light reached the mountaintop, where a grand hall loomed, as if nestled among the clouds. Before the hall, a considerable number of individuals had gathered, both men and women, though most appeared middle-aged. The leading middle-aged man was the lawmaster of Sanchi Prefecture. He reached out to catch the azure light, and with a wave of his sleeve, ripples emerged before the onlookers, revealing a scene. It was the moment Chen Chao had slain Guaxi. Upon witnessing this image, a middle-aged Taoist woman exclaimed, "Sheer!" She was Guaxi's master, the peak lord of Cuiyin Peak in Sanchi Prefecture. She had exerted considerable effort to enable Guaxi to descend the mountain for that task. Yet she had not anticipated waiting for news of Guaxi's death instead of good tidings. Though she had other disciples, her decision to grant this opportunity to Guaxi underscored her regard for him. "Wang Shimi, please accept my condolences." As the ripples subsided, the image dissipated. The purpose of the returning light was thus revealed. "Please, Brother Two, take charge of Sheer." The middle-aged Taoist woman turned her tearful gaze towards the middle-aged man, looking pitifully desolate. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly and declared, "Indeed. How dare a mere town guard slaughter a disciple of Sanchi Prefecture? Justice must be sought. Li Shidi, I trouble you to journey to Weizhou and capture that man. Surely the Dailiang court will not dare to obstruct us. Once he is apprehended, I will ensure he suffers excruciating torment until his demise, followed by the scattering of his ashes." At these words, a plain-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, nodding gravely. "I will not fail in this task." The middle-aged man glanced at the middle-aged Taoist woman, paused for a moment, then softly added, "Wang Shimi, you should accompany him as well, and bring back Sheer's remains." Chapter 36. The Light of Revelation and Truth. The Nantian sect learned of the death of their disciple even earlier than Sanchi Prefecture. Yen Ruoxue, as a disciple of the Nantian sect, though not the most remarkable among her peers, was renowned for her beauty and had many admirers. Upon the news of Yen Ruoxue's death spreading, it stirred quite a tempest within the Nantian sect. A throng of young disciples gathered in the sect's great hall, demanding that their elders punish the true culprit severely. However, those in power had already reached out to Sanchi Prefecture as soon as they received the news. "Senior brother, Sanchi Prefecture has replied. The young disciple they sent has perished." A middle-aged man with a sorrowful expression entered the hall and addressed the man in the purple robe seated in the main position. "She was slain by that town guard. Sanchi Prefecture has dispa." The man jested. "Could it be that this is the reason your wife returned to her family?" Chen Chao merely tugged at the corner of his mouth, preferring not to engage in further conversation. "You'd best keep your distance. I fear you may come to regret it later." "What did you say?" The man set down the water ladle, curiosity piqued. "Youngster, have you encountered an insurmountable obstacle? Share it with me. Let me have a good laugh." Chen Chao remained silent. The man speculated, "You haven't gone and killed that fellow, have you? Was he some sort of monster? If not, then what? Did he break your door lock? And you just went ahead and killed him? I must say, that fellow seemed to have quite the background. Perhaps he has several influential figures in his family. A mere town guard. You could be courting disaster." Chen Chao cast a doubtful glance at the man and whispered, "What if I indeed did kill him?" The man, expressionless, picked up the water ladle and walked towards the house, muttering, "If you killed him, why not just run away? Waiting here to die, are you? And don't you dare say you know me. I might just move away." Chen Chao spat and chuckled, "Fine, if I get caught, I'll say it was Zhou Guqi who instigated me." The man halted, a mournful expression on his face. "You little rascal, are you really trying to fool me?" Qin Shao, unusually, walked over from the doorway and sat on the threshold, rubbing his head as he asked, "What if I truly provoke a catastrophic disaster?" The man returned to the threshold, slapped his cheeks, and casually responded, "How catastrophic are we talking? Did you dig up the imperial tomb of the great Liang dynasty? Or did you kidnap a princess?" Qin Shao frowned. "What if it's even worse than those two scenarios?" The man scoffed. "Could it be that you truly have entangled yourself with those practitioners from beyond?" Qin Shao nodded earnestly. The man raised an eyebrow, adopting a serious demeanor. "Well then, there's nothing more to discuss. Youngster, prepare to meet your end." Qin Shao stared at the man, silence stretching between them. The man, feeling uneasy under Qin Shao's gaze, frowned. "What the hell are you staring at?" After a moment, Qin Shao finally murmured, "Are you not some sort of hidden master?" The man blinked in disbelief. "What are you talking about?" Qin Shao, slightly disheartened, turned his head away. The man rubbed his cheeks and then reached out to pat the boy in front of him, smiling. "Youngster, have you heard my story?" "No, but your face tells 1,000 tales," Qin Shao replied sincerely. The man, pleased, nodded. "In my youth, I was indeed a striking figure, not just boasting." Qin Shao fell silent for a moment before softly confessing, "I killed 4 cheer-refining practitioners, one of whom was the fellow you saw earlier." The man covered his ears, muttering to himself, "I can't hear. I can't hear. A tortoise reciting scriptures." When I first arrived here, I reviewed the county records, and throughout the entirety of Tianqing County, only Taohua Alley had never experienced any incidents of monsters consuming people. Among the residents of Taohua Alley, you were the only outsider. Qin Shao recalled the contents of the records and chuckled, realizing that at that time, he had been uncertain whether the man before him was indeed a remarkable figure. It was through 2 years of continuous observation that he reached his conclusion. "How did you discern that?" The man put his hands down and fiddled with his teeth. "In any neighborhood, no matter how harmonious, there is always an underlying fear of practitioners. Yet you displayed none. You seemed completely unconcerned. Does that not speak volumes?" After countless arguments, Qin Shao had observed the man many times. He discovered that this man living opposite him truly harbored no fear towards him. Initially, he had considered whether the man simply lacked sensitivity, but soon he discarded that notion. "All right, I won't pretend any longer. I initially wished to interact with you as an ordinary person." The man sighed, smiling at Qin Shao. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow. "Youngster, you seek my assistance, yet it seems you've forgotten one crucial detail. If I were as extraordinary as you think, why would I reside in this godforsaken place? I am indeed a practitioner, but to confront several sects on your behalf, you would be asking for my life. If I were to perish, what would become of my wife?" The man squinted, then suddenly changed the subject. Laughing, however, "I do admire your audacity. You dare to kill without hesitation. Have you lost your mind from slaying too many monsters?" Qin Shao forced a smile. "If those people hadn't tried to kill me first, I wouldn't have had to resort to such measures." Yet he could not divulge the underlying reasons. "Youngster, while I may not be able to help you, I do have a few words of advice." The man cleared his ears, finally adopting a serious demeanor. Qin Shao clasped his hands and earnestly stated, "Please, teach me, sir." The man glanced back and smiled. "Youngster, the trouble you've stirred is immense, yet you are far too weak, leaving you vulnerable to being quietly crushed. However, in these chaotic times, death is merely a part of life." Qin Shao smirked slightly, pondering the absurdity of such a statement. Ants on the ground could easily be crushed underfoot, and the person who does so may remain blissfully unaware. That is the most ironic situation of all. Qin Shao furrowed his brow. The man squinted, lazily continuing, "You must understand that there are many dark corners in this world. No matter how bright the sunlight may shine, it cannot reach those places. While hiding in such shadows may help you evade many dangers, it will also shield you from the warmth of the sun. You are not something that needs to hide from the light. Standing in the sun does not necessarily mean death." Chapter 37. A move made returning home, Qin Shao sat in silence for a long time, gazing at the fire pit that had been purchased last winter and had remained on the porch since. He then lifted his head to see a wild cat walking on the opposite rooftop. With the winter snow melting, it inevitably made some noise. Qin Shao watched it for a long while before retrieving a piece of dried meat from last winter and tossing it onto the roof. The wild cat seized the palm-sized piece of meat without hesitation and dashed away, quickly disappearing from sight. After the wild cat departed, Chun Shao withdrew his gaze, refocusing his mind, and began to draft a letter. Rubbing his wrist, he looked at the dust-laden inkstone, reached out to wipe it, and intended to fetch some water from the courtyard's water jar. However, upon glancing up, he realized that the water jar had been broken during the last altercation. And looking down, he noticed several deep pits and numerous cracks in the ground. Chun Shao let out a self-deprecating smile. This was quite fitting. Rising, he stepped outside once more to purchase a large jar and summon some masons to repair the courtyard. Sitting aside, Chun Shao began to grind ink. As the fragrance of ink wafted through the air, he dipped his brush into the ink and raised it, squinting at the slightly yellowed paper before him. This scene felt both familiar and foreign. After pondering for a moment, he began to write. Gripping a knife for many years, he suddenly found himself wielding a brush, which felt somewhat unfamiliar. However, as time passed, he swiftly completed the letter. As he waited for the ink to dry, Chun Shao glanced at the craftsman busy repairing the courtyard. Finally, he tucked the letter away and departed. The new county magistrate had arrived. Today marked the day Miku would depart. 2 horse-drawn carriages stood at the city gate, accompanied by 3 to 5 guards riding tall steeds, who were escorting the newly appointed magistrate and now seeing Miku off. Although Tianjin County was peaceful, elsewhere in the Great Liang Dynasty, monsters still roamed freely. Given the treacherous mountainous terrain and long distances, no one knew what dangers lay ahead. With these martial men present, it offered some assurance. Miku was bidding farewell to his colleagues. After years of stagnation, he was finally taking a step forward, and a broad smile adorned his aged face. Yet, his longtime associates at the yamen were not as cheerful, especially the scribe Zhang, whose face looked as if he had just eaten a dead rat. A few townsfolk stood quietly in the distance, seeing him off, after saying his farewells to his colleagues. Mika lingered at the carriage, glancing around anxiously. Chun Shao had mentioned he would come to see him off. After years of dealings, Mika understood Chun Shao well. If he said he would come, he would undoubtedly show up, a certainty Mika had no doubt about. Moments later, upon spotting the familiar black robe, he smiled again. The guards on horseback noticed the figure in black and bowed in respect. Not only due to his status as a town guard, but also because they had encountered no monsters since entering Tianjin County. This was ample proof of the young town guard's accomplishments. Seeing Chun Shao appear, Mika let out a sigh of relief and lowered his voice. Chun, my old friend, I truly thought you weren't coming. Tio Miku, anyone else not showing up was acceptable, but Chun Shao was an exception. Chun Shao nodded, glancing ahead before getting straight to the point. I have a matter to trouble you with, old brother. Miku, sensing the gravity in Chun Shao's expression, furrowed his brow. Let's talk over there. This place was crowded, and although Miku wasn't aware of what Chun Shao wanted to discuss, he was concerned about the possibility of their conversation leaking out. The two stepped aside a few paces and stood beneath the city wall. Mika nodded, and Chun Shao slowly began. The individuals you saw previously, they have all been killed by me. What? Miku was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Fortunately, there was some distance to the other side, and no one could hear them. Realizing he had lost his composure, he lowered his voice and hoarsely asked, Did you say you killed those several cultivators? This matter was far more terrifying than Chun Shao's intent to slay those demonic beings. During their previous dealings, Miku had been filled with trepidation due to the identity of those cultivators. Yet, those figures, whom he regarded almost as celestial beings, had been slain by Chun Shao. They were all external chi practitioners who had come to Tianjin County with ulterior motives. Moreover, the individual named Gua Shi had previously left some insidious tokens on Mika's elder brother, employing malevolent methods that could make his brother appear to die of illness within 6 months, effectively denying him any chance of rebirth. Chun Shao looked at Miku and said solemnly, However, with his death, these means have vanished into thin air and will no longer exist. Mika's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he was a scholar, he had never practiced cultivation and thus possessed only a rudimentary understanding of such matters. The thought of that young man's demeanor led him to believe it wholeheartedly. Is it truly so? I am sincerely grateful to you, Brother Chun, he reassured. Rest assured, given our friendship, I would never divulge this matter to anyone. Mika's gaze was resolute. Even if his younger brother had not lifted this vile curse, Chun Shao's numerous contributions to the people of Tianjin County over the years warranted his promise to keep this secret. Chun Shao shook his head. Brother, you have misunderstood. The matter of the means left on you by Gua she was conveyed to me by Zhou Guqi, who resides across the hall. Those methods are closely linked to the practitioner who cast them. Thus, if the practitioner perishes, the means shall naturally cease to exist. Therefore, by killing Gua Shi, I have indirectly saved your life. Miku was momentarily stunned. Chen Xiao continued, after those individuals die, there are subtle methods that will inform their sex. This matter cannot be concealed. Pausing, he articulated each word carefully. What I wish to ask of you, brother, is that before you reach Wanshan County, you first go to Qingshan County and inform the garrison office of the deaths of these 4 Qi practitioners. While simultaneously hoping you can publicize this matter as widely. I am Huangji from Nanqing, and I have long harbored admiration for the young lady, wishing to meet her in person. Lu Yi raised her head, parted her lips, and softly remarked, "Ah, it is him again." Since entering the academy, numerous students have approached this esteemed young lady of the Xie family from the capital, expressing their affections. Many were drawn by her lineage as a descendant of Xian and Du, while others may have been sincere in their feelings. Yet, Huangji was undoubtedly the most persistent of them all. The young girl remained silent, her gaze fixed on the sweet potatoes roasting over the fire. "My lady, we are classmates. Setting aside everything else, surely we can at least study the classics together?" Outside, a young scholar lingered at the door, glancing inside from time to time, but the entrance remained firmly shut. Within the courtyard, Lu Yi could no longer contain her curiosity and queried, "Miss, if you do not wish to see him, why not simply tell him so? Why allow him to shout outside?" The young lady reclined backward, closing her eyes, and calmly replied, "If I step outside, he will undoubtedly have much to say, and I do not wish to hear it." "Still, I do not wish to," Lu Yi tentatively suggested. "Shall I inform my family to send someone to intercept him next time?" The young lady shook her head once more. Lu Yi felt somewhat disheartened and muttered, "Miss, what are you truly thinking? You must tell me. I cannot guess your thoughts all day long. My mind is not as sharp as yours." The young lady remained silent. However, soon enough, she opened her eyes. A wooden bird flew in from the courtyard, a creation of the Ministry of Works, intricately engraved with formations, enabling it to soar swiftly. Initially designed for transmitting military reports from the court, it had since been adapted for civilian use, making it difficult to intercept during transit, albeit at a considerable cost, which most common folk would hesitate to afford. Lu Yi quickly stood to catch the wooden bird, retrieving the letter inside. Upon glancing at the envelope, she exclaimed in surprise, "Miss, it is from Weizhou Prefecture." The young lady rose, a smile gracing her face as she inquired, "Who is the sender?" "Chen Xiao. Bring it to me." The young lady took the letter and heard the ruckus outside, furrowing her brow as she commanded, "Go and chase him away." With that, she turned to walk back inside. Lu Yi was taken aback but quickly nodded and headed towards the gate. After a while, Huangji reluctantly departed, leaving behind no further clamor. The young lady sat by the window, extracting the letter and placing it on the table. "The handwriting is quite decent, though it pales in comparison to mine." She chuckled softly and began to read the letter earnestly. Soon, her expression turned grave. She had initially presumed the correspondence was a request for certain spiritual herbs, but to her astonishment, it contained something far more significant. "I have killed several Qi refinement practitioners. One named Gua Shi hails from Sanchi Prefecture, another named Yin Ruoshui is from the Nan'an sect, while I cannot recall the names of the other two. But they too belong to the southern lineage of Qi refiners. They were insignificant, no match for me. I sustained no injuries while eliminating them. Yet, having slain these lesser beings, their superiors will surely seek vengeance, which I cannot handle alone. Thus, I must trouble you for assistance. I have saved you more than once. Now, I ask for your help, and you surely will not make things difficult for me. I knew I had not misjudged you. You, like me, possess a warm heart. Thank you for your kindness. You are so clever, so beautiful, and so compassionate." Upon reaching this point, a faint smile graced the young lady's lips, as if reminiscing about bygone days. Coming back to her senses, she continued to read. "They claim to seek ores, but their true intentions are far different. The specifics I can only divulge to you in person. Regardless, my actions were warranted. I am still but a child. I do not wish to die, so you must help me." The young lady quietly perused the letter until she reached the final word, her brows momentarily relaxing before knitting together once more. After a brief pause, she could not help but exclaim, You truly know how to stir up trouble. She rubbed her forehead, setting the letter aside as she exhaled deeply. Footsteps approached outside. Miss, it is ready. Lu Yi entered, holding a steaming sweet potato, her face alight with excitement. Place it over there, at this moment. The young lady's mind was elsewhere, her focus distracted. Lu Yi, puzzled by her mistress's apparent disinterest in her favorite sweet potato, surmised that it must be due to the letter, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards the letter's author. If only she could meet him, she would surely give him a good thrashing, Lu Yi thought gloomily. Let us return home. The young lady stood and walked towards the door. Lu Yi was taken aback. Since entering the academy, her mistress had not returned home, as it was said that several young masters there were not fond of her, which was why she avoided that place. Yet now, why did she wish to go home? Chapter 39. The young man's methods. Numerous rumors circulated outside, yet the truth remained that Xian Du was not well regarded by his peers within the Xie family. However, it was indeed true that Xian Du held no affection for the esteemed Xie family of the capital. There were no gaps in this sentiment, merely an uncomfortable environment rife with schemes and deceit, lacking in genuine sincerity. Although she was somewhat prepared, these matters still left her feeling perturbed. Compared to the Xie family of the capital, the Bai Lu Xie family, though also a prominent clan, possessed significantly less darkness and considerably more light. The carriage ambled slowly from the academy, drawing countless gazes. The academy's students watched the carriage depart, aware that it belonged to the Xie family and knowing who was inside, prompting them to steal a few glances. Though none dared speak, as the sound of hooves faded into the distance, discussions erupted among them. They had far too many things to say about the young lady of the Xie clan. Yet none could voice their thoughts in her presence. Huang Ji, standing among the crowd, suddenly called out loudly, Miss Xie, I, Huang Ji from Nanxing, have long admired you. His voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of many students, who all heard him, though the young lady in the carriage likely did not. Moreover, even if she had heard, what of it? The carriage departed Nanhu, continuing along the long streets of the capital, the sound of hooves growing increasingly clear, signaling that they were nearing the Xie residence. The Xie family preferred tranquility, thus their abode was situated in a secluded area of the capital, surrounded by few inhabitants. Most places lay empty, yet this did not imply a lack of ownership, for all deeds and titles were firmly held by the Xie family. The carriage traversed a quiet long street before finally arriving at a side entrance, for the main gate of the Xie residence rarely opened throughout the year. In this capital, only a select few could warrant the opening of the Xie family's grand gate. If they did not come, the gates would remain closed. After the carriage came to a halt, Xian Du exited the carriage, and the guards took no action, allowing her to proceed directly inside. Lu Yi followed closely behind. The Xie residence was vast, spanning nearly an entire street. Despite numerous branches of the Xie family having separated over the course of 200 years, those who remained here outnumbered them, totaling over 100 individuals. Given that the Xie family was the only noble clan capable of contending with the Wei family in the court, such a scale was only to be expected. Xian Du walked through long corridors and passed through numerous courtyards, drawing the gazes of countless individuals. As she navigated through throngs of people, she occasionally paused to offer her respects, but after exchanging pleasantries, she continued onward, seldom engaging in idle chatter. Miss, where are you headed? As Lu Yi watched Xian Du gradually approach the most important part of the Xie residence, her heart raced. That area was not meant for a mere maid like herself. You stay here and wait for me. Xian Du did not turn her head, simply uttering this command before stepping into the courtyard ahead. Lu Yi halted, quietly stepping aside to wait, refraining from speaking further and casting a discreet glance at the old locust tree before her, how tall it stood. Xian Du traversed the courtyard and walked down a deep, long corridor before arriving at the ancestral hall there. An elderly man of unremarkable appearance, clad in a gray cotton coat, sat on an old chair. He glanced at Xian Du as she approached, his murky eyes devoid of emotion. Ignoring him, Xian Du turned toward a modest room beside the ancestral hall, where a willow tree stood before the entrance. This seemingly ordinary abode housed the most influential figure in the entire Xie family. Xian Du arrived at the door, pausing beneath the tree, silent for a long while. Slowly, she adjusted the silver hairpin she held, reattaching it to her hair. Indeed, along with that letter, came this silver hairpin. She had thought it would be a long time before she saw it again, yet it had returned to her possession in such a short span. That individual was no fool. He understood the significance of this hairpin to her. With its delivery to the capital, she grasped his predicament. Having come to this realization, Xian'an had departed the academy and made her way here. I have a matter to discuss with our ancestor. Xian'an spoke with authority, asserting a request rather than a plea. The distinction was significant. This young lady exhibited remarkable audacity, for it was unlikely anyone else in the entire Xie family would dare address the elder in such a manner. The words sparked a flicker of interest in the elderly man at the entrance of the ancestral hall. A glimmer of intrigue appeared on his weathered face, accompanied by a hint of a smile. He strained to open his murky eyes and gazed in that direction. Having spent many years in this place, he had yet to encounter such a remarkable young girl. Why? A creaky voice resonated from within the room. As the venerable ancestor of the Xie family posed 3 words that were more than mere inquiries, Xian'an replied calmly, because this is a debt owed to me by the divine Xie family. She provided no further explanation. Upon hearing this, the elderly man at the hall's entrance began to discern a deeper meaning. He realized that the girl before him was indeed the one who had come from the White Deer. Thus, he reminisced about the ancestral hall far in the White Deer prefecture, feeling somewhat nostalgic. They all shared the same lineage, yet they had diverged over time. Though your words may seem somewhat absurd, they do possess a kernel of truth. The Xie ancestor did not indulge in further discourse, merely stating, this token of apology could have been reserved for a more opportune moment. The trials Xian'an had faced prior to arriving in the divine capital had been tacitly accepted by these elders. They wished to ascertain whether she was worthy of being in the divine capital. When she arrived unscathed, it signified not only her acceptance by the Xie family of the divine capital, but also that they would provide her with some form of recompense or reward. That recompense represented their collective regret in crucial moments. Such a sentiment could be immensely valuable. Yet they had not anticipated that this young girl, having only recently traversed such tribulations, would seek to employ it so soon. Without hesitation, she articulated her desire. I want him to survive. The sound of pages turning echoed from within the room. After a brief pause, the Xie ancestor sighed. Such a token of regret is insufficient to aid an outsider, especially considering the complications surrounding that youth. Complicated, yet not impossible to assist. It simply was not worth the cost. The price was too steep, and the reward too meager. After pondering for a moment, Xian'an quickly revised her request. Then let him arrive alive in the divine capital. Long before the wooden bird reached the divine capital, 2 horse-drawn carriages had already entered Qingshan County at a leisurely pace. The guards, seated atop their steeds, exhaled a sigh of relief. The journey from Tianqing County to Qingshan County was not particularly perilous. Yet thoughts of the subsequent route to Wanshan County left them somewhat apprehensive. It was uncertain whether they would remain unscathed along the way. Inside the carriage, Mika donned an official robe, which was not the previous one, but rather that belonging to the county magistrate. Madam sincerely remarked, my lord looks far more distinguished in this official attire than in the previous one. It is worth noting that Madam had once been a lady of high standing. After marrying Miku, she had dutifully adhered to her role, even when Mika remained stagnant in his position as a county magistrate for many years. Without a trace of dissatisfaction, now, after years of perseverance, hope was finally within reach, and she was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Mika smiled gently and said, my lady, why do you weep so? You did not cry during those difficult days. Why weep now? He reached out to wipe away her tears, feeling a swell of emotions himself. He wished to say more, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by mixed feelings, the carriage came to a gentle halt, and outside, a guard spoke up. My lord, we have arrived at the town protector's office. Mika lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. The town protector's office in Qingshan County was situated amidst the bustling market, where many citizens were passing by. Upon seeing a carriage stop before the office and a man in official robes emerge, several ordinary citizens instinctively paused to watch. There were already guards stationed at the entrance of the town protector's office. Seeing Miku in his official attire, they were initially taken aback, however, upon recognizing his rank was equivalent to that of their own town protector. They prepared to bow and inquire. Before they could speak, Mika raised his head and, employing a tone he had never used before, called out with all his might. I am the former county magistrate of Tianqing County. Miku, and I have come to inform Town Protector Li that the Town Protector of Tianqing County, Chen Chao, has unlawfully slain 4 foreign cultivators. As soon as these words left his lips, the entire long street fell into an eerie silence. The guards exchanged glances, as did those stationed before the Town Protector's office. Soon, the citizens began to murmur, their voices growing increasingly raucous. Inside the Town Protector's office, seated in the main position, Town Protector Li heard the commotion outside, and his expression soured. Beside him, a letter was slowly transforming into ashes in a charcoal burner. Chapter 40. A tumultuous upheaval. Chen Chao had sent 2 letters to different destinations, but the outcomes were bound to diverge. The letter that was now reduced to ashes had been anticipated by Chen Chao, who foresaw its fate. Whether Town Protector Li was aware of everything, he did not know, but Chen Chao was acutely aware that he could not place his fate in the hands of such an individual. Thus, before receiving any response, he had already made his choice. He did not wish to intervene but found himself compelled to do so. This matter had already spread throughout Qingshan County. The unlawful killing of cultivators, coupled with Chen Chao's position as town protector, made it impossible for Town Protector Li to extricate himself from the situation. However, Li did not wish to become embroiled in it either. Therefore, at the moment the situation escalated, his report had already been dispatched to Weizhou Prefecture, where a more powerful town protector resided. Fool! At that moment, in the town protector's office of Weizhou Prefecture, Town Protector Zheng Chong slammed the report on the table, his face grimmed. Ally who, that scoundrel, now wishes to evade responsibility entirely, wanting nothing to do with this mess. What a coward! As a town protector overseeing an entire prefecture, Zheng Chong had served for many years, and even though he hailed from a martial background, he had long since shed his impulsiveness. He was merely contemplating the recent news and the report sent by Town Protector Li when he could no longer contain himself. Why, Lord, what course of action should we take now? Snapping back to reality, Zheng Chong turned to the graceful woman standing beside him, gradually regaining his composure. The woman cast him a glance and shook her head. Lai, who was well aware that he could not escape unscathed. His demeanor was simply a ploy to remind them that matters had begun to spiral beyond their control, urging them to prepare accordingly. The second layer of his demeanor was, of course, an attempt to shift the blame onto them. This was not his fault. He was merely a town protector of a county and did not wish to be made a scapegoat. The woman slowly walked over, remaining silent for a long while before exhaling deeply. Her brow furrowed. Zheng Chong inquired, "My lord, shall we directly deal with that youth?" The woman squinted her eyes, offering no response, and simply stated calmly, "From the outset, the Tianyu Academy had no intention of preserving his life. Seeing that he is not foolish, they made him a pawn, dispensable in this game. According to previous arrangements, he was destined to perish at the hands of those individuals. But who could have foreseen that he would not only slay those 4, but also stir up such a ruckus? Ultimately, we overestimated that youth while underestimating him. However, he bears no fault. He merely wishes to survive." Zheng Chong sighed. "Had I known this would transpire, we should not have allowed that youth to get involved." "You speak truly. Such an intriguing young man ought not to meet his end so prematurely," the woman lamented. "But who could have anticipated he would shine to this extent, killing 4 of Guaxi's men? Knowing that Guaxi is a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, this youth, at such a tender age, is also a martial artist of the divine concealment realm. Such talent, had he not been entangled in this affair, would likely have been whisked away to the northern territories for honing, and if he survived, he might have a promising future." After speaking, the woman turned her gaze to Zheng Chong, as the town protector of Weizhou Prefecture. All town protectors within his jurisdiction were his subordinates. The youth's circumstances, which he had not thoroughly investigated, were indeed a dereliction of duty. Zheng Chong broke into a cold sweat, hastily bowing his head, not daring to utter another word. The woman retracted her gaze and calmly stated, "Even if this matter escalates, it is merely a small commotion. The cultivators from those sects have already proceeded to Tianqing County and will arrive within 3 days. Even if the entire Weizhou Prefecture becomes aware of the situation, what can be done? Can Weizhou Prefecture truly protect him?" As she spoke, there was an unmistakable trace of regret in the woman's eyes. She did not necessarily wish for Chen Chao's death. She simply needed someone to make a sacrifice for the plan to unfold. After all, he was the town protector of Tianqing County. Indeed, The southern Qi sect was led by Sanchi Prefecture. And having slain disciples of Sanchi Prefecture, an explanation was required. Zhang Chong nodded in agreement. The woman scoffed, "This is merely a temporary concession to Sanchi Prefecture. They will undoubtedly pay a price later." However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a wooden bird suddenly flew into the hall, landing on the table. Zhang Chong was taken aback, swiftly retrieving the letter. Upon glancing at it, his expression changed drastically. "My lord, it is a missive from the Tianyu Academy in the Divine Capital." The woman turned, her brow furrowing as she took the letter, opened it, and gasped in disbelief, murmuring, "Why has this matter reached the Divine Capital?" Zhang Chong, astonished, was about to speak when another wooden bird flew into the hall, landing on the table. Struggling to contain his shock, Zhang Chong retrieved the letter from this bird as well. However, upon seeing the signature, he was utterly stunned. "Which office sent this missive?" Noticing Zhang Chong's reaction, the woman hurriedly inquired. "It is from the town protector. In the Great Liang Dynasty, there could be countless town protectors, but there could only be one town protector. The man who commands countless garrison officers throughout the Liang Dynasty is not only immensely powerful but also revered as a deity among martial artists across the realm. Within the Liang Dynasty, it seems that aside from a certain general from the northern frontier, there is no one who could rival that esteemed garrison officer in terms of martial prowess. What has been said?" The woman unfolded the notice from the Heavenly Guardian Academy, which conveyed a clear message. "The court is already aware of the events that transpired in Tianqing County and has ordered the Weizhou Prefecture's Heavenly Guardian Academy to collaborate with the garrison office to ensure that the garrison officer is escorted to the capital for trial. Moreover, simultaneously with the issuance of this notice, the capital has dispatched formidable individuals to Weizhou." Zhang Chong also opened the notice sent from the capital's garrison office, which bore the same message. Furthermore, the garrison office has sent personnel to Weizhou as well. The intent of these two offices is unequivocal. No matter the circumstances, they are determined to bring that young man to the capital. Seemingly unafraid of offending several external sects in the process, has the Liang Dynasty ever acted in such a manner? This matter has escalated beyond control. This was the shared thought of the woman and Zhang Chong at that moment. These two offices are the ones that interact most frequently with the external cultivators in the Liang Dynasty, and now, even before the situation has been clarified, they have jointly issued a notice. One can only imagine what this signifies. The woman took a deep breath, leaning against the table, still somewhat incredulous at this point. She murmured to herself, "Could it be that this young man is truly backed by an extraordinary entity? But how could that be? If such a connection existed, how could he possibly be just a mere garrison officer of Tianqing County?" The carriage returned from the Sierra residence to the banks of South Lake. Upon entering the academy, the students paid no heed to the carriage. The sounds along the road were filled with lively discussions. "Have you heard? A garrison officer in Weizhou killed 4 cultivators." Weizhou? Such a distant event has reached the capital? It is unclear, but there must be a reason behind it. According to Liang law, that garrison officer should be tried in the capital. What about the external sects? They have always been arrogant. Would they allow the garrison office to bring someone back? You wouldn't know, but if we were unaware of this matter, then the person could simply be taken away. Hasn't the Liang Dynasty experienced similar occurrences before? Yet now that we are all aware, if that person is taken away by those cultivators, where would the face of the Liang Dynasty be? And what of the emperor's dignity? Yet even so, it seems difficult to manage. The complexities of right and wrong are still determined by those powerful figures. Even if the garrison officer is innocent, would the court be willing to offend several sects for his sake? The carriage slowly traversed the road, and the young girl inside listened calmly to the cacophony of voices. The discussions in the academy indicated that the capital was well aware of the matter. Because the capital knows, there is a glimmer of hope. Yet everything remains uncertain. Will he be able to reach the capital? And if he does, will he survive? Her thoughts were tangled, and she glanced down at the cold sweet potato beside her, softly murmuring, "For now, this is all I can do." Chapter 41. The Taoist nun from 1,000 miles away. Although the rain in the capital does not reach Tianqing County, those not belonging to Weizhou Prefecture will still arrive in Tianqing County. It is still the same mountain temple, where the wind has risen and several individuals gracefully descend, landing within the temple. Leading them is a middle-aged Taoist nun, who is Guaxi's master, accompanied by another, namely Hua, who is her senior brother, thus Guaxi's master uncle. Together, They have brought several disciples from the Sanchi prefecture to this location. Upon landing, the middle-aged nun's face darkens. And with a hint of sorrow, she says, "Senior brotherly, Sheer has been here before." Both possess profound cultivation and can naturally sense the traces left behind, knowing that Guaxi and the others had once paused here. Li Hua nodded, attempting to comfort her. "Sister Wang, do not grieve any further. Now that we have arrived, how could that rogue possibly escape? Once we locate that rogue and bring him back to the mountain, you may deal with him as you see fit." The middle-aged nun nodded, then urged, "What are you waiting for, senior brother? Since we know that rogue has not fled far, why linger here? As practitioners of Qi refinement, they possess various means, and they have long since determined the vicinity where Chen Xiao is located. Aware that he has not yet left Tianqing County, Li Hua frowned and remarked, "That is precisely the issue. He has killed Sheer, yet why is he unaware of the overwhelming calamity he has invoked? Why does he linger instead of fleeing? It seems that the rogue is arrogant, having dared to kill Sheer. It is evident he is the type who disregards all consequences. His refusal to leave is entirely within reason." When the middle-aged nun spoke of Chen Xiao, her eyes were filled with a bloodshot fury, and an unshakable resentment lingered. She longed to slay Chen Xiao immediately to avenge Gua Xi. Li Hua, somewhat displeased, frowned and replied, "Sister, this matter is not so simple. Do not act impulsively. It is always prudent to be prepared." "Senior brother," the middle-aged nun glared at Li Hua, angrily saying, "Why fear a mere petty thief? If you are afraid, then I shall go myself to avenge my disciple, sister." Before her words could finish, the middle-aged nun transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky. Li Hua stood there, his face filled with anger, while the remaining disciples of Sanchi Prefecture exchanged worried glances. Who would have thought that their master would be so headstrong, disregarding even the words of Senior Uncle Li, and depart alone? "What do we do now, Master Uncle?" One disciple spoke up, concern evident in their voice. "If Master goes off recklessly and something happens, how shall we explain it to the authorities?" Li Hua snorted coldly, thinking that at her age, she should know better. If it weren't for her pain of losing a disciple. His words were abruptly cut off as shadows appeared in the distant sky. "Su Daoyu?" Li Hua looked up to see the leader among them, familiar to him, none other than Su Yu from the Southern Heaven sect. Su Yu descended slowly, clasping his hands in greeting. "Greetings?" Li Daoyu Li Hua nodded and got straight to the point. "Have you come to retrieve that rogue as well?" Su Yu nodded, not concealing his intentions, speaking calmly. "That rogue killed a member of my Southern Heaven sect, and I have been ordered to bring him back. However, since Li Daoyu arrived first, the rogue naturally wishes for you to escort him back to Sanchi Prefecture. If possible, may my Southern Heaven sect send someone to the mountain for a joint interrogation?" Although this was not the intention he had when coming, he did not wish to be too aggressive in front of Sanchi Prefecture. Li Hua chuckled bitterly. "I fear that even if we were to go now, we would not be able to bring him back alive." "Why?" Su Yu frowned, puzzled. Li Hua shook his head. "Sister Wang has already gone. Barring unforeseen circumstances, that young man will undoubtedly not survive." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through Taohua Alley. The man who had been sitting on the threshold stood up as the wind rose, closing the door with a sense of gravity, even securing it with a bolt. "What's going on?" A robust woman, tidying up last year's dried goods in the courtyard, looked over to see the man closing and bolting the door. "Don't speak." The man approached, sitting on the steps under the eaves, muttering, "A madwoman has come. That lad is in for big trouble." Outside, a figure appeared at the door, which was none other than the middle-aged Taoist nun, now inexplicably holding a whisk, approaching the door. She merely waved her sleeve, and with a thunderous crash, the courtyard door shattered into splinters, blown into the yard by the wind. Previously, the door had been locked by her disciple, but upon her arrival, she effortlessly dismantled it. This clearly reflects the temperaments of the master and disciple. With an indifferent expression, the middle-aged nun strode into the courtyard, shouting furiously, "Why aren't you coming out?" No one in the courtyard responded, and as she entered, she waved her sleeve, causing the recently repaired courtyard to tremble slightly. The furnace beneath the corridor instantaneously lifted from the ground, crashing towards the inner room, while several wooden pillars from the corridor rose from the ground, causing the entire corridor to collapse, with blue tiles cascading down in a cacophony. The middle-aged nun surveyed her surroundings, about to speak again when a figure suddenly surged forth from the cloud of debris. A flash of blade light appeared. The middle-aged nun's face twisted into a cold smile as she swung her whisk to intercept the blade light, but the next moment, to her astonishment, her whisk met the blade and several strands were easily severed. Falling to the ground, the middle-aged nun gasped in shock. Her weapon was certainly extraordinary, yet how could the blade wielded by the figure opposite her so easily cut it? He is not one of those sword cultivators renowned for their devastating power. As the strands fell, she finally caught sight of the figure's face, none other than Chen Xiao. Just one glance reignited her fury. He was the one who had killed Guo Shi in the scene brought back by the return light in the Sanchi prefecture. However, just as she recognized him, a cloud of white powder suddenly appeared between them, accompanied by an acrid scent. The middle-aged nun quickly held her breath and, with her whisk, stirred, trying to disperse the powder infused with her entire cultivation. Yet, almost immediately, she felt a chill emanate from her chest. A broken blade had somehow approached her body. The middle-aged nun's expression shifted slightly, but she did not panic excessively. Instead, with a nimble push of her toes, she retreated several feet. The broken blade did not pursue relentlessly. The moment the middle-aged Taoist nun retreated, Chen Xiao had already shattered the remaining tiles and leaped onto the rooftops in the distance, heading southeast without a backward glance. This all transpired with astonishing rapidity, merely a fleeting instant. The middle-aged Taoist nun, disregarding much, soared into the air and chased after him in the same direction. She traversed the rooftops of Tianqing County. Wherever she landed, a single step would threaten to collapse the roof beneath her, causing tiles to plummet and beams to crash down, screams echoing relentlessly. Yet, the middle-aged nun remained indifferent. Her mind was solely fixated on Chen Xiao. Several times, as she neared him, he would leap from the rooftops, disappearing into the alleys, quickly vanishing from sight. Had it not been for the nun's remarkable skill and secret techniques, Chen Xiao might have long since escaped. Nevertheless, after a prolonged pursuit, the middle-aged nun was obliged to pause and catch her breath. Her old energy had been exhausted, and new energy had yet to manifest. Perched atop a tall building, she coldly surveyed her surroundings. Attempting once more to lock onto Chen Xiao's figure, in that instant, the beams splintered as Chen Xiao burst through the roof, charging toward her in a heartbeat. They were no more than a few feet apart. At this moment, the middle-aged nun could see the murderous glint in the eyes of the youth. At this moment within the city, two sects, comprising a dozen cultivators, had made several attempts to encircle Chen Xiao. Yet they failed to capture him. Like a mud loach darting through the fields, Chen Xiao weaved through the alleys, making it exceedingly difficult for the cultivators to ensnare him completely. Each time they managed to corner him, Chen Xiao would invariably break free, often inflicting severe injuries upon one or two of his pursuers in the process. After a series of encirclements, only 7 or 8 of the original dozen cultivators remained capable of continuing the fight. Witnessing this scene, Su Yu could not refrain from speaking. "Dao friendly, should we intervene?" He nodded. Having come to a clear understanding of why someone as cunning as Guo Shi would perish at the hands of that youth, and why his own junior sister, a cultivator of the other shore, had initially suffered setbacks, it all made sense now. Just as Li He was about to leave the tall building, a sudden furious roar erupted nearby. "Little thief, where do you think you're escaping to?" It was the middle-aged female Taoist, who had finally come to her senses and returned to the fray. Radiating an overwhelming intent to kill, she charged forth. Heedless of the consequences, her aura surging forth without restraint, He furrowed his brow and called out, "Junior sister, do not act impulsively." However, the enraged Taoist paid no heed to such warnings. Ever since she entered this county town, she had faced incessant setbacks. If she were contending against a formidable opponent, it might have been bearable, but to be thwarted by an ordinary martial artist was utterly intolerable. Previously, she had made a grand exit from the city, only to discover that the youth had not even left. This was undoubtedly a mockery of her. Now, consumed by fury, the middle-aged Taoist disregarded all counsel. Su Yu displayed a hint of delight. The Southern Sky sect had no desire for Chen Xiao to be taken back to the Three Streams Manor. If he were to perish here, it would be the best outcome, and the fact that it was not a Southern Sky sect cultivator who dealt the blow made it even better. The disciples of the Three Streams Manor, witnessing their own master ant rushing towards them, hastily retreated to the sides, as did the cultivators of the Southern Sky sect. The surging energy crushed the small alleyway in an instant. Stone walls crumbled, debris scattered across the ground, leaving only Chun Chao standing amidst the chaos. The fierce wind tousled his hair, and the immense pressure bore down upon him, yet he held his broken blade tightly, raising his head defiantly. There was not a trace of fear on his face. He caught sight of the furious Taoist, and after straightening himself, spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting, "Old hag! Old hag! Are you courting death?" The middle-aged Taoist let out a piercing shriek, her whisk swirling as countless strands of energy coalesced, enveloping the sky above and casting a shadow over the shattered alley. The overwhelming force rained down upon Chen Chao like a torrential storm, relentlessly battering him. Even the most hardened martial artist would find it arduous to withstand the might of a foe 2 realms above him. Gritting his teeth, blood poured from his mouth, yet he refused to kneel. The middle-aged Taoist had the power to end his life instantly, but instead, she chose to torment him. Intent on crushing his dignity before his demise, he remained silent, honestly believing that the life or death of a mere boy was not of great significance. After all, his junior sister was Guoxi's master, and thus, she held the authority to determine Chun Chao's fate. Suyu, on the other hand, watched quietly, saying nothing. The Southern Sky sect ultimately could not rival the Three Streams manor. The rubble below shattered once more, turning to dust, scattering with the wind, while beneath Chun Chao's feet, a web of cracks began to spread outward, fissures appearing incessantly. At this moment, the bones in his body started to creak ominously. Despite his efforts to toughen his physique, he felt it nearing its breaking point. Crack, the first rib to fracture unleashed a wave of excruciating pain throughout his body. Sweat poured from his forehead. Despite all preparations, when faced with imminent danger, everything felt utterly futile. The vast disparity in strength could obliterate any schemes, including all the preparations he had made. Chun Chao bitterly smiled, realizing this truth long ago. But did that mean he would not resist simply because he was weak? Such a notion was unacceptable to him. The middle-aged Taoist gazed down upon the defiant youth, and with a flick of her whisk, a tremendous surge of energy shot toward Chen Chao. Yet even in his immobile state, he merely swayed slightly. From atop the high building, Su Yu and Li He looked on impassively, accustomed to their lofty positions as cultivators. Everything seemed as it should be at that moment. Chen Chao, struggling to cope, slowly opened his mouth, blood pooling as he spoke each word with effort. "Aren't you coming out?" The middle-aged Taoist frowned in the next instant. From within a relatively intact courtyard at the end of the alley, a door creaked open. A tall man emerged, clad in a black robe and black boots. His expression was resolute, and his deep-set eyes surveyed the middle-aged Taoist and the 2 cultivators above. He shook his head and stated, "This ends here." Upon the arrival of the black-robed man, the alley fell eerily silent. Suyu and Li He exchanged glances, their mutual concerns evident in their eyes. The middle-aged Taoist, however, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She glared at the newcomer, seething, "Do you wish to die?" The black-robed man ignored her outburst, calmly assessing the injured youth before him. "I intend to take him with me." "Impossible!" the middle-aged Taoist shrieked, the very ground trembling beneath the weight of her fury. She had endured too much to simply let the boy go, especially after nearly being mortally wounded by him. She felt an insatiable need to eliminate Chen Chao. In her frenzied state, she dismissed the mysterious origins of the black-robed man. With a fierce cry, she unleashed a torrent of energy, the already dilapidated alley teetering on the brink of collapse under the force. As a cultivator of the other shore, her wrathful strike was formidable. Yet curiously, the black-robed man did not evade. He stood his ground, not retreating an inch, as the waves of energy surged towards him. Feeling the countless strands of energy strike him like a storm of blades, in the next moment, the energy fell upon him like a torrential downpour, enveloping him in a shroud of force. The black-robed man remained silent, unmoving, allowing the relentless barrage to rain down upon him, exhibiting no sign of distress or pain. He stood like an ancient pine in the midst of a tempest, unyielding. This singular scene left Suyu and Li He astonished and alarmed. Both of their realms matched that of the Taoist, being cultivators of the other shore. If she could not harm the black-robed man, then any intervention from either of them would be futile. Yet, the Taoist, driven to the brink of madness, could not calm her mind to ponder the implications. She continued to unleash her energy with reckless abandon. The surging force crashing against the black-robed man like relentless waves. Su Yu sighed softly, murmuring, "He is a military official of the great Liang dynasty." This statement carried profound implications, and while Li He understood, he remained puzzled by another matter. Why would the great Liang dynasty mobilize such efforts for a mere local garrison officer? The black-robed man's cultivation level remained uncertain, but he was undoubtedly a martial artist of the other shore. A mere step away from the worry-free realm. Such a warrior, if commanding troops, could lead an army of no less than 50,000, yet why was he present in this remote county of Weizhou? Both pondered this question, their thoughts diverging. Suddenly, Li He called out, "Junior sister, cease at once." The enraged Taoist, however, was beyond heeding such words. Her sole focus was on eliminating the two figures before her. The black-robed man shook his head. After enduring the Taoist's relentless assaults, he understood that she would not relent. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. A torrent of energy surged from his body as he extended his arm. Seizing the Taoist's whisk, with a swift motion, he struck her in the chest in an instant. The Taoist was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing through a stone wall and into the ruins beyond. The black-robed man's intervention proved too much for her to withstand, and she could not endure even for a moment. Simultaneously, a flash of blade light erupted as Chen Xiao, who had remained passive behind the black-robed man, suddenly sprang into action, leaping toward the Taoist. In the eyes of the Liang dynasty and the foreign cultivators, he was but an ant. If both sides wished for his demise, then he would have no glimmer of hope for survival. His only objective was to ensure the Liang dynasty would protect him, at least for the time being, from quietly perishing at the hands of the foreign cultivators. This was the essence of what Zhou Guqi had previously stated about placing oneself under the sun. To achieve this, he had exerted considerable effort. Every method employed was aimed at this very moment. As Chen Xiao contemplated this, his spirit began to wane, and ultimately, he could no longer sustain himself. He fainted. "Junior sister?" Su Yu and Li Hua descended swiftly, with Su Yu confronting the man in black robes in the narrow alley, while Li Hua chose to investigate the fate of the Taoist priestess. "I have not exerted any force. She shall not die." The man in black spoke calmly, glancing at Chen Xiao, who at that moment could not rise again. Su Yu furrowed his brows and asked, "Do you know our identities? When did the Liang dynasty begin to treat guests in such a manner?" The expression on the black-robed man's resolute face remained unchanged as he replied indifferently, "You two are foreign cultivators, both practitioners of qi refinement, hailing from the Nantian sect and the Sanxi prefecture. I am aware of this. But since when have foreign cultivators ceased to be subjects of the Liang dynasty?" His initial statement was exceedingly assertive, establishing a firm tone. Indeed, foreign cultivators naturally exist beyond the mundane world and may disregard imperial authority, yet tracing back to the agreements signed by the major sects in the divine capital, there was no declaration that foreign sects were outside the law and that foreign cultivators were beyond the law's reach. "You seek death." Su Yu waved his hand, summoning the practitioners of the Nantian sect, with those from the Sanxi prefecture also converging toward them. Despite the formidable prowess of the individual before them, they believed they had a chance to slay him. The man in black remained expressionless, merely raising an eyebrow at Su Yu. As footsteps approached, countless figures clad in black robes emerged from all directions, each clad in official boots and bearing swords at their waists. The man in black raised his hand, and those individuals placed their hands on their sword hilts, a chilling aura pervading the air. Su Yu, sensing this oppressive atmosphere, felt a momentary shock but quickly pointed toward the unconscious Chen Xiao in the alley, stating coldly, "This person has wantonly killed my disciple, and the evidence is irrefutable. How will you respond?" Some truths were not ones foreign cultivators wished to discuss, necessitating the presence of someone capable of articulating reason. Upon the arrival of such a person, they opted to engage in discourse. The man in black, unperturbed, responded calmly, "Whether this was an unprovoked act requires verification. According to the agreements signed by the major sects in the divine capital, should officials of the Liang dynasty unlawfully kill foreign cultivators, the matter should be submitted to the Daili Si for adjudication, not handled by you." Numerous agreements had been established in the divine capital. But over the past 2 centuries, aside from the Liang dynasty's unwavering commitment to providing resources to the major sects day after day, many foreign cultivators had neglected to uphold those agreements. In a sense, those agreements had long since become mere words on paper. Yet, an agreement remained an agreement. When unmentioned, anyone could choose to ignore it. However, once brought to light, the situation changed entirely. Li Hua assisted the now unconscious Taoist priestess. Casting a glance at the multitude of black-clad warriors, a deep-seated aversion stirring within him, he managed to suppress this distaste and inquired, "Whose orders are you following in this action?" He was far more lucid than Suyu. Now that the event had transpired, Li Hua sought to ascertain one thing: who wished to protect that young man and who aimed to confront their southern Qi refiners. The man in black maintained his stoic demeanor, slowly producing a badge from his waist, raising it with calm assurance, stating, "I am Song Lian, the left guard commander of the divine capital, acting under the orders of the garrison commander to escort Chun Chao, the garrison commander of Tianqing County, who unlawfully killed 4 foreign cultivators, back to the Delhi Sea for trial. The left and right guards of the divine capital were responsible for its safety, and the leaders of these guards were the commanders, both under the jurisdiction of the garrison commander." Upon hearing the title of garrison commander, Su Yu's expression darkened, and Li Hua furrowed his brow. The Liang dynasty had always been humble in the face of foreign cultivators, yet fundamentally, it feared those sects with powerful cultivators, dreading forces beyond its control. Within the Liang dynasty, there were individuals not easily provoked by cultivators. The garrison commander of the Liang dynasty was one such figure, a martial artist who had already stepped into the realm of forgetfulness. Even they, as cultivators, instinctively suppressed their disdain, leaving only respect. They dared not provoke him lightly. Cultivators of the forgetfulness realm were not common among every sect. Such individuals wielded immense power within the Liang dynasty, having long ascended to positions of authority. Yet, why would he take notice of an ant amidst the dust and intervene to protect such a young man? According to the original agreement, even if you intend to escort this rogue back to the divine capital, we must be present for the trial. The Liang dynasty cannot shield him. Li Hua's brow knitted in displeasure. Stating this was the only recourse available to him now. Indeed, during the trial at the Delhi Sea, they would naturally be invited to observe whether the Liang dynasty intended to protect this individual. Song Lian regarded the two with a calm gaze, stating, "You may proceed to the divine capital at your leisure, or return to your sect first. The Delhi Sea will be informed of your presence." "We of the Sanxi prefecture will not relent," Li Hua coldly retorted before turning to leave, recognizing that the current situation was beyond his control. Departing was the wisest choice. The practitioners of Sanxi prefecture departed. Su Yu snorted disdainfully and followed suit. Song Lian remained impassive, his attention drawn once more to the young man who had now succumbed to unconsciousness. He was a hot potato, a boy who had stirred up a tempest in the divine capital even before making his appearance. How could he be anything less than formidable? Chapter 44. A young lady in the divine capital harbors affection for me. Song Lian briefly assumed control of the county office in Tianqing. He initially intended to visit the garrison commander's office, but quickly recalled that the Liang dynasty's garrison commander's office only extended to the level of prefectures and counties, beyond which there was none. Thus, he was compelled to temporarily requisition this county office. Miku had already taken up a post in Wanshan County. Although he had caused quite a stir in Qingshan County, it did not violate Liang laws, and the current officials were not inclined to address him, allowing him to hastily travel from Qingshan County to Wanshan County. The current county magistrate of Tianqing County, surnamed Su, was around 30 years of age. Magistrate Su, Song Lian tapped his fingers lightly on the table, the sound subtle yet resonating with a weighty impact on Magistrate Su's heart. He had already heard of the events in the alley, and with the influx of officials into the county office, he understood what it signified. "Commander Song, please speak." Magistrate Su regarded Song Lian with utmost humility. Although Song Lian was a martial officer, his rank far surpassed that of Su. Being a fourth-rank official in the left guard of the divine capital, such a position held considerable weight, as there were only 2 offices responsible for the protection of the divine capital, and he was one of their commanders. This implied significant importance in the eyes of the emperor. Song Lian glanced at Magistrate Su, smiling as he remarked, "Magistrate Su need not worry excessively. After I depart, the affairs of Tianqing County shall not concern them. All grievances will rest upon me and the garrison commander Chen." "You are entirely innocent." Magistrate Su acknowledged this with a hesitant yes, yet anxiety lingered in his heart. Everyone knew that foreign cultivators disregarded the law of the land. If they truly sought revenge, how could a mere magistrate withstand their wrath? Understanding Su's concerns, Song Lian shook his head, offering no further explanation. Merely stating, the newly appointed acting garrison commander has arrived. Magistrate Su should familiarize himself with him, as you will be working together for some time. Additionally, please retrieve Garrison Commander Chin's files for me. I wish to review them. Although Qin Chao was now embroiled in this troublesome affair, as long as the Daili Si had not reached a verdict, he remained the garrison commander. However, given the circumstances, Tianjin County required a garrison commander. Magistrate Su withdrew promptly, soon sending the requested files. Song Lian had rushed to this task, neglecting to consider Chen Chao's documents. After all, aside from the official documents of the garrison commander, he had also received word from the Xie family that if he could bring that young man back to the divine capital, there would be substantial rewards. Without this assurance, his journey southward need not have been so urgent. Whether he arrived on time was of little consequence, as the garrison commander's orders were clear in requiring him to escort the young man to the divine capital. If the foreign cultivators acted first, what could he do? In the world, matters do not simply unfold as one wishes. As he perused the files, a flicker of approval appeared in Song Lian's eyes. Over the past few years, Tianjin County had experienced remarkably few homicides. This indicated that the young man's garrison commander had performed exceptionally well. My lord, Garrison Commander Chun has awakened. Just as Song Lian was examining the files, someone outside reported. He lifted his head, acknowledged with a sound, and set down the documents. Within the county prison, as the sound of chains clattering echoed, the cell doors swung open. Immediately, an officer brought in a chair and placed it on the ground. Soon after, the man in black robes, Song Lian, stepped into the cell, not sitting immediately but rather pacing slowly within the confines. After a moment, he approached the chair and took a seat, casting a glance at the young man. Chen Chao had indeed regained consciousness, but he was severely injured and could not rise. He could only tilt his head to scrutinize the man clad in black robes and official boots. Previously, he had fainted before Song Lian had introduced himself, so he was unaware of the latter's identity. However, he understood one thing. This individual was undoubtedly significant, at the very least someone hailing from the divine capital. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited a complete lack of fear in the presence of the Taoist priestess. As Chen Chao scrutinized Song Lian, the latter was equally assessing him. The youth, capable of stirring the winds of the imperial capital even while situated in Tianjin County, indeed piqued his curiosity that a boy who could provoke the Xie clan into action was certainly no ordinary individual. Do you not find it perplexing why one would be ensnared in such a dire imprisonment? Song Lian had resolved to allow the youth to speak first, yet he was taken aback when Chen Chao remained silent, as if he were unfazed by his current predicament. Lying on the ground? Chen Chao struggled to utter, "Is there a place safer than here? If there were, I would almost wish to reside immediately in the dungeons of the Dali Temple." Song Lian chuckled. "Do you believe the dungeons of the Dali Temple are secure? Countless souls perish within those walls each month, often under mysterious circumstances. A mere town guard. Do you truly think you would ever see the light of day again if you were to enter?" With great effort, Chen Chao forced a smile that remains to be seen. "However, if you have indeed come from the imperial capital, I trust that even within the Dali Temple, I would not meet an untimely demise without cause." Song Lian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Regardless of any ties you may have with the Xie clan, the evidence against you for the slaying of those cultivators is irrefutable. If they choose to pursue you, even a journey to the imperial capital would merely prolong your fate for a few extra days. The outcome would ultimately remain unchanged." Chen Chao fell silent, seemingly already aware of this conclusion. "Am I truly able to remain unscathed on this journey?" He reached for the hilt of his broken blade at his waist, only to find it out of reach, leaving him with an unsettling emptiness. There is no sense of security. Once you exit the dungeons, the blade will naturally be returned to you. However, should you fail to emerge, consider it a gift to me, Song Lian remarked, as if he understood the boy's thoughts. "If they are determined to kill you, even to the extent of openly defying the court and dispatching a forgetting worry cultivator, I shall ensure your swift departure." "Absolutely not. As long as the blade exists, I shall too. Should I perish, let that blade accompany me to the grave." The youth gasped, his determination evident as he refused to concede. Song Lian sighed. "You truly are a miser." Chen Chao did not respond but merely grimaced in pain. There is a question I wish to pose, Song Lian interjected, smiling as he continued. If you provide me with a satisfactory answer, I may exert a little more effort on your behalf. Otherwise, I shall simply return to the imperial capital and seek forgiveness from the Xie clan. Chen Chao interjected, I am still unaware of your identity. Casting a glance at him, Song Lian replied nonchalantly, I am the left guard commander of the imperial capital, Song Lian. Pray tell. Chen Chao lifted his chin, feeling quite immobilized aside from his head. Since you already know the 3 sects of Sanchi will not spare me, why not depart early instead of waiting here for them to come for your life? If I tarry longer, no matter my schemes, what purpose would they serve? This question intrigued Song Lian greatly. After reviewing the events leading up to this moment, he could not fathom why Chen Chao, having slain those external cultivators, would remain when he knew retaliation was imminent. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chao replied earnestly, if I were to leave, would the citizens of Tianqing County not suffer unwarranted calamities as a result of my actions? Song Lian furrowed his brow at this statement, recalling the documents he had previously perused. He felt a stirring of respect for the youth before him. Although he held a lowly position and possessed limited power, such consideration for the welfare of others was enough to earn Song Lian's regard. However, Chen Chao continued, his tone calm. According to the laws of the Great Liang, a town guard who abandons his post is guilty of a grave offense, punishable by death without inquiry. Song Lian was taken aback, the respect he had begun to feel evaporating in an instant. Had he overthought? Chen Chao continued with unyielding certainty, if I wish to preserve my life, I cannot afford to create further complications. Should I abandon Tianqing County, regardless of my reasons for killing those cultivators, it would no longer matter. This alone would grant the court the justification to execute me. Song Lian smiled. You are indeed meticulous in your thoughts. Chen Chao grinned sheepishly, tacitly agreeing with this assessment. Song Lian added, you have contemplated many matters and acted upon various schemes, but fundamentally, the issue lies in the fact that your actions have been excessive. Why did you feel the need to kill them? Pausing to exhale deeply, he continued softly, though I too harbor a desire to slay them. Your methods have placed you perilously close to the edge of a precipice. Chen Chao appeared resigned. My lord, it was not my choice to kill them. They refused to spare my life and insisted on taking it. I acted solely in self-defense. You, having come from the imperial capital, seem to be unaware of many matters. Perhaps you should inquire with that town guard of Qingshan County. Chen Chao raised an eyebrow, calmly stating, accompanying those individuals to the stone mine was the command of the town guard. Li, Song Lian maintained a stoic expression. No matter how much you tell me, it is of no consequence, for your case is currently under the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple. I am affiliated with the town guard's office and cannot participate in the proceedings. Moreover, due to your status as a town guard, I must avoid any conflict of interest. With a mournful expression, Chen Chao implored, my lord, given our close relationship, could you truly bear to watch me perish? His demeanor was sincere, as though he had faced an egregious injustice. Song Lian replied, young man, it seems you have forgotten something. Chen Chao inquired earnestly, is it that I am a genius? Song Lian grimaced in disdain. You are truly shameless. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Chen Chao chuckled nonchalantly. Song Lian sighed, rubbing his forehead. What hidden cards do you still possess? Feel free to share them with me, such as your relationship with the Xie clan. I wish to understand your true leverage. After much contemplation, Chen Chao hesitated before speaking. There is a young lady in the imperial capital who harbors affection for me. Does that count? Chapter 45. 1,000 miles apart. Letters sent and received. Song Lian gazed expressionlessly at the youth before him, then rolled his eyes and muttered, fooled, my lord. How could you say such a thing? Chen Chao exclaimed, wide-eyed and feigning innocence. Song Lian smirked slightly. If you were under my command, I would have struck you by now. Chen Chao replied with a grin, if you truly wish to do so, you could enlist me in the left guard. That would be far more promising than serving as a mere town guard. Very well, if you can survive and leave the Dali Temple, I can offer you this opportunity. Song Lian regarded Chen Chao thoughtfully, contemplating what it would mean if this youth could indeed emerge unscathed from the Dali Temple. Regaining his focus, Song Lian inquired, in his current state, is he fit to travel? His entourage, consisting of those he had brought from the left guard, promptly responded to the commander's question, reporting to you, my lord, he is gravely injured. If he were to set off now, it would likely not die. What? Chun Xiao glared at the man in black official robes. Astonished by his words, Song Lian nodded in approval, then let us depart. The road to the imperial capital is long, and we must not delay, for this individual is a serious criminal of the court. He emphasized the word serious criminal with gravitas. Is the prison cart prepared? Song Lian casually inquired. The constable hesitated. My lord, it seems we did not bring such an item when we arrived. However, the county office has a cart used for transporting excrement. Song Lian pondered for a moment before nodding. In that case, we shall have to make do. I object. Qin Xiao glared at Song Lian and the constable behind him, frowning. Do you not find this utterly absurd? Why is it absurd? The constable, equally earnest, responded. We will clean it thoroughly before modifying it into a prison cart, so it will be indistinguishable from a new one. Chun Xiao was rendered speechless, not by the thought of being transported in a cart meant for excrement, but by the serious demeanor of the man, as if it were the most natural course of action. Song Lian chuckled. This is Wang Quan. He will be responsible for your care during this journey. Chun Xiao's expression soured. Song Lian stood up, instructing, once the prison cart is prepared, escort Chun, the town guard, outside, and await my arrival at the county office. Upon finishing his sentence, without waiting for Chun Xiao's reaction, Song Lian departed. He had to attend to some matters before taking Chun Xiao away and needed to leave a record at the county office. Aside from that, he had someone else to meet. At the academy by the South Lake, a debate is held at the beginning of each month, a tradition originating from the various scholars who would engage in discussions of their specialized theories, drawing insights from their exchanges. Over time, this practice evolved into a structured event, now occurring annually in the deep autumn, where scholars would debate by the South Lake. However, the monthly debates persisted, transitioning from being led by teachers to being organized spontaneously by students. Despite this shift, such gatherings remained popular at the academy, as excelling in these debates indicated a rise in reputation, promising great benefits whether for future official positions or current standing within the academy. Today marked another debate, and many students had already gathered by the lakeside pavilion. Beside the viewing lake pavilion lies a small grove, within which stand several pavilions. This moment, beneath one such pavilion, a group of students clad in scholarly attire has gathered, among whom is Huang Ji, the champion of last month's debate. Hailing from the Nanjing County of Chongqing Prefecture, he comes from a family steeped in scholarly tradition. Recently, he has begun to emerge from the shadows, having claimed the title of champion for 2 consecutive months. As the debate approaches, he is uncertain how many students aspire to usurp his position. Yet he finds himself preoccupied not with rivals, but with a distant courtyard, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Feng Jie, will she not grace us with her presence today? Huang Ji feels a pang of disappointment, his gaze heavy with sorrow. For the past few days, he has waited at her door, yet not once has he witnessed her emergence. Several times during class, he has intentionally lingered along her customary path, but she has persistently offered no acknowledgement, not even a fleeting glance. Her stance is unmistakably clear. Huang Ji has convinced himself that she deems him unremarkable, thus shunning his company, which is why he has devoted himself to the debates by the lake for months. Now crowned as champion, many esteemed scholars in the academy have expressed their admiration for him, and after assessing his potential, a few have even hinted at taking him as a disciple. Attending the academy and studying under a specific master are 2 entirely different realms. Huang Ji once believed himself to be quite exceptional in this regard, yet the indifference of the young woman leaves him profoundly disheartened. My monthly attendance is not solely for the title of champion. Rather, it is to catch a glimpse of her. Yet why does she never appear? Hearing these thoughts, his close companions beneath the pavilion cast sympathetic glances toward Huang Ji. The entire academy buzzes with the knowledge of Huang Ji's affection for the girl residing by the lake. Yet the young lady from the Xie family has remained unresponsive. Zhang Fengjie, a close friend of Huang Ji, perceiving his despondence, hastily offers words of consolation. Perhaps the young Miss Xie has been preoccupied with other matters. Or she simply prefers solitude. I have heard that she has often missed classes. Perhaps it is due to the raucous nature of the lectures. Zhang Fengjie's cheeks flush, for these are merely excuses he has concocted. In truth, the entire academy is aware that the Xie girl harbors no feelings for Huang Ji. Were she of common lineage, there might have been some hope due to Huang Ji's esteemed family. However, as a member of the Xie clan, she is under no obligation to seek favor with any prominent family. Her choice of spouse is likely to be entirely her own. Brother Huang, why should a man of worth be so forlorn over a woman? Voices emerge from the gathering, urging him. Since the young Miss Xie shows no interest, why must you dwell in such sorrow? Huangji sighs, shaking his head as he steps out from beneath the pavilion. The debate is about to commence. Even if she does not come, there are still matters that require his attention. In the lakeside courtyard, a letter arrives. Lu Yi, clutching the missive, dashes to the entrance, pausing momentarily to catch her breath. Her chest heaving with the exertion. Though young, she possesses an unusual resilience. Upon entering the courtyard, she quickly makes her way inside. Miss, a letter from Wei Zhou has arrived. As she speaks, Lu Yi's heart races. Previously, when a letter from Wei Zhou was received, the young lady had returned home, and it was said that she even met with her ancestors that day. Now, with another letter in hand, Lu Yi wonders what her mistress might do next. She hopes fervently that her mistress will refrain from seeking out the ancestors again, for she finds that place terrifying. Dressed in gray, Xian Nandu allows her long, dark hair to cascade casually over her shoulders. Accepting the letter from Lu Yi, she refrains from tearing it open, for it has already been opened. Extracting the contents, she finds only a few terse lines, conveying the singular message that the youth has been rescued and has already departed from Tianqing County, likely having reached Weizhou by now, and soon he would arrive in the capital, albeit as a prisoner. His arrival in the capital signifies impending imprisonment. The Dali Temple is a place from which most who enter never return. Xian Nandu has already learned that Chun Chao is responsible for the deaths of several outsiders, a crime so grave that if proven true, it leaves little chance for survival. Chun Chao's previous letter had left many details unclear, prompting her to seek clarification. I need to write a letter, she states. Gazing out the window, she hears the fervent debate by the lakeside, the voices carrying through the air, possessing a keen intellect and a remarkable memory. She even excels at discerning voices. Listening to Huangji's eloquence, she pauses momentarily before shaking her head, her expression devoid of disdain, merely tranquil. Picking up her pen, Xian Nandu begins to write, quickly crafting a line. Your handwriting is exquisite, miss. Lu Yi leans in to admire, unable to suppress her admiration. A procession of several dozen individuals departs from Weizhou, making their way toward the capital. Among them is Song Lian. And along the way, no monstrous creatures dare to disrupt their journey. In the center of the convoy, a pale-faced youth, Chun Chao, appears listless, his head bobbing with the jolts of the prison cart. Wang Quan, mounted on horseback, incessantly recites the same words he has repeated countless times. Chen Chao, initially resistant to the situation, has resigned himself to fate within a single day. Suddenly, a small wooden bird streaks across the sky, descending to perch upon the prison cart. Why Lord Wang Quan begins. It is of no concern. Song Lian replies indifferently. According to protocol, Chun Chao should not be permitted to read letters in his current state. Yet such rules are often disregarded. Upon seeing the wooden bird, Chun Chao's bewildered gaze sharpens as he retrieves the letter contained within. Unfolding it, he encounters a neat script that possesses an unusual elegance. The sight of the letter evokes memories of the girl he encountered in the mountain deity's temple on a snowy night. He swiftly reads through its contents, wherein Xian Nandu inquires about the details of his circumstances. Intending to take action before his arrival in the capital, Chun Chao contemplates a response, his desire to write back igniting within him. Who are you writing to? Song Lian queries as he rides closer. Chun Chao lifts his gaze, frowning. Such matters are hardly your concern, Lord Song. Chapter 46. The Scholar by the Lake. A wooden bird pierces the clouds, descending into the lakeside courtyard of the academy. Lu Yi, witnessing its arrival, promptly rises to retrieve the letter. Xian Nandu unfolds the correspondence, reading it before pausing in contemplation, then begins to pen her reply. This time, she does not inquire about previous matters, but instead asks if Chun Chao can prepare roasted sweet potatoes from Tianqing County. The letter is swiftly completed, and after allowing the ink to dry, she seals it in an envelope and hands it to her maid, Lu Yi. Lu Yi takes the letter and quickly finds a place to send it. But upon her return, she brings several pieces of news. Once back in the courtyard, Lu Yi excitedly exclaims, Miss, there is good news. Xian Nandu, seated by the window, gazes at the lake, the water rippling gently in the breeze, instilling a sense of calm. Hearing her maid's exuberant call, she raises an eyebrow and inquires, What news? Lu Yi eagerly recounts everything she has heard, exclaiming, "Several scholars wish to take you on as their disciples. Now it is merely a matter of your decision." She lists the names of these notable scholars, all of whom are esteemed figures within the academy. Indeed, not only within the academy but throughout the entire Liang dynasty. These scholars are revered. While they may hold no official positions, countless officials owe their careers to their tutelage. Xia Nandu shakes her head, responding, "They are not the masters I desire." Lu Yi, initially brimming with excitement, quickly finds her enthusiasm dampened, unable to maintain her previous joys. "They're a master you wish to study under?" Lu Yi asks. "I believe as long as you are willing, the scholars in the academy would be eager to accept you." The recognition of Xia Nandu's talent has already been established by the academy's headmaster, and the scholars have once again witnessed her brilliance. They are naturally keen to take her under their wing. While it is uncertain how far her potential may extend, they are well aware that her baseline is already exceedingly high. Xia Nandu remains silent, her gaze fixed upon the lake, where the wind begins to stir once more. The procession continues northward, swiftly crossing the Wei River. The prison cart jostles as before, and Chen Xiao finds himself perpetually drowsy. It is not that he wishes to remain in slumber. Rather, whenever he appears alert, that insufferable Wang Quan begins to chatter incessantly. He simply cannot abide it. Only when the wooden bird appears does Chen Xiao momentarily regain some semblance of energy. Opening his eyes, he unfolds the letter, glancing through its contents, but soon furrows his brow, puzzled by its message. What does it mean to inquire if he can prepare roasted sweet potatoes from Tianqing County? Though he contemplates this, he patiently reads the entire letter and begins to compose a response. What is the situation in the capital? The commotion that arose previously is unlikely to cease just yet. I am about to arrive in the capital, and I certainly do not wish to perish in that gloomy prison cell. You inquire about my origins. I apologize, but that is something I cannot disclose at this moment. I will forever remember the assistance you have provided me in the capital, and rest assured, I shall repay you when the opportunity arises. However, the matter is far too grave. If you find yourself entangled in it, I implore you to extricate yourself at the earliest. I have heard that the academy is situated by the southern lake. You are now a scholar there, which is indeed a splendid development. Yet, I have also heard that being a disciple of the academy's head is what truly signifies greatness. Given your remarkable talents, I assume you can achieve that as well, but should you fail, I will not mock you, as we are friends now. A letter carried by a wooden bird. Chen Xiao gazed at the sky, feeling somewhat dazed. After a moment, he resolved to approach the loquacious man for a conversation. What is the academy like? Wang Quan was taken aback, furrowing his brow. You do not know about the academy? Seeing Chen Xiao about to rise in protest, he quickly interjected. I have never been to the capital. I have not seen the academy. Wang Quan chuckled. I have only visited once, while on duty in the left guard. That academy is perched by the southern lake, sprawling over a vast expanse, with thousands of students each year. While 1,000 may seem a large number, considering the entirety of the Great Liang dynasty, it is hardly significant. And how many disciples does the headmaster have? Chen Xiao, uninterested in superfluous details, asked directly. Wang Quan frowned. What? Do you aspire to be a disciple of the esteemed headmaster, even if you are not a criminal nor a scholar? Why would the headmaster accept you as a pupil? You must understand. All right, I beg you, could you simply answer my question without elaborating? Chen Xiao thought to himself that he should have refrained from asking. Wang Quan cast a resentful glance at Chen Xiao but refrained from further rambling, instead getting to the point. The headmaster has expressed a desire to emulate the deeds of the sages, who were said to have 3,000 disciples, with 72 renowned scholars among them. I wonder what purpose those scholars serve. Chen Xiao smirked slightly, murmuring, They are the 72 wise ones. Call them whatever you wish. Go on, continue, he urged. Wang Quan shot another glance at Chen Xiao, somewhat dissatisfied, yet continued. The headmaster believes he lacks the energy for 3,000 disciples and intends to accept only 70-2. Seems he has already taken in 71. Chen Xiao inquired. So there remains but one final slot. Wang Quan nodded, sighing. It is said that the last position is the most significant. Otherwise, the headmaster would not have delayed filling it for so many years. He likely seeks a prodigious talent to nurture. Chen Xiao pondered this thoughtfully. You don't actually believe you could earn the headmaster's favor, do you? Song Lian appeared nearby, having seemingly overheard the conversation between Chen Xiao and Wang Quan. Chen Xiao muttered, I still think there is a chance. Song Lian did not refute him, merely stating, if the headmaster were to take a liking to you, then this endeavor would certainly be no trivial matter. But the question is that even possible? Qin Chao remained silent, lost in thought. If you do not succeed, I will not mock you. Xian Nandu gazed at the crooked characters on the paper, recalling the youth's mirth while writing the letter, which incited a flicker of irritation within her. She had written to inquire what he intended to do, only for him to laugh at her instead. In her vexation, she paid no heed to the wind chimes swaying in the breeze. Nor did she find their sound pleasant. The maid, Lu Yi, stood at a distance, observing her mistress's unusual demeanor, pondering who could have written such a letter to provoke this rare display of emotion from the typically serene young lady. Though she was curious about the letter's contents, she dared not approach, having been raised under strict discipline as a servant of the Xie family, knowing that regardless of how close one is to their master, propriety must always be upheld, otherwise the consequences could be dire. Once her emotions settled, Xian Nandu composed a letter to send off and decided to take a stroll outside. Miss, it is raining. You should take an umbrella. Today, the capital experienced a light drizzle, likely signaling the swift transition from spring to early summer. The willow branches by the lakeshore deepened in hue, and several students strolled leisurely along the stone path. Taking in the scenery, shielded by an oiled paper umbrella, Xian Nandu ventured out unnoticed, dressed in an unremarkable gray robe. Lu Yi, holding the umbrella, murmured, Miss, you ought to take more walks. Spending all day reading in the courtyard is stifling. And the lakeside scenery is so beautiful. You should have come out to enjoy it sooner. Xian Nandu remained silent, her gaze fixed on a narrow path leading to a pavilion in the lake center. At that moment, only a broad-faced scholar stood by the path, braving the rain, while no other students were present. She felt inclined to venture to the pavilion, so she approached the path. The scholar glanced at Xian Nandu, realizing her intent to go to the pavilion, and apologetically remarked, My master is currently enjoying tea and a game with friends at the pavilion. Miss, if you do not absolutely need to go there, might you wait a while? It was likely that many students wishing to go to the pavilion had been persuaded to turn back by him. Yet, within the academy, there were numerous influential figures, and it was unclear how this scholar had managed to convince them all to depart willingly. Xian Nandu halted, considering the scholar's words, and after a brief silence, she shook her head. I will not go to the pavilion. I merely wish to observe the view of the lake from this path. The scholar contemplated for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Since you insist, you may proceed, but I kindly ask that you walk alone. In an instant, the scholar recalled a previous story and recognized the young lady's identity, thinking that given this serendipity, there was little more to say. Thus, he no longer impeded her. Lu Yi lifted her head, about to question the rationale behind such a situation, but before she could speak, Xian Nandu shook her head and took the umbrella from Lu Yi, saying, You may return. Lu Yi dared not oppose her and could only acquiesce. Nevertheless, she watched anxiously as Xian Nandu made her way toward the lake's center, her heart filled with concern. Should anything happen to her unusual mistress here, what would become of them? The scholar, perceiving her apprehension, smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern. I am here. Though he appeared ordinary, there seemed to be something inherently special about him, for his mere words instilled a sense of unexplainable calm. Lu Yi felt slightly reassured, yet could not help but say, My lady must not encounter any trouble. The scholar continued to smile. In the academy, how could anything befall her? Chapter 47. The headmaster beneath the pavilion. This final spring rain was light. The raindrops fell onto the lake's surface, creating ripples that expanded and merged, rendering it impossible to discern which were raindrops and which were water from the lake. The girl, holding the oiled paper umbrella, stood on a narrow wooden bridge, gazing at the beautiful scene of the rain, though her thoughts were elsewhere. The letters exchanged in recent days conveyed much, yet the youth who had yet to arrive in the capital was adamant about not clarifying certain matters. And she understood that there must be some unspeakable reason for this reticence, thus she refrained from pressing further. However, the absence of crucial information rendered her attempts to act quite challenging. Looking at the lake's surface, the girl could not help but sigh. Even if she were to learn everything, she felt it would be difficult to resolve the situation, especially considering the gravity of the matter involving the unlawful killing of several cultivators, which had now escalated significantly. Even if the court sought to suppress it, it could no longer be contained. Without a suitable rationale, the outside cultivators would not relent easily. This matter remained at its most challenging juncture. And finding a resolution had always been a daunting task. Is there truly a reason for killing that could escape scrutiny? The girl fell into contemplation once more, unwittingly moving toward the lake's center, entirely unaware that she was following her thoughts. The scholar by the lakeside watched this unfolding scene with a furrowed brow, feeling a hint of displeasure, having previously heard the girl express a desire not to go to the pavilion. Why was she now heading in that direction? Considering the teacher at the pavilion, he contemplated stepping forward to stop her, but after a moment's reflection, he chose to refrain. Beneath the pavilion at the lake's center, there was a wooden table featuring a chessboard, the black and white pieces interlaced. Beside it sat a small stove, atop which rested a small iron kettle, steam wafting from its spout. Two individuals were engaged in a game of chess. Seated opposite one another. One was casually dressed in a gray robe, his long black hair cascading loosely behind him, with a fair complexion and a strikingly handsome face, though he bore the marks of age. The other, an elderly scholar, had hair and beard turned gray and a face lined with wrinkles. The elder picked up a black piece, pondered for a moment, then placed it on the board, before lifting the teacup beside him and, with a hint of provocation, glanced at the middle-aged man across from him, declaring with satisfaction, "Your defeat is inevitable. This game is surely mine." The middle-aged man cast a glance at the chessboard, seemingly indifferent, as he instead gazed out toward the pavilion's entrance, his mind elsewhere. The elderly man, somewhat irked, remarked, "Can you not engage in the game with me more earnestly? If I were to win against you in such a manner, how could I possibly boast about it to others?" The middle-aged man chuckled in response, "You old rascal, how many of my reputations have you tarnished over the years, and now you concern yourself with such trivialities?" The elder scoffed, "Does your reputation still require my assistance in its degradation?" Every incident is verifiable. Having known the elder for many years, the middle-aged man was well aware of his character, and thus merely smiled in return. He casually reached for a box of fish feed beside him and tossed it outside the pavilion, then clapped his hands, feeling a sense of melancholy, as the elder's longtime friend. He immediately recognized the source of his friend's discontent and smiled knowingly. "Have these children of spring failed to capture your fancy this year?" The middle-aged man replied matter-of-factly, "It's not as simple as selecting cabbages by the roadside. After all these years, I have only managed to gather 71 rascals. This last one requires extra consideration." The elder raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are those fellows already considered rascals?" The middle-aged man sneered. The elder stroked his beard and laughed. "Did you not have your eye on a young girl? You even allowed her to enter the academy without examination?" "I merely glanced at her, finding her quite pleasing to the eye. Upon learning of her lineage from the Lucia family, who had once done me a favor, I permitted her exemption from examination to reciprocate that kindness and avoid further entanglements." The middle-aged man gazed at the fish swimming towards the feed outside the pavilion, a hint of frustration crossing his face. The elder mused, "Your seemingly casual gesture unknowingly stirred the sentiments of countless individuals in the court and beyond. If they were to learn that such a trivial matter caused them to expend their precious resources, they would surely lament." The initial exemption of Xianandu from the academy had already caused quite a stir both within and outside the capital, with many speculating about the connection between the Xie family and the academy's head. Yet, no one anticipated such a backstory. The headmaster smiled. "People are always like this. A seemingly trivial matter often invites excessive contemplation." The elder inquired further, "What are your thoughts on another matter?" The headmaster looked puzzled. "What matter?" The elder smirked, wondering if there was anyone more adept at feigning ignorance than the man before him. Perhaps there was, but if this man had set his mind to play the fool, no one could compel him to be serious. Just as the elder was about to speak again, a young girl strolled leisurely into the pavilion. The elder frowned, observing the girl holding an oil paper umbrella, and was about to say something when the headmaster waved his hand, seemingly lost in thought as he regarded the girl. She approached the table, droplets of rain cascading down from her umbrella, and the headmaster raised an eyebrow. The raindrops, instead of falling onto the chessboard, bizarrely hovered in midair, defying gravity, while the light drizzle outside abruptly ceased. The lake's surface became instantly tranquil. The elders stared in astonishment. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon, but his confusion lessened upon remembering that the man before him was the headmaster of the academy. Time passed slowly, yet the girl remained in a daze, and the headmaster showed no urgency, simply waiting. The elder, too apprehensive to speak, gazed at the steam rising from the iron kettle. After an indeterminate period, the oil paper umbrella quivered slightly, and the headmaster reached out, finding that the suspended raindrops had fallen into his teacup. Xianandu snapped out of her reverie, casting a puzzled glance at the two men before her. She quickly closed her umbrella. Upon seeing her face clearly, the elder instantly recognized her identity, contemplating the serendipity of their encounter. The headmaster smiled gently at the young girl, his voice warm and exuding the demeanor of a great scholar. Xianandu slightly bowed, softly saying, "I apologize for the intrusion, sir." She was reluctant to discuss the matter at hand, unaware of the man's identity. She turned to leave, but the headmaster suddenly interjected, "I hear many teachers at the academy wish to become your mentor. What are your thoughts on this?" As the headmaster of the academy, he knew that there was little he could not uncover. Xianandu remained silent, lost in her thoughts. The headmaster continued, "Throughout my life, I have taken in many disciples, and now that I am old, I wish to accept one final student. We are fated to cross paths. Thank you for your kind offer, sir, but I do not wish to pursue this." Xianandu shook her head, preparing to depart once more. The headmaster raised an eyebrow. The elderly man could hardly contain his laughter, his face flushed as he struggled to suppress it. If word of this incident were to spread, it would surely become a delightful anecdote for countless individuals to discuss in the streets and alleys. The headmaster shot a glance at the elder, who finally cleared his throat and said, "Do you know who this gentleman is?" Xianandu shook her head, uncertain, a refreshingly honest answer. The elder remarked, "Since you are here to study at the academy, if you wish to take on a mentor, this man before you is undoubtedly the best choice." The headmaster frowned, finding the elder's roundabout way of speaking rather tedious, and decided to be blunt. "I am the headmaster of this academy." After uttering those words, he anticipated the girl's startled reaction, expecting her to kneel in excitement and pledge her allegiance. He envisioned the scene where he would help her up and impart some wise words from the classics. However, after a moment of waiting, the girl made no move, merely regarding him with a steady gaze. The headmaster was taken aback, never expecting such an outcome. The elder, meanwhile, began to chuckle again. It seemed the jest had lost its humor. Xianandu turned to leave, but this time, as she did so, a scholar outside the pavilion noticed his mentor's gesture and quickly greeted, "Greetings, junior sister." The scholar smiled and added, "Indeed, my mentor is here, the headmaster of this academy." The scholar spoke calmly, his tone gentle, and his words flowed like a spring breeze, making it difficult to doubt his intentions. Xianandu was momentarily stunned. The headmaster lifted the cup of rainwater from the table and drank it all in one gulp. Laughing heartily, "My wish has been fulfilled today." The jostling of the prison cart left Chun Chao feeling exceedingly bored. These days, the only thing he could do was await a letter from the capital. He contemplated writing to his old friend Miku to inquire about his well-being, but upon considering the considerable expense involved, he ultimately decided against it. During these days, Wang Quan's chatter remained as abundant as ever. However, for some reason, Chun Chao felt he was beginning to grow accustomed to it. He even entertained the notion that he might eventually come to like the fellow, wishing he could immediately reside in the grand prison of the Dali Temple. The wooden bird soon arrived, and after reading the letter, he promptly penned a response. Watching the wooden bird depart, he felt a bit dazed. The subsequent days were a repetition of this routine, waiting for the wooden bird's arrival and watching it fly away. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the sky. The martial men, having long since toughened their physiques, paid little heed to the weather and continued on their path. As time passed, they encountered numerous checkpoints, necessitating several stops in a single day. Days slipped by without any letters arriving. Eventually, the road smoothed out, and upon glancing down, he noticed that the official road had become remarkably even. Looking ahead, he vaguely perceived a towering city in the distance. A sense of renewed vigor surged within him, for that grand city was none other than the capital. Chapter 48. Dali Temple. As the convoy passed through the final checkpoints and onto the increasingly smooth official road, they finally arrived before the imposing city. The towering city walls were incomparable to the county town of Tianqing, and the grand city gates were truly awe-inspiring. The walls rose high, seemingly reaching the clouds. A mere glance upward made it difficult to see the top. Song Lian rode his horse to the city gate, still subjected to the customary inspection, despite being the commander of the left guard in the capital. As the group passed through the wide city gates, they entered the grand city. However, Song Lian quickly noticed that a considerable crowd had gathered along the streets. He furrowed his brow, recognizing that their arrival in the capital was not a secret. Yet this did not imply that the common folk would be privy to it. The fact that they had gathered here early spoke volumes. Clearly, someone had disseminated the news ahead of time. Song Lian chuckled softly. He turned to glance at the black-clad youth in the prison cart. Chun Chao kept his head down, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the weight of so many eyes upon him. In reality, he wished to conceal his face from too many gazes. As an adept demon hunter, Chun Chao understood the importance of two key strategies. One was to feign weakness, and the other was to remain hidden. Yet, with so many people around, the convergence of countless gazes felt like beams of light shining upon him, leaving him nowhere to escape. A cacophony of murmurs arose, all discussing Chen Xiao. Song Lian paid them no mind, while Chen Xiao continued to keep his head lowered. The procession advanced, with Song Lian maintaining a stoic demeanor atop his horse as they made their way towards the Dali Temple. Many of the onlookers were either already aware of the news or merely drawn to the spectacle. Now that they had entered the capital, amidst the most brilliant moments of the great Liang dynasty, even if someone wished for the young man's demise, they would not choose the foolish route of assassination in broad daylight. Even if such a thought crossed anyone's mind, with Song Lian, the commander of the left guard, present, it would be unlikely for anything to go amiss unless the assailant were a forgetful cultivator. Thus, Song Lian harbored no concerns. Since their entry into the capital, his mission had already been accomplished. All he needed to do now was escort this young man into the prison of the Dali Temple, and everything would be set in motion. Subsequently, the young man found that whatever transpired thereafter was no longer of his concern. Reflecting upon the Dali Temple, Song Lian nodded slightly. It was indeed not a favorable place. The Dali Temple was situated deep within Ningyuan Street in the northeast of the divine capital, a tranquil locale devoid of passers-by. In the midst of this grand and imposing city, the location of the Dali Temple was neither extraordinarily poor nor exceptionally good. Yet it held immense significance within the divine capital. Countless stories were intertwined with this place. During the reign of Emperor Gaozu, in the first year of the Zhengyuan era, corruption ran rampant. Upon learning of this, Emperor Gaozu, in a fit of rage, flayed and tortured several dozen corrupt officials here. At that time, it was not uncommon for officials to ascend 3 ranks in a single month within the imperial court of the divine capital. And such occurrences were not isolated. In the era of Emperor Taizong, the young emperor ascended to the throne at a tender age, while the powerful Chancellor Song Ying acted with disregard for the emperor, exercising unilateral authority and fostering a faction of his own. For a time, the Liang dynasty basked in his glory, but once Emperor Taizong came of age to take the reins of governance, within merely a few years, this chancellor found himself imprisoned, dragging down hundreds of others, all of whom perished at the Dali Temple. During the reign of Emperor Lingzong, several major cases arose, implicating numerous officials. Since its establishment, the Dali Temple had been synonymous with death, a place that officials of the Liang dynasty regarded with trepidation. Thus, a saying became prevalent in the divine capital: once one enters the Dali Temple, exiting becomes a formidable challenge. Song Lian rode his horse to the entrance, and before the gate's attendants could utter a word, the left guard commander presented his waist token, stating, "I am Song Lian." The left guard commander, dispatched to bring the esteemed prisoner back to the capital from Weizhou. "The esteemed prisoner has arrived. I request a swift handover with the Dali Temple." Naturally, the Dali Temple had heard of the left guard's reputation, and upon learning that he was a commander, one of the attendants immediately replied, "Commander Song, please wait a moment. We shall promptly inform the magistrate." As he spoke, an attendant swiftly dashed inside to notify the Dali Temple's chief. Song Lian remained unperturbed and rode to the side of the prisoner cart belonging to Chen Xiao, glancing at the somewhat more spirited young man. After traveling northward, his injuries had nearly healed. Yet he still appeared listless, a state attributed more to psychological factors than physical ones. "Your blade shall be entrusted to the Dali Temple. Should you find an opportunity to emerge, you may reclaim it from them," Song Lian remarked, gazing at Chen Xiao, somewhat moved. "I underestimated your capabilities. Today you have managed to capture the attention of many citizens of the divine capital, making them aware of your arrival at the Dali Temple. Chen Xiao weakly retorted, that knife of mine is a fine piece. Is it truly safe at the Dali Temple? If someone covets it and stealthily absconds with it, even if the Dali Temple wishes to compensate me, they would likely struggle to find another blade as exceptional as mine. Song Lian furrowed his brow, prompting Chen Xiao to hastily add, I've mentioned before, there's a girl in the divine capital who has a fondness for me. Song Lian scoffed. Although he had witnessed countless instances of letters being exchanged along the journey, he could hardly believe that the one writing to him was a woman. Yet, Chen Xiao was reluctant to elaborate, and he had no desire to pry further. Suddenly, Chen Xiao gazed at Song Lian with utmost seriousness and inquired, Are there any practitioners from beyond the realm present in the Dali Temple? Song Lian was taken aback, not expecting such a question from the young man. After contemplating, he lowered his voice and replied, There are many ghosts within the Liang dynasty. What do you mean by ghosts? Chen Xiao pressed. Internal traitors, Song Lian clarified. Those who dine at the court's table yet serve the practitioners from beyond the realm are the internal traitors. With a sorrowful expression, Chen Xiao lamented, Then, they could easily fabricate some reason to have me executed in the Dali Temple, framing it as a suicide due to guilt. Where would I seek justice? Theoretically, once you are dead, there would be no need for justification. However, that is indeed a pertinent question. Song Lian smiled. If I were to confine you within the left guard, I could certainly assist you, but this is the Dali Temple, a place I would rather not frequent in my spare time. Chen Xiao fell silent. Song Lian continued, This matter involves so many individuals. Do you think they wish for your demise? Worry not. Chen Xiao looked at Song Lian earnestly and said, Is that truly the case? I am not afraid of those prominent figures. They possess status and influence, and thus understand the consequences of their actions. But those who reside at the very bottom of society, whose lives hold little value, will act without hesitation. If they resort to drastic measures, what do they have to lose? When a person is left with nothing but their life, they become the boldest of souls, unafraid to take risks, regardless of the outcome. Song Lian did not respond to this statement but merely glanced at the entrance of the Dali Temple, where numerous attendants were emerging to escort Chen Xiao inside. The young man's countenance grew grim. Although the divine capital was undoubtedly the most radiant place under the sun, the Dali Temple stood as a relatively dark corner within this brilliance. I would like to request your assistance with something, Chen Xiao said, eyeing the stream of attendants with evident concern. Song Lian inquired, What is it? I have one final letter that I would like to ask you to deliver. To my friend. Chen Xiao produced the letter from his bosom. He had long prepared for matters concerning the Dali Temple. Song Lian jested, Is it not that girl who has taken a liking to you? Regardless of his teasing, he extended his hand to receive the letter from Chen Xiao. In their brief interactions thus far, Song Lian had already discerned many distinguishing qualities in this young man. Those unique traits might just enable him to survive the Dali Temple. If he were to one day walk out of its gates, who could predict the path that lay ahead of him? Chen Xiao, however, spoke earnestly, I implore you, deliver it personally. I do not wish for my blade to be handed over to the Dali Temple. I cannot rest easy unless it is entrusted to that individual as well. I beseech you, consider this favor, for we both serve under the same command. This final letter was of utmost importance to Chen Xiao. He had contemplated for a long time before deciding to send it. Song Lian, rarely witnessing such sincerity from the young man, nodded, Very well, but you ought to be mindful of the favor I am doing for you. Chen Xiao smiled, I shall not forget. Where shall I send it? Song Lian was curious to know to whom this young man had been writing. The shores of Nanhu. At the academy. My friend is named Xianandu. Chapter 49. The insect hidden in shadows. The letter was delivered by Song Lian to the shores of Nanhu, where news had already spread like wildfire, shaking the divine capital to its core. It was as if a colossal stone had been cast into the lake, sending ripples across the city akin to a torrential downpour. At the shores of Nanhu stood an academy, and with an academy came a principal. Having existed for a millennium, each generation's principal was an extraordinary figure. The current principal had, upon assuming office, explicitly declared his intention to emulate the tales of the sages and accept 72 disciples. Consequently, over the years, a few students had caught the principal's eye and were taken under his wing. However, as time passed, the intervals between accepting disciples grew longer, for the remaining slots dwindled, and the principal's standards naturally escalated. 30 years ago, after accepting his 70th disciple, only one spot remained. For 3 decades, each year the academy would recruit, and the principal would assess, yet there was no one who met his expectations. Just as people thought it would take many more years for the principal to find that final disciple, news broke that a girl from the Bai Lucia family had become the principal's last student and, indeed, the only female student. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the academy. Countless students congregated by the shores of Nanhu. Gazing towards the elegant little courtyard, engaging in discussions, I had long suspected that the Xie girl was no ordinary person. It was only natural for her to occasionally miss classes, so why make a fuss over it? I concur. After all, it was the principal himself who exempted her from exams. She could not possibly be mediocre. I was too reckless back then, speaking ill of her. Now I truly regret it. We are fortunate to have someone of such caliber in our academy. The chatter by the lakeside was abundant, yet almost devoid of negativity, with the majority expressing admiration. However, some students, taking a different stance, gathered beneath a willow tree, casting glances at Huangji in the distance. Sneering, that person had already harbored improper intentions. Now that she has become the principal's cherished disciple, how can he still be so shameless? Another handsome student chimed in. Indeed, he was so relentless in pursuing her due to her family background. Now that he knows she is the principal's student, he will likely be even more so. At this remark, laughter erupted from the group beneath the willow, yet the sound did not reach Huangji's ears. Farther away, Huangji looked towards the distant courtyard, wearing a bitter smile, though his eyes held a flicker of different emotions. In the even more distant courtyard, Xian Nandu opened the letter, extracting its contents. After reading it, she smiled and carefully stored it away before exiting the courtyard, with her maid Lu Yi following closely behind. Having become a disciple, she naturally intended to learn something. She quickly made her way to the small pavilion in the middle of the lake, where a scholar had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Xian Nandu arrive, he simply smiled and nodded, saying, "The master instructed me to come and teach my junior sister." Xian Nandu returned the greeting and softly replied, "Then I thank you, senior brother." The scholar nodded and promptly introduced himself, stating, "My surname is Wei, my given name is Su, and I am the 12th in rank. You may call me 12th senior brother. If that does not sit well with you, addressing me as Wei senior brother will suffice. The teacher does not mind such trifles." Xian Nandu then called out, "Wei senior brother." Wei Su nodded and remarked, "The teacher once said that the books of sages and worthies are worthy of study. I have heard that the younger sister is a renowned talent of the Bai Lucia clan, naturally well-versed in literature. The various masters of the academy have expounded upon many texts, hence today I shall focus solely on the cultivation." Xian Nandu nodded in agreement. The Xie clan possesses ancestral techniques, yet the teacher has advised against their study, deeming them unsuitable. As Wei Su began to speak, he swiftly dismissed the Xie clan's cultivation methods, which had been passed down for centuries, yet he held the authority to do so as a representative of the academy's dean. Xian Nandu nodded without objection. After all, a figure of such stature possesses a profound understanding of both ancient and contemporary knowledge, and his opinions bear weight. Wei Su smiled again, saying, "The teacher has indicated that you are a genius. Thus, during the lecture, there is no need for excessive explanation. You shall grasp the essence yourself." Xian Nandu remained silent. After a long pause, Wei Su inquired, "Do you have any questions, younger sister?" Xian Nandu, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "If senior brother begins the lecture, I believe I will have questions. Since the inception of the Tianjin era, the Dali Temple has detained several high-ranking officials, each wielding significant power and guilty of grave offenses. However, it seems that the calamity they collectively caused pales in comparison to that of Chen Xiao, who holds the lowest official rank among them, merely a garrison commander of Tianjin County, equivalent to that of a county magistrate. Such officials were previously unlikely to find themselves imprisoned in the Dali Temple. Yet now, Chen Xiao possesses his own spacious cell, devoid of the anticipated scurrying rodents and foul odors, furnished even with a bed and bedding. The conditions of the Dali Temple cells indeed surpass those of the entire Liang dynasty, and Chen Xiao feels comparatively satisfied. However, he cannot fathom why, despite being confined within a cell inscribed with intricate runes, he remains burdened with heavy iron chains on his hands and feet. A redundant measure, indeed. Sitting on the ground, his once lustrous black hair had become exceedingly greasy, and the itch on his scalp was quite discomforting. Yet his hands were soiled, making it difficult for him to relieve the itch. Thus, he endured. Before him lay his midday meal, featuring one meat dish and two vegetable dishes. The pristine white shreds of radish and vibrant green leaves appeared refreshing. Yet the fish seemed overly thickened, its sauce cloying. As a martial artist with divine concealment, ordinary poisons would not be his demise. However, many poisons specifically designed to target cultivators do exist. Who knows if one lurks within that meal? He did not wish to perish inexplicably. Uncertain of the events unfolding outside, Chen Xiao felt it was nearly time for someone to seek him out. Just as this thought crossed his mind, footsteps echoed from afar. A tall man approached, unlocking the cell door. He regarded Chen Xiao with a smile, saying, "You may leave. Someone has spared your life, and you need not face trial." Chen Xiao responded with a simple, "Oh." The tall man glanced at the meal laid out on the ground, smiling. "What is it? Is the food here not to your liking?" It is true that each year, the Ministry of Revenue allocates considerable funds for provisions here, ensuring that you officials are not deprived. However, human nature being what it is, the cooks may feel that since you are bound to die regardless, they may as well take liberties. He retrieved a key from his waist, approached with a smile, and remarked, "However, you have indeed stirred quite a storm, and that individual exerted considerable effort to resolve your situation." He removed the shackles from Chen Xiao's hands and squatted down to unlock the shackles from his feet. Yet, at that very moment, Chen Xiao asked, "Do you believe you played your part well?" The man abruptly looked up, fear etched across his face, but before he could react, Chen Xiao delivered a single kick to his visage. With that one blow, the man was propelled back, crashing against the opposite cell wall with a resounding thud, before he could slide to the ground or spit out a mouthful of blood. Chen Xiao was upon him, gripping his throat and forcing the blood back down, rendering him unable to expel it. The man's face turned crimson, bewildered by the sudden exposure. Chen Xiao, narrowing his eyes, stated, "I shall ask you but once. Who sent you to kill me?" The man was incapable of uttering a word, let alone breathing, left to endure the torment of his wide-open eyes. Chen Xiao loosened his grip slightly, allowing the man to draw a shallow breath. But almost immediately, he bit down on the poison concealed within his teeth, black blood oozing from his lips, thus sealing his fate. Releasing his hold, the man's body slumped lifelessly, akin to a pile of mud. As Chen Xiao turned his gaze away from the now lifeless figure, he resumed his seated position, or most importantly, he is merely a novice cultivator. He deceived me into leaving my cell, then directly killed me under the pretext of my escape. Casting a glance at Han Pu, Chen Xiao smiled and said, "Even if I have misjudged, the reaction to my question has unequivocally validated my assessment." Han Pu, with admiration, inquired, "Truly impressive, young man. From where do you hail?" Chen Xiao chuckled silently. "Upon my arrival here, you need not fear for your life. Rest assured on that account. However, in half a month, the 3 sects of the South Heaven sect from Sanchi Prefecture will come to the Dali Temple and the 3 law divisions to interrogate you. How will you respond?" Han Pu remarked, "All that you have done is commendable, but do you grasp what is most crucial?" Chen Xiao nodded, fully aware that even if he successfully avoided immediate execution by those cultivators, bringing this matter to light in the capital would compel the court to handle it openly. Yet, ultimately, to escape this prison, what was needed? Evidence, proof that justified his actions in slaying those cultivators. Han Pu shook his head. "It is clear that those Qi refiners sought to kill you first, and you retaliated in self-defense. But even so, what of it? Your act of killing Qi refiners is a grave offense. As it stands, there is only evidence of your act of murder, nothing more. How then can I assist you? Indeed, after all that has transpired, the crux lies here. How to demonstrate that your killing of the Qi refiners was not an act of murder." Chen Xiao had not divulged the full story to anyone, for he awaited a possible turning point. "I once mentioned that this case involves the governor of Qingshan County. I wonder where he might be at this moment?" Chen Xiao turned to Han Pu, who had left him with a favorable impression. Han Pu responded calmly, "He is dead." Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, "Dead? What does that imply? What did Governor Li truly know?" Throughout the journey, he had pondered whether Governor Li merely believed the Qi refiners had gone to the mine for a vein of spirit energy, or if he was also aware of the dragon vein. If it were the latter, perhaps there remained some hope for him. Yet now, Han Pu stated that he had already perished at the hands of external cultivators. Han Pu glanced at Chen Xiao, smiling. He lacked your intelligence. When trouble arose, he did not know how to act to preserve his own life, hence his demise. Han Pu continued, "If you have any inside information to share, it would be prudent to disclose it to me now. There is still some time for me to devise a plan for you. However, when the 3 law divisions, along with those 3 sects, come to interrogate you in half a month, it may well be too late for me to assist." Chen Chao shook his head, smiling as he inquired, "My lord, may I meet a friend?" Han Pu frowned. "The young lady of the Xie family?" Chen Chao eagerly nodded, incredulously exclaiming, "My lord, are you a parasitic worm in my belly?" The news traveled from the Dali Temple's prison to the academy in a mere quarter of an hour. Had Han Pu so desired, the time could have been even shorter. Upon receiving the message, Xian Nandu bid farewell to Wei Su with a courteous bow. Wei Su smiled and nodded, advising, "Junior sister, remember, you are now the closed-door disciple of the master. Always be vigilant in the world outside." Xian Nandu replied, "Thank you, senior brother. I shall certainly act with caution, so as not to tarnish the reputation of our sect." Wei Su shook his head, chuckling, "Junior sister, you may have misunderstood my intent. I mean to say, now that you have entered our academy and become the master's disciple, you may allow yourself to be a bit more audacious." Xian Nandu was taken aback. "Senior brother, I am the great Liang dynasty. The master is undoubtedly the most reasonable person, so should anyone act unreasonably, let them contend with the master." With that, Wei Su casually turned and departed without lingering a moment longer. Xian Nandu gazed at her senior brother's retreating figure, lost in thought. Soon, a carriage set forth from the banks of the South Lake, swiftly leaving the academy, traversing a good portion of the capital, and arriving outside the gates of the Dali Temple. A young lady clad in a blue robe emerged from the carriage, entering the Dali Temple. She appeared like a pear blossom carried by the wind. Before long, a chair had been set outside the cell. "It seems you are faring rather well here." Xian Nandu seated herself on the chair, observing the young man before her through the barred door, a faint smile gracing her lips at this moment. Chen Chao, having been relieved of his chains, rubbed his wrists and remarked, "I now understand. Saving you that time was undoubtedly the wisest choice I ever made in my life. Thankfully, I possess a warm-hearted nature. Otherwise, you would have been in dire straits back then." Sitting in the chair reminded her of that time in Tianqing County, and upon seeing this familiar figure, Xian Nandu felt as though she had returned to that little courtyard. "What of the stove?" She could not help but ask. "A woman was out to kill me, and she tore down my entire courtyard. But fear not, I shall make her pay for it one day." Chen Chao replied, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes before dissipating as he smiled. "Furthermore, I must congratulate you. I hear you are now the master's closed-door disciple." This news was not something Xian Nandu had mentioned in her letter. In truth, she would not have brought it up herself. Xian Nandu raised an eyebrow. "You stated in your letter that if I failed, you would not mock me, yet everything I have aimed to achieve over the years has been accomplished." She rarely spoke in such a tone. Generally, she appeared quite indifferent, her emotions subdued, and everything else seemed trivial. Yet in the presence of this young man, she exuded a touch of excitement. Chen Chao blinked and rubbed his hands together in anticipation. A thought flickering through his mind, though he did not voice it. The roasted sweet potatoes are delightful, especially those from Tianqing County. Chen Chao suddenly interjected, a hint of longing in his voice. "I fear I may never taste them again. Do remember to indulge in a few for me, so I may savor their flavor through your recollections." Xian Nandu regarded the young man before her, contemplating, then nodded. "No problem. The roasted sweet potatoes in the capital are not as delectable as those from Tianqing County, but I shall remember their taste." Chen Chao continued, "I possess some wealth. Should I perish, I shall leave it all to you." Xian Nandu replied, "I am not in need of money, so you may keep that for yourself." Chen Chao frowned. "You know quite well what I meant." Xian Nandu replied earnestly, "Your money will not suffice to smooth over connections. Do you not realize the magnitude of this affair? Even the most esteemed ministers dare not meddle. No matter how much wealth you possess, it cannot be spent." Hearing this, Chen Chao lowered his head in despair, muttering, "Yet I truly do not wish to perish here. I have not lived enough." Xian Nandu smiled. "If you cannot die, then surely you shall not." Chen Chao sighed. "You are truly a parasitic worm in my belly." Xian Nandu frowned. "A roundworm?" Chen Chao insisted. "A parasitic worm." Chapter 51. Storms Gather. The Dali Temple is set to deliberate on the matter of Chen Chao's brazen slaying of a monk. This process not only necessitates the cooperation of the 3 judicial departments, but also requires each sect to send a representative to observe the proceedings. This arrangement aims to prevent the Great Liang dynasty from engaging in favoritism and corruption. However, in reality, it is merely the external sects exerting pressure on the Great Liang. Meanwhile, an acolyte entered with a letter wrapped in cowhide. Su Yu did not reach out to take it, and Yuka remained expressionless, doing nothing at all. A middle-aged Taoist nun accepted the letter, opened it briefly, and let out a cold laugh, remarking that the scoundrel was clearly out of tricks and could only await his doom. Noticing that the middle-aged nun had no intention of sharing the letter with them, Su Yu could only force a wry smile and ask, "Taoist Wang, might I have the honor of viewing this letter?" The middle-aged nun, with a stern expression, finally handed over the letter. After Su Yu perused it, he passed it to Yu Ku. Thus, it was clear that even if that rogue had connections with the closed-door disciple of the director, it had not reached the point where the director would intervene. This indeed alleviated their concerns, as long as they ensured that the Great Liang did not show bias towards that rogue. The charge of slaying a monk was enough to seal his fate here. Alas, it was regrettable that he might escape such a fate. Had he been brought back to the South Heaven sect, Su Yu vowed he would make him suffer to death. Su Yu's countenance darkened. He had been harboring a great deal of anger, and now, unable to vent it on the middle-aged nun, he could only direct it towards Chan Chao. The middle-aged nun, furrowing her brow, scoffed, "Even if he were to be taken away, it would be to my Sanchi prefecture. When would it be your South Heaven sect's turn?" Hearing this, Su Yu's expression shifted to one of deeper gloom. Previously, he had heard that the visitors from Sanchi prefecture were not Li or his ilk, and now it seemed this woman had long since lost her sanity, becoming a rabid dog that bites anyone in sight. "Taoist Wang, why must it be this way? Our objectives should be aligned. Let us not damage our harmony." Before Su Yu could respond, Yu Ku, who had remained silent thus far, spoke up to persuade, "The three families are in the same boat now. We ought to unite and collaborate." The middle-aged nun let out a cold laugh, but said nothing further, simply rising and walking away without a moment's hesitation. Su Yu's face turned ashen, and he uttered not a word. It was only after the middle-aged nun had departed that he waved his hand, prompting the others in the room to leave, until only Yuka remained. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man wore a bitter smile, saying, "Su Taoist, Taoist Wang bears the pain of losing a disciple. We must strive for mutual understanding." Su Yu lifted his head to regard Yu Ku, saying, "You are well aware of how things stand in Sanchi prefecture. There is no need to elaborate. Moreover, for them to send only this madwoman now, what matters can she possibly oversee? If any unforeseen circumstances arise, can we truly rely on her?" Yuka glanced at the letter still on the table and replied with a smile, "That rogue has run out of options. What is there to worry about?" Su Yu rose, striking the table in a bid to suppress his fury, saying, "You Taoist, I hope you understand that this is not the outskirts. This is the divine capital of the Great Liang dynasty. Here, there are not only the overseeing officials, but also the director of the academy, and even His Majesty the Emperor. These are significant figures. Truly significant figures, not ones that can be compared to a mere Sanchi prefecture. Let us not forget that the smallest issue can trigger a larger response, while we, as Qi refiners, cannot contend with the Great Liang. If we receive unjust treatment here, will the entire outside world simply stand by and do nothing? They will not. With so many people outside, what can the Great Liang dare to do?" Yuka felt a surge of anger as well, but he managed to keep it in check. "Su Taoist, do not be overly concerned. This matter is merely a coincidence. Furthermore, we have already prepared well. Even if that rogue learns the truth, without evidence, who can speak against it?" Su Yu took a deep breath and then looked towards Yu Ku, softly saying, "Let us hope so." Xianandu returned to the shores of South Lake, with half a month remaining until the trial by the 3 judicial departments. The events that transpired in the Dali Temple had likely reached the ears of certain individuals, so she need not worry about anyone coming to see her. Even if they did, it would not pose a significant problem. She merely needed to wait for that day in half a month. Of course, before that, following her senior brother in cultivation was also essential. In fact, by the 3rd day of studying under Wei Su, Xianandu had already entered the initial realm. Wei Su did not display much astonishment, for his master had long proclaimed that this junior sister possessed extraordinary talent, and stepping into the forgetting worries realm was merely a matter of time. What was even more remarkable was her intellect, which surpassed that of ordinary individuals at that time. After having imbibed some wine, his master had remarked a statement that Wei Su could never forget. This woman could inherit my teachings. The director had no interest in pondering what his disciple was thinking at that moment. He was currently engaged in a game of chess, and unlike his prior opponent, today's adversary was another disciple of his. He had taken on 72 disciples, and although some had unfortunately passed away for various reasons, many still thrived. Among the living, the one before him was the best at chess, a national champion of the Great Liang. Named Su Wei, he was handsome and refined, having captivated many hearts in the divine capital over a decade ago. Sadly, he had devoted his life solely to studying and playing chess, thus remaining alone for all these years. Upon hearing that his master had fulfilled his wish by finding them a junior sister, he felt it was indeed a splendid development. He placed a piece on the board, deliberately transforming a promising position into a stalemate. The director nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Your junior sister is like an uncut jade, still in need of refinement. For the time being, I have asked Wei Su to provide her with some guidance," Sui praised. "Since it is Brother Wei, there is nothing more to say. His talents are exceptional, and he excels in both cultivation and scholarship. I doubt there are many among our brothers who can compare. With him teaching our junior sister, it is bound to be beneficial. However, as her senior brother, I feel compelled to present a token of my greeting, though I am uncertain what she would appreciate." The director glanced at the chessboard, placed a piece, and shook his head, saying, "Your junior sister hails from a prominent family, yet possesses an uncommon elegance. Anything you gift her may seem trivial, better to forego it." Hearing this, Sui, while placing another piece, expressed a hint of disappointment. "Then must I give nothing at all? She may think me a miser." The director scoffed, "I know precisely what you are thinking. It is best to curb your ambitions. Besides, your junior sister may already have someone she admires. Young men and women are well suited for each other. At your age, what is the purpose of meddling?" Sui was taken aback, asking in disappointment, "Who is this young man?" The director casually replied, "One stirring up a tempest in the divine capital." This matter had already created quite a stir throughout the city, and he certainly knew. Sui remarked, "I have heard that the outsiders have already entered the divine capital. Since he is the one your junior sister fancies, why does the master not take any action?" Sui looked at the director. "That is merely my conjecture. Even if it is true, so what? Am I your junior sister's master, and thus also that young man's master?" The director coldly retorted, "There is no such logic in this world." "I assure you." "You speak so arrogantly, master," Sui said with a hint of helplessness. The director calmly replied, "I am used to it. This is simply how I am." Sui forced a laugh and refrained from further comment. Instead, placing his pieces with lethal intent, he saw his defeat becoming inevitable on the board. The director's expression grew increasingly grim, until he finally swept his sleeve and overturned the board, exclaiming, "You ungrateful disciple!" Sui looked innocent, protesting, "It is merely a game of chess. Why must you be unreasonable?" The director, filled with anger, retorted, "Do you even know how to read? You dare lecture me on reason?" Chapter 52. Crossing the street, perhaps due to the magnitude of the director's recruitment of disciples overshadowing all other matters, the fervor surrounding Chan Chao's brazen murder of a monk had diminished. However, the Xie family continued to stir the pot from behind the scenes, leading many citizens of the divine capital to count down the days, thinking it would conclude soon. Time passed slowly, and soon the day arrived. After the morning assembly, officials from the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate remained behind. These constituted the three judicial departments of the Great Liang dynasty. Simultaneously, the three external cultivators were summoned into the palace. The middle-aged nun had waited long for this day. She felt that all her patience had been exhausted and yearned to storm into the Dali Temple and dismember Chan Chao. However, despite her intentions, she did not act on them. Though she had become mad, she still understood that the divine capital was not a place for her to run amok. As she walked through the imperial city today, gazing upon the green tiles and red walls, feeling the engraved runes and formations, she felt profoundly uncomfortable. Yet, even with such discomfort, she had to learn to endure. Even when she occasionally spotted those imperial city guards, whom she regarded as coarse warriors, she could only walk past them expressionlessly, unable to do anything. In contrast to her, Su Yu and Yuku appeared far more composed, their expressions serene, with no emotions displayed. The three followed the palace attendants to the imperial study, where the nun's countenance had become exceedingly grim, contemplating the imminent audience with the Emperor of the Great Liang. Even though they would not have to kneel, performing a bow was still a challenge for one so accustomed to being above others. However, the doors did not open. The attendant outside the imperial study glanced at the three and softly announced, "His Majesty has decreed that the three celestial masters may leave now." The expression of the middle-aged Taoist nun softened, her countenance improved, and the two remaining companions nodded slightly before turning to depart. Entering the palace was a rule established many years prior, yet the prospect of encountering the Emperor of Liang, who was said to have become a carefree warrior, posed a challenge for them. Under the current circumstances, however, this was indeed the most favorable outcome. As the three figures receded from view, the eunuch turned and entered the inner chamber. The study was sparsely furnished, aside from rows of bookshelves made from the rare and precious yellow pear wood. There was only an ordinary writing desk, at this moment. His Majesty the Emperor sat behind the desk, perusing a book of miscellaneous discussions. The eunuch quietly reported the events outside, then inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we summon the officials from the three law offices?" The Emperor's voice rang out, lacking in authority, perhaps due to his pleasant mood while discussing the headmaster. "I have heard that the headmaster has recently taken on his final disciple, a young girl no less. How peculiar, considering that all 71 of his previous disciples were male, and now he has this sole offspring." The eunuch, who had served in the palace for over 20 years, replied softly, "The headmaster has always been free-spirited, conducting himself with his own principles." Principles? What principles does that old man have? He simply has a foul temper and a strong fist, yet I find that rather appealing. The Emperor of Liang, the de facto ruler of a dynasty, could reduce the esteemed headmaster, revered by countless scholars across the realm, to merely an old curmudgeon. Yet, no one dared to contradict him. Surely, if the headmaster were present, he would have retorted. After exchanging a few idle remarks, the Emperor recalled his duties and calmly stated, "Inform the officials of the three law offices that everything should be handled impartially, with Han Pu, the Minister of Justice, presiding over the examination." The eunuch acknowledged, though he felt puzzled. Rumors had been rampant in the capital, suggesting that the young man had stirred up trouble in the city because the Daliang court was reconsidering its stance towards foreign practitioners. A notion originating from none other than the Emperor himself. Given this inclination, one would expect some favoritism in today's proceedings regarding the town's governor, yet only a seemingly inconsequential edict had been issued. It was often said that the imperial heart was inscrutable, yet as eunuchs, they spent their days speculating on the emperor's thoughts. After exiting the study, the eunuch conveyed the emperor's decree to the awaiting officials of the three law offices. On his way back to the inner chamber, he continued to ponder the emperor's intentions. Meanwhile, the officials from the three law offices were also deep in thought. The Minister of Justice contemplated, casting a glance at Han Pu, adorned in a bright red official robe, and nervously approached him, lowering his voice to ask, "Master Han, could it be that the emperor's decree bears no ulterior motives?" From the moment the young man arrived in the capital, they had been speculating about the emperor's thoughts. Like many others, they were eager to discern whether the current situation had arisen organically or if the emperor was subtly instigating events. If the emperor had intentions, they, as his subjects, would like to know how they might act accordingly. Yet, as the day of judgment approached, why had they only received this seemingly neutral imperial order? Listening to this, Han Pu considered the Minister of Justice to be rather foolish, nearly laughing aloud, but he quickly restrained his expression and replied nonchalantly, "His Majesty is a wise ruler. How could he act with bias? We must conduct our examination impartially and uncover the truth of the matter, which is all we owe to the emperor." Despite saying this, Han Pu could not help but recall the intriguing young man. The evidence against him was undeniable, yet he lacked any substantial proof to offer in his defense. Even if he were to disclose the truth during the proceedings of the three law offices, how would it change anything? According to the emperor's decree, the upcoming examination would be presided over by the Minister of Justice, necessitating that the proceedings be held not in the Ministry of Justice, but rather in its own courthouse. Therefore, upon returning to the Ministry of Justice after exiting the palace, Chen Xiao finally left the confines of the Daliang prison, where he had resided for over half a month. As he donned the heavy shackles once more, Chen Xiao glanced at his arms, reflecting that his time in the dim prison had not been entirely without merit, as it had at least rendered his skin somewhat fairer. Amused by this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. A ghostly voice spoke up, tinged with regret. You are about to die. How can you still find a reason to laugh? Chen Chao snapped back to reality, realizing he had exited the gates of the Ministry of Justice and stood before the familiar prison cart and the equally familiar figure of Wang Quan. Why is it you again? Chen Chao exclaimed, bewildered. Wang Quan grinned, saying, You are now a repeat offender. What if something goes awry during transport? The left guard is responsible for the safety of the capital, and it is only logical for them to assist the Ministry of Justice. IT may be acceptable for you, but we are in the capital. Surely a new prison cart could be procured? Wang Quan nodded, of course, but I thought you might have some attachment to this one, having ridden in it before. Chen Chao remained expressionless, silently cursing this fellow. After a moment, he seemed to have an idea, lowering his voice to ask, Could it be that Commander Song has had a change of heart and sent you to rescue me? Wang Quan was taken aback, then looked at Chen Chao as if he were a fool. Kid, this is the capital. Chen Chao was well aware of this, contemplating the situation. IT was merely a harmless jest. Calmly, he re-entered the prison cart, observing the pleasant weather and thinking it might be a good omen. The procession slowly departed the long street, quickly attracting a crowd of onlookers. The upcoming examination of Chen Chao by the 3 law offices had already become common knowledge throughout the capital, making the presence of these citizens quite natural. However, during the trial at the Ministry of Justice, only a handful of them would be permitted to attend as spectators. This time, Chen Chao did not lower his head. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, as if he already knew that today marked the final day of his life and wished to take in the world one last time. He had been accused of killing foreign practitioners. Yet he was still just a young man. Was it truly the case that someone so young had to face death? Indeed, he had also heard that he had served as the town's governor for several years, protecting the local populace from the threats of monstrous beings. There must be some hidden circumstances surrounding this matter. The question was whether those officials would grant him justice. That aside, the situation now involved foreign practitioners, making it all the more complicated. Those practitioners had never regarded them as human. While killing them was one matter, the situation had escalated, and now the court seemed powerless. How dare you speak such words? Are you seeking death? The clamor of voices along the long street erupted continuously, as many had become aware of Chen Chao's identity. With the encouragement of the Xie family, they even learned of his accomplishments during his tenure as the town's governor. Thus, although they did not yet know the truth of the matter, sympathy had already begun to swell. As ordinary citizens, they sought little more than a peaceful life, free from the fear of monstrous threats in the capital. However, in other regions, having a competent governor was of paramount importance. Accompanying Chen Chao's prison cart to the Ministry of Justice were several horse-drawn carriages. The 3 Qi refiners, who had entered the palace and were now exiting, encountered the procession along the long street and the Ministry of Justice. Upon stopping, they inevitably overheard the gossip from the crowds. The middle-aged Taoist nun was infuriated by the remarks. Had they not been in the capital, she would have likely unleashed a murderous rampage. Especially upon hearing the comment that he deserved to die, a surge of rage ignited within her, and she could hardly restrain herself from striking down the speaker. Yet, before she could act, the voice of Su Yu rippled through her mind, urging, Wang Dagyu, exercise restraint in this situation. If you act rashly, it is not just that scoundrel who will perish. Even the 3 of us may not escape the capital. Despite their history of discord, Su Yu felt compelled to speak up, genuinely fearing that this madwoman might act recklessly. While killing elsewhere might be manageable, this was the capital, beneath the watchful eyes of the emperor. Should she truly resort to violence, even their powerful sect would struggle to shield them. The middle-aged Taoist nun exhaled sharply, striving to regain her composure. Indeed, she was a madwoman, but at this moment, a sliver of reason remained. Even so, she venomously cursed, vile commoners, all of them deserve to die. Chapter 53. When that young man speaks, the hall of the Ministry of Justice was spacious, having hosted many trials, yet none could compare in significance or the stature of the defendants to those of the Daliang court. Nevertheless, it was the Ministry of Justice, and as the Minister of Justice reluctantly took his seat behind the desk on the left, his mood soured. He glanced across at the Inspector General of the Censorate, an emaciated scholar in his 50s, who settled into his seat with his eyes half closed, appearing to doze off. This attitude clearly indicated that he would not be particularly invested in the forthcoming trial. In truth, The joint examination by the three law offices would always necessitate a division of authority. Since Han Pu, the Minister of Justice, was to preside, it was best for the other two to refrain from overshadowing him. However, the Minister of Justice had received different news prior and did not share this sentiment. Clad in a vibrant red official robe, Han Pu entered the hall, taking his place at the head of the table. Today, he appeared less fearsome than usual. Indeed, his crimson robe bore a somewhat lively hue. 3 middle-aged Taoist nuns approached from outside the hall, prompting the three officials of the judicial department to rise in acknowledgement. Regardless of their affiliations with the external cultivators, the respect due in this moment was undeniable, much like the necessity for these three to enter the palace and meet the emperor. Once the nuns took their seats, the officials resumed theirs. A handful of commoners were permitted to enter the courtyard, albeit at a distance from the grand hall, allowing them to clearly hear the sounds emanating from within. Everything was prepared for the proceedings. The Minister of Justice spoke softly. "Lord Han, you may bring in the prisoner." Han Pu replied calmly, "Bring in the prisoner." The sound of chains dragging across the ground filled the air as a disheveled young man in tattered black robes was led in by two constables. He moved with excruciating slowness, as though he had endured unspeakable torture in the Dali Temple, and his current state evoked a profound sense of pity. The middle-aged Taoist nun let out a cold laugh. Her satisfaction evident, the two constables withdrew, leaving only Chen Chao present. The Minister of Justice could not suppress his indignation, exclaiming, "Why do you not kneel?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged nun nodded, while Su Yu frowned. Han Pu, the prefect of Dali Temple, wore a grim expression, casting a deep glance at the minister but remaining silent. Chen Chao shot a defiant glance at the nun seated to the side, provoking her ire anew, yet she could not express it openly, only feeling increasingly distressed. "According to the laws of the Great Liang, I have not yet been convicted. I am still the town protector of Tianqing County. Just like you, a government official of the court. Why should I kneel?" Chen Chao squinted at the Minister of Justice. The onlookers in the courtyard murmured among themselves, some unable to refrain from praising him. The Minister of Justice retorted angrily, "You have committed the act of murdering cultivators. What more is there to say? At this moment, do you not feel remorse?" His words aimed to establish the tone for the day's proceedings. However, before Chen Chao could respond, Han Pu, with a stoic expression, interjected, "What he says is indeed in accordance with the laws of the Great Liang. There is no conviction at this time." The Minister of Justice was taken aback, glancing at Han Pu, and chose not to speak further. As for the inspector from the Supervisory Bureau, he seemed to have closed his eyes again, appearing oblivious to the unfolding drama. "The three sects of the South Sky sect of the Sanchi Prefecture have accused you of murdering their disciples. Is there any truth to this?" Han Pu directed his inquiry at Chen Chao, his lips moving as he contemplated whether this youth had the means to resolve the situation. After a moment of silence, Chen Chao nodded. "There is indeed such a matter." Han Pu sighed internally and asked, "How many were there, and for what reason did you kill them?" "To report to you, my lord, one was named Gua Shi from Sanchi Prefecture, and another was Yin Ruoshui from the South Sky sect, whom they refer to as Fairy Yin. There were also a pair of siblings, but I cannot recall their names." Chen Chao began, but his inability to recall the siblings' names caused Yuka's expression to darken. "The town protector of Qingshan County came to the county office to seek my assistance, stating that a cave in the mine had collapsed and requested my investigation. However, he mentioned it was not urgent and that I should wait for a few individuals. Though he did not specify who they were. As Chen Chao recounted the events, the Minister of Justice interrupted, "That individual is now deceased. What you have said lacks corroboration, so do not attempt to drag this out unnecessarily." Chen Chao glanced at Han Pu, who remained unresponsive, before shifting his gaze back to the minister and asking, "Dare I inquire, my lord, do you typically handle cases in this manner, without allowing the accused to clarify the circumstances before making rash conclusions?" Chen Chao's intense gaze bore down on the Minister of Justice, his demeanor now exuding confidence, rendering any semblance of pity irrelevant. "You?" The Minister of Justice was momentarily speechless. Occupying a high position within the Justice Ministry, he would not have personally presided over such a significant case were it not for its gravity. The current matter was known to the county magistrate of Tianqing and the prefect of Mekong County. How could he claim that the lower officials were dragging their feet? "It seems you wield the laws of the Great Liang as if you have never truly studied them," Chen Chao scoffed, a scornful smile on his face. The Minister of Justice turned pale, Unable to fathom that this youth, now deemed a criminal, would dare to speak so boldly, he pointed a trembling finger at Chen Chao, exclaiming, "You are outrageous. Outrageous? I can be even more so." Chen Chao retorted coldly, "Lord Han, according to the laws of the Great Liang, if this Minister of Justice has any ties to the external cultivators, does he not forfeit his right to participate in this trial?" Han Pu was taken aback, then replied, "Indeed, such a clause exists in the laws of the Great Liang." "What a sharp-tongued lad, Lord Han. Do we not require the use of torture?" A voice suddenly broke the tension, not from the middle-aged nun, but from Su Yu, who had always been composed. He fixed his gaze on Han Pu, his expression unyielding. "The matter is clear. We possess evidence. While he can only make unfounded accusations, I propose to employ secret techniques from my sect to conduct a thorough examination. I fear it may yield results even swifter than Lord Han's methods." The middle-aged nun, initially inclined to speak, nodded slightly upon hearing Su Yu. Although her feelings toward this cultivator from the South Sky sect had not entirely changed, they had shifted somewhat. Before Han Pu could respond, Chen Chao suddenly declared, "We are in the capital now, not beyond its walls. Do you still wish to act as if you were in Tianqing County, killing without inquiry? After killing, I know I will face your retribution. Yet I am aware of my duty as the town protector to safeguard the land and its people. Hence, I have not fled, remaining steadfast in my post." His voice rang out loudly enough for the commoners in the courtyard to hear clearly. After a brief moment of silence, the courtyard erupted into an uproar. The crowd began to murmur excitedly, having been previously unaware of such details. Now enlightened, it was only natural for them to empathize with Chen Chao, particularly moved by his declaration that he would not abandon his post even in the face of grave danger. This was their town protector of the Great Liang, who, despite having committed a crime, was being unjustly disregarded by the laws of the Great Liang, in the capital, no less, the very capital of the Great Liang, where the laws should hold sway. These thoughts surged through the minds of all present, their eyes widening in disbelief, voices rising in protest, nearly overturning the entire justice ministry. Outside the ministry, the streets resonated with fervent cries. Though they could not enter the courtyard, the news had spread. "Please, esteemed officials, uphold justice for Town Protector Chen. Town Protector Chen is a good man. He is innocent." The declaration of his duty to protect the land and its people stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Their fear of the external cultivators was cast aside as they focused solely on seeking justice for Chen Chao. The Minister of Justice's complexion darkened as he absorbed the outcry from outside, rendered speechless. From the outset, Chen Chao had adhered strictly to the laws of the Great Liang, leaving him with no grounds for reproach. To defend the external cultivators now would surely incite public wrath. Su Yu's face turned ashen, remaining silent, while the middle-aged nun seethed with murderous intent, wishing she could eliminate Chen Chao on the spot. Han Pu maintained his usual demeanor, his admiration for Chen Chao unmistakable in his gaze. Meanwhile, the inspector from the supervisory bureau appeared half asleep. Seemingly unperturbed by the din, Chen Chao pointed at the Minister of Justice, enunciating each word. "In light of these circumstances, I request that this esteemed minister withdraw from the proceedings. He lacks the qualification to adjudicate this case in the imperial study." Silence reigned as the Emperor of the Great Liang reviewed petitions concerning flood control from the south. He had yet to speak when a courtier quietly entered, kneeling to whisper about the events transpiring in the Grand Hall of the Justice Ministry. The Emperor, holding a red brush, did not delay in processing the petitions, smiling upon hearing the courtier's report. "Your Majesty, that youth during the trial accused the Minister of Justice of lacking the qualifications to preside over the case. This is truly unprecedented. If it were merely to stall for time, that would be one thing, but he even produced evidence from who knows where." The Great Liang Emperor replied nonchalantly, "In our realm, there are many ghosts. He is just one among them. It is not surprising. Before he even arrived in the capital, he already displayed considerable cunning. He is no ordinary youth. Today's trial is destined to be anything but simple. As for the evidence, with the Xie family supporting him, even if he cannot find irrefutable evidence against the court, procuring evidence of ties to external cultivators is hardly a challenge. Lord Han is still awaiting your Majesty's decree." The courtier interjected, noting the Emperor's sudden silence. "I already provided my decree. Why must he seek it again?" The emperor's earlier instructions had been given when the three officials entered the palace, to handle the matter with fairness. This fairness, however, did not pertain solely to Chen Xiao. Setting down the red brush, the emperor rubbed his temples, sipped his tea, and suddenly remarked, "Fetch the case files of that youth. I wish to see which family he hails from." Chapter 54. What does it matter if we come again 100 times? Seated at the head of the table, Han Pu regarded the freshly delivered evidence with an impassive expression. He gestured for it to be placed before the Minister of Justice for his examination. After glancing over the documents, the minister noted that the evidence was meticulously detailed, though many points were merely hinted at, failing to reveal the core issues. It was clear that the investigator had grasped more than he was letting on, leaving a degree of leeway and not revealing the true extent of the minister's connections to the external cultivators. Nevertheless, this was a statement of fact, a clever form of intimidation. The Minister of Justice gazed at the youth in the distance, unaware of the individuals behind him. At this moment, he was merely engulfed in a sense of anguish. The minister sank into his seat, his expression shifting continually, before he finally uttered weakly, "Indeed, such matters exist." Although his voice was barely audible, it nonetheless resonated throughout the courtyard. The common folk gathered in the yard immediately erupted in outrage, momentarily setting aside their fear of the cultivators, showing no regard for the Minister of Justice. Consuming the bounty of the great Liang dynasty while engaging in such actions would naturally incite their fury. The so-called authority held no significance for them at this moment. Han Pu waved his hand, instructing that the minister be taken away and for Deputy Minister Li to come forth. With no further news emanating from the palace, Han Pu understood the emperor's sentiments. The Minister of Justice presided as the head, flanked by two deputy ministers. Soon, the slender figure of Deputy Minister Li arrived, greeting Han Pu with a respectful bow. "I have come to see you, Lord Han. Please take a seat." Since the minister cannot preside over the trial, let Deputy Minister Li take his place, Han Pu announced. He cast a glance at the nearby cultivators before shifting his gaze to Chen Xiao, who stood resolute in the hall. He was uncertain of the youth's remaining tactics, but it was evident that his preparations extended beyond what met the eye. After Chen Xiao had requested the Minister of Justice to leave, he fell silent, a scenario that he had anticipated from the outset. Upon entering the Dali Temple, he had encountered a seemingly trivial scheme. Although Han Pu had intervened in time, Chen Xiao was acutely aware that within the Dali Temple, many cultivators lurked, keeping watch. Thus, when Xie Nandu visited him, despite having much to convey to the talented Xie woman, Chen Xiao refrained from speaking outright. Their conversation meandered around the topics of stoves and sweet potatoes, which essentially encapsulated everything unspoken. Knowing he was to be tried by the three law courts, how could Chen Xiao not prepare? Investigating the officials of the three law courts was an imperative task. Once Xie Nandu grasped Chen Xiao's intentions, she returned and had the Xie family look into the officials of the three law courts. Han Pu, the minister of Dali Temple, was well known as a solitary official within the great Liang dynasty, lacking any factions or connections with external cultivators. The Inspector General of the Surveillance Institute was also known for his integrity, remaining untainted by associations with either court officials or external cultivators. Only the Minister of Justice maintained a vague and unclear relationship with the outsiders. Therefore, Chen Xiao had recognized from the beginning that the Minister of Justice was undoubtedly aligned with the external cultivators. Forcing the Minister of Justice to retreat served two purposes. One was to diminish the influence of external cultivators within the three law courts, and the other was to evoke empathy from the onlooking populace, which was of utmost importance. As the situation escalated, news spread rapidly. After the personnel change, the trial naturally recommenced. Han Pu, noting a momentary lull in the crowd, inquired, "You admit to having killed those cultivators. What is the reason behind it?" Chen Xiao responded calmly, "I believe the three gentlemen have already reviewed the evidence presented. Indeed, I did slay those qi refiners, but the one named Gua Shi, upon entering Tianqing County, unjustly inflicted malevolent laws upon the county magistrate, Mi Ku, intending to torment him to death. Subsequently, I led them into the mine, and they sought to kill me first. I had no choice but to retaliate, resulting in their demise." As Chen Xiao recounted the circumstances, the citizens present wore expressions of fury, deeply unsatisfied. They had aligned themselves with Chen Xiao, and upon hearing that he had nearly been slain without cause, their anger surged. What an absurd justification! Does a life lost grant you the license to slander? A voice suddenly rang out, questioning with fervor. The speaker was neither the middle-aged Taoist nor Su Yu, but rather Yu Ku, who had remained silent until now. He glanced at the minister of Dali Temple, demanding, "Is this how the great Liang dynasty conducts trials? Can mere words sway truth?" After voicing this, you could turn to Chen Xiao, sneering, "Very well, I shall inquire. You claim Guoshi inflicted malevolent laws upon me, Ku. Do you possess any evidence?" In other words, if an investigation were to be conducted and nothing was found on him, what then? Chen Xiao replied placidly, "Guoshi is dead. The secret arts have dissipated, and there is nothing left to investigate." Another such statement? Yuka scoffed. "What you assert lacks any substantiation. It is likely merely a fabrication to evade culpability." As Yuka spoke, the atmosphere grew tense and silent, for indeed, despite Chen Xiao's assertions, he had yet to provide convincing evidence. Han Pu remained expressionless, while the newly arrived deputy minister Li appeared contemplative, lost in thought. The inspector general of the Surveillance Institute seemed unresponsive, as if he had been asleep since the beginning and had yet to awaken. "I believe we can conclude the case," Su Yu interjected, shaking his head. "What significance is there in listening to his ramblings?" He and Yuka turned their gaze towards Han Pu, exerting pressure on the minister of Dali Temple. The middle-aged Taoist also rose, casting a disdainful look at Chen Xiao, declaring, "Such a scoundrel deserves to be crushed underfoot. There is no need for such complications." Among those present, if anyone desired Chen Xiao's demise, this Taoist would surely claim the second position. No one would dare claim the first. Han Pu furrowed his brow, addressing Chen Xiao. "Do you have anything to say?" He understood that the youth likely had no further means at his disposal. Even if he did, it might not alter the current situation, as the fact that he had killed 4 cultivators remained indisputable. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiao suddenly laughed. "In truth, they are far too anxious." "What do you mean by too anxious?" Han Pu queried. "The descendants of several have perished at my hands. I can certainly comprehend your sorrow and anguish, which are entirely justified. However, they truly deserve to die." "Preposterous? Arrogant? You seek death." The reactions from the 3 cultivators varied. The middle-aged Taoist could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand, summoning her whisk, and with a swift motion, she lunged towards Chen Xiao, intent on striking him down within the confines of the Minister of Justice's hall. Han Pu's brow furrowed, and his crimson official robes flared dramatically, an overwhelming aura of killing intent radiating from him, plunging the entire hall into an abyss of terror, filled with cries and wails. Those with fragile spirits immediately cowered in pain. Clutching their heads, Su Yu and Yuku exchanged glances, their expressions grave, yet both implored in unison, "Master Wang, quell your rage." Had it been in another location, killing Chen Xiao might have sufficed, but here, in the capital, striking down the youth, who was already cornered, was utterly unnecessary. Should he be killed, they would find it impossible to leave the capital. The trial remained incomplete, and the youth had not yet been convicted. The great Liang dynasty could easily declare him innocent, whereas if the Taoist killed Chen Xiao, she would have no justification. The whisk split the air, akin to tumultuous waves crashing ashore. Yet Han Pu stood resolute, impervious to the Taoist's feeble attempts. Following a brief confrontation, the Taoist was soon forced back several paces, while Han Pu remained steadfast. "Master Wang, do you not comprehend where we stand? This is the capital, the hall of the Minister of Justice, not your Sanchi sect. Perhaps you ought to temper your actions," Han Pu remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. Though internally seething with anger, the Taoist's face was flushed with rage, yet she realized she was no match for Han Pu. As her fury waned, she understood that engaging in conflict here would have consequences far beyond her capacity to bear. Su Yu inhaled deeply, softly stating, "Lord Han, please forgive us. Forcing these external cultivators to back down is indeed a formidable challenge." Yet now, he found himself compelled to yield. Han Pu sneered, "If Master Wang behaves in such a manner, I cannot help but suspect there is more to this matter. Otherwise, why the urgency? If Chun, the defender, is indeed guilty, the laws of the great Liang dynasty will administer justice. Why must you take matters into your own hands?" The middle-aged Taoist snorted derisively, her expression darkening. Yet she refrained from uttering further words, merely returning to her seat in silence. Indeed, this was not her place in the capital. Su Yu and Yuko also resumed their seats. Han Pu looked at Chen Xiao, and he could not help but admire the youth. With just a single statement, he had managed to unsettle the three cultivators. This degree of cunning was worthy of respect. However, before Han Pu could speak, Chun Xiao interjected, "I previously stated that they sought to kill me, and thus I killed them. This is not the motive for my actions. I killed them because they truly deserved it. If given the chance to choose 100 times, I would still slay them." His tone was calm, yet this very calmness rendered the faces of the three cultivators ashen, almost dripping with disdain. Han Pu inquired, "Why do you assert this?" Taking a deep breath, Chun Xiao slowly articulated, "Setting aside Gua Shi's unfounded malevolence towards me Ju and Shou, and not mentioning their murderous intent before even entering the mine. The very purpose of their visit to the mine necessitated that I eliminate them." Upon hearing this, Su Yu's brow furrowed slightly, while Yuka's face turned a deep shade of anger, and the middle-aged Taoist once again felt the flames of hatred boiling within her. The atmosphere in the courtroom grew exceedingly quiet, with no one daring to utter a word as all awaited the forthcoming verdict. Han Pu squinted, observing the ever-seriously Shirlang fixated upon Chen Xiao. While the Grand Inspector of the Censorate opened his eyes, the citizens in the courtyard maintained a solemn silence. Chen Xiao, with utmost gravity, proclaimed, "The individuals who ventured to the mine did not do so in pursuit of the mystical vein, but rather to usurp the dragon vein of our great Liang dynasty." Upon utterance of this declaration, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence, akin to death itself. Chapter 55. A brief interlude as dusk approached. The evening glow hung in the sky like a sea of flames, a sight of exquisite beauty. The eunuch, clutching a scroll, rushed through the imperial city, too preoccupied to admire the view, hastening towards the imperial study. Yet, before he could reach his destination, he encountered the figure of a man clad in imperial robes, who had already emerged. The Emperor of Liang, appreciating the twilight, decided to indulge in its beauty. "Your Majesty, I have arrived late. Please grant me punishment," the eunuch stammered, hastily kneeling and raising the scroll in his hands, before softly recounting the current events unfolding in the Ministry of Justice. The Emperor seemed indifferent to the matter, instead gazing into the distance at the sunset, smiling as he remarked, "This must be the most beautiful sight in the world." After saying this, he casually took the scroll, glanced through it a few times, and then tossed it aside. "Go think we have nurtured so many individuals, and yet cannot even ascertain the identity of a mere child." The Emperor squinted into the distance, although he spoke without anger. The eunuch, having served in the palace for many years, instinctively understood the underlying tension and dared not offer an explanation. The Emperor shook his head and remarked, "That young man possesses some skill. From what you say, he is wholeheartedly devoted to our great Liang." The eunuch replied softly, "I do not know the truth, but from the young man's words, it seems so." The Emperor chuckled, whether out of genuine belief in the situation or simply finding it amusing was unclear. Even if the youth knew of the dragon vein and had a righteous cause to slay those few practitioners, what of the evidence? The powerful need not adhere to evidence, for their sheer strength allows them to disregard the world's rules. Much like the Academy's headmaster who once confronted Su Yi, questioning how many days of study he had undertaken to dare speak reason. While the headmaster held the title of an educator, it did not necessarily imply extensive knowledge or truth in all matters. Thus, that statement, devoid of logic, nonetheless carried weight in the eyes of the powerful. Without evidence, could Han Pu truly release him? Would those fools simply acquiesce? The relationship between the great Liang and the outside world appeared cordial at a glance, yet the reality was far from harmonious. This was evident from the derogatory remarks made by the Taoist priestess regarding the common folk. And now the Emperor's own disdainful words. Suddenly, the Emperor inquired, "What of that girl?" The eunuch replied softly, "Your Majesty, we have received word from the Academy. It is said the headmaster has taken advantage of the twilight to venture out of the city for a spring outing." To venture out of the city for a spring outing at twilight was somewhat absurd. The eunuch pondered before adding, "The young lady of the Xie family, however, remains in the capital." The Emperor smiled, choosing not to speak further in stark contrast to the earlier shock. When Chen Xiao uttered the words dragon vein, the citizens in the courtyard began to engage in animated discussions, for they were utterly bewildered by the concept of a dragon vein. What exactly was it? Fortunately, not everyone was unaware, and soon the discourse escalated into vehement condemnation. Upon comprehending the nature of the dragon vein, The crowd's anger swelled, their gazes filled with pure disdain and fury towards the three practitioners. Had it not been for various constraints, they might have wished to strike them down and consume them whole. This was no ordinary matter. It was the dragon vein, the foundation of the great Liang dynasty. Han Pu's countenance darkened. Even before Chen Xiao had spoken, he had dispatched a messenger to inform the emperor at that moment. Li Shilang from the ministry appeared somewhat flustered. With the three judicial offices convening, he had merely been brought in as a fill-in, yet now he found himself entangled in a monumental affair. One misstep could see him implicated. Recalling how the Minister of Justice had recently faced repercussions due to a similar incident, undoubtedly displeasing the emperor. Even if the minister were not immediately dismissed, it was likely he would resign within the next year or two, leaving Li, as the left minister, poised to become the next Minister of Justice. Little did he know such calamity awaited him. As for the Grand Inspector of the Censorate, who had previously appeared drowsy, he now perked up upon hearing the accusation. If a few practitioners were to be slain, it might not be a grave matter, but now that it entangled the very foundation of the Great Liang, how could it be trivial? However, before any of the three could speak, Su Yu slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Nonsense! The theft of the Great Liang's dragon vein is no trivial matter. If substantiated, none of the three sects can expect to escape unscathed. You scoundrel, in your desperation for survival, you dare to utter such outrageous fabrications." Su Yu turned to Han Pu, frowning. "Han Darin, he speaks so absurdly. Is this not outrageous? Will you not take action?" Han Pu disregarded Su Yu, instead focusing on Chen Xiao. After delivering his statement, Chen Xiao fell silent for a moment, not out of fear of the subsequent revelations, but to afford everyone a moment's pause, granting the one in the palace some time, and allowing the one by the South Lake some time, but most importantly, to give the citizens of the capital a moment to reflect. At present, it was uncertain how many were observing the joint hearing of the three judicial offices. Hence, if the citizens within the courtyard were informed, so too would those outside, and soon the entire populace of the capital would be aware. This was the essence of his waiting. Now it was nearly time. He then spoke. Guo Shiyin, Ruo Shui, and their companions arrived in Tianqing County under the pretense of selecting special ores at the Shiming mine, masking their true intent with the guise of seeking a mystical vein. However, in reality, beneath that mine lies a dragon vein, though not the main vein. Its theft would undoubtedly undermine the foundation of our Great Liang. Han Pu inquired, "Do you possess any corroborating evidence?" He was aware that Chen Xiao lacked definitive proof. Thus, his question sought to ascertain what substantiation he could provide. Chen Xiao looked towards Su Yu and solemnly stated, "Let the officials of the Qintian Bureau investigate the mine. They shall yield the truth." Han Pu remained silent for a moment, refraining from immediate response. Why had the youth not mentioned this earlier? Now that they were in the capital, to verify with Wei Zhou would require several days. Even if it were proven that a dragon vein existed beneath the mine, it would only confirm the existence of the vein. Not that Chen Xiao had killed the practitioners for this reason. Very well spoken. Indeed, a silver-tongued lad. Su Yu's voice rang out again, coldly scoffing. "At this point, what does it matter what you say? Even if the mine possesses a dragon vein, how can you prove that our disciples sought it out rather than merely stumbled upon it?" Though Su Yu's derision was palpable, his words did carry some validity. Chen Xiao countered, "Then I could claim I merely chanced upon killing those few. Would you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu fell silent, while Youku erupted in fury. "The evidence of your murders is irrefutable. You cannot spout nonsense here. From one perspective, the death of their disciples at Chen Xiao's hands could be seen as justified anger, especially if his statements were merely fabrications meant to provoke. Thus, even the citizens of the courtyard hesitated to voice their thoughts. The earlier fervor had dissipated in the absence of evidence. Indeed, despite all discussions, Chen Xiao's words would always lack one crucial element: evidence. The powerful dismiss evidence, relying instead on their capabilities to compel others into submission, achieving the outcomes they desire, but the powerless cannot afford such luxury. Hence, evidence is paramount. Chen Xiao declared, "What I say is true. I deemed them deserving of death for their attempt to usurp the dragon vein of our Great Liang, and thus I acted, for I am a guardian of the realm. It is my duty. Even if I were not a guardian, but merely an ordinary citizen, it would still be my obligation. As a subject of Liang, this is my responsibility." Upon hearing this, the citizens in the courtyard nodded in agreement. Yet their fervor had long since diminished. Even if they felt Chen Qiao's stance was justified, the reality remained. Everything must be substantiated by evidence. Han Pu remained silent. Li Shilang continued to fret over his future. Where was the evidence? The next inquiry came from the Grand Inspector of the Censorate, his tone gentle, resembling that of a kindly teacher asking a student if they could recite their lessons. The three practitioners exchanged knowing smirks, convinced that Chen Qiao possessed no evidence, hence his incessant babbling. In reality, he had nothing to present, nothing to prove. Scoundrel, you have struggled long enough. Do you still refuse to accept your fate? Why should I accept my fate? Chen Qiao replied calmly. I have done no wrong. Wei River felt considerably more relaxed, his voice taking on an air of ease, for in this moment, he had nearly comprehended that the youth before him was beyond salvation. No longer capable of struggling, and no matter how you articulate your arguments, without evidence, all is rendered meaningless. Suyu could not suppress a cold laugh. At this juncture, victory was evidently within their grasp. However, he soon lifted his head once more and smiled, saying, Evidence? Of course I possess it. The moment those words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned to Chen Qiao, as no one had anticipated such a declaration, nor could anyone fathom that the situation would take a sudden turn. Suyu exchanged glances with his companions, their expressions subtly shifting, yet they maintained their composure. The Grand Inspector was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Chen Qiao and smiled, saying, Then produce it. This felt akin to a teacher encouraging a student in a private academy. Chen Qiao replied, It may take a moment. Chapter 56. A minor disturbance. A moment? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three cultivators shifted multiple times. The middle-aged Taoist nun was about to speak again but was restrained by Suyu, who tugged at her sleeve. Among the three, she was the least composed, and he did not wish her to disrupt the current situation. After exchanging a glance with Suyu, Yuka coldly remarked, Who can ascertain the authenticity of your so-called evidence? It appears you merely wish to delay further. This trial by the three judicial courts had already endured for approximately 2 hours, ample time. And yet Chen Qiao had failed to produce even a shred of proof. Regardless of the circumstances, his claim of possessing evidence was hardly convincing. The Daliang court genuinely intended to shield you. Do they not fear our wrath? Yuka fixed his gaze on Han Pu, elevating the stakes of the matter. This simultaneously conveyed their current sentiments and intentions. Yet Han Pu paid him no mind. The Minister of Justice merely turned his attention to Chen Qiao, his eyes laden with myriad emotions that gradually dissipated. Before inquiring, How long must we wait? The Grand Inspector instinctively echoed, Yes, how long? Chen Qiao pondered for a moment before responding calmly, Half an hour. Who would grant you half an hour? Yuku immediately interjected in opposition, his voice frigid. Who knows what further excuses he may conjure in that time? This rascal merely seeks to stall, and I cannot fathom whether you are unable to see through this ruse or simply choose to ignore it. Yuku and his companions were unwilling to afford Chen Qiao even a moment's grace. Although they remained convinced he could not produce evidence, they feared he possessed other means. After all, from the very beginning, this youth had demonstrated an extraordinary level of cunning. What if he truly had a contingency plan? I implore Lord Han to render a judgment immediately. The matter is abundantly clear, Suyu declared bluntly. If not, our sect of Southern Qi refineries will undoubtedly seek justice from Daliang. This was a blatant threat. Minister Li, preoccupied with the prospects of his career, displayed little interest in the matter, while the Grand Inspector, though attentive, ultimately deferred to Han Pu. Han Pu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Chen Qiao before suddenly stating, Since you claim to need half an hour, I shall grant you half an hour. As those words fell, Suyu and his companions were poised to erupt. However, what Han Pu uttered next rendered them speechless. I am willing to afford him another half an hour. Should Chen Jingxiu still fail to produce evidence by then, I shall be guilty alongside him. From the banks of Nanhu to the Grand Hall of the Ministry of Justice, even by carriage, it would not take long. The students of the academy watched as the carriage departed once more, speculating where the young lady of the Xie family might be heading. Huangji concealed himself within the crowd, silently observing, his gaze fervent, as if striving to penetrate the curtain and discern the identity of the young woman seated within. Yet, he could not see through as the carriage rolled away. The sound of hooves gradually faded. Inside the carriage, Lu Yi curiously inquired, Miss, Are we returning home? The young lady, engrossed in a scroll of cultivation methods, shook her head, her gaze unwavering as she replied, "To the Ministry of Justice." Upon hearing this response, Lu Yi grew even more perplexed and astonished. Yet she was not foolish. She quickly exclaimed, "Miss, are you also going to join the fray? Where is the most bustling place in the capital today?" "Certainly, it is at the Ministry of Justice, where a significant case is unfolding, drawing the attention of numerous nobles. The events occurring in the Grand Hall will soon reach the ears of those esteemed individuals. Why would our young lady wish to partake in the commotion? Even if she harbored interest in that young commander, she could learn of it within the academy. Why venture there in person?" Lu Yi pondered extensively, to which Xianandu simply responded, "That young man is my friend." After a moment's reflection, she emphasized, "A good friend?" The two had indeed saved each other's lives, thus the term good friend was entirely appropriate. Lu Yi belatedly realized. The letter the miss wrote earlier was addressed to him? Xianandu nodded, smiling in silence. Lu Yi was taken aback once more, soon feeling curiosity towards the young man she had never met. She propped her chin in her hand and asked, "Miss, is that fellow handsome?" In response to this query, Xianandu shook her head, stating, "He can only be described as delicate." Lu Yi frowned. "So, he has read a lot of books?" Xianandu shook her head, "Not really." Lu Yi tentatively asked, "Then he comes from a good family?" Xianandu shook her head again. Lu Yi pouted. "Then why do you like him?" A brief silence ensued. Xianandu withdrew her gaze from the scroll and looked at her maid, slightly furrowing her brow as she asked, "Who says I like him?" Lu Yi observed her miss's demeanor, feeling somewhat flustered. However, before she could respond, a sudden cry of a horse echoed from outside the carriage, causing it to halt abruptly. Shortly after, there was a sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Xianandu frowned, while Lu Ye's complexion turned pale. Xianandu reached for the curtain, but Lu Yi clutched at her sleeve. Shaking her head, "Miss, do not." Xianandu disregarded her warning and continued to lift the curtain, revealing the scene outside. It was a wide and deep alley. Having only recently arrived in the capital, she was unaware of its location, but she knew well that this path did not lead to the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, at that moment, a rather ordinary-looking young man stood across from her. He was dressed in a long robe, appearing to be a scholar. Xianandu cast a glance at him, then looked at the carriage, where the driver lay dead, his expression blank, a thin line of blood marking his neck, blood pooling around him and staining his garments. This was not the first time she had encountered death, yet it still felt unsettling. Outside the capital, perhaps it could be brushed aside. But this was the capital. She was a scion of the Xie family, a student of the academy, and the direct disciple of the dean. With these three identities combined, why would anyone dare to lay a hand on her here? "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. The wrath of the Xie family and the dean is not something I can bear." Seemingly aware of Xianandu's thoughts, the young man smiled and explained, "I merely wish to ask you to wait here a moment. If you find it tedious, we can even engage in conversation." Xianandu frowned. She understood that someone did not wish for the young man to live. Compared to a ghost like the Minister of Justice, this specter surely bore far greater weight. Xianandu replied, "If he dies, I shall be very angry." The young man appeared unfazed, nodding. "I naturally know this, however. Although you have now become the direct disciple of the dean, you are not yet the dean. Your anger likely holds little significance." Xianandu furrowed her brow, feeling dissatisfied but begrudgingly agreeing with his assessment. "I must leave." Calculating the time, Xianandu's expression turned somewhat grim. The young man shook his head. "You cannot leave for the moment." Xianandu shook her head, refusing to accept such a circumstance. She stepped out of the carriage, her garments billowing in the wind. A faint aura of energy emerging, yet still feeble. Though she had attended some lessons and stepped into the preliminary realm, she was merely at its threshold, akin to a newly sprouted wildflower, refreshing yet lacking in utility. The young man chuckled. "I had thought you to be prudent, yet it seems you are somewhat foolish." The dean seemingly did not regard such matters highly. Did he place more value on talent than anything else? The young man waved his hand, suddenly realizing he had overestimated this young woman. Xianandu remained silent, advancing toward the young man across from her. Though she was at the preliminary realm, she could not discern his level of cultivation. The young man furrowed his brow, quickly grasping a realization. He sighed and remarked, "So, you are not foolish after all, but rather quite clever." Xianandu stated calmly. You may not let me come to harm, but if I were to encounter trouble, it would still fall upon you. The young man chuckled. A commendable notion, but your cultivation is too low. I do not wish for you to encounter trouble, and you are incapable of doing so. As soon as the words left his lips, the young man took a step forward, and his form abruptly dispersed. When he reappeared, he stood before Xianandu. Yet just as he reached out his hand, he furrowed his brow, retreating several paces back to his original position. He gazed in astonishment at the alley's entrance. A scholar had appeared there, quietly observing the scene within the alley. Weixu.in the entire divine capital, there are few who do not recognize him. He is a disciple of the and one of the most renowned among them. The young man gazed at Wei Su. His expression darkened to an extreme. After a moment, he spoke with an impassive face. Wei Su, it shouldn't be you appearing here. Wei Su understood the implication behind his words, yet simply shook his head and replied, This is my junior sister Tso. After entering this tutelage, you have become indifferent to everything. The young man's face was tinged with anger as he pointed at Wei Su and coldly stated, Do not forget some matters. Wei Su, unfazed by his words, calmly responded, You may leave now. After saying this, Wei Su approached the carriage, looking at Xianandu with a smile. Junior sister, please get in. He chose to disregard the young man altogether. The young man stood at the end of the alley, doing nothing, saying nothing. He could do nothing. He had already spoken his piece, but unfortunately, the other party had chosen to ignore him. Xianandu nodded and turned to enter the carriage. Wei Su waited for a moment, pulled the reins, and the carriage turned around. Confucian teachings speak of the 6 arts of a gentleman, one of which is driving. As a student of the Wei Su was naturally proficient in this skill. Brother, could you hurry? We're running out of time. Xianandu's voice came, tinged with urgency. Wei Su pulled the reins and smiled. No worries, I will be quicker. Chapter 57. The conclusion. The hall of the Ministry of Justice was quiet for the past half hour. The incense used for timing burned slowly, the curling blue smoke gradually dissipating, while Qian Zhao's expression grew increasingly grim. Han Pu, on the other hand, could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. After all the effort to stir up a youthful bravado for a gamble, did it have to end in such a dismal defeat? At that moment, he bore no ill will towards Qian Zhao, only feeling a sense of absurdity. Why had he entertained such thoughts earlier? Was it merely due to their connection? The expressions of the middle-aged Taoist priest and her 2 companions grew progressively brighter. Once the incense had completely burned out, Su Yu sighed in relief. A heavy burden finally lifted from his shoulders. He turned to Han Pu and said, The time has come, Lord Han. It is time to conclude the case. Perhaps due to his current elation, his tone lacked the usual arrogance and had softened considerably. Wei Yu nodded in satisfaction, feeling exceedingly joyful himself. Had he not been in that place, he might have even shouted out loud. The middle-aged Taoist priest's hatred for Qian Zhao remained unabated. Even though his demise was now inevitable, she was still dissatisfied, as she had not yet tormented him to death. She even contemplated whether to devise a method to take this little thief away and slowly torture him. At this moment, they believed the situation was already settled. The inspector of the censorate let out a deep sigh, his voice soft but clearly audible in the silence, except for Li Shilang, whose mind was elsewhere. Han Pu shook his head and stated, Since you cannot provide evidence, I shall have to conclude this case based on the current evidence. He glanced at the incense that had burned out and routinely asked, Lastly, do you have anything to say? This question left Su Yu and the others somewhat displeased, but they held their tongues, knowing that a conclusion was imminent. Thus, they could afford this brief moment. Qian Zhao's complexion darkened. He indeed had evidence to prove his innocence, but fearing unforeseen events in the Dali Temple, he had entrusted the evidence to Song Lian before entering. That evidence should now be in the hands of that young girl. Yes, she was at the academy, a secure place. Yet the problem was, according to their agreement, she should have appeared in the hall of the Ministry of Justice by now, but she had not. Qian Zhao furrowed his brow in distress. Feeling a sense of unwillingness, he had not anticipated such an outcome. Xianandu's absence signified something must have gone awry. She had done so much for him. How could she abandon him at the last moment? He could only hope she was well. Qian Zhao glanced at Han Pu, a hint of apology in his eyes. But he quickly spoke up, I have a last wish. Though he understood that matters were likely reaching their conclusion, he still wished to make one last effort. Han Pu smiled wryly. While Su Yu and his companions frowned slightly, Li Shilang finally snapped back to attention, looking at the standing Chen Zhao and wondering if this was how the interrogation would conclude. The inspector shook his head. Chen Zhao wanted to speak his last words, but before he could, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Wait a moment." The young girl's clear voice echoed in the next instant. Both the inspector and Li Shilang stood up, while Han Pu reluctantly followed suit. The citizens in the courtyard gazed at the beautiful girl, somewhat mesmerized. They instinctively overlooked the scholar walking ahead, focusing solely on the fair maiden. However, the three officials in the hall of the Ministry of Justice were all fixated on the scholar. It had been said before. In the divine capital, only a rare few do not recognize this scholar. Most are familiar with him and, regardless of their inclinations, must treat him with respect, for he is not just any scholar. He is a student of and quite a famous one at that. Having frequently accompanied this scholar often carried this intent. "I have met Mr. Wei." Li Shilang and the inspector spoke simultaneously, paying their respects. Although Su Yu and his companions had long resided outside and did not often visit the divine capital, they indeed recognized this scholar. Upon seeing him, they could only return the gesture. They bowed not merely because he was one of the students, but more critically, this scholar was but a step away from the of forgetfulness. At his age, this was an exceedingly rare achievement. In other words, in a few years, this scholar would stand at the pinnacle of cultivation, becoming an object of admiration and a true figure of significance in the world. Yet the expressions of the three were not particularly pleasant. Wei Su smiled and returned their greeting, then turned to Han Pu and said, "I wonder if I am late." Had the speaker been an ordinary scholar, Su Yu and the others would certainly have remarked that he was tardy. However, now they could not bring themselves to utter those words. Han Pu glanced at Xianandu, knowing well that the evidence Chen Zhao spoke of was likely in her possession. As all eyes and attention were drawn to Mr. Wei, Chen Zhao looked at Xianandu and said softly, "If you had arrived any later, you would have had to help collect my corpse." Xianandu's lips curled slightly, her brows raised as she smiled. "I thought you had considered this possibility." Chen Zhao lamented, "I am no immortal. How could I foresee that there would still be problems?" Indeed, after entering the Dali Temple, he had contemplated many things and made numerous arrangements, yet beneath all those preparations, there were still some oversights. For instance, he had not anticipated that even Xianandu would be intercepted on her way. Xianandu extended her hand, passing the demon orb to Chen Zhao, saying, "Fortunately, I have my senior brother. Otherwise, I would have truly had to collect your corpse." The pair of youths conversed as if oblivious to their surroundings, which seemed somewhat out of place, yet held a peculiar significance, especially for the inspector, who was reminded of his own youthful days. Wei Su smiled at the scene, finding the young man slightly infuriating. Upon receiving the demon orb, Chen Zhao's heart finally settled. His life and future hinged upon this orb. "Lord Han, I have brought the evidence." Holding up the demon orb, Chen Zhao was nearly overcome with joy. Initially, in the black market, he had nearly sold this orb. Had he done so, he would have been left with no escape. Thankfully, the demon orb was quickly presented to Han Pu, its images unfolding to reveal the scene within the mine. The moment he entered the mine, Chen Zhao had sensed that his fortunes were grim. Besides remaining vigilant, he had used this orb to record that day's events. As a martial artist, he lacked any secret arts. If not for this orb, he would have been utterly without recourse. After killing a few people, he realized he would attract the vengeance of their sect. This orb was his last hope, but how to make it effective had been a constant puzzle for him. As they watched the shifting images, the middle-aged Taoist priest's expression darkened, her mood becoming increasingly heavy. Su Yu and Yuku exchanged glances, both recognizing the panic reflected in each other's eyes. They were well aware of the disciples dispatched to seek the dragon vein, and they knew Chen Zhao's claims were factual, yet they had not anticipated that the truth would actually be revealed. The demon orb was nothing particularly special, not even precious, yet it possessed the ability to record images. Before this, who could have known that Chen Zhao would possess such an item? "Do any of you have something to say?" Han Pu looked at the three, stating calmly, "I too would like to hear your explanation." The trio's expressions turned grim, remaining silent. "There must be hidden truths, my lord. Discern wisely." Su Yu began but spoke softly, almost weakly. Han Pu scoffed, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. What a hidden truth indeed. Suddenly, a chorus of voices emerged from the courtyard, expressing support for Chen Zhao, their sounds threatening to topple the roof of the Ministry of Justice. Outside, the clamor intensified, a blend of joy and anger intertwining, making it difficult to discern which emotion prevailed. Han Pu turned to Li Shilang and the inspector, saying, "It is time to conclude the case." The inspector inquired, "Shall we summon the emperor for a decree?" "This matter is exceedingly grave. The evidence previously presented by the three middle-aged Taoists can substantiate that it was Chen Chao who murdered the four individuals from Guaxi. The demon orb now in Chen Chao's possession provides a more comprehensive account of the entire incident. This involves the lineage of southern Qi refiners and the very foundation of the Duliang kingdom. Given the magnitude of the situation, his cautious proposal is quite reasonable. There is no need for that. Your Majesty's previous decree was already quite explicit. Moreover, we are here to conclude this case. Other matters can be addressed later. Then I beseech Lord Han to make a decisive judgment. After the examination by the three judicial offices, it has been determined that Chen Chao, the town protector of Tianqing County, acted in self-defense when he killed the cultivator, and thus, he is exonerated." This declaration resonated loudly, echoing throughout the hall and spilling into the courtyard. The faces of the three middle-aged Taoists darkened. Even in their utmost fury, they found themselves unable to retaliate. What they should be concerned about now is another matter. Chen Chao, however, was filled with elation. The earlier melancholy and disappointment had vanished entirely. At this thought, he pondered how he could refrain from speaking. Resolute in his intentions, he proclaimed, "I shall never forget that day when four Qi refiners, those we refer to as immortal teachers, dared to encroach upon the boundaries of Duliang, brazenly stealing our dragon vein before my very eyes as the town protector. It would have sufficed had I remained unaware, but now that I am informed, I must step forward, even at the cost of my own life. Without a hint of regret. I have stated before, should such an event recur 100 times, I would choose the same. As for Guaxi and his ilk, I shall slay each one I come across." Each word was imbued with unwavering conviction. As Chen Chao spoke, his gaze was fixed solely upon the middle-aged Taoist. His voice rang through the hall of the Ministry of Justice, drawing the attention of all present. Han Pu regarded the youth, thinking to himself how utterly shameless he was. Did he truly harbor such thoughts initially? Deputy Minister Li nodded slightly, unsure whether it was in support of Chen Chao. The chief inspector observed the spirited youth, reminiscing about his own youthful days, feeling a strange kinship. Wei Su scrutinized the young town protector with earnestness. Xian Nandu shook his head in helplessness. Su Yu's complexion turned ashen. Leaving him speechless, Wei Yu maintained a stoic expression. The middle-aged Taoist, already struggling to contain her emotions, was further provoked by Chen Chao's words, directed as they were at her. In that moment, she could no longer restrain herself. Her body swayed, blood surged violently, and she expelled a mouthful of crimson, scattering droplets in a dramatic display. Was she truly so enraged by his words that she bled? Observers were momentarily taken aback. Was this the legendary ability to conquer an enemy without battle? The so-called Confucian sage, whose words carried celestial weight, indeed appeared to manifest in this manner. Chen Chao nodded in satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. Wei Su cast another glance at Chen Chao. Han Pu, regaining his composure, regarded the three middle-aged Taoists with a penetrating gaze and stated calmly, "It seems you three shall have to remain in the capital for a while." Chapter 58. A night in the capital. The middle-aged Taoist had never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. After spitting blood, she fainted, whether by design or mere chance. Su Yu and Yuku wore expressions of fury. Their eyes locked onto Chen Chao, brimming with unmasked animosity. Chen Chao, on the other hand, regarded these two Qi refiners with a cheerful smile, seemingly unconcerned. He turned to Han Pu and inquired, "How much longer must I bear this burden?" Han Pu chuckled, waving for someone to release Chen Chao from his shackles. "Would you like to visit the Dali Temple? I have spent enough time there. I intend to explore other places," Chen Chao replied, scratching his head as he glanced at Xian Nandu. Han Pu sighed. "You know that is not what I meant." Chen Chao chuckled, not offering a response. Han Pu said no more, leading the three cultivators away. They too would likely spend some time at the Dali Temple. The chief inspector stood, casting a glance at Chen Chao as though he wished to speak, but ultimately shook his head and departed. Vanishing from sight, Deputy Minister Li also intended to leave, but was reminded that he was within the hall of the Ministry of Justice, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Chen Chao turned to Xian Nandu and remarked, "I have nowhere else to go." Xian Nandu replied, I can arrange for someone to find you a residence in the capital. Such matters are trivial for the CF family. Qin Chao feigned ignorance. I have heard the scenery at the academy is exquisite. I reside by the southern lake, where a small courtyard offers a splendid view from my window. Xianandu regarded him and extended an invitation. Would you care to join me for a visit? Then I shall graciously accept. Qin Chao smiled, appearing quite pleased. Xianandu nodded, then turned to Wei Su. Since my junior sister is entrusted to me, I shall naturally ensure her safe return, Wei Su stated. After uttering this, he noticed Xianandu's gaze still fixed upon him and added with a smile. The academy has never had a rule against allowing outsiders to enter. The proceedings of the 3 judicial offices within the Ministry of Justice ultimately concluded before sunset. However, when the verdict was announced, it heralded yet another sleepless night. If it were merely the tale of a young town protector killing a cultivator, the uproar would only necessitate the youth's life or the presentation of evidence to vindicate his name, a story of an outsider retreating. Yet now, the youth stood acquitted, and the matter had escalated. The southern Qi refiners dared to covet the dragon vein of Deliang, dispatching their disciples to pilfer it. Such actions threatened the very fortune of a dynasty. Had this remained obscure, it might have been overlooked, but the incident had become widely known. The events in the hall of the Ministry of Justice could not be concealed. The moment Qin Chao unveiled the demon orb, the news had already spread. What began as a case of a town protector slaying an outsider had morphed into a significant affair between the southern Qi refiners and Deliang. A misstep could escalate this into a major conflict between the outsiders and Deliang. Thus, as the brief news reached various households, few could find slumber. Some individuals contemplated the broader implications, their concerns growing. Many prominent officials, burdened with titles, resolved to attend tomorrow's morning assembly, eager to discern the emperor's intentions. They spent the night restless, pondering the potential upheaval that Daliang might face. Indeed, the emperor of Daliang was also awake. But his worries did not revolve around these so-called grand matters. Rather, he found himself captivated by the beauty of the moonlight, taking the time to admire it, and no matter how beautiful the moon, one can feel a tinge of solitude when gazing alone. Thus, the empress accompanied the emperor of Daliang. It is well known that the bond between the emperor and empress runs deep. They have known each other since their youth, traversing life's journey together, from princess to empress, a relationship revered throughout the kingdom. Their moonlit stroll was no mere coincidence. During moments of leisure, the emperor often chose to be by the empress's side. The empress accepted a lantern from a female attendant, dismissing those nearby, and personally carried the lantern as she walked alongside the emperor. The moonlight alone was sufficient to illuminate their path, yet the empress held a fondness for lanterns, carrying one in each hand. After walking a few paces, the empress spoke softly. I have heard that the headmaster's most cherished disciple is not only beautiful but also exceptionally intelligent. I yearn to meet her. Having spent these years alongside her, the Daliang emperor understood her thoughts well and replied with a reflective smile. That girl is indeed remarkable, yet securing her as a daughter-in-law is no simple feat. Born of the Xie family and now taken under the headmaster's wing, such a girl, even if promised the title of future empress of Daliang, would likely encounter resistance from both the Xie family and the headmaster. What does your majesty intend to do? As a gust of wind blew, the flame within the lantern flickered, prompting the empress to glance down with a hint of amusement. The Daliang emperor, understanding her inquiry extended beyond the girl in question, chuckled. My empress, the astral observatory has previously proclaimed that the fortune of Daliang is on the rise, flourishing beyond the previous dynasty. The empress nodded. In terms of peace and prosperity, Daliang indeed surpasses the former dynasty. The emperor cast a glance at the moon hanging in the sky, his demeanor growing solemn, yet they still perceived Daliang as weak and vulnerable. Ripe for exploitation. The empress paused briefly before responding. How could Daliang be so easily trifled with? Having shared so many years together, the empress was well aware of the emperor's thoughts. Now that the emperor had resolved to act, her role was merely to offer unwavering support. This time, I intend to ensure the southern Qi refiners pay dearly. The Daliang emperor inhaled deeply, raising his arm as if to break free from unseen shackles. If I were not the emperor, he hesitated, but upon seeing the empress's smile, he chose not to voice the latter part of his thought. Instead, he shifted the topic. That youth is quite impressive. At such a tender age, he has already ventured into the divine realm, demonstrating considerable cunning, Yet even I remain unaware of his lineage, which poses a dilemma. The Empress remarked, his actions have stirred quite the commotion. He appears clever and logically, he ought to be rewarded for his merit, should he not? I have reviewed his dossier. In recent years, he has performed admirably in Tianqing County. Even without this incident, I would have elevated him. Though he is somewhat youthful, it is not insurmountable. However, I fear if I cast him out of the capital now, he will meet an untimely demise within half a month. The Emperor of the Great Liang furrowed his brow and remarked with a frown, what if we send him to the Northern Frontier Army for a few years of tempering? Hopefully, this lad has enough luck on his side. The Empress chuckled and replied, since we are uncertain, it would be wise to observe. Now that he has survived, there should be quite a few in this divine city willing to lend a hand. The Emperor, visibly displeased, retorted, the one in the north is already aged, and none among the generals can match him. If I do not prepare adequately, the northern frontier may fall into disarray, which would pose a significant problem. However, the boy's mysterious origins leave me feeling quite apprehensive. The Empress was somewhat taken aback. She did not expect the Emperor to hold the boy in such high regard without having met him. Shall we not meet him? She suggested. The Emperor pondered for a moment, snorted coldly, and said, let me first see if he is what I desire. The Empress nodded in agreement, having no objections. Suddenly, she recalled something and said, it seems that the time has come again this year. Upon mentioning this, the Emperor's brow slightly furrowed as he replied, it is what it is. We shall deal with it accordingly. The Empress understood the Emperor's mood was becoming increasingly irritable. Yet she reminded him, this year, it will take place in the divine city. The Emperor dismissed her concern with indifference, reiterating, what does it matter if it is in the divine city? We shall handle it as needed. He essentially echoed his previous remarks. The Empress continued, that girl from the Xie family has just begun her cultivation. She likely won't be able to participate this time. There should still be a few talented individuals in the academy. As for the Tianyu Academy, they cannot possibly have gone all these years without nurturing a decent talent, can they? Her expression was earnest, reminiscent of a diligent farmer counting her chickens, observing her demeanor. The Emperor's irritation dissipated, and he felt his mood brighten. However, the Empress, noticing his uplifted spirits, said with a hint of displeasure, this is a significant matter. Do you truly not care at all? The Emperor took the lantern from her. Remarking that the heavens were uncooperative tonight, with the moon obscured by clouds. Without this lantern, the world would be shrouded in chaos, rendering everything indistinct. Indeed, it would be quite embarrassing to have such misfortune at one's doorstep. The Empress remarked, then His Majesty must prepare well. The Emperor waved his hand and laughed, understood. The divine city remained awake through the night. The events of the evening were too monumental, and even after darkness fell, many were still bustling about. News spread through various residences, including a thin piece of paper that found its way into a small house beside the Xie family's ancestral hall. The visitor paused momentarily before the willow tree and then departed without delay. Silence lingered in the house for some time. An elderly man lay on an old chair in front of the ancestral hall, squinting at the moon, lost in thought. How is it? Suddenly, a frail voice emanated from within the house. The old man responded casually, naturally, it is satisfactory. The mind and talent are ample, but there are issues with his background. Even we cannot uncover it, which is quite a concern. In fact, the obscurity makes it easier to speculate. He likely hails from one of those fallen families, though it is uncertain if it is the largest among them. The old man's tone became nostalgic, as if reminiscing about departed old friends while he spoke. He lamented, if he indeed comes from that family, it would be quite troublesome. Yet, it may not be so. After all these years, they likely lack the means to act. Even if they did, would they still have the face to do so? His voice was laced with sarcasm. The old man chuckled. What face does one possess when reduced to a fallen family? Once a family has fallen, what face remains? Chapter 59. Questions by the lakeside. The carriage slowly entered the academy. Gliding along the lakeside, moonlight shimmered upon the water's surface, creating a sparkling display, while distant insects emitted faint sounds, mingling with the hoofbeats of the horses, evoking the essence of a summer night. The scholar driving the carriage skillfully handled the reins. Akin to a seasoned coachman, few wandered about the southern lakeside at night, especially the scholars. Otherwise, if they spotted Wei Su personally driving the carriage, they would only speculate where the dean had ventured at such an hour. Inside the carriage, Xianandu was engrossed in studying a particular Taoist technique, illuminated by a large pearl. In just a few days, she had grasped the fundamentals, and her internal energy was becoming increasingly robust. Lu Yi, however, was scrutinizing the disheveled young man in black, utterly perplexed as to what merits had led her young lady to regard him with such favor. Qian Zhao, initially feeling fatigued and wishing for a nap, reluctantly opened his eyes when he sensed someone gazing at him, only to find the maid with a moderately pleasing countenance staring back. "What is it? Haven't you ever seen such a handsome young man before?" he inquired. Lu Yi smirked, and seeing her mistress silent, mustered the courage to retort. "I don't find you handsome at all." Qian Zhao, unfazed, merely raised an eyebrow and said, "If you don't find me handsome, then what are you staring at?" Lu Yi, having never encountered someone as brash, was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to huff in irritation. It was then that Xianandu shifted her gaze from the book to Qian Zhao and asked, "Do you enjoy bantering so much?" Qian Zhao nodded. "Of course. Some individuals cannot be killed, so I can only vent my frustration. At least that old hag spat out 2 tails of blood." Xianandu pondered and asked, "Given the enormity of these events, how do you think the high-ranking officials will respond?" Qian Zhao adjusted his posture for comfort before replying, "They surely won't dispatch troops to completely obliterate the 3 sects in the south. Will they?" Xianandu frowned. "Be serious." Qian Zhao chuckled, "Just joking." Whether the court would downplay the incident or take an unprecedented approach was not something he needed to fret over. Such major affairs were naturally for those in power to handle. Xianandu, initially intrigued, ceased her inquiries when he remained unresponsive and redirected the conversation. "Logically, you are still the garrison commander of Tianqing County. Even in the Divine City, you should reside in the guest house. Why have you come to the academy? Didn't you invite me here?" Qian Zhao appeared startled, recalling the events at the Ministry of Justice. Xianandu fell silent. Although she had initiated the conversation, it was indeed to extricate him from a predicament. "When you arrived, were you not intercepted?" The very occurrence in the Divine City shocked her. He was merely a novice cultivator, which was far too dangerous. "You have saved my life. If I were to turn a blind eye, would I still be human?" Qian Zhao's earnest demeanor left little room for reproach. Yet, Lu Yi could only regard him with disdain. Xianandu furrowed her brow. What danger could I possibly face at the academy? As the dean's most cherished disciple, if such incidents occurred within the academy, it would surely be a disgrace to the dean. "Well, I merely sought refuge from the storm. Moreover, having arrived in the Divine City, how could I not visit the academy?" Qian Zhao's actions had attracted considerable attention. Now, the entire Divine City was aware of his existence. His current situation was precarious, and the Divine City was rife with intrigue. To avoid trouble, aside from the palace, what place could be more fitting than the academy? Furthermore, he had a friend there. Xianandu mused. "Are you not afraid that I, too, harbor intentions of recruiting you?" Qian Zhao chuckled. "Didn't you try to do so when I was in Tianqing County?" Xianandu offered no reply. Qian Zhao continued, "Even if not for anything else, my sword remains in your possession. Is it not reasonable for me to retrieve it? It has been a while since I last saw it, and I do miss it." Lu Yi interjected, "If you take the sword, you must leave immediately. How can a man reside in my young lady's courtyard?" Lu Yi, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, revealing her evident disdain for the young man before her. Qian Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Your young lady has not objected. Who are you to speak?" Lu Yi, once again rebutted, turned pale and was about to respond when she noticed her mistress shaking her head gently, softly saying, "Enough. Your tongue is no match for his." Lu Yi felt somewhat aggrieved and quietly called out for her mistress. Xianandu offered Lu Yi a comforting glance before turning to Qian Zhao. "There is something I wish to ask you." Qian Zhao sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow but still replied, "Ask away. Do you like me?" The question was abrupt and direct, leaving both the occupants of the carriage and those outside momentarily stunned. Lu Yi gaped, her eyes wide as she looked between her mistress and Qian Zhao, both sharing the same astonished expression. Qian Zhao was equally taken aback, opening his mouth but failing to articulate a response. Embarrassed, he stammered, "Why do you ask such a thing?" Xianandu replied calmly, "Commander Song, who delivered messages for you, informed me that you mentioned a girl in the Divine City likes you. Do you know any other girls here?" "Not really." Qian Zhao felt a twinge of guilt. When he had mentioned this previously, it was somewhat calculated. He never anticipated that the subject would learn of it so swiftly, let alone inquire so bluntly. Xianandu stated, "When have I ever said I liked you?" Qinzhao's face reddened as he shook his head. "Of course, you never said that. What I meant was..." He became flustered, feeling a tingling sensation at the back of his head, and his heart raced. "Your judgment is commendable," Xianandu smiled faintly. Listening to these words, Qinzhao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young girl before him would speak so candidly, nor had he expected her to express herself so nonchalantly. Xianandu continued, seemingly oblivious to his silence. "If you like me, it simply indicates that you possess good taste." Qinzhao remained silent, unusually contemplative. Xianandu, without uttering another word, felt her cheeks warm, as if two blossoms of peach had taken residence upon her face. Observing her, Qinzhao could not help but smile. This could very well be one of the most beautiful scenes in the world. The coachman, skilled not only in driving but also perceptive enough to overhear the exchange between the young man and woman in the carriage, chuckled softly to himself. Before long, the carriage came to a gentle halt in front of a quaint courtyard. Wei Su alighted from the carriage, gently addressing, "Junior sister, we have arrived." Chapter 60. The Wanlu gathering. As the coachman drove away, the sound of hooves gradually faded, akin to the retreat of spring. The young man standing at the courtyard's entrance gazed at this scene, reflecting. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. While I languished in the dungeons of the Dali Temple, you were reveling in the comforts of the academy. Not only enjoying a carriage ride, but also being attended by such a personage. Xianandu smiled and replied, "Senior brother is truly a good person." Wei Su had always been well regarded in the capital, and as one of the headmaster's disciples, he exuded the image of a refined gentleman. The students of the academy, frequently encountering this scholarly figure, held little particular regard for him, unaware that he was a practitioner who had one foot in the realm of forgetfulness. However, the truly influential figures knew better than to provoke this scholar, not only because he was the headmaster's student, but also due to his surname, Wei. Qinzhao suddenly inquired, "What kind of person is that legendary headmaster?" Xianandu pondered for a moment and replied, "My teacher is undoubtedly a formidable individual." This statement seemed somewhat redundant, yet Qinzhao did not dispute it, instead agreeing, "You are quite right. In the Great Liang dynasty, no one would dare to challenge this notion." Xianandu looked at Qinzhao and asked, "Do you wish to become the headmaster's student?" Qinzhao responded matter-of-factly, "If such an opportunity arises, I would certainly not decline. After all, he is the headmaster. Do you think he is just some ordinary fellow off the street?" Xianandu laughed, saying, "Then you have no chance. You cannot become my junior brother." Qinzhao contemplated this and remarked, "I do not wish to be a junior brother anyway." Xianandu cast a glance at Qinzhao, pushed open the courtyard door, and stepped inside. Qinzhao followed closely behind, saying, "I have heard that the students at the academy reside in dormitories, yet you have this charming little courtyard in such a picturesque location. Truly, you are worthy of being the headmaster's prized disciple." Xianandu paid him no mind, simply instructing Lu Yi to fetch her knife. Having known him for a time, she understood his temperament. Lu Yi acknowledged and swiftly made her way inside. Qinzhao teased, "Your maid's temperament is rather poor." Before Xianandu could respond, Qinzhao pointed in astonishment at the stove situated in the courtyard. "So you really do roast sweet potatoes in the capital?" His surprise rendered his voice somewhat louder than intended. "Did you think I was lying about that?" Xianandu said, taking a seat in front of the stove. Just then, Lu Yi emerged with the knife, and Qinzhao took the broken blade, feeling a sense of peace as he grasped the hilt once more. He hung it back at his waist, feeling revitalized. Xianandu, somewhat annoyed, remarked, "Lu Yi's skill at roasting sweet potatoes is commendable, but it is not the flavor I desire." Hearing this, Lu Yi could not help but retort, "I am not a worm in your stomach. Miss, how would I know what flavor you wish for?" Her words carried a hint of grievance, as Lu Yi could not comprehend why roasted sweet potatoes could possess differing flavors. Xianandu merely smiled at this, for she herself could not articulate what that desired flavor was. Prior to her time in Tianjin County, she had never tasted roasted sweet potatoes. Her first experience had been with a vendor at the bridge. Regardless of whether they were roasted by Qinzhao or purchased, she had always perceived them to taste the same. It was only after leaving and arriving in the capital, unable to find that particular flavor again, that she felt a twinge of discontent. Deep down, she was curious whether it was the sweet potatoes of Tianjin County she missed or something else entirely. Perhaps I should try roasting one? Xian suggested with a playful glint in her eye, her excitement evident. Such emotions were rare for her, making her appear quite endearing. Chen Xiao did not refuse. Thus he kindled the charcoal and began the endeavor of roasting sweet potatoes for the first time in the capital. Little did he know that such occurrences would transpire many more times in the future. Xian glanced at Lu Yi and said, "You may rest now, it was already late into the night." And Lu Yi, being an ordinary person, was undoubtedly weary. Lu Yi opened her mouth, understanding her mistress's temperament, and after offering her respects, she withdrew. The moonlight illuminated the sky, and the waters of the southern lake shimmered outside the courtyard. While the young man and woman inside earnestly roasted sweet potatoes. "What shall we do now?" Xian rubbed her forehead and lamented. "We cannot return to Tianqing County after causing such a commotion." Even though it was resolved, everyone knew that returning to Tianqing County would undoubtedly lead to peril. Chen Xiao revealed his waist token, exclaiming helplessly, "I am still the defender of Tianqing County. My fate is not in my own hands." As a government official, he was bound by the court's orders regarding his movements. Xian smiled and remarked, "You have many choices. There is more than one path before you." Chen Xiao frowned and said, "Let alone anything else, if I were to serve the Xie family, calling you miss every turn, I would rather not. There is no need for that. The entire capital is now aware that you and I are friends. Your connection to the Xie family cannot be severed, though there may be some minor inconveniences." Xian gazed at the sweet potato that was already emitting a delightful aroma. Chen Xiao jested, "So? Am I currently a sought-after delicacy? Not only the Xie family, but the prominent families of the capital, along with the Tianyu Academy and the Defender's Office, will likely take an interest in you." Xian stated, "This is due to a particularly significant event this year." Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. "The Wanlu Gathering." Xian nodded, softly repeating, "The Wanlu Gathering." Chen Xiao acknowledged, "I see." The Wanlu Gathering, also known as the Wanlu Dao Gathering, is a grand event for young practitioners in the world. Initially called the Wanlu Dao Meeting, it was held once every 10 years. Later, someone deemed the name unappealing and renamed it the Wanlu Gathering, a change that met with no objections from the various sections over the past years. This grand event had been hosted in rotation by the major sects, and this year marked the 10th anniversary. This time, however, it was to be held in the capital. Chen Xiao chuckled. "To those outside sects, the Great Liang dynasty is merely another sect." Xian remarked, "In the past 200 years, the Wanlu Gathering has been held over 10 times, yet no practitioner from the Great Liang dynasty has ever claimed the top spot." Chen Xiao handed her the roasted sweet potato, cautioning, "Be careful. It is hot. Not only have we never claimed the top spot, but in recent years, our rankings have been quite dismal." Xian nodded, blowing gently on the sweet potato in her hands, carefully peeling back the skin to reveal the golden flesh, which brought her immense joy. Logically speaking, the rules of the Wanlu Gathering should be consistent, and our practitioners are of the same rank. "Why is it so abysmal?" Chen Xiao inquired earnestly, observing the girl before him savoring the sweet potato. Xian took small bites, the warmth rising, a look of contentment gracing her features. After much contemplation, she finally responded, "It is not merely a matter of cultivation methods." Chapter 61. The Cicadas of Spring and Battles Among Equals. Practitioners from the Great Liang dynasty, when compared to those from outside sects, are almost always at a disadvantage. The reasons are manifold. It is not solely about cultivation methods. The sects from outside often boast legacies spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, their depth far surpassing that of the Great Liang dynasty. The Great Liang dynasty has more warriors than practitioners, which is an inherent disadvantage. Thus, each time the Wanlu Gathering occurs, the rankings of practitioners from the Great Liang dynasty are typically poor. And it is not the first time they have been ridiculed by those from outside sections. Chen Xiao sighed. "This time, we are bound to disgrace ourselves right at our doorstep. With the Wanlu Gathering taking place in the capital, if the Great Liang dynasty fails to demonstrate any commendable performance, it would be utterly unacceptable. However, can we truly change the course of our cultivation overnight?" After finishing the last few bites of her sweet potato, Xian tossed the skin into the stove and replied, "If it were possible, no one would wish to disgrace themselves. In fact, preparations for this day have been underway in the capital for many years now. I expect the results this time will be somewhat better, though claiming the top spot will still be quite challenging." Chen Xiao rubbed his head and reached for another sweet potato to place on the stove, whispering, "So, a sudden appearance of a defender with a meticulous mind and decent cultivation, naturally brings a glimmer of hope. Xianandu nodded slightly, pausing in thought before saying, according to past traditions, both the Academy and the Tianyu Academy are required to send representatives. And if any notable junior from the other families emerges, they too will be summoned. Coupled with the Defender's Office, there will indeed be quite a number of participants. Qin Shao inquired, how many slots are available? Xianandu replied, in previous years, there were only 8, but now there are 10. Qin Shao did not press further, understanding that since this year's event was held in the capital, things would naturally differ somewhat. The Wanlu Gathering is the largest assembly for young practitioners in the world. Although it may not be as lively as in previous years, there are still plenty of attendees, and it will span an entire month. Xianandu contemplated her thoughts, appearing somewhat pensive as she remarked, it is not merely about fighting. Qin Shao remarked, I too harbor no fondness for fighting. Xianandu gazed at Qin Shao with a hint of astonishment, his mind swirling with thoughts. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Shao continued, I excel at slaying demons, yet they are not demons, surely. I cannot simply approach them with the intent to kill, can I? I have just slain a few Qi refinement practitioners. And now I find myself quite fearful. He paused to reflect. It is precisely because you single-handedly faced 4 opponents and eliminated them, among whom was Guaxi, a noteworthy figure among the younger generation of Southern Qi refinement practitioners, that many in the Divine Capital are now observing you closely. You must be aware of their intentions. Xianandu smiled and replied, the event of the Wanlu Conference in the Divine Capital was already significant. And now you have stirred up such a commotion. What do you suppose the foreign cultivators will do in response? This matter has indeed become rather delicate. Having committed to action, one needn't worry about the debts incurred. Qin Shao said, as he deftly turned the sweet potato over, growing increasingly adept at this task. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and inquired, you aren't planning to participate as well, are you? Although Xianandu had also become a cultivator, he had only just stepped into the initial realm with a lowly cultivation level. What purpose would there be in attending the Wanlu Conference? Xianandu raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with displeasure as he retorted, do you doubt my ability to succeed? Qin Shao pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, I simply lack clarity on the criteria for the Wanlu Conference. Xianandu replied, it certainly does not revolve solely around combat. Without pressing for further details, Qin Shao merely smiled and said, then I wish you continued victories. As they spoke, a gentle breeze stirred within the courtyard, carrying the final whispers of spring. Both fell silent, refraining from immediate conversation. Qin Shao squinted slightly and remarked, I spent more than half a month in the dungeons of the Dali Temple. I have scarcely glimpsed the sun, let alone felt the spring breeze. After a long silence, Xianandu said, it won't be long before the cicadas begin to sing. Qin Shao asked, will this place be quite noisy during the summer? The courtyard was nestled by the lakeside, and with the abundance of trees, one could expect a chorus of cicadas to fill the air come summer, which might become rather bothersome. Xianandu frowned and replied, we needn't wait for summer. It is already somewhat noisy now. Qin Shao was taken aback and looked up at the night sky, which was tranquil in the late hours. What noise could possibly exist? Aside from his own, he could not help but chuckle bitterly. It seems I should not have come here to evade trouble. Xianandu glanced at him, comprehending his misinterpretation but choosing not to clarify, simply stating he was tired before rising to leave. Qin Shao gazed at the remaining roasted sweet potato on the stove, lost in contemplation. As dawn broke, a number of students from the academy gathered by the lakeside. Many among them had no early classes and were captivated by the morning scenery, thus they congregated there early, especially around the small pavilion in the middle of the lake, which was bustling with students. The reason for their early rise, forsaking their instructor's lectures, was not solely the allure of the morning view, but rather a recent tale. The young woman from the Xie family, who had garnered much attention since her entrance into the academy, had swiftly become the headmaster's prized disciple. Within this brief narrative, there lay an even more absurd twist. Before she became the headmaster's disciple, she had fortuitously encountered him by the lakeside, thus securing her position. Following the spread of this story, many students expressed their admiration for the Xie girl's fortunate circumstances, while neglecting the underlying truths. Since then, the number of students by the lakeside had increased. Although everyone was aware that the headmaster had already accepted his lifelong aspiration of 72 students, they still held on to the hope that perhaps one day he might change his mind and accept a 73rd. Yet, Such is the nature of humanity. They tend to believe only what they wish to believe, even when hope seems faint. Among the crowd, Huangji stood out distinctly. He had risen early, driven by a different motive than the other students. He was not there to chance upon the headmaster nor to admire the morning vista, but rather to see the young woman. He had become a prominent figure within the academy, not merely due to his prowess in debates, but also because of his deep affection for the Xie girl. Initially, many students had scoffed at him, but as time passed and he remained steadfast, he gradually garnered their admiration, particularly among the female scholars, who found his devotion rather endearing. As a result, Huangji's reputation within the academy had grown considerably. It was said that some instructors were even considering taking him as a disciple. As he navigated through the crowd, Huangji and Guofengjie made their way directly to the small lakeside courtyard. Guofengjie, still half asleep and having been hastily roused by Huangji, wore a displeased expression. Observing his friend's brisk pace, he could not help but voice, "Huang, you know the girl's thoughts by now. Why do you persist?" Huangji did not slow his stride and simply smiled. "Fengjie, do you not understand that a person's thoughts may change?" He continued. "I remain steadfast, even if the Xie girl has a heart of stone. She may yet be moved. Should she truly wish to meet me, she will come to know who I am, and then all will proceed naturally." Guofengjie was momentarily speechless and could only respond with a wry smile. "Then let us hope all unfolds as you say, for sincerity can indeed break through stone." Huangji shook his head. "The Xie girl is not stone." Guofengjie offered a faint smile and chose to remain silent. The two conversed as they continued on, soon arriving at the lakeside courtyard, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Guofengjie felt a flush of embarrassment, but struggled to maintain his composure, while Huangji, having experienced this before, disregarded the gazes of the students and boldly declared, "I, Huangji of Nanqing, have come to pay my respects to the Xie girl." After making this proclamation, Huangji, prepared for the door to remain shut, was taken aback when he heard the hinges creak open. Had it truly opened? For a moment, he was caught off guard, his eyes glistening with moisture, and no matter how much he had called out in the past, the door had never opened, yet today it had. Could it be that his efforts were finally to bear fruit? Would he finally see the Xie girl? Excitement coursed through him, mingled with anxiety. However, in the next moment, all his anticipation turned to disappointment and even anger. For although the door had swung open, the figure that emerged was not the beloved girl he had yearned for, but rather a youth clad in black, a sword hanging from his waist. The boy scrutinized Huangji before exhaling in relief. "So, you are the cicada of spring." Chapter 62. Falling into water, what cicada? Huangji instinctively retorted, but quickly regained his composure and pointed at Chen Chao, exclaiming, "Who are you to be in the Xie girl's residence?" Noting that Chen Chao was not dressed in the academy's garb and seeing the sword at his waist only solidified Huangji's belief that this youth did not belong to the academy. How could he possibly be here, especially within the abode of the girl Huangji admired? In their first encounter, Huangji had already developed a profound disdain for this individual. Chen Chao remained silent, as countless students had turned their gazes toward the lakeside courtyard, intrigued not by Huangji but by Chen Chao himself, who had just emerged from the Xie girl's quarters. The name Xie girl had already become legendary among this generation of students. Upon observing the growing interest from the surrounding students, Chen Chao frowned slightly, feeling displeased. However, knowing that the cicada of spring was not referring to him, he felt a deep-seated joy within. Yet, as he pondered for a moment longer, Huangji grew increasingly uncomfortable, interpreting Chen Chao's silence as disdain. Thus, his animosity toward Chen Chao intensified, and suppressing his anger, he glared at him, enunciating each word, "You are not an academy student. How dare you appear here?" Snapping back to reality, Chen Chao regarded the scholar before him and asked, "Are you an academy student?" Huangji was clad in academy robes, and anyone who saw his attire would immediately recognize his identity without needing to inquire further. Yet, this individual dared to ask. Huangji scoffed, of course. His tone was laden with an unmistakable pride, a pride that was both evident and deliberate, signifying his intention to convey his status as an academy student as something noteworthy. In the Daliang dynasty, such a status was indeed significant. Chen Chao nodded, feigning admiration as he replied, "I see. That is truly impressive." As they spoke, more students had gathered, their gazes fixed upon the unfolding confrontation at the courtyard entrance. Seated by the window, Xianandu inquired, "What is happening?" Having spent the night awake, she had heard Huang Ji's voice in the early morning. Her initial indifference towards him had morphed into annoyance, which was why she had previously commented to Chen Chao about the early summer noise. However, today, she merely heard a voice and then nothing further, which struck her as rather peculiar. Lu Yi swiftly dashed outside for a brief moment before returning, stating, "Miss, that fellow is conversing with that other fellow at the door." Both individuals mentioned were ones she held in disdain, hence the oddity of her remark. "Conversing?" Xianandu inquired with curiosity, "Just exchanging words, without any insults?" Lu Yi nodded, explaining, "It seems that fellow initially asked if the other was a student of the academy." To which the other replied affirmatively, and then that fellow. "Enough," Xianandu interrupted, frowning. "I cannot comprehend your ramblings," he commanded. "Go take a look." "Never mind. I shall see for myself." Rising, Xianandu exited the room, instructing, "Bring a chair to the courtyard and fetch some dried fruits and candy treats. They are quite sweet." "That is only natural," Guofengjie couldn't help but echo, attempting to bolster his friend's reputation. Chen Chao, however, did not even glance his way, smiling as he inquired, "Pray tell, what is your relationship with Miss Xie?" Huang Ji was taken aback, furrowing his brow, yet he quickly replied, "We are classmates. Both studying at the academy." Although Xianandu was now a disciple of the headmaster, his claim of camaraderie posed no issue. Chen Chao nodded, saying, "I see." Upon hearing this, Huang Ji felt an inkling of unease regarding the intentions of this young man before him, and he frowned, preparing to speak. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Chen Chao smiled once more. "Since you are a scholar of the academy, you must possess vast knowledge. I have 2 queries I wish to pose. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me?" Before Huang Ji could ponder his response, he noticed the young lady he admired had emerged and taken a seat, gazing towards the entrance. "Ask away," he straightened involuntarily. Chen Chao stifled a laugh and began. "For my first question, as a student of the academy, are you familiar with its regulations?" "Of course," Huang Ji replied confidently. "We all memorized the academy's rules upon enrollment." He lifted his chin, thinking this matter would pose no challenge to him. Chen Chao nodded, disregarding Huang Ji's thoughts, and posed his next question. "Since you are aware of the academy's regulations, could you inform me if there exists a rule prohibiting outsiders from entering the academy?" Upon hearing this, the students by the lakeside fell silent. They had anticipated this newcomer would pose intricate queries to challenge Huang Ji, but instead, he asked the simplest of questions. Some recalled the initial exchange at the academy gate, where Huang Ji had questioned Chen Chao, "You are not a student of the academy. How can you be here?" Now, this inquiry reflected that very sentiment. Huang Ji's expression darkened as he quickly recalled the regulations. Yet he found no clause forbidding outsiders from entering. In fact, outsiders had frequented the academy long before, but individuals like Huang Ji had subconsciously regarded it as a sacred space meant solely for students and teachers. It was only when this issue was brought to light that it became somewhat troublesome, for the regulations were indisputable. Observing Huang Ji's troubled countenance, Chen Chao pressed further, "I implore you to clarify." Huang Ji clenched his jaw. The answer lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not articulate it. Chen Chao feigned concern. "What troubles you, sir? Do you harbor some unspeakable secret?" Huang Ji's expression was grim. But he eventually managed to utter, "There is no rule against it." Laughter erupted among the lakeside students, many of whom had a contentious history with Huang Ji. Witnessing his predicament brought them joy. Chen Chao, having overheard, was not inclined to let Huang Ji off the hook so easily, and continued, "For my second question, since you and Miss Xie are merely classmates, what concern is it of yours that I am present here?" His voice rose sharply, clear enough for all the students by the lake to hear. Many were momentarily taken aback. Who could have anticipated that this young man's second question would so directly seek to unveil his relationship with the young lady from the academy? After all, Miss Xie was a disciple of the headmaster. Who was Huang Ji to question it? Sitting in the courtyard, Xianandu felt her cheeks flush slightly, a smile gracing her lips. The previous night, she had inquired whether that young man harbored feelings for her, but had received no clear answer. Yet, his words now pleased her greatly. "We are merely classmates. But who are you?" Huang Ji seethed, glaring at the figure in black before him. His true question was not about the other's identity, but rather, what right he had to make such a statement. Chen Chao, well aware of this, chuckled, "What concern is it of yours who I am?" His tone carried a hint of insolence, which only served to further aggravate Huang Ji. Incensed, he found himself at a loss for words. Chun Shao smiled. Nevertheless, I can reveal my identity. I am a friend of Miss Xie. At this, Huang Ji recalled a recent incident that had stirred considerable commotion in the capital. He had learned through connections that the lady he admired had been assisting the young man from Tianqing County, who served as the town protector. Now, the young man before him, clad in black and armed, was indeed that very protector. You are the town protector? Huang Ji exclaimed, his complexion paling. You unlawfully slain outsiders. You ought to be imprisoned in the Greatly Temple's dungeons. At this moment, Huang Ji was unaware of the full circumstances surrounding the previous day's events. However, it was not particularly surprising, as not all news spread swiftly, especially to one of his standing. The lakeside was abuzz with chatter. Two significant events had transpired in the capital recently, the first being Xian Andu's apprenticeship under the headmaster, and the second being Chun Shao's unlawful killing of a practitioner. Both incidents were noteworthy. Yet due to their proximity and distance, the academy was only vaguely aware of the latter. Indeed, I am the town protector of Tianqing County, Chun Shao stated nonchalantly, revealing his badge. Gazing at Huang Ji, Chun Shao remarked indifferently, do you think one can enter and exit the dungeons of the Greatly Temple at will? His words served as a retort to Huang Ji's earlier accusation. Huang Ji paused, realizing he had spoken out of anger. It dawned on him that had the Greatly Temple deemed the young man guilty, he would not have been standing before them. Chen Chao scrutinized Huang Ji, shaking his head. You appear far less formidable than the creatures I have slain. His words dripped with disdain, effectively shattering any remaining rationality within Huang Ji. Brutish warrior. As his anger surged, he caught sight of Chen Chao's blade at his waist, and the words escaped his lips. However, the moment he uttered those words, both he and his companions, including Guofengjie and several other students, furrowed their brows. The term brutish warrior might be spoken by an outsider, but it was inappropriate for them to utter. In the realm of the Great Liang dynasty, there were many warriors. The general from the northern borders was a warrior. Yet he had defended against the demon race for years, sacrificing everything for the Great Liang dynasty. Was he also a brutish warrior? The town protector of the Great Liang dynasty was likewise a warrior. He, too, resided in the capital and could not be labeled a brutish warrior. More importantly, even the emperor of the Great Liang dynasty was a warrior. Brutish warrior? Chen Chao raised an eyebrow, as if he had encountered a rather amusing notion. He regarded Huang Ji with narrowed eyes. Are you scholars so superior? His words carried a peculiar tone. Huang Ji frowned, realizing his slip of the tongue, yet with so many eyes upon him, he found it difficult to speak. Chen Chao chuckled, choosing not to respond at some point. The sheathed blade at his waist found its way into his hand, and with a swift motion, he struck out. Huang Ji stumbled and was sent sprawling into the lake with a heavy splash. Chapter 63. Inquire of the master. Watching this scene unfold, the students by the lakeside were wide-eyed, unable to believe that someone had dared to strike a fellow student within the academy. Moreover, he had been thrown into the South Lake with such ease. Such an occurrence was unprecedented and was indeed a grievous matter. Guofengjie remained in a daze for a prolonged moment before coming to his senses. The first thing he did was point at Chen Chao and exclaim, do you realize what you have done? This is the academy. Chen Chao feigned surprise, asking casually, and what of it? Guofengjie had not anticipated that Chen Chao would act so nonchalantly, which further fueled his anger, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Chen Chao inquired with concern, do not tell me you wish to join him in the water for some cooling off? I can genuinely assist with that. Guofengjie hesitated, about to retort with a harsh remark, but quickly recalled that this individual had just tossed Huang Ji into the South Lake. He had not yet embarked on his cultivation journey, just like Huang Ji, and was awaiting his opportunity. He was no match for this young man. Thus, after gritting his teeth, he decisively turned and approached the lakeside. Observing Huang Ji struggling in the water, Guofengjie furrowed his brow, calling out, fellow classmates, is there anyone who can swim? Could you assist in bringing Brother Huang back to shore? Although Huang Ji has faced disfavor from many in the academy these days, there are still quite a few students who hold him in esteem. Thus, in a brief moment, several students leaped into the South Lake, pulling Huang Ji back to the shore. Brother Huang, are you all right? Guofengjie inquired with concern, gazing at Huang Ji, who was drenched to the bone. Huang Ji's complexion was as pale as death, At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, consumed by indignation. In truth, he was capable of swimming, but being forcibly thrust into the water like that and having to swim back to shore was something he simply could not accept, which is why he waited for others to rescue him. It's of no consequence, but that person. Huang Ji peered through the crowd surrounding him, casting a glance towards the small courtyard, his face contorted with distress. After today, would he still have the audacity to visit Miss Xie in that small courtyard every day? It seemed unlikely he dares to act violently in the academy. I cannot believe the esteemed scholars will remain indifferent. Come, Brother Huang, let us seek out Master Zhang to demand justice, Guo Fengjie spoke in a hushed tone. His words laden with resolve yet cautious of being overheard. As he spoke, a few others echoed his sentiment, though their voices were subdued. Very well, it is not that I cannot tolerate him, but such a crude individual in the academy certainly tarnishes its reputation. Huang Ji declared with determination. Let us go, summon Master Zhang. The group departed, leaving behind a trace of dampness by the lakeside. Chen Chao did not turn back to the courtyard, even though he was aware that Xianandu awaited him there. He stood by the lakeside, feeling the cool breeze brush past him. He remained silent, lost in thought, yet at that moment, he resembled a statue, strikingly unique. The students by the lake did not disperse. Many lingered, perhaps awaiting Master Zhang to impart the academy's stance. They had heard the term crude warrior and witnessed Huang Ji being pushed into the South Lake, and many were aware of the incident's intricacies. The more they knew, the less inclined they felt to voice their opinions. Had it not been for the phrase crude warrior, there might have been an outcry by the lakeside, but those words weighed heavily on them. Such words could be uttered casually by the influential, yet for ordinary students, it was a different matter entirely. Silence enveloped the lakeside for quite some time. Eventually, footsteps echoed distinctly in the distance. An elderly scholar with a head of white hair led Huang Ji and the others back. It was Master Zhang. Having seen the master before, the students at the lakeside suddenly stirred, recognizing him as the very scholar who wished to take Huang Ji as his disciple, and one of the few disciplinary masters in the academy. This frail and elderly figure wielded considerable authority within the institution. Now that he had arrived in haste, the students understood that a resolution was imminent regarding the previous events. Huang Ji had changed into dry garments and now followed behind Master Zhang, his complexion appearing somewhat improved. Chen Xiao gazed at the lake and did not look at him. Master Zhang approached, his face stern as he inquired, "Is it you who has been acting ferociously within my academy?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao turned his head to regard Master Zhang and nodded. "Young man, you possess quite an audacity." Master Zhang replied coldly, "Do you not realize that this is the academy, not a place for your reckless behavior?" To this, Chen Xiao calmly responded, "My audacity is considerable. Otherwise, I would not dare to engage with those monstrous beings in the depths of the mountains." Master Zhang frowned. "Do you not wish to inquire about the events that transpired?" Chen Xiao glanced at Huang Ji. He was unaware of what Huang Ji might have conveyed to the master, but many witnesses had been present by the lakeside. Master Zhang continued, "Young man, this is the academy. A place of learning, not a venue for brawling. It is one thing to have a verbal dispute with Huang Ji, but why resort to violence?" Clearly, he was aware of Huang Ji's previous remarks by the lakeside. Yet his words suggested he did not intend to delve into Huang Ji's conduct. Chen Xiao replied, "I had just emerged from the great prison of the Dali Temple yesterday. My mood may not have been the best, and I lost control momentarily." Hearing this, Master Zhang cast a glance at the official boots on Chen Xiao's feet, his expression shifting slightly as he remarked, "So you are the young guardian who killed 4 Qi refiners." Although the case had only been concluded yesterday, individuals of his standing were already privy to certain information. Master Zhang snorted coldly, "A poor mood. Does that justify such reckless behavior? You are not a student of my academy. Yet you have the audacity to humiliate my students. If no explanation is provided, how shall my academy maintain its dignity? What would you have me do?" Qin Xiao smiled at Master Zhang. "Considering you are a friend of the academy's students, you must apologize to them and then leave this place immediately, never to set foot in the academy again." Master Zhang gazed intently at Qin Xiao, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. A subtle tension arose in the air. He was a scholar but also a cultivator, not limited to the mundane. Chen Xiao shook his head and suddenly declared, "Master Zhang, your reasoning is utterly unfounded. The sudden outburst startled the students by the lakeside. Inside the courtyard, Xianandu, upon hearing these words, placed the dried fruit back into the leather bag, slowly rising to head towards the courtyard door, with Lu Yi following closely behind. Why is it unfounded? Master Xing frowned, visibly displeased. He was well-read and taught at the academy, with more than 3,000 disciples under his tutelage, receiving respect from many. He believed that his previous statements were firmly rooted in reason, yet now a mere youth claimed them to be without merit, which he found hard to accept. I am eager to hear what you have to say. Master Zheng fixed his gaze on the young man before him, his disdain evident. Huang Ji and the others remained silent. The students at the lakeside had now recognized this young man as the notorious guardian from the divine capital, never expecting him to arrive at the academy with such boldness. The audacity to confront Master Zheng was shocking. In retrospect, being labeled a crude warrior seemed not entirely unjustified. He certainly came across as a brute. Chen Xiao remained indifferent to the thoughts of the lakeside students. Even if he were aware, it mattered little to him. During his years in Tianqing County, he had slain numerous monstrous beings, and his mind was already at peace. No external factors could disturb him. He spoke calmly. Before coming to the divine capital, I served as the guardian of Tianqing County for several years, slaying many monstrous creatures, allowing the people there to enjoy a few years of peace. Master Zheng's expression remained impassive, his face still stern. You were sent to the divine capital because you killed 4 qi refiners. They came to Tianqing County to seize the dragon vein of our great Liang. Chen Xiao chuckled and continued. I was imprisoned in the Dali Temple for half a month. Yesterday, the 3 judicial offices declared me innocent. I came to the academy to rest with my friend. As he spoke, Master Zheng's expression shifted slightly. He had heard of the incident before, but the details had not reached him so swiftly. Seeing Chen Xiao, he understood the case had reached a conclusion but did not realize it had escalated to such proportions. The mention of the dragon vein was no trifling matter. Upon hearing the word friend, he glanced towards the courtyard, where Xianandu stood at the entrance. Watching intently, I was inside the courtyard. He was outside. When I heard him say he wished to pay a visit, I opened the door. Then he asked me why I was present in the academy and why I was in that courtyard. He recounted the events simply, and the students by the lakeside listened intently. The atmosphere was hushed, with no one daring to speak. Regardless of the present or past, aside from the physical altercation, Chen Xiao had a valid point. The academy was indeed a place for reasoned discourse. After a prolonged silence, he turned to the lakeside and inquired, then, he had the audacity to call me a crude warrior. I asked, there any justification for that? The term crude warrior was a derogatory label used by outsiders to insult martial practitioners, certainly not a compliment. Just as the moment Huangji uttered that phrase, a heavy silence fell upon the crowd. The great Liang dynasty had numerous warriors. This was the crux of the matter. Were it not for the term crude warrior, Huangji would not have committed such a grievous error. Master Zheng's expression darkened. In my northern region, countless soldiers of the great Liang dynasty died for the people, fighting against the demonic races without retreat. They are warriors. Can they be considered crude? Chen Xiao raised his voice and asked. If it were not for the many crude warriors in the northern region, would you all be able to study here in peace? This declaration resonated powerfully, not only deafening but also deeply stirring. Master Zheng found himself at a loss for words. Chen Xiao suddenly turned his gaze towards Huangji, glaring fiercely. As a guardian, I protect the land and its people, risking my life for my country. How can I be labeled a crude warrior? Huangji dared not meet Chen Xiao's gaze, his eyes darting away. Chen Xiao smiled, looking at the students by the lakeside with a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting disappointment and a myriad of emotions. No one among the lakeside students dared to meet his gaze. Many felt a profound sense of shame, just as Chen Xiao had articulated. He safeguarded the land and its people, willing to slay qi refiners for the sake of the dragon vein, all for the nation's benefit. How could he be humiliated? Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze and turned to Master Zheng, asking, given all this, if I merely imposed a slight punishment on him, how could that be deemed unreasonable? Chapter 64. Who weighs what? In the middle of the lake, the dean was tossing a handful of fish feed into the water, watching as the fish emerged from the depths and gathered around. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, what a sharp-tongued lad he is. Wei Su stood quietly beside him, listening to the dean's words. Before softly interjecting, That young man truly excelled during his years as the town guard in Tianjin County, slaying numerous monsters. The common folk there have lived in peace these past few years. Upon hearing the name Tianjin County, the dean furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed and smiled, saying, "Please, continue." The young man's identity had been investigated by the Heavenly Imperial Academy and later by the Xie family. And just a few days prior, the palace had also looked into it, yet no leads had surfaced. It seemed he was merely from one of those fallen households. Wei Su smiled faintly, showing no great surprise. The dean, with a smile, remarked, "Even if he hails from a fallen family, this youth possesses a keen mind. Even on the arduous path of a martial artist, he has reached such heights at this tender age. Were it not for that girl, I would have secured that last spot." His words trailed off as he turned to Wei Su with a grave expression, saying earnestly, "This matter must remain unknown to your junior sister." Wei Su nodded helplessly. The dean then sighed in relief and continued, "Well, since fate has eluded us, so be it." Wei Su added, however, given her age, it seems she may be experiencing the stirrings of affection. Perhaps she and that young man will have some connection. The dean frowned. A girl adores a boy, and a boy fancies a girl. Who can intervene in such matters? Before Wei Su could respond, the dean lamented, "When I was of that age, there were countless girls enamored with me at the academy. If I had to worry about such things, what else could I accomplish?" Wei Su was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I have heard that the teacher had quite a foul temper back then, which is why no girl took a liking to him, leading to his solitary state until now." "Nonsense!" The dean erupted in fury. "You actually believe such absurdity?" Wei Su paused for a moment before replying. "It was what Master Li said, and I trust his words." The dean frowned, his anger turning to laughter. "Very well, Wei Su. You are indeed my excellent pupil." Wei Su, seemingly oblivious to the dean's ire, simply asked, "Will we still be teaching junior sister today?" "Teaching you." A silence enveloped the lakeside, leaving Master Zhang at a loss for words. And the students were equally speechless. They were scholars of the academy, the finest among literati, well-versed in reason and adept at discourse. Yet today, once the term crude martial artist was uttered, they found themselves on the losing side of reason. Without rationale, even the most eloquent arguments would prove futile. Master Zheng's face turned ashen as he pondered those words, desperate to find a point of contention to counter the young man before him. Even if he could not turn the tide, regaining some semblance of dignity was essential. Unfortunately, after much contemplation, he could not identify a single flaw in the young man's statements. Consequently, his expression grew increasingly grim. Master Zheng glanced at Huang Ji, who appeared dejected. His sorrow stemmed not from the failure to sway Master Zhang, but from the realization that since Xie Nandu had error, Huang Ji's previously improved complexion now darkened once more. Chapter 65. A spring thunder roars by the lakeside. The lakeside had been tranquil many times today, and this was yet another instance. Many individuals had grown numb at this moment. The students by the lake listened intently to the sounds around them. Their hearts stirred deeply. Among them were some hailing from distinguished families, and upon hearing that their own kin had sent someone to invite Qin Chao, they felt a profound shock. It turned out that the young guardian was indeed a prized asset. Beyond the academy, he was held in high regard even in the capital, and of course, they were oblivious to the fact that the headmaster was currently at the heart of the lake. Nor did they know that he had once expressed a desire to take the young man as his final disciple, a sentiment laden with regret and disappointment that remained unknown to outsiders. The students by the lake, upon reflecting on the previous discourse of weight, cast sympathetic glances at Huang Ji. Previously, Huang Ji had attempted to leverage the academy to pressure Qin Chao, and Qin Chao had refrained from retorting. The crowd had assumed he was unable to respond due to the academy's formidable influence. However, in retrospect, even though Huang Ji was affiliated with the academy, he paled in comparison to the youth who had never studied there. At this moment, the lakeside was gathering representatives of many prominent figures from the capital. These figures were not necessarily more significant than the headmaster. Rather, they valued Qin Chao, while the headmaster might not even recognize Huang Ji's name. This was akin to a resounding slap delivered openly before everyone, and it had not even taken a night to unfold. Huang Ji's face burned with humiliation, though Qin Chao had not physically struck him. The situation was far more infuriating than a mere blow. He had believed himself a student of the academy, soon to be a disciple of the esteemed Confucius, using this status to belittle Qin Chao. Yet before Qin Chao could utter a word, Someone had already come forth to convey the answer on his behalf. Huang Ji's complexion was now exceedingly grim. He yearned to escape this place of gossip. Yet his feet felt as though weighed down by lead, refusing to budge no matter how he strained. He did not need to look at the lakeside to know that countless gazes were fixed upon him. And he was acutely aware of the emotions contained within those stares. While the lakeside was eerily quiet, it seemed as if a chorus of derisive laughter echoed in his ears. Huang Ji lifted his head to glance at Chen Xiao, his expression suddenly turning ashen, and then he collapsed backwards, unconscious. Confucius was by his side and naturally would not allow Huang Ji to fall. He reached out, steadying him. The scene appeared rather peculiar. Chen Xiao exaggeratedly stepped back several paces, expressing concern. "You must be witnesses. This has nothing to do with me." Observing this spectacle, the girl who had been standing at the gate of the academy burst into laughter. She instinctively reached out, only to remember that the food was still in the academy, and she begrudgingly refrained. Hearing this, the students by the lake were rendered speechless. Although it was true that since casting Huang Ji into the southern lake, Chen Xiao had not laid a finger on him at this moment, regardless of the distance, could anyone doubt that Huang Ji's fainting was due solely to Chen Xiao? Chen Xiao had been closely watching Huang Ji and noticed a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Realizing that this fellow, though a hypocrite, was not foolish, however, he chose not to expose him, allowing him a reprieve to preserve the academy's dignity. Confucius let out a slight hum, withdrawing his hand with a hint of dissatisfaction. Why are there so many outsiders at the academy today? Huang Ji, being caught, was assisted by Guofengjie, who seized the opportunity to help him away, alleviating the awkwardness in the air. The other students, hearing this, were at a loss for words, as the academy's regulations did not prohibit outsiders from entering. And even Confucius, as a mere disciple of the rules, could not say much. Moreover, those present at the lakeside might maintain humility before the headmaster, but how could a minor figure like Confucius command their respect? Song Lian, the commander of the left guard in the capital, stepped forward from the crowd and approached Chen Xiao, delivering a hearty punch to his chest while laughing heartily. "Kid, you truly have a resilient fate. Even the Dali Temple cannot confine you." The previous evening, when the Dali Temple concluded its case, the prominent figures had already learned of the matter during the night. Many had begun preparations and investigations concerning Chen Xiao. And by this morning, most had reached conclusions. Thus, gathering at the lakeside was entirely within reason. The students of the academy might not understand what made a mere local guardian special, but as long as the prominent figures had witnessed Chen Xiao slay 4 Qi refiners, it was difficult not to entertain thoughts about him. After being knocked back a few steps by Song Lian's punch, and possessing the physique of a martial artist, Chen Xiao was not truly injured. Although young, he understood the motivations behind Song Lian's actions. However, with so many people present at the lakeside, he could only respond helplessly. "I must also thank Commander Song for the message." Song Lian laughed heartily, dismissing it. "What of it? I simply did not expect that the girl who fancies you is actually the headmaster's prized disciple, that genius from the Xie family." Song Lian, being a martial artist of considerable standing, spoke with vigor, and as the lakeside had fallen silent, his words clearly resonated with everyone present. Everyone was once again shaken. Although they had seen Chen Xiao emerge from the academy and heard him claim to be merely a friend of Xie Nandu, who could have anticipated that Song Lian would publicly unveil this truth? It struck like a bolt of spring thunder, shocking to an extent rivaling the earlier revelations. Had Huang Ji still been present, he would likely have fainted from anger. Chen Xiao realized the impending trouble as soon as Song Lian began to speak. Just as he intended to mitigate the situation, he found that Song Lian had already finished his statement. Although Chen Xiao had exchanged brief words with Xie Nandu the previous night, making this public knowledge was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the situation was not genuine. It had arisen merely from Chen Xiao's intent to leverage the Xie family's influence. And Xie Nandu had not taken it seriously. However, now that it had escalated, the students by the lake were aware, which meant the academy would know, and if the academy knew, then so would the capital. While this matter posed little issue for him, it was certainly not the same for Xie Nandu. The students by the lake gazed at the young man, and many began to ponder various implications. From becoming known even before arriving in the capital, to emerging unscathed from the trials in the 3 law courts, to walking out of the Dali Temple, and now to the lakeside, significant figures in the capital had extended their olive branches to him. not to mention the affection from the headmaster's disciple from the Xie family. Each of these events, individually, could stir up considerable waves, yet all had transpired in the life of a single youth. Who could have foreseen this? Even if someone had, who would dare to believe it? Countless gazes converged upon Xie Nandu at that moment, not only from the students by the lake, but also from Confucius and those in the carriages. Yet she remained indifferent, her demeanor composed. Lu Yi looked towards her young mistress, thinking how remarkable she was, remaining unflustered even in this situation. Chun Xiao felt a tingling at the back of his head and said, "Commander Song has an excellent memory." This statement was nearly ground out through gritted teeth. Had he not been unable to best this man before him, Song Lian would likely have found himself tossed into the lake by now. Unaware of Chun Xiao's distress, Song Lian either was too caught up in his joy or simply lacked perception, as he patted Chun Xiao's shoulder and said, "Come with me, the great guardian is waiting for you." With this declaration, Song Lian seemed to dismiss the presence of the onlookers at the lakeside, relying solely on his camaraderie with Chun Xiao to lead him away. Chun Xiao offered a wry smile, about to speak when another voice interrupted from the lakeside. Chapter 66, 2 Offices, 1 Character Xia. Previously, the lakeside had been quiet, not due to a lack of people, but rather the opposite. The lakeside had always been bustling with individuals. It was the shocking revelation from Song Lian that left the students too stunned to speak and others lost in contemplation, creating an illusion of emptiness. Now, upon hearing that Song Lian intended to take Chun Xiao away, naturally, some would emerge from their musings to voice their objections. The man who spoke was not particularly tall and was somewhat portly, with a round face and a comical little mustache that made it hard to associate him with a martial artist. Yet, this man was indeed a practitioner of the art. He hailed from the Tianyu Academy and was named Su Tong, one of the vice-presidents in the Daliang dynasty. The Tianyu Academy and the Guardian's office were equally esteemed. The Guardian's office was responsible for maintaining order in various provinces and counties, while the Tianyu Academy oversaw matters related to cultivation and interactions with external practitioners. In fact, one could argue that the Tianyu Academy was, in certain respects, even more significant than the Guardian's office. Su Tong looked into Chun Xiao's eyes, smiling warmly, his round face appearing quite amiable. Yet, Chun Xiao knew this was merely a fade. Individuals like him, who appeared overly genial and approachable, were often the most perilous. "Guardian Chun, my headmaster would also like to invite you for a visit." In the world, there were 2 headmasters, although they were not to be compared. Who among the Daliang dynasty would dare claim that the headmaster of the Tianyu Academy was not a figure of import? Chun Xiao gazed at the amiable figure before him, the vice-president of the Tianyu Academy, who resembled a prosperous gentleman. Yet, within his heart, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. The reason for his retreat to the academy was precisely this predicament. During his conversation with Xie Nandu last night, although he appeared nonchalant, he had not contemplated how to navigate such a situation should it arise. Before Chun Xiao could utter a word, Song Lian furrowed his brow and declared, "He is the garrison commander of Tianqing County, a member of my lineage of garrison commanders. Now that he has arrived in the capital, he falls under the jurisdiction of the garrison office. What do you intend to do? Kidnap him? What audacity do you possess?" Listening to this, Su Tong remained unperturbed and simply remarked, "Commander Song, since Chun Xiao is an official of your garrison office, why have I not seen you take any action during his time at the Dali Temple? If I were Chun Xiao, I would likely feel disheartened by now." Song Lian's expression shifted slightly as he retorted angrily, "Su Tong, refrain from speaking with such arrogance." Su Tong paid him no mind and continued softly, "I merely speak the truth that if you, Commander Song, are unwilling to hear it, then I shall remain silent." After uttering these words, Su Tong turned to Chun Xiao with a smile, "Garrison Commander Chun, this morning I inquired about your records and discovered that you are no longer listed among the garrison commanders. You are no longer subject to the garrison office's governance." Upon hearing this, Song Lian's face paled, and he pressed, "What are you saying?" Although Chun Xiao did not display any overt reaction, he was mentally calculating the sequence of events. He had initially been the garrison commander of Tianqing County. Now that the case in the Sanfasi had concluded, if there were no arrangements from the capital, he should return to Tianqing County within the next few days to resume his duties. However, with his position having been revoked, it indicated that he could remain in the capital, yet such a decision would undoubtedly be met with disapproval from the garrison office. The only individual capable of disregarding the garrison office's intentions was one person. The thought that the emperor of the Daliang dynasty might have already reviewed his records filled Chen Xiao with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Su Tong ignored Song Lian and smiled. Therefore, you might wish to contemplate your future choices. Should you join my Tianyu Academy, we would certainly nurture your talents to the fullest. Unlike the garrison office, which is solely comprised of martial practitioners, your gifts, I believe, will shine brilliantly even if you do not pursue the path of a martial artist. However, if you harbor such aspirations, how could the garrison office accommodate you? Hearing Su Tong's words, Chen Xiao realized that if he remained silent, he would undoubtedly find himself in a dire predicament. Thus, Song Lian hastily interjected, "Young man, previously at the Dali Temple, the garrison office could not interfere due to myriad complexities. If given the chance, I shall explain everything to you." He continued, "Moreover, considering your path as a martial practitioner, is there truly a place better than the garrison office, aside from the Northern Frontier Army?" Chen Xiao regarded Song Lian, rendered speechless. The others by the lakeside maintained their silence. In truth, by the time these two arrived, representatives from various prominent families had already realized that their visit had been in vain. However, unwilling to depart empty-handed, they chose to remain quiet and observe. It was only at this moment that a man, appearing to be a steward, navigated through the crowd and approached, smiling at Chen Xiao. "On behalf of the Xie family, I kindly request that Garrison Commander Chen visit us at your convenience." Had it been any other circumstance, Chen Xiao would have declined, but the Xie family had extended considerable assistance to him during these days. Regardless of the reasons, he felt compelled to honor this connection. Thus, he returned the gesture with solemnity. Observing this, the dignitaries in the carriages silently shook their heads, no longer hesitating as they turned their carriages around and departed. They had arrived with but a single statement, and now they left without uttering a word. Though seemingly rude, it was evident to all that their motives were purely self-serving. Without profit, they would withdraw. Seeing Chen Xiao's demeanor, Song Lian quickly asserted, "By sending that message, you now owe me a favor. Regardless of the circumstances, you must first visit the garrison commander's residence before discussing anything else." This remark ignited Chen Xiao's ire, as he thought to himself, "Had you not acted thus previously, how would I find myself in such a situation?" Nevertheless, despite his grievances, he understood the necessity of fulfilling obligations. Especially given his own roots in the lineage of garrison commanders, choosing a course of action was, in fact, quite straightforward. Yet, with the vice president of Tianyu Academy present, Chen Xiao found himself in a quandary. Noticing his dilemma, Su Tong remarked with a smile, "Since Garrison Commander Chen still values old sentiments, it indicates that my Tianyu Academy has not misjudged you. However, it would be prudent for you to visit the Garrison Commander first. And I hope that upon your return, you will also come to my Tianyu Academy, for my esteemed director holds you in high regard." With that, the vice president offered a respectful bow before turning to leave. Seemingly withdrawing from the contest for Chen Xiao, yet adding an air of nonchalance, Song Lian watched the vice president's retreating figure and muttered, "This fellow must be aware that he cannot outmaneuver my garrison office." Hence the seemingly magnanimous words. Chen Xiao could only manage a helpless smile, choosing not to respond. Song Lian, not dwelling on it further, soon exclaimed, "Let us go. There are indeed people waiting for you at the garrison commander's residence." Chen Xiao frowned slightly, uttering a brief, "Please wait," as he proceeded toward the courtyard. At this moment, the assembly by the lakeside had not dispersed, and Xianandu still stood in the courtyard. As he approached the entrance of the courtyard, the gazes of the students gathered by the lakeside fell upon the two of them. With Song Lian's earlier words in mind, the students now regarded this scene with a mixture of emotions. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Xiao looked at the young lady from the Xie family, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. "I am truly sorry. However, if Xianandu were to be perturbed by such trivial matters, it would not align with her character." Thus, she simply shook her head and replied calmly, "What do a few rumors matter?" Chen Xiao, upon hearing this, could not help but exclaim, "Your temperament is indeed as tranquil as still water. Your disposition seems to require a touch of fervor. Have you considered the consequences of resorting to violence within the academy?" Xianandu gazed into Chen Xiao's eyes and smiled. "However, it seems that from now on, I shall only hear the chirping of cicadas, which is a good thing." She was perceptive enough to understand that Chen Xiao's earlier actions were not merely a result of being labeled a crude martial artist. Knowing him as she did, she realized he would not be swayed by the opinions of others regarding his character. Had he truly been angered, it was likely he would have done far worse than merely pushing someone into the water. He might have eliminated them entirely, as he had with those 4 chi refiners. In truth, I felt somewhat pleased to see you. Chen Xiao scratched his head, uttering a vague remark. Speaking nonsense in front of so many people. Are you not the least bit embarrassed? Xian Nandu reminisced about the earlier scene, a hint of amusement crossing her features. Chen Xiao shook his head. Though I am indifferent, my words remain truthful. Xian Nandu smiled faintly at this, unwilling to elaborate further, simply saying, go now. The garrison commander is waiting for you, but remember to return. I shall be here, awaiting your return. Though spoken plainly, her words carried an undertone that stirred various interpretations, igniting a warmth within Chen Xiao. Before he could respond, Xian Nandu turned and re-entered the courtyard, with Lu Yi following closely behind. The young lady from the Xie family left him with a parting remark. The sweet potatoes you roasted were quite good. Roast a few more in the evening. Chen Xiao mused to himself. This was her way of indicating that he should not spend the night outside.